Wait, I want other sir. ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್ ನಾವು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅಡ కార్పొరేట్ లాస్ లేకపోయినా పర్లేదు సార్ ಅಡ ಇದೆಯಾ ನೋಡಿ ಇದು ಲ್ಯಾಗ್ ಇರುತ್ತಾ 100%. ಸಿಕ್ಕಾಪಟ್ಟೆ ಒಂದು 30 ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಏನೋ ಲ್ಯಾಗ್ ಇದ್ದಂಗಿದೆ ಹಂಗೇನಾ ಓಕೆ yes people, good morning. So law marathon classes, okay, so online able to see here? Online, okay. So people online, there is a little lag. I don't know this. By then you would have been used to it. So whatever I'm telling now, it's going on a little, we are a little ahead. So let us see how well we can coordinate. As of now, there is a little lag, people. 30 seconds, okay. Okay, never mind. So let us start your marathon, people. I'll be trying to cover almost 100% of the syllabus. That is corporate laws also, other laws also. We'll be doing both. And whatever are the amendments that were introduced for your May 2023, which we already covered in the class, there is nothing apart from that. We'll be doing that also in the class only. And if time permits, let us try to take up MTPs also, RTPs also, as the case may be, so that we can cover everything in the class itself. Yes, sir. Okay. So how's your revision and all going, people? Huh? Going on, huh? I believe you guys have started with your revisions. For people who are attending, you have attended some other classes, and if you're just watching the classes for revision purpose, people, I recommend you, now whatever is the charts I'll be using, people, because of some reasons, this charts will not be for download. So later on, whenever this video is uploaded, please don't ask for those notes and all. Because of some IP issues, people, we are not sharing the notes. But if you feel like making a note of something where you feel it is important, or if you have not understood that concept, you can make a note of it. But and second thing, whenever you are writing for your next exam, so if at all it is May 2023 exam, people, because the time is already short, do not learn from a different module, a different book. Whatever you have whatever you are referring to, continue to read from that only. Do not skip to a new book as of now. This is clear, all of you? Yes. So maintain that. Okay. This is actually distracting. This doesn't work. Okay. That's temperature is working da. See what is the temperature? It's working da. Working da. Turn on that also da. Okay. So people, to start with, let us start your after doing all the chapters, then let us come to the first chapter, that is definition. First, let us start with the second chapter, the way we did in our class also. So first one, people, what is your question paper pattern, people? The question paper, by now, I hope you guys know your question paper is of 60 and 40 marks. 60 will be your corporate laws, 40 will be your other laws. And your 100 marks, people, is divided into these ways. The first, you can write it as 30, 70. The 30 people will be MCQ. In this MCQ, people, this 30 marks of MCQ and 70 marks of MCQ. 70 will be descriptive paper. That will be writing. Yes, sir. So in this 30 also, people, there will be two sub bifurcations I can do. The first one will be, you will get two case-based questions. You will get two case-based questions. Sir, what do you mean by case-based questions? You know this in English, that paragraph writing, big one page, 2 page, 3 page, like that, people, they'll give 1 page, 2 page questions. In that, they will form 3 questions which will be for 2 marks each. So like this, so for one question you will get 6 marks. So like that, people, they will ask you 2 questions. Yes, sir. So you will get from here 12 marks. So here, people, you will have standalone questions. Standalone questions means, people, it will be a direct question. There will be no, paragraphs and all. It will be either 1 mark or 2 mark each. Sir, this will be for 18 marks. Sir, and the 70 marks, people, is divided into 5 questions. In this 5 questions, people, question number 1 is mandatory. And from this 5 questions, people, there are other 4 questions. You need to take up at least 3 in this. And all these questions will again have sub questions. Is this clear, all of you? Question number 1 will be mandatory, and this is going to be your pattern. Hey, CS executive, I'll come there da. First CA inter focus da. We'll come back there da. You still have time. We are there, no? Okay. Now is this clear? Okay. Now, people, so this is going to be your pattern. So just have a look, plan your studies accordingly. Okay, sir. So half screen is cut down. Okay. Yes, is this clear, all of you? Okay, people. So let us start with your second chapter. Second chapter. Revised data everything? All set for exam? Again and again. So first, people, the first criteria which you guys have to pay maximum attention will be for come in. That last day you came. After that, where did you go? Kerala. After that, again you came, Okay. Yes, people, let us start with chapter 2. So first, let us focus on corporate laws today. Today's agenda, let us finish corporate laws. Tomorrow, let us keep it for other laws. And tomorrow, let us also do MTPs. Wherever there are amendments, here only I'll tell you. And in addition to that, again tomorrow let us do a consolidated MTP. And I mean amendments part. And also let us look at some questions, that is RTP, MTP will be done. Yes. Okay. So sir, incorporation of company and matters incidental thereto. So chapter 2 people focuses on incorporation of company. So whenever a company should be incorporated, let us start with the company which is to be incorporated. Okay. Whenever a company is to be incorporated, people, first of all, when I say a company incorporation, it depends upon what type of company you need to incorporate. So depending upon the type of company, people, the number of people will be fixed based on the company you are coming up with. If at all I want to start a private company, I want to start a public company, I want to start a OPC, the minimum number of shareholders to start each type of company is different. To start a private company, I need minimum 2 shareholders. Public company, 7 shareholders. OPC, 1 shareholder. People, what is the maximum number of shareholders in a private company? Da? Maximum number I'm asking. A maximum da? Maximum is 200. Sir, in public company, what is the maximum number of shareholders? A public company da? No limit. So people, unlimited. In OPC, maximum number 200 or 50? Yay. OPC da? One. One, what is it sufficient? So they're telling you one only. Is this clear? Yes, sir. So, sir, depending upon the type of company I need to incorporate, they're telling you, you need minimum so many shareholders to start such type of company. Okay. So, sir, now I started, the incorporation procedure with the 2 people. In Companies Act, the 2nd chapter, we are looking at incorporation. So we started incorporating a company with 2 people. Okay, sir, 2 people have joined. Now, sir, the question is, what is this private company? What is this public company? What is this OPC? What do you mean by a private company? Private company? Private company means what? What is a private company? What is a private company? Define private company. Oh God. People, there are majorly 3 words you guys have to remember. Private company, online. Whenever I'm asking you, always remember, in your exam, you need to write the keywords. The keywords are very, very important. So for a private company, for you to remember, the first definition, section 2, subsection 68, the types of company that any person can start in India. First type of company is called private company. What is a private company? A private company which by its articles of association, meaning in your articles of association, these 3 clauses should be there, it seems. What is that? The first clause, people, a private company is a company which restricts the right to transfer its shares. Meaning, sir, there are 2 shareholders in a private company. One shareholder wants to transfer his share to an outsider. The question to you guys, can a shareholder transfer his share to an outsider? Is it possible in a private company? There is a restriction. Look and answer. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Then what is the restriction? You're telling that in a private company, restriction is there on a transfer of share now. Then what is the restriction? People, restriction here, remember, this is called as preemptive right. What do you mean by preemptive right? Preemptive right means, people, in a private company, when there are 2 shareholders, A and B started a private company. In this company, if at all any existing shareholder wants to sell his shares to an outsider, he first needs to ask the existing shareholder, are you interested to buy the shares? If he says no, then you can go and ask an outsider. If not, people, you cannot directly sell the share. Now, this is called as a preemptive right. Is this clear? That is the restriction. So it is not prohibition is the word used. You can expect these questions and all in MCQ. Okay. Second one, sir. It limits the number of members to 200. So in a private company, the maximum is 200. Okay, sir. But there is one special case. What is a special case, sir? In a private company, if at all there are joint shareholders. Joint shareholders means, people, in your reality, you will have this bank accounts, right? 2 people will open 1 account. That is possible, right? They're telling you, whenever there are 2 shareholders, together if they are holding 1 account, meaning, sir, together they are holding shares in a joint name, I believe in the class I would have shown you one example also. We had seen, huh? Yes, sir. Sir, what do you mean by joint shareholder, sir? You can see in this. Can you see the name of the holder? The name of the holder people will be in the same certificate. There will be two people. So this is only called as people joint share certificates. This is only called as joint shareholders. Now people, if you logically think, how many people are there? Two people are there. But in a private company, if I have to take a count, because the maximum number of shareholders in my company can be 200. The limit is very less, da. If I count them as two, then I will exhaust the limit very soon. So what are they telling you people? Count the share certificate instead of counting the number of members. So how many ever joint shareholders are there, you will have to treat them as one to count the number of shareholders in the private company. So in our case, Mr. Duleep and Maya together will be treated as one shareholder to count the limit of 200. Is this clear? Okay. Sir, in this limit, now there is one more thing we need to remember. In a private company, sir, there is one more thing. What is that, people? If at all there are the present employees and past employees, imagine you have given sweat equity, ESOP to your employees. People, you are encouraging the talented. If at all I start counting my employees, now you take ArivuPro. ArivuPro has more than somewhere around 70 employees are there. Sir, even if one share is given to everyone, it will be treated as 70 shareholders. Done, no? Tomorrow, if we want to grow, maximum is 200. So, what do they say? When you're counting the limit of 200, whoever are the past employees and present employees, do not count them in the limit. Meaning what, sir? Imagine they'll give you a scenario like this. MCQ possible question. A company has 205 shareholders. And how did you get this 205 people? They have taken 3 joint shareholders are there in the company. They have counted all the joint shareholders as each individual. And there is one past employee, meaning he was working in the company, we had given him shares. Now he has left the company. Next one, people, there is one present employee. He's still working with us. They will ask you a question. What? Has the company complied with private company provision? Have they complied or there is any non-compliance? Have they complied or non-compliance? Non-compliance. Why? Sir, these people are not included in the limit. Sir, 3 people will be treated as 1. So, sir, in this 205, I will not include these 2. So, I will deduct 1, I will deduct 1. Sir, and out of those 3, I have to treat them as 1. So, I will deduct only 2. I have to treat them as 1, right? So, sir, now this will be 201. Is clear? Okay. Is clear all of you? Pakka? Okay, sir. Done. Joint shareholders, past and present employees. Third one, people, prohibits invitation to public to subscribe to the shares. So you cannot give advertisements, you cannot go for an IPO, all that is not allowed. Sir, a company which satisfies all these conditions, it is called as a private company. Sir, what do you mean by a public company? Which is not a private company, is called a public company. Hey, CSO, I'll come da. First focus on this da. Why da? Every day na. Why da? Anand, why did, hey, first of all, CS people, what are you doing here? Huh? Simply checking on how class are going on, huh? Hey, I'll come there, go da. You go to that class, I'll come. That is working, da, yes, eh? 1 second, wait. Hey, turn on that, that is not turned on. 1 second. Decrease of the temperature completely. It will take time. Huh? 17. Okay. Next one, people. What is a public company? Public company definition, the lawmakers did not want to trouble you. So what is the definition of public company? Public company is a company which is not a private company. But one thing you need to remember in public company, there is a possible question. What is that? Any subsidiary of a public company. Let us imagine a subsidiary of a public company is XYZ Private Limited. It's a private company actually, but any subsidiary of a public company will be deemed to be a public company. Sir, what if it is a deemed public company? Deemed public company means, people, then whatever are the exemptions, exceptions which is available to a private company under Companies Act, all that is not available to them. Give me one example of any sections which is exempted for private companies. Yes, people, right? Section 101 to 107 are exempted for a private company. Remember, notice to explanatory statement. In an ideal scenario, people, all these provisions are not applicable to a private company. But if you are a private company which is a subsidiary of a public company, these exemptions are not available to you. You have to fulfill all the situations. Is this clear, all of you? So this is called as a public company. OPC, we'll see a little while later. Or let us do it off. Let's do it off. Okay, sir, what do you mean by a OPC? First of all, who can start a OPC? Remember, one person company, if at all I want to start in India, one person company can be started only by a natural person. What do you mean by natural person? Income tax marathon is just done. Person can be artificial, natural. What do you mean by artificial person? Which takes birth by registration. What do you mean by natural person? A person takes care in hospital. That sound comes. No, that is a natural person. They are telling you who can start a OPC. A natural person can start and an Indian citizen can start. So what is the difference? For example, a natural person, Sundar Pichai, is a natural person. Is he an Indian citizen? The answer is no. Sir, whether he is a resident in India or not, forget. But is he an Indian citizen? If you are not an Indian citizen, you cannot start a OPC in India. In our case, Sundar Pichai, though he might come, he can visit their parents and he go. He can stay in India for 200 days. But he has given up our citizenship, people. So he cannot be considered as a Indian citizen. So he cannot start a OPC in India. Yes, sir. Okay, so sir, it shall be natural person, Indian citizen. People, now the lawmakers made an amendment, people. This amendment is not very fruitful. What was their intention, but what was executed was not same. Now, what did they say? A person who starts a OPC in India, he should be a resident in India. Earlier, that was a definition. He should be a resident in India. Okay, sir, what was under earlier definition? What do you mean by resident? You should have stayed in India for 182 days. Now, what did they do, people? They changed that, they wanted to give you some leeway, leverage. They wanted to give you some exception. So they said, instead of staying in India for 182 days, now a person who stayed in India for 120 days will be considered as a resident in India. So if they had stopped the amendment there, everything would have been fair. But what did they do, people? They added one word, or otherwise. They said, resident means a person who had stayed in India for 120 days. Okay. Sir, now imagine I have stayed in India for only 110 days. I'm an Indian citizen. I'm a natural person. Can I start a OPC in India? Unfortunately, people, you can still start a OPC. If you look at the definition, it says whether you can be a resident or otherwise means what? Even if you are not a resident also, it's okay. So you can start. Is this clear? All of you, you can expect a question here in OPC part. Okay, sir. So if at all I am satisfying these conditions, I can start a OPC. In OPC, people, what if a shareholder dies? Who will carry on the business? So, sir, in a OPC, people, the shareholder should always nominate the next person who is going to be the next shareholder. Such person is called a nominee. Logically think, tomorrow our shareholder dies. this person will become the next shareholder. No, that's the reason whoever you are appointing as a nominee should also satisfy all these conditions. He should be a natural person, citizen of India, resident in India or otherwise. Is this clear? Logical? Okay, sir. So, person state, this is the recent amendment that happened. Last year it was an amendment. Okay. Next one, sir. Nominee. Now, the first question is, sir, can a minor be a nominee? The minor cannot be a nominee. In nominee, they can ask you MCQs. Can a nominee be changed in between? Once I have nominated, can I change him subsequently? Yes, you can. You can definitely change. He shall give his written consent and has a right to withdraw his consent. Meaning, sir, member may anytime change the nominee. I can change him. He can also give up. It is allowed. Yes, sir. Clear? Sir, MOA shall clearly indicate the nominee's name. In the last, after subscription clause, nominee clause will be there where you write the nominee's name. Sir, minor cannot be a nominee. He shall become member on death of the subscriber. Okay, fair enough, sir. Sir, one person can be a member of how many OPCs? Only one. If one person, how many OPCs he can be? Only one. One person can be a nominee of how many OPCs? So can I be a member as well a nominee at the same time? Can one person be a member of one OPC, nominee of another OPC at the same time? Is it possible? Possible, huh? A person can be a member of only one OPC, yeah? People, if at all I am a nominee of another OPC, if at all that member dies, I will become the next shareholder. So indirectly, two OPCs I'll become a member of. Correct, huh? So, sir, can I become or not?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
I can become, huh? People remembered, a member, one person can become a member of one OPC and a nominee of one OPC. So, at the same time, you can be a member of one OPC, you can be a nominee of one OPC. They will ask you a question here. Sir, but we have a problem. What is that? What if that person dies? I will become the next shareholder. So it will become one member in two OPCs. The law says if he does not meet the above criteria, he shall satisfy the same within 180 days. Meaning what, people? Imagine in wherever I am nominee, that shareholder dies. They are telling me, people, I have to quit either one of the company within 180 days. Is clear, all of you? So at the same point of time, possible. Is clear, all of you? What about non-resident? Yes, non-resident can be. That is what I am saying. It is possible now. Because this amendment itself was made to facilitate NRIs. It is possible. Yes, sir. Sir, miscellaneous provision, they can ask you a question here. What is that? Can I... Start NBFC activities.
Can transfer it, can convert
Correct. Sir, a company can get converted to Section 8 company. Can it convert? A company cannot convert itself to Section 8 company. Charitable objects not allowed. OPC is pure business. It cannot do NBFC activities. What is NBFC? Non-banking financial company. It can be insurance, Muthoot, Manappuram, Bajaj Finance. You cannot do it. It can convert itself at discretion whenever it wants. Earlier, some limits and all was there. Now, people, it has been made voluntary. Whenever you want, you can convert. Earlier, people, if you want to convert, you have to wait for 2 years. Now, nothing like that. You can convert whenever you want. So, if a company satisfies all these conditions, then you are called as a one-person company. So, these are the three important definitions. What other type of companies you guys know? There is one more important type of company, people, that is called a small company. What do you know a small company? Small company means, what is small company? Whose paid up share capital is 4 crore. 50 lakh, 4 crore. 50 class noda. 4 crore. People remember, there has been an amendment here applicable to your syllabus. Sir, what do you mean by small company? Small company is a company which has a paid up share capital not exceeding 4 crore. In exam, what and all are the bouncers? It is paid up share capital, kanna. Equity Allah. When they say paid up share capital, you need to take it as equity plus preference. Remember, people, I am telling you my experience as a student. Wherever preference comes up, preference will just see doob us into the river. You will get confused where to take it, where not to take it. Even in your accounts, all the same problem. Law also same problem. Remember, okay, not exceeding 4 crore or more. A 4 crore, it should not exceed 4 crore. Sir, in the exam they will ask you, a company is having a paid up capital of 4 crore. Is it a small company? It should not exceed 4, up to 4, it is a small company. And remember, both conditions should be satisfied, or alla, it is and turnover of 40 crore or more in the preceding financial year. So if at all people, a company satisfies both the condition, then you will be called as a small company. Now the questions to you, can a public company be called a small company?
No.
Remember, a public company can never be a small company. And which companies cannot be a small company? Correct. Subsidiary company and holding companies can never be a small company. Meaning what, sir? If at all I am a subsidiary of some company, even though my paid up share capital is 1 lakh, my turnover is 1 crore, even though my limits are within that, they are telling you are dependent upon someone. You cannot be called a small company. Understood? So, sir, you are not a small company. What else is excluded? Section 8 company is not a small company. And companies governed by special act of the parliament. I'll just write it as statutory companies. For example, RBI, LIC, these are all governed by special act of the parliament. Sir, these companies can never become a small company. Indirectly, what I'm telling you people, only a private company can become a small company. Is this clear? Yes, sir. One of the important definition, remember section 2, subsection 85, if possible, remember the subsection also, definition also. Okay, next one, sir. Subsidiary company. What is a subsidiary company? Section 2, subsection 87 says, a company will be a subsidiary of a holding company when any of the 3 limits happen. First one, people, when one company holding, there is a holding company, there is a subsidiary company. If this company controls composition of board of directors of subsidiary company, what do you mean by control composition of board? One company is telling who should be the directors, who should be the board of directors in another company. They are controlling the majority of directors, not one. If I'm controlling the majority of directors, people, it is called as a holding company. Clear? Next one, people, controls more than 1/2 of the total voting power. More than 1/2. Exam don't write 51%. More than 1/2. 50.1 also is more than 1/2 only. Yes, sir. So people, correct. What was the sir, holding company, subsidiary company, if they are holding 51%, it is called a subsidiary company, na? Yes, sir. Holding company has one subsidiary company. It is holding in this company 51%. There is one more company called company B. In company B, H is holding 35%. In this, S is holding 20%. In the exam, they'll ask you MCQ, what is the status of company B? It is a, this is a subsidiary company of company H. Why, sir? Logically think, people, H controls S to the extent of 51%. So whatever I tell you to do, you will do. People, H controls B to the extent of 35%. So whatever H tells B to do, up to the 35%, it will do. Sir, H is controlling S. S is controlling B to the extent of 20%. So indirectly, sir, H is controlling 20 plus 35%. That will be 55%. Sir, B is considered as a subsidiary of company H. Is clear? Yes, sir. Okay. Now, sir, there is company H. There is company S. In this, I hold 51%. This company is holding in another company 55%. Sir, this is considered as a deemed subsidiary of company H. Yes, sir. Online, if you guys want, pause it and make note of these examples if you guys have not made a note of it. Is clear, all of you? Sir, what is a subsidiary company? First one is controlling more than 1/2 of the total voting power. Second one, people, is your controlling composition of the board. So if you remember, when one company holds more than one half of the total voting power, whether singly or through its subsidiary companies. So I am holding directly or through some other company. I will be called as a subsidiary company only. Is clear? And the last one, people, was your deemed subsidiary company. When I hold in one company and that holds in another company, company B will be considered as deemed subsidiary of company H. Is this clear, all of you? There has been a amendment, people, in a small company. It is not 50 lakh, it is 4 crore and it is 40 crore. They have changed it. Is clear, all of you? It says 50. Clear? Okay. So, sir, that is your subsidiary company, public company. Public company, this is a questionable point. Remember and go. MCQ, it will be of a use. Wherever I'm marking questionable, write off questionable. They can ask you MCQ there. That is the subsidiary of a public, even though if it is a private, it will be deemed to be a subsidiary company. Correct? Okay. Next one, let us do of, there is one more type of company. Which one? Section 8 company will do. Okay. What do you mean by Section 8 company? What do you mean by Section 8 company? A company which is formed for charity, taking up research and development, education, science and research. So basically their motive is not to earn profit, but to do something else. It need not be to earn profit, not to make business is their motive. So the best example I can come up with is called Reliance Foundation, Infosys Foundation. Sir, all of these are Section 8 companies. Okay. Sir, what is the peculiarity of Section 8 company? In the Section 8 company, they will not include the word limited or private limited. They are exempted. Private companies, what is the words they use in their name? Private limited. Public company? Limited. OPC? OPC limited. OPC private limited, because OPC is also called as a private company only. So, sir, if it is a Section 8 company, they are telling you, you need not include the word limited or private limited. Then what will I use? You will use the word foundation, association, chamber, federation. These are the words you will use. Is this clear, all of you? Pakkana? Okay. So, sir, what is Section 8 company? Section 8 company is a company which is formed for the following objects. Incorporate for promoting commerce, education, charity, etc. It shall apply profits in promoting its objects. People, this is important. They can ask you a question here. What is it, sir? Can a Section 8 company, can it earn income? Can it earn profit? The answer is yes, people, it can earn profits. It can earn profits. The Section 8 company is not prohibited from earning profits. Then what is the condition? Whatever you earn, you have to put it back into business only. So if Reliance Foundation gets some charities, if they get some grant, if they get some donations, hey, forget about all that. I have money in my account. Imagine I have some 200 crores in Reliance Foundation. You will get interest on it. When the money is in the account, you will get interest on it. That interest should also be spent on Section 8 only. You cannot take that money as a business income. Is this clear? Okay. Can Section 8 company distribute profits? Remember, that is also a questionable point. It is prohibited from distributing dividends. Okay. Section 8 company always works under a special license of central government. So if you want to be a Section 8 company, you should always get a license to carry on such activities. Sir, the authority which has a power to give also has a power to take. So if at all tomorrow, if you fail to carry on the business not according to Companies Act, you are not working according to Companies Act, or you are doing some non-compliance with Companies Act, whatever is a license given people, that can be revoked. When people, if you have conducted any business fraudulently or you have violated the objects of the company, on revocation, central government may direct. Sir, now, correct. Sir, now Section 8 company is doing the business. Sir, now, sir, you are telling central government will take away the license if they do not do the business properly. Okay, it has taken back. Now, what will happen to the business then? They are telling you the business, they can do any of these things. What, people? I can tell you to convert to the other form of business. Convert your Section 8 to private, public, OPC and do the business. Sir, wind up. You're not able to carry on the business, so do not do anything. Just shut down your business. The last one, people amalgamate with company having similar objects. Meaning people, Reliance Foundation, imagine, is not doing their business properly. They will be merged with Infosys Foundation, a company doing similar objects. Is clear? Yes, sir. Okay. On winding up after paying liabilities, assets remaining shall be transferred to. So, sir, you're telling that the company shall be wound up. Once the company is wound up, there will be assets and liabilities. No, sir. What will happen to those assets and liabilities? Assets, people, will be used to pay the liabilities of the company. After repaying all the liabilities, if you still have money in your account, that money will be transferred, this is important, to a fund maintained by the government called Insolvency and Bankruptcy Fund. When will this happen, people? When Section 8 company license is taken back and the company is ordered to be wound up. The company is wound up. The assets are used to repay the liabilities. If you still have excess assets, that money, whatever is left, people, will be transferred to a fund maintained by government, and that fund is called as Insolvency and Bankruptcy Fund. Is this clear, all of you? Yes, sir. Can a Section 8 company alter its MOA, OA? They can ask you MCQ here. Possible only after central government approval. Meaning, sir, today I started with charity. Can I add a Zomato delivery business also to my Section 8 company? They are telling you, if you want to add, you need to take central government approval. It's clear? Okay. Sir, there are some exceptions. Basically, it is not, these are not, for a normal company, the provisions are different. For a Section 8 company, it is different, it seems. What is that, people? A Section 8 company, 14 days notice of a general meeting. For a normal company, what is the notice you will give, people? How many days prior? 21 clear days. If you are a Section 8 company, people, 14 days is sufficient, it seems. And sir, requirement of minimum directors or independent directors does not apply. What is the minimum directors in a private company? In a OPC, minimum directors is 1. Private is 2. Public is 3 or 7? 3 or 7? What full revised? Yes, sir. Okay, so sir, they are telling you the minimum number of directors will not apply to a Section 8 company, it seems. So last one, sir, this is not there in syllabus. You will be seeing it in CA final. They need not constitute nomination remuneration committee, stakeholder relationship committee. For now, don't bother about it. It is there in your CA final. It was there. Now the amendment, even that is also not there. Is clear? Okay. Okay, now let us see. Formation of company, section 3. Hey, what if after forming my company, my number of shareholders, what is the minimum number required? In a private company, minimum number of shareholders is 2. Okay, sir, I have formed the company. One shareholder left the company and went. Now the company has only one shareholder. What is the legal consequence of such particular activity? You as a chartered accountant advise. Within 6 months?
They will be liable for all the 6 months, even if they continue the business, they will be liable.
So people, if at all the company carries on the business, so what do they say, people? If at all the minimum number of shareholders are reduced below the minimum number, you will be given 6 months time. Within 6 months, people, if at all you are not increasing this limit to the required number, that is 2, in the case of public 7, in such case, what will happen, people? Whatever is the time, the business continues after that minimum period. So 6 months time is given. You did not add a person from that 6th month end, people. That is the 7th month, first day. First day, people, whoever are the continuing shareholders, all their liability will become unlimited. Company, people, is a limited liability, but your liability will become unlimited. This is clear? Yes, sir. That is important, people. Section 3A. Sir, definition we saw, na? Public company. Members severally liable in certain cases. Remember this? They may ask a question. Okay. Memorandum of Association. What is MOA? Da? What are the clauses in MOA? MOA has how many clauses in total? 6 clauses. What is the first clause?
Name clause.
Name clause. What does the name clause indicate? The name clause indicates people the name of the company, and it also says whether the company, see, the memorandum of association is divided into 6 paragraphs. Each paragraph is called as a clause. The first clause is called as name clause. Name clause says the name of, imagine people like a biodata of the company. If someone has to read about you, if they read your resume, CV, they will know about you. If at all I have to know about the company people, I will have to look into their MOA. The first thing I will be able to know is name clause. In the name clause, what will be written? XYZ Private Limited. XYZ Limited. You will know whether the company is private company or a public company or a Section 8 company. Sir, the next one is people registered office clause. YouTube live is difficult only, no? Okay. Yes, people. So, registered office clause, the state where registered office is situated. Remember, I will just write the state of the company. I will not write the entire company's address. Remember this, when we are doing alteration of MOA, we'll have a cross reference. Why? So, the third one is object clause of the company. Object clause of the company means people, the reason why the company is started. Yes, sir. Under object clause, you need to remember 3 doctrines. What are the 3 doctrines, da? Doctrine of ultra wires, doctrine of constructive notice, doctrine of indoor management. What do you mean by doctrine of ultra wires, da? Acting beyond its power. People, tell me what you mean by this, da? Ultra wires, the company, but okay, ultra wires the company, and the next one, ultra wires the company, but, or write it like that, ultra wires the directors, but intra wires the company. What do you mean by this? Important. They can ask you a question here. Ultra wires the company. Next one is ultra wires the directors, but intra wires the company. What do you mean by this, people? So, sir, the word ultra wires stands for beyond the power. Meaning what, people? Now imagine if I look at Zomato's prospectus, Zomato's memorandum of association, the object clause says that Zomato is a company which is into delivery business. Sir, tomorrow can Zomato start a hotel business? Is it allowed? People, if at all their memorandum of association allows them to do, they can do it. If not, people, they cannot do it. Now, this is only called as, people, ultra wires the company. Now, let us take the Zomato directors went and entered into a contract with an outsider. Sir, they entered into a contract to rent a building, to start a hotel. The directors went and entered into a contract with the owner of a building. Why? They wanted to start a hotel. Now the question is this contract, does it bind the company? Does it bind the company? The answer is no, people, because always remember, ultra wires transactions are considered as void. Is this clear? Sir, what is ultra wires the directors but intra wires the company? People, this is the case where in certain scenarios, people, the company will define the power of the directors. Meaning, in my AOA, I will clearly say that my directors cannot enter into a contract for more than 5 lakh rupees. Yes, sir. Now what happened, people? Zomato people, again they entered into a contract. I mean the directors only. They entered into a contract to purchase some bikes. Imagine Bounce was shutting down. So they were getting all the Bounce bikes, the rented bikes at a very lesser price. So the total bikes were around 10 lakh rupees. What is the maximum power the directors have to enter into a contract? 5 lakh. Sir, what is the contract they entered? 10 lakh. Sir, this is called as, people, ultra wires the power of directors. Your power was only 5 lakh. You entered into a contract for 10 lakh. Intra wires the company. Why did you enter into a contract? You entered into a contract for rental only. You wanted that particular bikes. Now people, this is only called as people intra-vires the company. In such cases, people, the activity can be ratified. What do you mean by ratified, sir? Now the activity is already done. The decision is already done. Now, sir, in the meeting, people, we will call all our shareholders. The directors will clearly make them sit and explain, sir, whatever we have done, it is in the best interest of the company. We will not get the bikes at this price again. So, sir, let us please consider this. The shareholders have a free choice. If they want, they will say yes. If they want, they will say no. If they say yes, people, whatever is the activity done by directors, it will bind the company also. This process is called as ratification. Making a act which is done in the past good today is called as ratification. Okay, sir. Sir, if at all the shareholder says no, that contract will not bind the company, that contract will come to an end. It is clear? It will be treated as void. Shora, Pakana. Okay. Sir, next one is called as people constructive notice. What is constructive notice, da? So, sir, what is constructive notice, people? If at all an outsider is entering into a contract with the company, whether the company has given him MOA, AOA, certificate of incorporation, whether the company has given this to an outsider or not. Now, he cannot say, sir, the company did not give me these documents. Why, people? Once you are a company, all these documents are considered as public documents. In the class, I have also showed you how to see it, download it. Under MCA website, you can download these documents. Any company's document you can download. Now, this is called as doctrine of constructive notice. What do you mean by constructive notice? Constructive notice protects whom from whom?
Company from the outsiders.
Constructive notice protects the company from the outsiders. Outsiders cannot say we did not know. Once the company is incorporated, the documents are public. Whether you have read it or not, people, it is considered as you have read it. Clear? Sir, the last one is called as doctrine of indoor management. What is doctrine of indoor management? Outsiders are protected from the company. Meaning, sir, if it is company's internal matters. Now, tomorrow, do I know the Coke secret recipe? So when I say public document, not everything is put in public domain. Some things are inside the company. Second thing, whenever I say all the documents are available in public domain, remember, public, what is it? Directors resolution, directors meetings are never public. You cannot check. Even if you are a shareholder, you cannot check. Remember that. Clear? So what are they saying, people? Whichever are the documents to which the public do not have access, people, such documents are not considered as public. So if public, if at all they are, they have an effect of such documents, people, they are telling you the public will be protected from the company. Doctrine of indoor management. The outsiders will be protected from the company. This is clear? Shora, Pakana. Okay. This is doctrine of indoor management. Okay, sir. Liability clause. What is liability clause, people? It says whether the company is limited by share, limited by guarantee, unlimited company. Limited by share means? So if a company has 10,000 shares into rupees 10 each, so the shareholders are liable until they pay 1 lakh. If at all the company has just paid 7.5, okay, let us take the company has called up only 7 rupees. Whatever is the uncalled capital, to that extent the shareholders are liable. They cannot say the company went into winding up. They never asked me to pay. You are liable to this 3 rupees also. Is clear? Pakana? Okay. Sir, company limited by guarantee. What is company limited by guarantee? The shareholders give a guarantee that immediately on day one we will not give money. If company goes into liquidation, winding up, the last day, if company assets are not sufficient, we will give you the money from our pockets. Such type of company is called as guarantee company. You guys can be thinking, then how will they start their operation? They will start their function and operations, people. This guarantee company is not formed by everyone. Guarantee company is formed by only those people, that is Section 8 companies. Section 8 companies are always incorporated as a guarantee company. Why, people? Because on the day one only they will not give money. They will give money on the last day if at all the assets of the company are not sufficient to repay the liabilities. Is this clear? Sir, next one people, unlimited company. What is the example of unlimited company? Da? Reebok India's example of unlimited company. Specifically, they say people, sir, we will be liable even once the capital is also done, sir. We will be unlimitedly liable. If they are only telling that people, that is called as unlimited liability. People, can I change my company limited by share into guarantee? Can I change unlimited company to a limited company? Is it possible? Can I convert a company limited by share to a unlimited company? Unlimited company to a limited company? Possible lah? Possible lah? Huh? Yes, people, possible. You need two things here. One is special resolution, and there is second thing is certain places central government approval. Can I convert a private company to public company? Private company to a public company? Public company to a private company? No, private to public is possible. Public to private? How the? So remember people, special resolution plus central government approval, both are valid. Yes, sir. Okay. Sir, capital clause, the total, that's off the. Have a remote? That's working, ada? As and when we come in, we should have turned it on. Odd, Nagesh. Okay. The last one is, sir, subscription clause of a company. MOA. What is subscription clause, people? Initial shareholders, what is the amount of shares they are agreeing to buy is called as people subscription clause. Subscription clause just says on the day of incorporation, each shareholder, how many shares they are interested to buy is called as subscription clause. Clear now? Okay. Articles of association, people. What is articles of association? Internal rules and regulations of a company. So how shall the company function is called as people articles of association. Under articles of association, one important thing is people entrenchment. They can ask you a question under entrenchment. Correct. Under indoor management, there are some 3 exceptions. Indoor management does not apply in the case of knowledge of irregularity, negligence, forgery. So if you guys even see, generally we protect outsider, but if you know that something is irregular, if you had knowledge of negligence, sir, if at all you had done a forgery, the secretary case we had done. So if someone cheated outsider, remember that share certificates, a public came and gave money to a secretary, sir, to subscribe the shares of the company. The secretary went inside the room. He came up with a document. In the director's signature, the secretary only signed it. And he gave it to an outsider, public. Sir, now the question was, the public doesn't know whether this is actually the director's signature or not. Ideally, if you see, there should be an indoor management. Outsider should be protected from the company. However, people, forgery is an exception. It does not protect the outsider. If at all I let this happen, I had given you an example in the class. What is that? From today, I'll quit my job. For 2 years, I will just practice the signature of Mukesh Ambani. I will get it so right that there will be no default, no errors. Even Mukesh Ambani himself will not be able to make it out whether it's my signature or not. So with that accuracy, I will sign. I will make a will on my name. After me, let all the property go to Mr. Sai. Who will check? I'll sign it so accurately. So always remember, people, if you can prove, forgery will never lead to a right document. If you guys remember your negotiable instrument, there is a person called as holder in due course, HDC. Even a holder in due course also will not get a good title if it is a forgery. Remember, holder in due course. It's important. Remember. Okay. What do you mean by entrenchment? So, for example, people, a private company shall have minimum 2 directors. This is according to Companies Act. Correct? If at all my articles of association says my company shall not have two, it shall have minimum 3 directors. Now this is called as entrenchment. What do you mean by entrenchment, people? Making the law more stricter on the company is called as entrenchment. For example, imagine law says you need to pass a ordinary resolution. Ordinary resolution means, people, simple majority, that is 51%, correct? Your AOA can say, no, for this you should not pass ordinary resolution, you have to pass special resolution. One of the best example, to alter MOA, which resolution you should pass? Special resolution you have to pass to alter MOA or AOA, correct? Where is it given? It is given in Companies Act only. But your articles can say, to alter your MOA or AOA, you have to pass a unanimous approval. See, the law just said to pass special resolution. I am telling you need to pass a unanimous approval. Making the law stricter on your company is called as entrenchment. Important, they can ask you a question here. Is this clear, all of you? Pakka? Huh? Then, okay. MOA, doctrines. Which is the most difficult chapter, if I have to pay more focus on that? Any people, and one more thing, that tomorrow when you guys are coming, if you guys have any questions and doubts, keep those questions, topics ready and come. Let us discuss those topics more. Clear? Even online, the same thing to you. If you guys have any doubts in any topics, ask those topics specifically. We'll discuss more about those topics. Clear? We'll do it. Articles of association, okay. Adalla will do. Adalla Sandesh should do. What is this? The act to override MOA, AOA? What do you mean by that? Share capital, okay. Act to override MOA means? Remember this circle, first power is AOA. Next power is MOA. Next circle is Companies Act. Meaning, people, articles of association is always subordinate, minor document when compared to Companies Act and MOA. MOA is always subordinate to Companies Act. By default, this is the rule. However, if at all, in some sections, they will clearly tell, if at all articles say something else, you have to follow your articles. You remember anywhere where it says that if article says something else, follow your articles. You remember something like that? See, Companies Act say that you have to follow this. But if your article says follow this, then you can follow that. You remember any such section? Best example is quorum. What is quorum of a public meeting? Quorum. 5, 15, 30. It also said subject to articles. You remember? What do you mean by that, people? So people, they are clearly telling you, if at all your articles of association says a higher number, follow that higher number, correct? So people, by default, this is the rule. But in certain cases, Companies Act only says that AOA can be bigger than me. Only when the Companies Act says. Sir, where is it given? It is given in the form of this. Can you see this? Save as otherwise expressly provided. See, generally, AOA is subordinate to MOA and Companies Act. But if it is otherwise provided anywhere else in the Act, you have to follow AOA as a superior document. I have given you the meaning here. Can you see this? Pakkana? See, The section starts with save as otherwise. It means that if any other section of the act says that article is superior, then we will treat it accordingly. Questionable point. Akkana? Art sir? Yes or no? Okay. Incorporation of a company. How do we incorporate a company? So sir, incorporation of a company, people. There are some stages in incorporation of a company. What are the stages? Incorporation of a company. Section 7. Sir, how do I start? People, I need to incorporate a company. I'll first classify it into various stages. Stage 1, reservation of a name. First, to start a company, people have to first have a name of the company. Sir, how do I reserve the name? When I'm reserving the name, I need to check 3 rules. Specifically, one here, Rule 8, Rule 8A, Rule 8B. What does Rule 8 say? The proposed name of the company shall not be identical with any existing company. Can I again start Infosys today? Not possible. Already there is Infosys existing. Sir, what does Rule 8A say? You cannot use any undesirable names. You cannot use any name which someone else has taken a trademark. Meaning, if you take 197 communication, that's the name of the company. What is that trademark? Paytm. Now, can I start a company with Paytm name? Not possible. I cannot start with 197 communication also, Paytm also. Sir, if there is any existing LLP, I cannot start a company with their name also. Okay. Sir, Rule 8B. The following words and combination shall not be used in the name of a company. You cannot use this names. For example, people, the best example, Prime Minister. Prime Minister. Private Limited. Hey, you think that already we are very ready to get cheated. If I use the word Prime Minister, then you will all think that there is an alliance with government or not. Yes, sir. So logically think, you cannot use it in English or any other language also. Pradhan Mantri I'll use. They will do, no? Da? Yes or no? So they are telling you cannot use it in any other language also. The next one says, people, if the proposed name includes some words like insurance, insurance is there, you can use the word. For example, you can say XYZ Insurance Private Limited. You can use it, provided you have to first ask the sectoral regulator approval. Who is the sectoral regulator of insurance? IRDA, IRDA, Insurance Regulatory Development Authority. If you want to use the word bank, RBI, Stock Exchange, SEBI, Venture, Mutual, all SEBI only, Nidhi, MCA, ROC. If you ask them if they are okay, you can use the words. Is clear? Name of the company. Okay, next one. So reservation of name, you have to apply to reserve the name, people. It should be reserved for 20 days. This you can okay. If companies, if you have got the name, people, by giving wrong documents, meaning I have given some fake information, I have got the company, people. If company is not incorporated, if company is incorporated. So using some fake details, I have incorporated a company. Sir, and the government got to know that you have given fake details and if you have preserved a name. In such case, people, if the company is not yet incorporated, the reserved name shall be cancelled and they will levy a penalty of 1 lakh. If the company is incorporated, direct to change the name of the company, action for strike off or winding up. There is one important provision, that is a change of name of company. We'll see that. That is important. There's an amendment there also. Sir, stage 3, document and information to be prepared. Basically, people, I'll give MOA, AOA, declaration by subscribers that we are not convicted, we are not disqualified to start the company in India. All this I'll give as a declaration, people. Certificate from a professional. This is important. ROC will not accept your certificate. ROC will not accept your forms unless you guys sign it. That's the reason they say yours is not a signature, it's a certification. So do not treat it like a autograph. Sign it off everywhere. Subscriber and director's details, correspondence address and all should be given. So all this information, in which form I will file? I will need to file this information in form SPICE plus. Stage 4, all the information is correct. ROC shall issue certificate of incorporation. In that certificate of incorporation, two things will be mentioned. One is corporate identification number. Each company will have a unique number. Next one is date of incorporation, from when the company will come into existence. Sir, stage 5, if at all in this process, if you have given any fraud, fake information, and if you have incorporated a company, in such case, the company is incorporated by giving false information, the tribunal may pass an order for regulation of management of the company. Hey, directors, you come down, I will replace the directors. Change in MOA and AOA, I'll suggest the changes of MOA, AOA. I'll make the liability of the shareholders unlimited. Removal of name from people. One attempt they have asked a question, when will the shareholders liability will be unlimited? In which scenario the shareholders liability will be unlimited? Tell me, da. Huh? By giving the false information of the company, tribunal may pass an order to make your liability unlimited. Okay, and when the number of shareholders reduced to minimum level, less than minimum level, whoever are the continuing shareholders, their liability will be unlimited. And in the case of unlimited liability company only, Reebok India, liability is obviously unlimited, no? Sir, that's another question, sir. Kirtana says, correct. Order for winding up. It can be passed an order for winding up. Okay. Okay. Alteration of name of a company. Da. This is important. They can ask you a question here. Sir, now for example, people, in a MOA, there are 6 clauses. Correct? First one is name clause. Can you change your name? Da? Yes, sir. The name change can happen in 2 ways. One, people, on your own. Whenever you want to change, you can change. The second one, people, it can change after an application filed by central government or your competitor. Someone feels that your name has been taken. A best example I'll tell you, da, KSRTC. What is KSRTC? I'll ask this question to 2 people. First, Gokul, you tell, what is KSRTC? Public transport of which state? Okay, now Kirtana, I'll ask you, what is KSRTC? It is a public transport of Kerala state. That is what I wanted. So people, there is a dispute going on in this name in the court for a very long period. And ultimately, there's a big case going on. Yes, sir. KSR, this is also, the judgment is cleared. What happened? Once Karnataka filed a case on Kerala government saying that we are the first KSRTC name was registered by Karnataka government. But KSRTC word was used by Kerala government even before Karnataka government registered the state. This particular word, Karnataka government registered, imagine today. Kerala was using this name even before that also. But they have not yet registered it. Yes, sir. So even these people were true. These people were also true. So the High Court passed an order. What is your problem? If consumers are not getting confused, what is your problem? They are boarding respective buses properly. Then what is your problem? The states. Go back to your states and do your job properly. So people, that's the reason KSRTC now is there in Kerala also, Karnataka also. But imagine if the same thing happens in a company. Correct? In the case example we have seen, so many companies are similar. Infosys is already established. Now Infosys, I start a new company. I am a dummy Infosys. Now can Infosys, original Infosys, can they take any action against me? What is the action? Within 3 years of, this is very, very important. Within the incorporation of dummy company, within 3 years of its incorporation, not whenever you want. Within 3 years of incorporation of dummy company, the original Infosys should file an application to central government. Sir, that person has cheated. Sir, he has taken my name. If central government feels, yes, you have cheated people, central government will consider your order and central government will pass an order to dummy Infosys. Saying what? Hey, dummy Infosys, you are having a similar name with original Infosys. People are getting confused with SIMs. Can you please change your name? Within how many days you need to change the? Central government has passed an order to you. Within how many days you need to change? That's an amendment I told you. Whenever a order is passed, people, within 3 months of the order passed by central government, the dummy Infosys has to change their name. They don't have a choice. Is clear? People, this is an amendment, people. Earlier, this 3 months was 6 months. Earlier, it was 6 months. Now, they have made it as 3 months. Is this clear? Okay. Now, the question is, people, central government passed an order for you to change the name. You did not change. Now, what will happen? So, central government will say, going forward, your name will be, first people, they said there is a penalty and all that. Now people, does penalty serve the purpose? Penalty does not serve the purpose. That's the reason now what they did, people, central government will pass an order. What is the order? They will only allot a new name. And by default, they will give you a certificate of incorporation. In all the portals, all the places, your name will be automatically changed. Now the question to you, once the central government has allotted a new name, can you further change the name? It is allowed to further change. The dummy Infosys can again change its name. There is no problem. Sir, this is cool, no, sir. Central government only gives me a name. Then why should I worry? They will not give you fancy name and all. They'll give you central government order, not followed. Serial number S2VYCK. Such, that will be the name of the company. Central government or regional director's order, not followed. The serial number, that will be the name of the company. With that name, you can go and lift your head somewhere. Ada. Name itself says central government order not followed. Who will trust you? So indirectly, they will subsequently change their name. That is what is the case. Is clear, all of you? That is important. So application by proprietor of trademark, he should approach the central government within 3 years of incorporation or change of name of such company. 3 years of incorporation of dummy company. If central government is satisfied, then it may direct the change in name in 3 months. Earlier it was 6 months. If company obtains new name, it has to intimate ROC within 15 days. If company fails to comply with central government application, central government shall allot a new name to company and ROC shall enter the new name in register of companies and it will issue a fresh certificate of incorporation. Note, people, a company shall change its name at its discretion whenever they want. Is this clear? Bakana? Okay. Sir, so we saw the shift in change in name clause. The next one is, sir, change in registered office clause. Can I change my registered office clause? Is it possible? Registered office clause. Yes, sir. What are the approvals required? So, sir, the registered office clause can be changed in 4 ways. What are the 4 ways? The first way. So, I was earlier in Bangalore. I was in address called, let us take for example, Richmond. I was in Richmond town. Sir, from Bangalore, Richmond, I am shifting my office to Bangalore, Richmond only. Second scenario, Bangalore to, let us take, which one? Some name, Kormangla. So within Bangalore only I am shifting. Second one, sir, from Bangalore, let us go to Mysore, Chennai. Chennai will go, wait. Next one is Bangalore to, okay, let us take this one as, one is from Chennai to Coimbatore or Mumbai to Pune. The third scenario can come only in these 2 cases. The last one, people, I was in Bangalore, I am shifting it to Chennai. It's clear? So, sir, I can shift my registered office in 4 cases. One is within city. Next one is within state, within same jurisdiction of ROC. The third one, remember people, in entire India, in 2 places for 1 state, there are 2 ROCs. In rest of all the states, there is only 1 ROC. That is only called as jurisdiction of 1 ROC to another. So 2 states are, one is Tamil Nadu, the second one is Maharashtra. 1 ROC is in Chennai, 1 ROC in Coimbatore. Next one in Maharashtra, 1 in Mumbai, 1 in Pune. Now, sir, now whenever I am changing my Now tell me people, in which of these four scenarios I will have to alter my MOA,
Last. Sir,
or in everything I need to change?
no, sir.
In last two na, in last one na, all
Last,
Last.
or these three na,
Last.
last ones.
Nagesh? You change, sir. What is there, sir? You write off, sir. People, this is how your practical questions can come. MCQ. Yes, sir. When I was doing MOA also, I told you there is one cross reference I'll give you. What is in registered office clause of MOA? What will you write? You'll write full address. Only state's name you have written. So when I'm changing from Bangalore to Bangalore, state is Karnataka. Bangalore to Mysore, state is Karnataka. Chennai to Coimbatore, state is Tamil Nadu only. Mumbai to Pune, state is Maharashtra only. Bangalore to Chennai, state is changing from Karnataka to Tamil Nadu. This is alone requires a alteration of MOA. Hence, you need to pass a special resolution to alter your MOA again. Is clear? Pakana? Okay. Sir, this changes. How can all this happen, people? First one, if at all it is change of from one state to another, I mean, one within local limits, city, town, village, pass board resolution sufficient. Outside city, town, village, but within state, special resolution. Within same state, from one jurisdiction of ROT to one another, board special regional director approval. So the last one, sir, from one state to another, people, board special central government approval. That power is again given to regional director only. However, in one state to another, you have to take NOC from creditors as well as employees also. They should not lose their job. In your syllabus, they have not given it so detailedly, so I did not go in detail there. Okay. Online, is this clear, everyone? Is it going inside online, everyone? Day online. Online, ano? Is this space okay, na? Okay. Incorporation of OPC we have done, na? Whenever you're seeing the book, hey, I hope you guys have solved all these practice-based questions whenever you're reading in the book, whatever it was there. Huh? Material. But have you seen, huh? Huh? You have seen? You have forgotten also? Kirtana, you had to sing a song, no, that day. You went like that only. Okay. PDF. Jitendra, again I told you when I started only, this material cannot be shared because of some intellectual property rights reasons. If you still want it on the website, you can place an order. They will share you a physical copy. But sharing the soft copy is not possible because of some intellectual property rights. Okay, people, effect of registration. Simple, da? Once the company is registered, you will have perpetual succession, limited liability, and all that part. To sue and be sued, have a separate legal entity. Okay. Effect of MOA, OA, company is liable to members. Members are liable to company, but members are not liable to one another. Commencement of business, section 10A, important. What is commencement of business, da? So within 180 days of incorporation from the company, the directors have to file one declaration to ROC. What is the declaration? Sir, the company has received the share capital money. Whatever the subscribers have agreed to subscribe, they have sent all the money. You have to give a declaration. And the company has a permanent address, sir. We have filed INC 22. You have to declare these two are done. And now, people, you can start your business. Without filing certificate of commencement of business, the company cannot start. Sir, what if within 180 days of incorporation, if company fails to file this commencement of business with ROC, what happens? In such cases, people, it may lead to strike off of the company. Clear? Pakka na? Basically, that means you can shut down the company's affairs. Okay. And Section 8 company we have seen. Registered office of the company. In Section 12, is there any important point? In Section 12, one is shifting of registered office, that is important only. Apart from that, people, can ROC conduct any physical inspection of company premises? That is important in Section 12. Remember, 7th point, mark a question there. Meaning, sir, people, you guys are filing an address with ROC. What in India, it's a big scam, da. They are called as shell companies. When I actually go and see there, the companies will not be there. They are called shell companies. They do it. In India, big time mafia it is. I'll not take names and all. Yes, sir. So people, there are big politicians and all who have done it. Now people, the question is, ROC, we have filed our address. Now, what if ROC feels, I should be sure that you guys are working there, or I have to be sure, no? ROC can come and physically conduct an inspection of your premises. When ROC comes, if you guys are not conducting any business there, in such case, what will happen? ROC may initiate an action for removal of name of the company. You can, yes sir. If at all after inspection, if at all you are not present there, ROC can straight away remove your name of the company. Clear? Yes sir. Okay. Alteration of MOA, we saw. Name clause important. Object clause. Tell me, in object clause there is one important point. There is a public company, Zomato. Zomato went for IPO. In the prospectus, Zomato has said, we want 9,000 crores from public. They also raised 9,000 crores from public. Why? For the delivery business. With 5,000 crores only, Zomato was able to do everything with regards to delivery business. There is still 4,000 crore left with Zomato. What can Zomato do with this 4,000 crore? Zomato decides, let us start a hotel business for this. Now the question to you, Zomato wants to start a new line of business with the leftover money. You as a chartered accountant advise, what is the procedure to be followed by Zomato? Tell, there are majorly 3 words and this section you can read it with section 27, which will come in chapter 3. Section 27, chapter 3, and this are same. What are we seeing? Change in object clause of the company. What is that Zomato has to do? Important. They can ask you a question here. How? People, remember the 3 things should be followed. All 3 keywords are important. The first thing is, people, you need to give a notice in a newspaper and company's website. Second one, people, you need to pass a special resolution. How? Special resolution was also by a postal ballot. Important. Sir, the last one, there is something called as dissenting shareholders. What do you mean by dissenting shareholders? People, whoever are not agreeing to the resolution, they are called as dissenting shareholders. For them, what will you do? Take a knife and pierce them, then what will you do? You will push them out. So you will give them exit opportunity. Exit opportunity means what? You are not pushing them out. Basically, you are giving them money and sending them out. End of the day, it's the same. Clear, all of you? Important alteration of object clause. Remember, it's clear. Okay. Alteration of MOA, AOA, everything happens, people. How is alteration of AOA done? Pass special resolution. Section 14, alteration of AOA. Pass special resolution. Intimate ROC. And in every copy of your articles of association, you have to clearly mention that this is a altered AOA, altered MOA. You have to clearly mention it. Clear? That is alteration of MOA, alteration of AOA. Copies of memorandum, articles, etc. to be given to members. If at all the shareholders request for memorandum of association, articles of association, or any other agreement entered by the company, if they request for it, the company will have to give it within 7 days of the request. Simple provision. Rectification of name of company, section 16, which we have already seen. 3 months proprietor, 3 years, all that part. There's an amendment there, remember that. Conversion of companies already registered. This is what I was talking to you. Company limited by share. Can it get converted to unlimited company? Possible. How? By alteration of MOA and articles. File an application to registrar. In your thing, there is no procedure. So there is absolutely nothing to worry. But is it possible? Yes, it is possible. A limited by share company can be converted to unlimited company. Absolutely no problem. Okay. People, important. Subsidiary company not to hold shares in its holding company. Meaning what? Sir, holding company will generally invest in subsidiary company. So general rule, subsidiary company shall not hold shares in holding company. That's a general rule. They cannot hold. Why? Logically think. I will control you. You will control me. What? We are playing a game, huh? Merry go round and round. What? That's the reason they say, I will invest, you don't invest. However, there are exceptions. What are the exceptions? Yes, Kirtana. Sir, you don't pressure, sir. It'll come, sir. 3 exceptions. What are 3 exceptions? First, simple one, people. Subsidiary company was holding shares in holding company even before it became a subsidiary. Correct? Sir, holding company acquired me on 1st Jan 23. But I was holding shares in 1st January 22. Whatever you were holding, you can continue. But can I acquire more? You cannot acquire more. Remember. Clear? Sir, next one, people. Subsidiary company holds it as a legal representative of a deceased member. The last one, people, is trustee. What do you mean by that? Sir, I am a shareholder of holding company. Who? Let us take, for example, Mr. A. I am a shareholder of company H. So, sir, there is a subsidiary company. Yes, sir, Mr. A, whenever he is dying, he said that after my death, all my shares in the holding company will become shares of my subsidiary company. So, on behalf of some deathed person, he has deathed. So, a person whoever has died, people, on behalf of him, if you are holding, this is allowed. The last one, people, in the form of trust. In the trust, what is trust? I was seeing Nityananda's one video. Some reincarnation trust and all is talking. Have you seen that video? Very nice. In the break, I'll show you. Is this clear? So basically, people, what am I saying, people? There is a holding company. There is a subsidiary company. Holding company has assets. Holding company has shares. Sir, I'm appointing this subsidiary company as a trustee of this particular assets of holding company, which includes shares also. Sir, this is allowed. So what are 3 exceptions? One is legal representative. Next one is even before. The third one is trustee. Correct. Yes, sir. But people, remember, whenever you are holding, these 3 are exceptions. For this, you cannot vote. For these 2, you can vote. In the resolutions of the general meeting in the holding company, whatever are the shares you are holding before you become a member, that you cannot vote. MCQ possible question, section 19. You can expect a question there. Remember, mark question 19, section 19 as a questionable point. Exception, you can expect. What this note also is a questionable point. When you can vote, when you cannot vote. Okay. Next one, people, section 20, service of documents. Whenever you are sending documents to a company, how and all you can send? You can send it through registered post, courier, you can leave it at registered office. Basically, personally you can go and give, or by electronic means, email and all you can give. So registered post, speed post, courier service, or you can give it at personally or email. Sir, if serving of notice to registrar or member, if company is giving any notice to the registrar or to the shareholder, how and all they can give? It can be by post, and rest and all is same. What is the difference between post and registered post? Registered post is that which will take an acknowledgement, signature whenever they deliver you the post. Whenever I just say post, they will not just say, they will come outside, they'll just put the post and they'll go. Registered post will take your signature. Clear, huh? Okay. Okay. Authentication of documents, proceedings and contracts. If at all the company enters into any contracts, people who will authenticate such documents. Authentication is like verification. Who will verify the documents? It will be verified by any KMP or any officer of the company duly authorized by the board. What is the definition of KMP? KMP is KMP. Key managerial person. What is the definition? Who and all will come in KMP definition? Important. CEO, managing director, manager, company secretary, whole-time director, CFO, such other officer not more than one level below the board and is designated as KMP. All these people are called as KMP. They can authenticate the documents. Yes, sir. Sir, execution of bills of exchange. Basically, if you want to appoint any person as an attorney of your company, sir, how do I appoint such person? The question is, does your company has a common seal? If your company has a common seal, just by impressing the common seal in writing, you can authorize any person, whether in India or outside India, as your attorney. Sir, if at all there is no common seal, if you have to authorize any person, the document who and all should sign, it shall be signed by at least 2 directors. Or if at all the company has a company secretary, it shall be signed by 1 director and 1 CS. Clear, huh? That's your chapter 2, huh? Okay. You need to mention as altered copy on all the documents. You need to clearly say that this is an altered copy. Online, any doubts there? Even if we have covered the topic, you can let me know if you guys have any doubts. We can do that topic again in detail. Yes, people, let us start the summary for chapter 3, prospectus and allotment of securities. Easy chapter, huh? Okay. So first let us start, sir. Prospectus and allotment of securities. Yes, people. Sir, first of all, what do you mean by prospectus? What is this particular? First of all, if at all a company wants to raise money, what are the different ways a public can raise money from people? It depends upon the type of company you are. If you are a listed public company, if you are a private company. If you are a listed public company, you have to follow Companies Act as well as SEBI. If you are only a private company, you will follow Companies Act. Okay. Sir, now if a public company or a private company, if they decide to raise money from public, what are the different ways they can raise the money from public people? One is called as public company. The first one is called as people. They may issue securities through public offer, private placement, rights issue, bonus issue. Sir, whenever a company does a public offer means people, you are selling securities to public, you are raising money from them. Public offer cannot happen without giving prospectus. If you are doing a public offer, prospectus is mandatory. Okay, sir. Sir, public offer can be further divided into three things. One is called as initial public offer, further public offer. Recently, Adani did. FPO means people already, IPO means what? Unlisted public company getting listed for the very first time is called as IPO. So your first time issuing shares to public. Sorry, FPO means people. FPO means people further public offer. You have already raised money from public. You again want money. Adani did it recently. So that is called as FPO. Sir, the last one is called as OFS. OFS is people offer for sale. In short, I am telling, whenever the existing shareholders of the company, specifically promoters, they will sell their shares to the public. That is called as OFS. In OFS, always remember, the money does not come to the company. Money goes to the promoters. Basically, whoever shares are given, for them the money goes. But who will do it? The company will do it on behalf of the shareholders. Yes, sir. Okay. Sir, private placement, rights issue, bonus issue, let us do it when we are doing those sections. Sir, what do you mean by prospectus? Prospectus means, people, any document, if you name it as prospectus, it is a prospectus. So tomorrow I'll take your CA material. On top of it, I'll write it as prospectus. It is a prospectus. Okay. Sir, it includes shelf prospectus, red herring prospectus. What do you mean by shelf prospectus? Or first of all, what is red herring prospectus? What is red herring prospectus? Red herring prospectus is a prospectus in which, people, red herring prospectus is like a prospectus only. Then what is the difference, sir? Red herring prospectus is used when you guys are unsure of your price. In book building issue, what will you do, sir? In this particular prospectus, people, two information will not be given. What is that? One is quantum of shares. Quantum stands for quantity. That is the number of shares you guys are issuing. That will not be included. The second one, people, the price of shares will not be included. And rest all will be included. Sir, such type of prospectus is called as, people, red herring prospectus. A prospectus which will include all the information except the quantum of shares as well as the price of the shares. Remember, people, once you issue this, in this the price will not be mentioned. Once issuing this, you complete the entire offer. After the offer is complete, you need to file one final document with ROC as well as SEBI saying what is the total amount raised from the offer, what is the offer price, what is the total shares issued. You file one final document with ROC as well as SEBI. So such a prospectus is called as red herring prospectus. In the class, we had seen one example also. Example of which one? Zomato I had shown you. IR Citizen, which one I had shown you? It's in Zomato, na? It is in your book, da? So, sir, Zomato has done its IPO, people, using its red herring prospectus. If you zoom in and see, Zomato is doing IPO of dash dot equity shares. Why, people? Dot, I do not know how many shares I am giving you. Red herring prospectus. Okay, at what price? Dash price per equity share. I am not sure. So this is called as red herring prospectus, which is given under section 32 of Companies Act. See, we are not seeing something which is not there in your law. Everything is there. Here, Pakkana. Okay. So such type of prospectus is called as red herring prospectus. It is generally issued when the company is not sure about the price. Then how will the price be determined? Price will be determined by a way of bidding. It is called as book built issue. All that is not required for at least summary. It's clear, huh? Okay. Sir, next one, sir. Shelf prospectus. What do you mean by shelf prospectus, da? What is shelf prospectus? Now a company, let us take Adani only. Adani did IPO. Adani again wanted money. Adani did FPO. Adani again wanted money, da. Adani did FPO. Adani again wanted money, da. Sir, so what, sir? Whenever they want, let them do FPO. So what? People, whenever you're doing FPO, do you really think it is coming free of cost? You guys are minting money in between. Ayo, sir, let us mint, sir. What is your problem? Correct, Noda? That is why we are doing CA. To mint money only. Is or no, Nagesh? That's why we are doing, sir. People, what they are saying, from the company's point of view, it is an unnecessary expenditure, unnecessary time. You need to file prospectus. SEBI will come up with clarification. You have to give all those clarification. So there is a procedure involved. It is not easy. So what did they say? Whenever you're coming up with an IPO, I'll give you an option. What is that? Instead of filing a normal prospectus, file a shelf prospectus. Sir, what is the advantage? If you file shelf prospectus, using the same prospectus, you can do any number of FPOs. You can do any number of public offers for a period of 1 year. So between this 1 year, you can do any number of public offers. However, whenever you do a public offer, you need to give one document. What is the document called? Information memorandum. So, sir, what do you mean by shelf prospectus? It is a prospectus in which securities are issued for subscription in one or more issues. It is filed with registrar at the first stage of the first offer of securities. When I make the first offer, I will file. After that, using the same document, I can make any number of issues. Okay, sir. Next one. Such issue can be done for not more than 1 year. So using the same thing, people, I can do. Such issue can be done for not more than 1 year. So if I make a first offer here, instead of filing a normal prospectus, I'll file a shelf prospectus or ROC. So I can do second offer, third offer, fourth offer, fifth offer. I can do any number of offer. Provided whenever I come up with each offer, I just have to give one document. That one document is called as information memorandum in the form PAS2. What does information memorandum? What does it contain? It contains, people, basically two main information. What is that? What is the new charges created? Has the company taken any loans? When I filed my first prospectus, when I'm coming for second offer, have I filed any, have I taken any new loan? Have I created any new charge? I have to tell that. Next one, what is the change in financial position between the first and the previous offer? When I made the first offer, what was my profits? What was my losses? What are my liabilities? I have to tell that. And what is the liabilities and assets today? Only these two things you have to give in this document called as information memorandum. Yes, exam point of view, important. Remember, prospectus, they can ask you a question. What do you mean by abridged prospectus? Summary of a normal prospectus is called as abridged prospectus. The next one is called as deemed prospectus. What do you mean by deemed prospectus? For how many days marathon? Technically, it should be for less than 3 days. If possible, 2 days. If it is not possible, then 3 days. Yes, sir. Deemed prospectus means, people, if any company has allotted security or agrees to allot security. Hey, what is this deemed prospectus provision? Remember? What is it? So people, see, there is one problem, people, always. What is the problem? Whenever a company issues a prospectus, using this prospectus, if at all any investor subscribed the shares of the company, if this person, if at all something is given wrong in this prospectus, then whoever issued the prospectus, the people, the company, all these people will be liable. For what? They'll be liable for something called as criminal liability and civil liability. For what, sir? Whenever, if at all there are any misstatements in the prospectus. Correct? So if at all I have invested looking at your prospectus, if at all there are any misstatements, I will be eligible for filing a case against the company and those people who authorized that prospectus. I can file a case on you. Sir, now the question is, if at all the company issues the prospectus, then I will be liable. Okay, I'll do one thing. instead of me directly issuing the shares to the public, I will form an intermediary, third party. I will give all my shares to the third party. The third party will sell the shares. I will give my shares to the third party. The third party will give shares to the public. The public will give money to them. They will give money to me. Indirectly, what am I doing? People, indirectly, I am not using the prospectus at all. If prospectus is not there, there is no risk of criminal liability, no risk of civil liability. Possible? No. So what they were doing, they were trying to avoid this provision. Now what did they do? They have introduced a provision. Whenever you're trying to sell the shares indirectly to the public also, any document used by this third party, somewhere you would have at least sent a message, you would have at least sent an email, any document you use to call the public to invest the money into the shares of this company. People, shares here, I'm not giving the third party share, I'm giving this shares only. Yes, sir. Any document you are using to sell the shares of the company, this document will be considered as deemed prospectus. When I say deemed prospectus, what do you mean by that? Whatever are the information that is to be mentioned in the prospectus, all the information should be mentioned. Okay, sir, whatever is a civil and criminal liability, both the liabilities will be attracted. Civil liability as well as criminal liability. If something happens, even for that you will be liable. Clear? Yes, sir. However, if this document should be called as a deemed prospectus, there are two conditions. Any of the conditions should be, basically you should not fall under any of those conditions. What are the conditions? When will the document be called as a deemed prospectus? 6 months. The whole consideration is not yet paid. Meaning what, people? See, when will this document be considered as deemed prospectus? Sir, whenever this company has transferred shares to this third party. If at all the third party is selling the shares further within 6 months of getting the shares. I got the shares today. I'm transferring the shares within 6 months. If you're transferring it within 6 months, people, the first condition satisfied, people, then whatever is a document you are using, it will be called as a deemed prospectus. Or, sir, the day I'm selling the shares to the public, I've taken the shares from this company. Sir, have I paid the money initially, or am I paying the money after collecting it from public? When am I paying the money? So people, remember, if at all you have already paid the entire money, if you have already paid before selling it to the public, if you have already paid, people, then it will not be considered as deemed prospectus. Sir, on the day of selling the shares to public, if at all I have not yet paid the whole consideration, then people, the prospectus, whatever is a document you issue, it will be considered, assumed as deemed prospectus. If it is a deemed prospectus, who shall sign the document, people? If it is a prospectus, people, the directors of this company will sign. If it is a deemed prospectus, who will sign? It depends upon who is the third party. If the third party is a company, if the third party is a partnership firm, if it is a company, people, whoever are the third party, the company, if at all they are, the third party is a company, the two directors of the third party, that is the company, shall sign. If at all this third party is a partnership firm, then people, the law says at least half of the partnership, basically half of the partners should sign. Understood? Sir, look at the entire provision once. Important. Whenever any company allots securities or agrees to allot securities to a company or a firm or any other person, basically is a third party. I'm giving it to a third party. And the third party with the intention to further offer the shares to public. Sir, then such document will be deemed to be a prospectus. So whatever are the statements to be included in prospectus and whatever are the misstatement, civil liability and criminal liability, so both will be attracted. However, this is important. There are conditions to be satisfied. What is the condition? provided following conditions are satisfied. When will it be called a deemed prospectus? Such offer of shares was made to public within 6 months of allotment or agreement. You got it, within 6 months you are further selling it. Or on the date of offer, the whole consideration in respect of securities had not yet been received by it. Meaning, sir, whenever I'm selling it to public, I have not yet paid the money to the company. If you have paid, then I don't have a problem. If you have not yet paid people, then it will be considered as a deemed prospectus. If it is a deemed prospectus, sir, it shall be signed by, if the third party is a firm, not less than half of the partners. If the third party is a company, at least 2 directors shall sign this particular document. Online, offline, look into this provision. If there is any doubt, let me know. If there is any clarification you need, let me know. Is this topic clear? Clear? Pakkana? Understood? Sure? Online no doubts? Okay. Next one, sir. Simple topic, sir. What are the matters to be stated in prospectus? In the prospectus, what and all information I have to include? Prospectus, people, first thing should be dated, signed, and it should also state the following information. What is the information, people? In our civil liability, criminal liability, we are ready to do. We'll do. Yes, sir. Prospectus to be signed, dated, and following information should be mentioned. Sir, what is the information, people? It is not given under Companies Act. We will refer SEBI for that. Sir, until SEBI says anything. So see, as specified by SEBI in consultation with central government, until SEBI specifies the SEBI Act 1992 in respect of financial information and reports on financial information shall apply. So what are they saying? Until something is given here, follow whatever is given in SEBI Act. Here we have not yet given anything. So whatever is given under SEBI Act, that will only apply. Okay. Next one, section 26 subsection 2. The section 26(1) shall not apply whenever you are issuing the securities to the existing members or debenture holders, basically as a rights issue. So when you are giving it to them only, people, you will not give all the information, whatever is given in prospectus, not required, because they are already a shareholders. Next one, people, issue prospectus relating to shares or debentures in all aspects is uniform with previous issue. Meaning, sir, I had already done it the first time and I'm doing it the second time, I'm issuing it to public. But whatever is the offer I'm doing, it is same as the first offer. I'm not telling you should not give prospectus. I'm telling you whatever are the information, all that information is not applicable. Clear? Okay. Sir, section 26 subsection 3, date indicated in prospectus shall be deemed to be date of publication. That is not important. Prospectus shall not be issued until it is filed with ROC. Remember, people, if I have to first issue the prospectus, I have to first issue it to ROC. There is one thing you need to remember. Note, the prospectus shall not be valid if it is issued after 90 days from the date of filing it with ROC. So today, if you give it to ROC, you have to give it to public people within 90 days of giving it to ROC. Okay. 26(5), prospectus not to include some expert statements. People, in your prospectus, the expert statement, who is an expert? Who is an expert? Practicing chartered accountant, CS, engineer, architect. So all these people, expert is basically defined in your Companies Act. So imagine CA is the expert. You cannot say, come and subscribe to this particular company. It's a very good company. Your statement should not be included in the prospectus. Sir, no, sir, I want to include it, sir. Then what to do? You can include unless you satisfy all this criteria. If you want, you can include. They can ask you a question here. If an expert statement is to be included, then what are the conditions to be satisfied? First one, people, he should be a person who is engaged in formation, promotion, management of the company. Do not get confused. You should not read it as he is a person who is not engaged. That is not how you should read it. How should you read it? Unless he is not engaged in formation, his statement cannot be included. Unless he is not included in formation of business, his statement cannot be included. So if he is included in the formation, then you can include it. That is how you need to read it. Clear? Huh? So okay, he gives his written consent. Okay, I'm telling you, I'm giving my written consent. You can include my statement, you can take it. So whatever is the written consent given, he cannot withdraw it. Okay, sir, a statement to that effect shall include in the prospectus. He should say that I'm satisfying all these conditions. You have to give a declaration in the prospectus. Then you can include an expert statement in the prospectus. Is clear, all of you? This is section 26. Okay, sir, next one, people, section 34 and 35. What is this for? People, misstatement in prospectus. One is civil liability, one is criminal liability. What is civil liability? What is criminal liability? What is the difference? What is the difference between section 34 and what is the difference between section 35? What is 34 saying? What is 35 saying? What is civil liability? What is criminal liability? Huh? Why is there two different liabilities, da? They're online. Why do we have two liabilities, da? Why? Ah. Ah. Yes, sir. Remember, people, criminal liability means, people, you have cheated someone. For that, government is imposing a penalty on you. Why? Because you have cheated someone. This is called as, people, criminal liability. Sir, what is civil liability? Civil liability, people, because looking at your prospectus, people invested money in your company, no? So you have cheated them. Because of misstatement, you have cheated people. Then if you have lost their money, I invested in your company. After investing, I got to know that your company is a fraud. So the shares started falling down. I have invested 1 lakh. It has become 30,000. Who will give me my 70,000? That is what is called as civil liability. Whoever are the people, whoever authorized the prospectus, they shall be unlimitedly personally liable to repay the liability of the shareholders whosoever invested by looking at prospectus, looking at your signature. Whoever approved the prospectus, all those people will be unlimitedly liable towards recovering of the losses by the shareholders. So, people, criminal liability says a penalty for giving misstatement. Civil liability says to recover the loss for the individuals whoever gave this misstatement. Understood? Pakka na? Do not forget that. So, see, every person who authorizes such issue shall be liable under section 447. So, if at all you have done a misleading statement, untrue statement in prospectus, false statement, or you have given failure to disclose material facts, you have not disclosed material facts, in such cases you will be liable under section 447, except if the person proves that such statement or omission was immaterial. Sir, whatever I have given or whatever I have not given, sir, that information is immaterial, sir. Whether I give it or I do not give it, it will not make any difference. If you can prove that, then you are not liable. He had reasonable grounds to believe up to the time of issue that the statement was true or the inclusion or omission was necessary. Meaning, sir, whatever I gave, up to the time I gave that information, I had all facts that what I gave was true. If you can prove that, you will not be subjected to criminal liability. Is clear? Okay. Sir, civil liability, sir. See, read this. It is important. Where a person has subscribed to securities relying on any statement included, omission of any matter in prospectus which is misleading and suffered loss, then company and every person who is a director of the company, who has authorized himself or agreed to become a director, or is a promoter of the company, has authorized the issue of prospectus, or is an expert. We saw the expert. So all these people will be personally liable. It is proved that it has been issued to defraud the applicant, then every person mentioned above shall be personally and unlimitedly liable. Is clear? Yes, sir. Exception, the no person shall be liable if he proves that he withdrew his consent to become a director before issue of prospectus. Sir, expert statement we saw, I have given the consent, but whenever they issued the prospectus, sir, I withdrew my consent, then you will not be liable. Or that prospectus was issued without his knowledge. Sir, I did not know, sir. But people, on becoming aware, you need to immediately give a public notice that people, a prospectus is issued. I am not aware of whatever is a misstatement done. The last one, people, the statement made by the expert was correct and fair according to his knowledge. So you're a CA, you have made a statement and you believe whatever you said is right. You will also be not liable. Understood, all of you? So criminal liability, civil liability. Yes, sir. Okay. People, what happened one day? A company gave a prospectus. A company issued a prospectus. A person saw this prospectus, but this person did not invest in the company on that day. Why? He knew that there were some misstatements in the prospectus. Later, the company got listed. He again purchased the same shares of the company from the stock exchange. After he purchased, people, because the company was not fundamentally correct or right, the company's shares started declining. So the shareholder filed a case on the company and the directors and the expert or whoever authorized the prospectus that whatever he had given in the prospectus, there is a misstatement. And he could also prove that there is a misstatement. And he is filing a case, civil liability, to recover all his losses suffered. You tell me, as a chartered accountant, can he recover the losses or not? After knowing, he brought it, but there was a misstatement. That also he is able to prove. He is able to prove that there was a misstatement in the prospectus. He brought the shares. So remember, people, whenever you are relying on the prospectus and if you are purchasing, only then the civil liability will come into picture. In this case, people, you purchased it from the stock exchange. In stock exchange, the transactions will not happen through prospectus. You consider some other aspects and you buy it. The answer will be same, people. Imagine a person sold the shares to a person. A purchased the share after depending upon prospectus. A further sold the shares to B. People, now B purchased the same shares. After purchasing, people, the shares started falling down. A said there was misstatement in prospectus. Who saw that only and purchased? Now tell me, people, whether this person, can he get back the money? That is the company liable for misstatement in prospectus? Will you get back the money? Huh? Will you get back the money? Yes or no? No, people, because you do not directly invest. If at all this person suffered the loss, first person, then you can recover, people. Second person suffer the loss, you cannot recover the money. Civil liability, they can play around, they can ask you a question. Remember, these are the questionable points. Is this clear? Pakana? Okay. Punishment for fraudulently inducing persons to invest money. When will this come into picture? Whenever there is a underwriter. So if at all the company is making statements which is wrong, there is section 34 and 35. What if underwriter is doing a mistake? What if a share broker is doing a mistake? He will be liable under section 36. Specifically it writes here, underwriting securities. So if anyone who is selling shares, telling some untrue statements, just because he will get some commission, He will be liable under section 36. Next one, action by affected person, class action suit, section 37. So remember, 34, 35, 36, 37, all talks about liability only. 34, 35, criminal, civil. 36, underwriters, basically brokers doing misstatements. 37, class action suit. What is class action suit? Whenever there is a misstatement, will one person suffer a loss, or there are group of people who will suffer a loss? So can each one file an individual case? They say together come and file one case. The one case which is fought by one group is called as class action suit. This is clear? Pakka na? Understood? This is section 37. 34, 35, 36, 37 is all liabilities. Okay. What is offer for sale? When existing shareholders, basically I tell you, promoters will sell their shares. Basically, they will tell the company to sell their shares to the public. Sir, this is called as people OFS, offer for sale. The company will sell the shares of the promoters to the public. Generally, why do they do this? Basically, people to have minimum public shareholding. There are various reasons. The reasons are not there in the syllabus, so don't get into it. But in certain cases, people, the company has to maintain minimum public shareholding of 25%. If that falls down, people, the promoters will have to decrease their percent, increase the public percentage. They have to do it. They don't have a choice. In such case, people, through the company, the promoters will sell the shares to the public. And when else they will do? Whenever a company is going for IPO, because you will get securities premium, no, nice money you will get. So it is a very good opportunity for the promoters to exit. If they do not exit at that time, there is a lock-in period, 18 months, 6 months. So for that period, they cannot sell it after the company is listed. So it is a last and final opportunity for you to sell and get away of the company. Is clear? Pakka na? So it is called as offer for sale. Offer for sale, certain things are not applicable to offer for sale. What is that? We'll see. See, for offer for sale, these things will not apply. What is that? Minimum subscription. Minimum apply. What is minimum subscription in IPO? Da? What is minimum subscription? People, whenever a company issues prospectus, certain percentage of shares has to be subscribed. People, that is subject to prospectus. Whatever you want as a minimum subscription, you can write it as minimum subscription. If that is not subscribed, people, your IPO is a utter flop. You have to refund the money. Sir, so according to Companies Act, there is no minimum subscription given. But according to SEBI, minimum subscription is 90%. If you are selling 1000 crore worth share, at least 900 crore worth share has to be subscribed. If not, you need to refund whatever is the money you have collected from the public. Is clear? Okay. Sir, minimum application money. What is minimum application money? People, whenever you are applying in your account, you would have done face value. What is that? Sorry. Share application money, share allotment money, first call, second call. Share application money should be minimum how much? According to Companies Act, it is 5%. Or read SEBI, they have said. What is SEBI saying? SEBI says 25%. Clear? Sir, statements to be made by board in respect of utilization of money. People, whenever a company is issuing prospectus, directors needs to give a declaration for what and all we are going to use the money. If it is offer for sale, company is not getting the money, Noda. It is taken by promoters. So why should you tell how are you going to use the money? So it is not applicable. Any other information which cannot be compelled and justification has to be given. Is this clear? Yes, sir. Online. Understanding it? Any doubt? Is there anything which you want me to repeat or something? Taka, tell me. Okay, next ones are allotment of securities. See, minimum subscription, section 39, to be stated in the prospectus. no allotment shall be made if minimum subscription is not received. Sir, minimum application money, it shall not be less than 5% or percentage of amount as prescribed by SEBI. SEBI has prescribed 25%. But don't write it in your exams. Return of allotment. After you have allotted shares to your public, you need to tell ROC how many shares were allotted, in which form. You will tell it in the form PAS3. In this form, you will tell what is the total number of shares issued, what is the amount you have raised, what is the premium you have collected, everything you will give. List of allottees, you will give a big chart. Sir, penalty. Forget about penalty, don't pay attention. Okay. Okay, next one, sir. Securities to be dealt with in stock exchange. If at all you are going for an IPO, the first thing you need to know, you have to make an application to a stock exchange, BSE, NSE. Only then you can go for an IPO. Okay. All money received from public should be kept in a separate bank account, and that money you cannot use it only for, you have to use it for allotment. If you are not allotting, you have to refund. Okay, this is important. They can ask you a question here. What is the maximum underwriting commission you can pay for your IPO? It depends upon, it is your equity shares or if it is your, if it is your shares or if it is your debentures. If it is the shares you are issuing, then what is the maximum commission you can give? 5% of the issue price or anything given in your AOA, whichever is less. So if my AOA says 10%, 5%, whichever is less, I will give 5%. If AOA says 4%, 5 or 4, whichever is less, 4%. In case of debentures, 2.5 or any rate given in AOA, whichever is less, I'll give 2.5%. They can ask you a question here. It's clear? Okay. Sir, last people, private placement. Private placement people in a year, what is the maximum people I can issue my shares to under private placement? First of all, what is private placement? So, I'm issuing shares to a specific selected group of people. I am not, see, in public offer, what happens, people? I do not know who is going to invest. In private placement, I know who is going to invest. Yes, sir. In a year, what is the maximum number of people I can issue my private placement to? 200. For? This is important. I can issue it 200 people for equity shares, for preference, for debentures. So it is 200 for each class. Sir, and it is 200 for every issue. It is in a financial year. Aggregate in a financial year. To all the people, everything put together, it shall be 200. Is clear? Yes, sir. Okay. Sir, offer made to a selected group of people, maximum 200 in a financial year. Sir, when I'm counting this 200, two people are excluded. Who are they? QIBs, ESOP. So if you are, now imagine I've exhausted a limit of 200. If at all I want to give it to my employees, you give it to another 20 also, it is fine. Under private placement, allowed. If you want to give it to QIB also, another 50 people, it is allowed. No problem. Clear? Okay. Sir, how is private placement made? In private placement, 3 forms are very important. People, you will know. Okay, Tanush, I'll look into it. I'll see which one it is. Okay. So, sir, so 3 things you need to remember. In private placement, people, you cannot give it to any random person. You need to first know to whom you are giving. So, first what I will do, I will first record the names of the people to whom I am issuing my shares to. So, I will first write Nagesh, Gokul. Yes, sir, I will write all your names. Sir, so once I have written their name, to them only I will issue a offer letter. I cannot issue it to any person, and the offer letter, people, will be addressed to that person only. Dear Gokul. Understood? Sir, whatever is the list of names you have recorded, that list of name is in the format PAS5. Once the name is recorded, you need to issue the shares to the same people in the offer letter. The offer letter is called as private placement offer letter, PPOL. The format is PAS4. The PAS4 will be serially numbered, specifically addressed to the shareholder. You have to write it in his name only. Sir, once I have done, what will people do? People will start applying for the shares. I will collect the money. Once I collect the money, what should I do? So I have to file return of allotment to ROC in PAS3. People always remember, you cannot run two simultaneous private placement offers. And until you have filed PAS3, they can ask you a question here. The company has got the application money. Company has not yet filed PAS3. Can the company utilize the money? Company cannot utilize the money until the PAS3 is filed with registrar. Very important. Remember. Clear? Yes, sir. Okay, sir. First PAS3 should be filed. Okay. And after that? Sir, if at all within 60 days, if allotment is not made to the public, to the people, within 15 days, I need to refund. If at all within 15 days, I do not refund the money, what will happen? Penalty at the rate of 12% per annum. It's clear? Yes, sir. This is your private placement. People, whenever I make a private placement, which resolution I have to pass? If I have to make a private placement, I need to pass a special resolution, and only then I can make a private placement. Is clear? Sir, using special resolution, I can give the shares to two types of people. One is any normal person. The next one is to QIB. If I am giving it to a person, each time I issue shares to them, I have to pass special resolution. QIB, I can pass one special resolution, and that special resolution shall be valid for 1 year. Remember, they can ask you a question here. So in private placement, they can ask you a question in number of people. They can ask you a question. The company wants to utilize the funds before filing return of allotment. Can the company do? They cannot. They cannot utilize the money until the entire process is complete. PAS3 should be filed with ROC. Correct? The third one, can the company start a new private placement before completing the existing private placement? Answer is no. They can ask you a question in all these 3 points. So mark questionable point there. Clear all of you? Pakana? Yes, sir. Okay. You have said few points regarding application made in 2 or more stock exchanges for listed. Could you please tell it again? See, very simple. When a company is going for listing, you have to make an application to any of the stock exchanges, because you need to list your securities there. So you have to list the securities. You have to make an application. That the application is called as what? That is only called as listing agreement. Without listing agreement, you cannot go for an IPO. You have to have a agreement with the stock exchange. Without this, you cannot go for an IPO. That is what is written there. Clear? People, public offer in dematerialized form. What is that public offer in dematerialized form? Rule 9A, section 29. Basically, what was that, people? If at all you are a listed company, then mandatorily you have to issue your securities in demat form. If a listed company is making a public offer, it should be mandatorily dematerialized, electronic form, no more physical. What about public company? They will say dematerialization not required, but slowly they will push you towards dematerialization. How is that? If a public company, if they wants to issue shares freshly going forward, if they want to issue securities now going forward, it has to be mandatorily in demat form. No, sir, I'm happy with my current capital, then don't worry. You can continue in physical form. Next one. Sir, if at all you are going for dematerialized, you have to make sure all your existing securities also are dematerialized. Meaning, I'm issuing new securities. Not only that should be in demat, existing securities should also be converted to electronic form. Okay, the major important part was this. They can ask you a question here. Under section 29, Rule 9A, Dematerialization. What is that, sir? Whenever an existing security holder of an unlisted public company, if he wants to transfer his shares, imagine if he is having his shares in a physical mode. In October 2018, there was an amendment, people. So if you want to transfer your shares after that, you have to first convert your physical securities into electronic form, and only then you can transfer it. If not, you cannot transfer. The next one, people, if he wants to subscribe, buy more shares, first he needs to convert all his existing securities into dematerialized, and only then, people, he can apply for more shares. These two things are important, remember. Clear? Section variation of shareholders rights. What was variation of shareholders rights? Which one? This we have done. No, variation in terms of contract of objects. That is what I told you. Whenever you want to change your object clause, if you have raised prospectus and if you have raised, we did it in the previous chapter only. What is that? You have to pass special resolution, postal ballot, newspaper, website, dissenting shareholders, exit opportunity. See, passing special resolution, newspaper, yes sir, dissenting shareholders, exit opportunity, same thing. Yes sir. So by this we complete your chapter 2. Another chapter is chapter 3, people. That is the only lengthy part, and the other part will be done in another 1 hour or 1.5 hours. Your charges, dividend and all will not take more than 15-20 minutes for revision. Yes, but let us focus more on this 4th chapter and your accounts, audit and auditors chapter. Clear, all of you? Okay. Sir, please explain the provision related to eligibility of listed and unlisted companies. Section 23. Which one? This one? What is that? What are the different ways they can raise money? The public, private, public issue, private placement, rights issue, bonus. Is it what you're asking for? So a company, whenever it wants to raise money, if it's a listed company, you can do IPO, further public offer, OF is offer for sale. Offer for sale is nothing but where you sell not the company shares, you will be selling the so you'll be investing not what is that? Not in the company share. It is you will be selling the shareholders of the company, their shares you'll be selling it to an outsider. Yes, the reason for that I told you, there is a big reason, that is basically like minimum subscription and things like that. Yes sir, that is one. Okay, where a company has made application in 2 or more stock exchanges for listing, and if any one of the stock exchange rejects the application, company has to cancel allotment and refund the money. Remember, where a company has made an application to 2 or more stock exchanges for listing, if any one of the stock exchange rejects the application, company has to cancel the allotment and refund the money. Is it true? So remember, people, even when the application is filed with 2 stock exchanges, if one stock exchange rejects the application, even you have to cancel, people. The reason is you do not know which platform the shareholder will be using, and you cannot do a selective issue of shares. So indirectly, people, yes, you will have to cancel the entire lot. You have to refund the money, because 2 reasons. One, according to the prospectus, you are telling that the company is listing in these 2 platforms. So one is coming to an end. So technically, it will become misstatement eventually. Correct? No? Okay. How can I get colored hard copy? People, please. Material, if you guys want, people, you can you can place an order on learn.ArivuPro. You can just log into ArivuPro website, you will have something called materials. You can place a physical copy. Again, I'm telling you people, we had a very bad instance. One of the faculty from different institute, they took the same notes as it is, and so whatever I teach using my notes, some other faculty had started teaching using it. So from that time I've stopped sharing the soft copy of it. So I do not know, I'm not saying this to make money and all, but you guys can reach out to the institute, you can place an order there. Yes. More or less. Okay, done. Okay, da. Online, rest of you back. Okay, tell da which one we'll do. Let us do fourth chapter, easy chapter, or no sir, important fourth only will do. Fourth only will do. Hey, but you guys are able to understand.
Yes, sir.
Am I going slow, fast? What are we doing? We are going slowly, da. We'll go little faster. The space is okay, yeah. See what I'm doing, people. Every provision, whatever, correct. You let me know. If you guys are finding it fine, then fine. So what I'm telling people, what I'm trying to teach is that in each place, every word, I'm just reminding you. So if that, I'm telling you, if we do it in the same pace, we'll be able to complete it by tomorrow also. That is possible. Yes, sir. So we need not even want 3 days. If not, I'll just tell you the main points, but you will not be able to actually recollect the entire provision. That's the only part. Yes, sir. So we are here. Let us make the best use of it. Yes. As I told, wherever you can expect questions, I'll mark a question there only. MCQ, wherever you can get expected. Wherever there are amendments, there only I'm telling you there are amendments here. So, Nagesh is like done for the day, sir. Okay, yes, people. Okay, let us start your chapter 4, people. Okay, chapter 4, people, share capital and debentures. Okay, share capital. When I say share capital, people, the first section. Share capital, types of share capital, people. There are 2 types of share capital. What is that, people? One is equity share, one is preference share. So our equity share can be further divided to a normal equity share with voting rights or equity share with differential voting rights. What do you mean by differential voting rights, people? In short, whenever a company is issuing shares, now I'm a small scale shareholder. I'm just purchasing 20 shares of Tata Motors. Now, whenever a decision is called, I'm an equity shareholder. I can come and vote, but I'm holding a very negligible amount. My shares has no value. What will I go and do in the meeting? That 20 share. What can I change the world? So instead of voting in the meeting, what I will say, I'll go and negotiate. Sir, 20 shares. Generally, you will give me 20 votes. No, sir. Don't even give me that. You do one thing, sir. For 20 shares, just give me 2 votes. Are you mad? Sir, instead of, I've compromised on 18 votes, no. For a normal shareholder, if you're giving 1 share is equal to 1 rupee as dividend, you do one thing, sir. You give me 1 share is equal to 10 rupees as dividend. Sir, so whatever is the voting rights have foregone, I will get it back in terms of dividends. So, sir, this type of equity share is called as differential voting rights. Sir, can any company issue differential voting rights? Let us know what are the conditions to be satisfied. Types of capital equity with voting, differential voting rights. To DVR people, it is given in Rule 4 of Companies Share Capital and Debenture Rules 2014. So, if a company wants to issue DVR, they need to satisfy all this condition. First condition, it should be authorized by Articles of Association. Second condition, ordinary resolution should be passed. In case of listed company, postal ballot. Remember postal ballot wherever it is coming. At last, when we are doing postal ballot provision, there it will be easy for you to remember, okay, this is postal ballot, this is postal ballot. this is important. What is the maximum DVR you can issue, people? Imagine in my company, total there are 100 crore votes you can cast. People, the shares with DVR cannot exceed 74% of the total voting power. The total votes is 100 crore. The maximum DVR share cannot exceed 74% of the total voting right. So minimum 26% should be with the normal shares. Clear? Yes, sir. Okay. Next ones are not defaulted in filing financial statements and annual returns in the 3 preceding financial year. They can frame a question here. What is the question also? I'll tell you. The company has made a default in payment of declaring dividend. If you have made a default, you cannot give DVR. Deposits, no DVR. Debentures, not DVR. Interest on deposits and debenture, no DVR. Repayment of any loan, payment, crediting to IEPF, you have defaulted in any of these places, no DVR. But I want to issue DVR, sir, I've made a default. How do I issue? If you still want to issue, this is important. They can ask you a question here. What is that, people? DVR can be issued after 5 years of making good the default. Meaning, I have not given the dividends. I have not paid the interest on debentures. First, I'll repay that whatever is the defect I had done. I'm making good the defect. 5 years I need to wait. After the 5th year, people, I can go for DVR. And how do I calculate 5 years, people? Now imagine I have made a default in the year 2016. I made good the default on 1st November 23. You need to wait till the financial year ends. 31st March 24. Sir, from 1st April 24, the 5 year starts. It is not from the day you make good the default. In whichever year you make good the default, you need to wait for the completion of the year. From whenever the year completes. So basically from that year starting, you will have to take 5 years. So whenever that 5 year comes and immediate year, people, you can go for a DVR. I hope this is clear. The company should have not been penalized, meaning you should have not done any non-compliance with RBI, SEBI, Securities Contract Regulation Act, Foreign Exchange Management Act. If they have filed any case against you, people, you cannot issue DVR. In the last 3 years, people, remember one thing, you cannot convert it. They can ask you a MCQ here. No conversion of existing DVRs cannot be converted to a normal share. Normal share also cannot be converted to a existing DVR. Sir, we have a doubt. What? Will DVR shareholders, will they also be entitled to bonus shares? Will they get rights issue? Sir, will they get notice of general meeting? Will they get financial statements? With regards to any other things, apart from dividend and voting, they will be treated at par with equity shareholder. All the rights what they have, you will also have. That is only called as pari passu, mutatis mutandis. Whatever the rights applicable to them, as it is, will apply to you also. Clear? This is DVR. Okay. Next one, people, preference share capital. Sir, what is preference share capital? Why is it called a preference share? What is the logic behind preference share? Why is it called a preference share? It is called a preference share because they have a preference when compared to equity shareholders in something. What is that? Sir, now whenever a company has to pay dividend, we will give first preference to these shareholders. Imagine company is being wound up. The first preference will be given to the preference shareholders to give back their capital. This is called as preference share. People, with regards to preference share, what are the other rights? Let us also cover section 55 also here only. Section 55 talks about preference share capital. Sir, according to preference share, do I have a right to vote, people? Preference shareholders generally, so 3 things I will write. Preference shareholders generally cannot vote. Preference shareholders can vote on those matters where their interests are affected. If preference shareholders' interests are affected, they can vote. Third one, people, during winding up of the company, they can vote. So in these 2 cases, they can vote. Sir, in rest of the cases, can they vote? Generally, they cannot vote. However, if preference dividend is not paid for a 3 or 2? 3 or 2 or 4? If preference dividend is not paid for a 2 consecutive years, in such case, people, preference shareholder will be treated like an equity shareholder. He can vote on everything and anything under Companies Act. Clear? Yes, sir. Remember this questionable point. Okay, sir. And sir, what is the maximum maturity of preference share I can issue? The maximum maturity of preference share can be? What is the maximum maturity of preference share? 20 years.
In case of infrastructure.
10 years for debentures. Yes, sir. Sir, in case of infrastructure companies like roads, bridges, highways, their project completion will be generally long period. So for that, what are they saying, people? You do one thing. You guys can issue preference shares with a maturity period of 30 years. However, from the 21st year, you need to repay at least 10% of the preference shares every year. Is clear, all of you? Okay, sir. Preference shares can be redeemed out of profits of the company or by how? Redemption of preference share. Sir, you can do a fresh issue. Basically, I can repay the money out of the money I have. That is profits of the company. Or people, I can repay it by issuing equity share. I will raise that money. I will repay preference shares. If you guys have FM and all, you guys will know cost of capital and all of that. Okay, sir, done. Now, people, when will I create CRR, capital redemption reserve? In these two cases, when will I create capital redemption? If preference share is redeemed out of profits or so remember, people, whenever a preference share is redeemed out of profits of the company, you need to replace that position with a new account that is called as CRR. So if out of fresh issue, there is no need of CRR. Later it will come, here only explained. This is clear? Okay, sir. So this is preference share. Section 55 is also done. DVR is also done. Now, because 43 is done, before going to sweat equity and all, let us go do 47. What is 47? Variation of shareholder rights. 46 is different. Voting rights, sir. Section 47 governs the voting rights of the members of a company. So whatever we saw, voting rights of equity shareholder, voting rights of preference shareholder, when they can vote, when they cannot vote, all those things we saw. Non-payment of preference dividend for 2 years or more. In such cases, they can vote. Okay. People, section 48, variation of shareholder rights. What do you mean by variation of shareholder rights? Sir, when I issued preference shares, I have said them, I'm going to give you 9% preference share. Meaning, sir, I'm telling you, I'll give you 9% preference dividend. Now, people, I want to change the terms of issue. Meaning, instead of 9%, I want to pay 10%. Or imagine, maturity period was 8 years when I gave. Now, I want to make it 12 years. Correct? Sir, whatever the shares I have issued, I want to make the changes into the terms of the issue I have made. Sir, is it allowed? Yes, it is allowed. Tell me how. 3 things you need to keep it in mind. Main things. What are main things? First one, people, whichever is the capital which you are altering. If you are altering preference share, you need to call the preference shareholders. You need to at least part 3/4. That is basically special resolution. You have to take 3/4 of the shareholders approval. So, sir, now because I'm changing preference shares, I'll have to take preference shareholders approval. Now, logically think, people, when I'm increasing 9% to 10%, their preference dividend, that means the profits of the company will reduce. Equity dividend will also reduce. Whenever a right of one person, variation of one shareholder affects the right of another shareholder, in such case, I need to call the equity shareholders also. I need to take special resolution from them as well. So you need to take 3/4 here, you need to take 3/4 here. Sir, what else is the third thing I need to keep it in mind? The third thing was, people, the variation shall not have effect. When? Sir, the preference dividend, where the holders of not less than 10% of the issued shares, they did not give consent for such variation. They said no, Venda, हमको नहीं चाहिए. Now people, can I go ahead, sir? People, this 10% will go and file a case in the tribunal. So people, whatever tribunal says, that will be the order. I will not say whether it can happen or it cannot happen. Whatever tribunal passes the order, that is the order. Is this clear? Yes, sir. Okay, that is one thing you guys need to keep it in mind. This is section 48. Next one is goalie sections. All these three goalie sections can be important from your MCQ point of view. What is section 49? Whenever calls are made for same class of shareholders, the calls shall be uniform. Meaning, if at all there is 10 rupees paid up, 10 rupees issued capital, face value. Sir, that class I have to call the same face value. I have to call the same allotment. Call money, 3 rupees, 2 rupees. I cannot distinguish between the shareholders. But if there is different class, 10 rupees paid up, 20 rupees, then I can do it. With the same class, I cannot make distinguishing. Yes, sir. That is section 49. Calls in advance, section 50. Can a company accept calls in advance, sir? Subject to authorized by its articles, it can accept calls in advance. People, however, can a person, imagine if a person has paid calls in advance, can he exercise more voting rights? Remember, possible question MCQ. Calls in advance will never give you extra voting rights, but will it give me extra dividend? Imagine company has called up 5 rupees. All the shareholders have paid up 5 rupees only. But one shareholder has paid 7.5 rupees. So he is telling, you are giving them 1 rupee. Why are you giving me also 1 rupee? Give me 1.5 rupee instead. Can he demand for more dividend? Huh? Yes, sir. Pakka na? People, according to section 51, the company can pay dividend in proportion to the amount paid up on each share. Sir, what do you mean by that, sir? If people have paid extra money, calls in advance, they are entitled to extra dividend. You can expect 1 marker MCQ from any of these 3 provisions. Is this clear? Pakkana? Simple. This is section 51. And next, people, let us do of okay. Section 46, people, simple section, certificate of shares. This happens only in a physical mode. In demat mode, there is no physical share certificates. So whenever a company is issuing shares, people, they will have to give a physical share certificate. The physical share certificate, what is the only important thing here, people? Who should sign the physical share certificate? If the certificate has to be valid, who shall sign that document? It shall be signed by common seal if the company has it, or people. Signed by 2 directors or a director and CS if a CS is appointed, specifying the shares held by a person. So they shall sign. Issue of duplicate share, if at all your existing share is lost or defaced, mutilated, torn, you can apply for a duplicate share certificate as well. If it is in depository mode and all, this provision will not apply. Defraud and all, forget the penalties. That's fine. Okay, securities premium da. Important, people, wherever they are giving you sources, utilization, both are important. Sources means, people, whenever I do a buyback, what are the sources for buyback? Important. Utilization, people, securities premium account, for what and all it can be utilized? Important. I hitting the point, all of you, that is the type of questions you can expect. Sir, securities premium, issuing the shares for more than face value. Important, people. Sir, the securities premium can be utilized for what and all purpose? It can be utilized for issuing fully paid bonus share. Another B, buyback of securities, writing of preliminary expenses of the company, pre-incorporation expenses, writing of expenses on commission paid or discount allowed on issue of shares or debentures of the company. The fourth one, providing for premium on redemption of preference shares or any debentures. So people, writing of preliminary expenses, writing of commission or discounts paid on debentures or discount shares or any discounts allowed on debentures. The third one, people, premium on redemption of preference shares or redemption, bonus or buyback. Clear, all of you? Important, remember. Yes, people, very important. Okay. People, can I issue my shares at a discount? Can I issue my shares at a discount? Shares? Possible? Generally, no, no. Huh? So remember, people, can I issue my shares at a discount? Answer is no, generally. However, there are two exceptions. What is the first exception? Whenever you are issuing sweat equity. Second one, people, whenever a debt is converted to equity. You have taken money from bank. You remember the Kingfisher example. I've taken money from bank. I'm not able to repay the loan. So we are telling the bank, sir, I'm not able to repay the loan. Do one thing. Instead, I'll give you equity shares of the company. The bank will say, hey, idiot, if I have to take equity shares from you, I'll buy it from stock market only. Why should I take it from you? So he should also have some extra benefit, no? So what do? Instead of giving it at the same price, now imagine I've taken 1 crore loan. The market price of my company is, imagine, 100 rupees. So even if I go outside, I'll get the same shares. So what we will do, we will issue at a discount. We can issue at 70 rupees. End of the day, the banker, the creditor will get more shares. So directly, if I want to issue a discount, not allowed. Sweat equity and conversion of debt into equity allowed. Understood? Yes, sir. Okay. Can I issue preference shares on discount? Can I issue debentures on discount, preference shares? Or can I issue equity? What is that? I cannot issue discount. Remember, people, see what does the law say? Prohibition of issue of shares at discount. Shares include equity, it includes preference also. They have never said it is equity. Can I issue debentures on discount? Exam questions. Huh? Can I issue debentures on discount? Possible, people. They are only talking about share. If at all they had spoken about security, debenture is also included. Hey, getting a okay. Who just came, da? Okay. 53. Okay. Sweat equity important. Sir, if a company wants to issue a sweat equity share, then what are the criteria, condition? Okay. First thing, people. They shall rank pari passu, meaning whatever are the normal shareholders' rights, the same rights will be given to them also. You have to pass a special resolution. The special resolution will be valid for 12 months. Within that 12 months only, you have to make the allotment to the employees. People, this is very, very important. What is the maximum sweat equity I can issue? First of all, why will I issue sweat equity? Main definition, tell me. What is sweat equity shares? Important, remember. Sweat equity shares are shares issued to director or employees at, do not write it off free of cost. That words and all should not be used. At discount or for consideration other than cash. Why are we writing consideration other than cash? He has worked hard for us. He has given us services. He has given us an asset, intellectual property. Imagine Bharat Biotech vaccine. He has given a patent. Sir, for providing know-how, IPR, value addition. IPR is patent, trademark, copyright, anything. So he has given that. That is the reason we are giving something in return. Clear? Okay. Sir, what is the maximum sweat equity I can issue? It depends upon one time or lifetime. People, at one point of time in a year, what is the maximum I can do, people? It shall not exceed 15% of the paid up equity capital. Sweat equity, no. Don't take off paid up share capital there. Sir, sweat equity capital in a year or the value of rupees 5 crore, whichever is higher, that much I can issue in a year. Subject to lifetime, it shall not exceed 25% of paid up equity capital at any given point of time. It's clear? Pakkana? Yes, sir. The company, they can ask you a question like this. A company has 1 crore paid up capital. Yes, sir. Everything is equity only. What is the maximum they can issue as equity in a financial year? How much they can issue? Tell me, I don't know. Taka, tell me. My capital is 1 crore. I'm telling rupees only. Yes, sir. Basically, you can divide it into 1 lakh shares, or take 10 lakh shares into 10 rupees each. I have 10 lakh shares into 10 rupees each. So my capital is 1 crore. The company is issuing sweat equity. In a year, what is the maximum they can issue? 15% or 15% of paid up equity capital. That can be 15 lakh or 5 crore. Whichever is higher, no? In a year. One time, what is the maximum? 15 lakh or 5 crore? Correct, so what is the maximum I can issue? 5 crore, no. Who will keep this limit in mind? If I give 5 crore here, then my capital is only 1 crore. So that's all. Issue shall not exceed 25% of paid up equity card any time. Meaning, people, though I am eligible to issue 5 crore, I cannot do it. Maximum I can issue is 25 lakh. Remember, they can ask. This is the type of question also they will ask. Sir, this is so much less, sir. In a startup, sir, every employee will work hard. This 25% is not sufficient, sir. Okay, macha, you go and do a habba, sir. 50% of paid up capital you can issue, and this is applicable up to 10 years of incorporation. People, whenever I give you a sweat equity, it shall have a lock-in period up to 3 years from the date of allotment. Lock-in means, people, you cannot sell the shares in that period. Sir, price of issue may be determined by a registered valuer. They can ask you a question here. Sir, how will you treat the consideration given by the employee in your, in your books of accounts? How will you treat it? It depends upon what the employee is giving. If he is giving me a depreciable or amortizable asset, basically a physical asset or an intangible asset, sir, I will carry it to a balance sheet. Sir, he is not giving me a depreciable or amortizable asset, meaning he is not giving me a fixed asset or an intangible asset. He is not giving me tangible or intangible asset. Then I have to treat it as an expense, take it to P&L account. Clear? You will just show it as an employee benefit expenses. Clear, all of you? Yes. So this is what register of sweat equity will be maintained in SH6. Register of ESOP is maintained in, SH3. Register of ESOP is maintained in SH6. Remember. He has worked hard for us. So what did we say? Don't even pay 1 rupee. We are giving shares without taking 1 rupee also from you. Then what shall I show consideration as? It's a cost only, no, on me. Correct. Clear? Clear? Okay, 54 is done. 55 was done. What is 55? What is 55? Preference shares. Preference share is done. 56 people. Transfer and transmission of securities. Sir, if I want, what is the difference between transfer and transmission? Transfer is a voluntary. It happens inter vivos. Basically, I will sell it from one person to another. Transmission is operation of law. What is this, sir? Operation of law and all. It happens in 3 cases. One is death. Next is insolvency. Next is lunacy, lunatic. In these 3 cases, whoever are the representative, in their name we will transfer all the shares. In the case of insolvency, we will transfer it in the name of liquidator. Clear? Done now. Sir, transfer. How do I have to transfer my shares? We are seeing from physical point of view, people. Sir, how do I transfer? People, A has shares. A wants to transfer the shares to B. How does he transfer? They will enter into one share agreement, transfer agreement. This is called as SH4. From the day they enter this agreement, within 60 days, they have to give this agreement to the company. The company will remove the old person name, transferor's name. The company will issue this particular share certificate in the new person name, transferee. So this entire process is called as transfer of share certificate. However, in one case, the company will cross check with the transferee. Macha, are you sure that you want me to register the transfer in your name? When is that? When will the company check with transferee? Do you really want me to transfer the shares into your name? When is that? Whenever these shares are partly paid up, Meaning people, imagine if the face value of share is 10 rupees, transferor has paid only 5. Now I had entered into a contract with transferor that you will give me whenever I call. Now I am giving it to transferee. Hey, I have not entered into a contract with him, Noda. So tomorrow when I call, what if transferee says I'll not pay? Risky them macha. So what did they say, people? In this case, the transferee, the company will check with the transferee. Do you still want me to register the instrument in your name? The company will give a notice to transferee in the form SH5. Clear? Yes, sir. Okay. Transfer deed is not required in the case of demat shares. In section 56, there is one more important point, people. What was that? When should the share certificates be issued? When will I issue the share certificates? Imagine company just got incorporated. When will you issue the share certificate? Within what time? Remember, that can be an important question. Whenever there is a incorporation allotment, you need to give a physical certificate to a holder within 2 months. Now transfer happened. For the transferee, when will we give the physical certificate? Within 1 month. Debentures, we will give it in 6 months. Important, they can ask you a question. This entire table is important. Time period for delivery of certificates. In case of subscribers to memorandum during incorporation, within 2 months from the date of incorporation, you have to deliver the certificates of all securities allotted. Okay. In the case of allotment, when will allotment come into picture? Further, FPO, private placement, rights issue, 2 months from allotment. In case of transfer or transmission, 1 month. In case of allotment of debenture, 6 months. Clear? Important, they can ask you a question here. Yes, people. Okay. Partly paid share, transmission, death to insolvency, lunacy. Okay, done. What if there is a forged transfer? A, B forged the signature of A and he went and he gave this document to the company. Company registered registered the instrument in B's name. Now whether B will get a good title? Always remember, forgery will never give you a good title. Sir, A will never get a good title. Sir, B will never get a good title. A will continue to be the owner. Sir, what if B further transferred to C? B got it by forgery, okay. But B sold it to an innocent buyer, C. Now C doesn't know all this happened. Now, will C get a good title? Will he get a ownership? People remember, C cannot be a owner. Then sir, A will only continue to be a owner. But C will file a case on the company for damages. Company will have to pay C damages, compensation. Sir, company papa no sir, company can recover the money from the wrongdoer. Issa, okay. 55, 56 is done. 57, simple personation of shareholder. Any person who forges, frauds as a shareholder. Personation means people acting as a shareholder. He'll be liable for penalty. Not so important. Refusal of registration and appeal against refusal. What are those, people? Anyone writing both the modules, da? Any of you writing both the modules? Writing, huh? Preparations and all is done, na? Huh? You're also writing. But you guys have attended the other module. What made you think of writing both the modules? I'm casually asking. Huh? Okay, refusal of registration and appeal against refusal. So, sir, what did we see just now? Whenever we have signed this SH4 transfer deed, we have to give this to the company to register the transfer. No. Sir, what to do if company does not register the transfer? So remember people, whenever a person gives a request to the company people should reply within 30 days. Sir, what if the company does not reply? Okay, you wait for another 30 days. You file. They have to reply within 30 days. Sir, they replied. They said we are not going to register the transfer. From the day you get a rejection, you have 30 days time. Within 30 days, what should I go, sir? I have to go to tribunal. Sir, what if they did not reply at all? Directly within 60 days from you giving the request to the company, directly apply to tribunal. The tribunal may pass an order as it deems fit. It can say, hey, you are not doing a proper appeal, it is not, you will not register, or the tribunal can say, company, whatever you did is a mistake, I can tell you to register, as the case may be. Yes, people, in case of public company, the limits shall be what? You shall read the limits as, in the case of public company, you need to read the limits as, see, first 30 days, the company has to reply within 30 days. Sir, what if the company does not reply within 30 days? So within 60 days of you delivering the instrument. In the case of public company, you need to read this as 60 and 90 days. Understood? Public company. Remember, done now. Okay. Next one, people. No. Okay. Section 61. What is section 61? Da? 66 it is. Section 61, people, alteration of share capital. You can alter your share capital. How and all? Da? Alteration of share capital, da, 5 ways. First one, people, authorized capital increase. Second one, yes, Nagesh. Consolidation and increasing the denomination. Third one, share split. Fourth one, shares into stock. Stock into share. Fifth one, people, cancellation. What exactly do you mean by cancellation? They'll ask you a question here. What is the difference between reduction of share capital and cancellation of share capital? They will ask you a question. I'm asking you, what is the difference? I only said it is not same. Again asking the same question to me. So remember, sir, we have issued 1 crore worth share. Shareholders subscribed only 90 lakh worth share. They have not subscribed 10 lakhs. Sir, what do? We remove this from our balance sheet. It will not affect our balance sheet at all because people have not subscribed to it at all. That is called as cancellation. What do you know by consolidation? There are 10 stocks into 10 rupees each. What will you do? You will make it as 5 stock into 20 rupees each. This will remain same. Share split means there were 10 stocks of 10 rupees each. What will I do? I'll make it as 20 stock into 5 rupees each. The value will never change. Correct? Sir, whenever there is a change in share capital, there is one more section you need to follow. What is that? Section 64. According to section 64, whenever you change your capital according to 61, whenever you increase your authorized capital, whenever you redeem your preference shares, in all these cases, you need to intimate ROC ITSIMs. How? By filing one form that is called SH7 within 30 days of such particular activity. Sir, 61, read it with 64. Clear? Done? Pakkana? Okay. Next one, sir. Section 62, further issue of capital. A company can further issue capital in 3 ways. First one is called as rights issue. Second one is called as ESOP. Third one is called as preferential issue. Preferential issue is a dummy section. Section itself says read this with section 42 private placement. So we don't have anything. Rights issue. What do you mean by rights issue? It's a right given to a already existing shareholders to add their shares. They want to buy more shares, they can buy. Absolutely allowed. So it's a right given to existing shareholders to subscribe to the more shares of the company. What is the minimum time period? Now I am issuing you, okay, I am giving you a right issue. So I am giving you an offer letter. What should be the minimum offer period? They should be open for at least some days, no? The offer period shall be open for a minimum period of 15 days, maximum period of 30 days. There is an amendment here. Sir, what is that? Act says, it had said that a company need to give a minimum 15 days of offer period. It should be open for at least 15 days, maximum 30 days. Now they have put one bracket, people, or such lesser period. Or such lesser period as may be prescribed. In the rules they have prescribed. In your act it is not prescribed. In the rules they have prescribed this lesser period as 7 days. So now whenever you give an offer letter to the shareholders, the offer will be open for at least 7 days. So, maximum 30 days. Sir, I give them offer letter today. From tomorrow can the offer open? No. You have to at least give 3 days gap. So if at all offer is opening today, you have to give offer letter at least 3 days prior. Yes, sir, because obviously I'm getting it today. From tomorrow only if you open, I need time to think. Correct? Huh? So this is one point where they can ask you a question in rights issue. Timelines, amendment is also there. Lesser period is allowed. Correct? Huh? Next question which is possible, sir. What is renunciation? What do you mean by renunciation? So Infosys gives me a rights issue. Sir, I am not interested. Kirtana is interested to invest. I will give my right to Kirtana. Kirtana can invest. Yes, sir. Remember, Companies Act says by default a shareholder has a right to renounce. Subject to articles. Article says that you do not have a right to renunciation. You will not have a right to renunciation. Understood? Nagesho? Understanding ada? Yes or no? I'll ask question. Have you studied all this ada? Then not studied ada. Which model are you writing in May? Huh? Group 2. Mali idenduku vachara? You didn't advise him, huh? Which one are you writing, Kirtana? Good girl, huh? When you're writing group 2, already you have time constraint, Noda. And you attended all the subjects, huh? Marathon. No, why I'm saying is already it is time. You are already in April. That's the reason. Okay. Okay, people, now there is a private company. Private company says, sir, why should I keep my offer even open for 7 days, sir? I don't have time, sir. Can I do lesser period? Is it allowed? Yes, allowed. When you get consent from 90% of the members to follow lesser timelines, people, you can even follow lesser timelines in the case of rights issue. Clear? Pakkana. That's rights issue. Next one, people. ESOP. What do you mean by ESOP, da? Employee stock option plan. Okay, ESOP, people. You need to know 3 things here. First one, grant of option. Today, I will go to an employee, whomever I feel, you are very important. I do not want you to leave and go. I will give you an option today to subscribe to the shares of my company in the future. But today only I will tell you, you will be able to subscribe 100 shares at a price of 100 rupees per share. The price and quantity is predetermined. That is only called as grant of option. Sir, okay. Can I buy it today only? You cannot buy it today only. Today I just gave you an option to buy. Then when will you buy? When will you be able to buy those shares? After vesting period, that is called as exercise of shares. Sir, from the day I give you an option, from the day you can say yes or no, the minimum gap should be 1 year. And that 1 year is called as vesting period, gestation period, waiting period, whatever you can call. Sir, very, very, very important. What is that? In the waiting period, you will not get dividend, you will not get voting rights, you will not get notice of meeting, you will not be able to sell the shares, you will not be able to pledge them, you will not have any right. Then I don't have any right, sir. Allah, yen sir, what bald sir mine? Don't I have any right then? Then what's the use, sir? People, you have two rights, people. What? Whenever there is a death, you need not wait for the entire vesting period. Waiting period and all, no, nothing. They said wait for 1 year, no. If you die today, today only your legal representatives will get a right to say yes or no to the share. Options will not lapse. You will get a right in the legal representative's name. Second thing, people, whenever you are disabled, permanently disabled, the day of disablement, people, you will get a right to say yes or no. It's clear? Sir, and a company whichever is issuing ESOP will maintain a register of ESOP in SH6. Clear all of you? Yes, Pakka. Public company, they shall pass special resolution. Private company, ordinary. Restriction, no vote, no dividend, no sale, no pledge, no hypothecation. Right on death or disablement, it shall immediately vest. Register of ESOP, SH6. Then, in section 62, there was one more thing. If at all you want to convert the debt into equity, can you convert? See, there is a cross reference, people. Section 53 and section 62, there is a cross reference. There also you saw, can I issue the shares on discount? Yes, when you are converting debt into equity. Same provision, again I am telling you. Can you convert the shares to, can you convert the debt into shares? I have taken loan from ICICI Bank. Can I convert this loan into equity shares? Answer is possible, provided when you took the loan itself, you should have passed special resolution. However, this rule will not apply to any loan given by government. Government can convert it whenever they want. However, if you guys do not like it, you can go for an appeal. Correct? Section 62, done. What is section 63? Bonus, the only important thing under bonus is, what are the sources of bonus? What are sources of bonus? Main thing is CRR. Remember that. Free reserves, securities premium account, capital redemption, reserve. And rest, sir, one thing what you need to remember, bonus can never be issued in lieu of dividend. If I have promised to give you dividend, I have to give you dividend only. I cannot give bonus in the place of dividend. Okay. Partly paid up share shall be made fully paid up. Bonus shall not be issued in lieu of dividend. The bonus shall not be subsequently withdrawn. Once you have said, you have to go ahead with it. It has not defaulted in the payment of interest, principal on deposits. It has not defaulted in respect of statutory dues to employees, provident, in all these parts. Yes, sir. If you have made a default, you cannot do bonus share. Okay. Section 64, we have seen SH7. Alteration, authorized share capital, redemption. You will file SH7 to ROC. Okay. So what is reduction of share capital, people? Reduction of share capital, people. Section 66 says, sir, at times it may so happen that I have excess capital. Online, able to follow it? Online. So what does capital reduction say, people? Sir, today I have capital. There can be two scenarios. I have either excess capital or I have raised money from you. I have lost it in the business. Losses. What do I do? My assets have reduced. My liability should reduce. What do I do? So people, what do? We do something called as capital reduction. Sir, what are the approvals I need to take? Board resolution, special resolution, NCLT's approval. Is clear? Okay. Online. Base ಬಂತ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಊಟ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಲ್ಗೋದು. Reduction can be done by, see, extinguishing. Pay attention, do not get confused between alteration of share capital, cancellation you do, unsubscribed part. Extinguishing share capital not paid up. What do you mean by this? Sir, my face value is 10, 7 rupees is called up, 3 rupees is uncalled. I will say don't pay the uncalled amount. It's okay. One way of reduction. Next way, people, pay paid up capital which is in excess of wants of the company. Face value is 10. Paid up is also 10. Company has collected 10 rupees. I feel it is extra. I will give back 3 rupees. Getting the difference? Sir, next one. Cancel paid up capital which is lost or unpresented. Sir, they have given me 10 rupees. This 3 rupees, in this case, I am giving them back. Sir, in this case, it is lost. So, sir, you will have to forego your right. Meaning, people, you are becoming a devdas. You are sacrificing for the company. Yes, sir. So, people, the reduction of share capital can happen in 3 ways. This is clear, all of you? Okay. Sir, what is the procedure? Simple. So, you have to file an application for reduction of share capital. To whom will you file? You will file it to the tribunal for confirmation. What will tribunal do? Tribunal will forward your application to CG, SEBI, ROC creditors. Why? Macha, this is what is happening. Tell me your representation. People, they will reply within 3 months. Sir, what if they do not reply within 3 months? No objection is assumed if there is no reply. Tribunal, after being satisfied, every creditor is discharged, you have followed all the accounting standards, he will give you an order for reduction of capital. That order you will take, you will file it with ROC. Yes, sir. Sir, now subsequently, people, all your liability will be reduced to the extent of the revised liability. So now it is 7 rupees paid up, your liability will only be 7 rupees. Clear? However, there is one problem, sir. In the process, if you have missed name of any creditor, he can file an application. If your liability is even reduced, you have missed out filing the creditor's name, your liability will be as if it is not yet reduced. You will be liable for the previous amount. At 3 rupees, if at all it is required, you have to pay. Clear? Okay. See, for example, the company is an investment company. The capital is 10 lakh. On the asset side, we started making investments. I invested in equity of, say, Adani. I invested in equity of, say, for example, Ambuja Cements. I invested in Tatas. So, I invested in lots of lives. Now, for example, that the report was given by that person. So, Adani portfolio started falling down. So, what did you do? You did not have a choice. You had to liquidate your assets. So I started with 10 lakh assets, people. Now my investments have become 8 lakh. 2 lakh is gone. Correct? Now on my asset side, I have 8 lakh. On my liability side, I have 10 lakh only. No. So this is a inappropriate balance sheet. The market will not accept your balance sheet if it is like this. So what you will do? You will reduce this by 2 lakh. You will write it as 8 lakh. So LHS equals RHS. World will not know what has happened. Yes, sir. So business losses will be set off. Clear, all of you? Okay. So this is section 66. What is section 68? And then we'll do 67 and 70. 68 taka important. What is 68? 68 is buyback of share capital. Buyback of shares. How is it done? Important. Sources of buyback, free reserves, securities premium account, proceeds of fresh issue. Meaning I'm buying back preference share. I can issue equity shares and raise money. Allowed. Okay. After the buyback, the post buyback, after buyback, my debt equity ratio should not be more than 2:1. Yes, sir. Had given you problem in the class? We did know? Buyback related provision one. One problem we did, right? Okay. Sir, all securities shall be fully paid up. Partly paid up cannot be done. No further buyback shall be made within 1 year. Do not get confused between this so and this so. Sir, today I make a buyback. Next buyback, 1 year gap. Sir, the company shall not issue same kind of securities within next 6 months. I have bought back equity. I cannot again issue equity in the next 6 months. However, there is a cool off period of 6 months. If at all it is bonus, sir, sometime long back I issued convertible preference shares. Now the maturity is coming now. I have to give them equity. You can give, no problem. Sir, a good employee has worked now only. I have to give him sweat equity. Give it, absolutely no problem. Sir, register of buyback SH10. Extent of buyback, very important. How much can I buy back? Depends upon the resolution you pass. If you pass a board resolution, you can buy back 10% of paid up equity share capital plus free reserves. If you are passing board resolution, they can ask you a question by giving. They will straight away give you, the company wants to buy back so and so worth amount from the company. You need to convert it into a percentage. You need to say which resolution is to be passed. They can ask you MCQ based question. Yes, sir. Special resolution. If I pass a special resolution, buyback of equity. If you want to buy back equity, you can buy back 25% of equity share capital. If you want to buy back any other security, 25% of paid up share capital, no equity. Yes, sir. Plus free reserves. Is this clear, all of you? Yes. Okay. Declaration of solvency. What is declaration of solvency? Important. They may ask you, whenever you are buying back people, the directors of the company have to give a declaration to the shareholders. Machas and machis, don't worry. In the next 1 year, the company will not become insolvent. We have enough reserves. Don't worry. So declaration of solvency means the directors give that company will not become insolvent in the next 1 year. The format in form SH9, return of buyback. Whenever you allot shares, you file PAS3, that is return of allotment. When you are buying back the shares, you are intimating ROC how much did you buy back at the end of the day. That is called return of buyback. You need to inform it to ROC and SEBI if listed. If unlisted, you will be informing it to ROC in form SH11. Extinguishment of securities. As and when you buy back the shares, you need to destroy it immediately, because one company cannot hold the shares of its own. Imagine people, you meet with an accident, you will only operate your leg. You cannot do your own operation, no? Yes or no? Directors of the company. See? Yes or no? Kirtan says yes, it seems. Sir, whatever, I will only operate. What, sir? Nah? Adhe. Yes, people, this can be important. Section 67, restriction on purchase of company by giving loans by it for purchase of its shares. Sir, ITC is there. Let us take an example. Sir, ITC, they are telling you people, if they want straight away buy back your share. You cannot give money to someone else to buy back the shares of your company. This is not allowed. You cannot give loan, you cannot give guarantee, you cannot give any such thing to buy back your own shares. That is not allowed. However, there are some exceptions. When is that, sir? See, by default it is not allowed. But there are exceptions. No public company shall give by means of loan, guarantee, otherwise any financial assistance for the purpose of purchase or subscription by any person for any shares of the company or its holding company. Obviously, I cannot give it to buy my company or to buy my holding company also. But there are exceptions, people. First exception, lending of money by a banking company in its ordinary course. Sir, you gave an example of ITC. There is ICICI Bank, sir. Sir, ICICI Bank, there is a, say for example, employee of ICICI Bank. Or say for example, I have a bank account in ICICI Bank. I'll borrow money from ICICI Bank. I'll take a loan. I will invest in ICICI Bank only. Can ICICI Bank monitor all this? Because it is your ordinary course of business, people, you cannot stop it. It is allowed. I can take loan from you, I can invest in you only because it is your ordinary course of business. Clear? First exception. Second exception, the provision is made for purchase of subscription, fully paid up shares in the company or its holding company if the purchase or subscription for the shares held by trustees for the benefit of employees. What was this? ESOP trust. Remember people, generally what happens, generally people, whenever a company wants to, don't take holding company, imagine a company wants to issue shares to its employees. I'm just explaining you in a very, very layman language. If a company wants to issue shares to ESOP, there is vesting period. What is minimum vesting period? 1 year. 1 year, after 1 year, these people will get shares. Sir, in this 1 year, where will the shares be? Will it be floating in the air? It should be some place. They are telling you, you can create a trust. Sir, and if this trust is a subsidiary company, that is absolutely allowed. Yes, sir. Sir, then why are we seeing trust here? Now, first question, how did you get these equity shares? You are giving shares to the employees. How are you getting the shares? So, what do? The company will give money to the trust. The trust will go and buy the shares from the open market, from the stock exchange. That shares they will give it to the person. They will give the money. The money will be taken from the trust. The trust will return the money back to the company. It's a very broad scenario where you guys will have to understand this. But because that point is there, I explained it to you. Clear? So, is a term deferred shares are similar to buyback. Partially. Yes, 19 also will apply. That is what we saw there also, the trust. Yes, sir. Okay. Sir, third one, giving any loan by a company to its employees. I gave you an example. Imagine people today, ITC will come and say, hey, do Majada. Today I am giving you shares. To whom? To my employees. How many shares? I am giving you 1000 shares. Do whatever you want. ITC share, let us take 320 rupees per share. 1000 into 320. How much? 3,20,000. Then how much is the salary of the employee? Sir, 60,000 is the salary. From where will you pay 3,20,000? So they are telling you, whenever the company is giving shares to its employees, you can give them loan also to buy it because they will not have money. So how much can I give? That is the point, people. They can ask you a question. The maximum you can give is the 6 months of the salary. And remember one thing, you cannot give loan to directors or KMP. Apart from that, if there are any employees, you can give the money to only them. Is it clear, all of you? Pakka? Punishment, forget. Section 67 shall not apply to a private company. So you can still give the money to your employees, it seems, when all the conditions to be satisfied. In whose capital no other body corporate has invested money. Only individuals should have invested. If the borrowings of such company from banks and financial institutions or any corporate is less than twice of its paid up share capital or 50 crore rupees, whichever is less. Meaning, in your company, what are the total borrowings? It should be less than twice the paid up share capital of the company. Imagine my paid up share capital is 50 lakh. So it will be 1 crore or 50 crore rupees, whichever is less. So, sir, 1 crore. Borrowings in my company should be less than 1 crore. The third one, people, such a company is not in default in repayment of such borrowing subsisting at the time of making transaction. I should have not made any default in repaying the loans. If I satisfy all these conditions, and if I am a private company, I can still give money to my employees, any person to buy my own share. Absolutely allowed. Section 67 will not apply to me. Understood? Pakana? 68 is done. Capital redemption reserve we saw. 69. 70. Prohibition for buyback. You cannot buy back, people. You cannot buy back your shares through subsidiary company. Prohibition. You cannot buy back your shares through an investment company like a venture capitalist and all. If at all you have made a default in repaying dividends, shareholders, loans, banks, you cannot make a buyback. Sir, if you made a default in 3 years, and I mean, if you have made a default, people, you cannot. But if you want to make a buyback, you should have first make good the default. 3 years should have elapsed, cool off period. Clear? Sir, if a company has made a default in all these people, again you cannot go for a buyback. Done. Okay. The last section, people, section 71. Debentures. Tell me, people, what and all you know about debentures? Important points, taka tell off. Debentures, it's a debt of the company. Can a debenture carry voting rights? Hey, debenture, da? Can it not have voting rights? Okay, debenture cannot have voting rights. And what is the maximum repayment period of debentures? Tenure of debentures, people, 10 years. Sir, if it is secured, then people, you need to mandatorily appoint a debenture trustee. Yes, sir. Okay. And correct. Maximum is 10 years, no, people. Are there any exceptions? Infrastructure project, infrastructure financial projects, infrastructure debt, NBFC. Remember, sir, they can issue for more than 10 years, but subject to maximum 30 years. Important debenture. Okay, sir, whenever I am accepting debenture, there is something called as DRR, DRF. What do you mean by DRR? Debenture redemption reserve. How much and what is that? How much is DRR? Da? DRR is 10%. And should all the companies maintain DRR? Then? People, DRR will come only in the case of 10% in the unlisted companies. Sir, DRF will come in the case of listed, NBFC, HFC, all the other listed companies, all the other unlisted companies. Clear, all of you? What is the difference between DRR and DRF? People, simple da. In your company, what is the total outstanding debentures da? 100 crore. Out of 100 crore, 10% straight away you will transfer it to debenture redemption reserve. Yes, sir. Okay. Sir, this is 100 crore total outstanding debentures in my company. Sir, in this, which debenture is going to mature in which year? Sir, in 23, there are 30 crore worth of debentures that will mature. Sir, in 24, another 40 crore will mature. Sir, in 2025, I mean. Sir, another 30 crore will mature. So, sir, they are telling you by 30th April of, tell me which year. Now, in 2023, there is 30 crore worth of debentures that will mature. By which year I have to... So, remember, by 30th April 2022, I need to create a DRF of 15% of the debentures maturing during the year. That will be 4.5 crore. So, the company will make a DRR at any given point of time of 10 crore. DRR, outstanding debentures, no. On that 10%. DRF on the debentures maturing during the year, that is 15% of the debentures maturing during the year. So, sir, from 22 to 23, whatever is going to mature by 30th April of this year, you need to transfer this money to DRF, debenture redemption fund or investment. Okay, where will I invest that money? Da? Scheduled banks, unencumbered government securities. What do you mean by unencumbered? I have told you to invest in government securities. What if you go and pledge it off? If you go and charge? So, all that should not be done. Sir, why, sir, all this, sir? Recently, there was a bank called as SVB. Kaun hai re wo? SVB. Which bank da SVB? Not in India. Global news. Syndicate Valley Bank. Huh? Huh? Recently in America, a bank has failed, Noda, because of liquidity issue. Silicon Valley Bank, SVB. Yes, sir. What happened, people? Very good bank, people. Very, very good bank. But what has happened? The company, lot of startups maintain their accounts with this bank. What has happened? There was one startup which has maintained account in their bank for 10 years. It's like a FD. The bank, what has done it, people, they have taken that money and they have invested in government bonds, all that money. Because 10 years maturity, right? I have repayment time. But according to the law of US people, whenever people will come and ask for premature payment, have made it for 10 years FD, but I'm asking you within 5 years only. The bank should not deny it. You can deduct some nominal charges, but you cannot deny it. So one person came and said, sir, I want my money back. The bank tried to convince him. No, wait for some time, we'll give. He repeatedly came asking for the money, people. So the bank did not have a choice. The bank had to withdraw the money from bonds. They had to sell the bonds at loss. It was a huge loss on the bank. And they repaid this money. Sir, because of this, the bank failed. Allah, not because of that. So what did this person do? He came out of the market and he said, you know what? That company is struggling to repay the deposits back. They do not have money. So what happened, people? Tomorrow, in front of the bank, there was a big queue asking for the money back. The bank has already made investments in bonds and all. If imagine everyone are coming and asking for the money in day one, from where will you get? The company had no option, people. It had to liquidate. The company has exhausted all its option. The company reached the stage of bankruptcy. Everything happened within a month. Sir, is the bank, did it do any fraud? Nothing. This is only called as liquidity issue. That is what is your DRR and DRF telling. You never know when they will come and ask for money. Keep 10%, 15% always ready with you. Got the scenario, na? Yes, sir. Okay. So it is DRR, DRF. In DRR, where and all you can expect a question. I'll tell you some 4 places. Just mark those 4 places. First thing, debenture trustee. Who can be a debenture trustee? Important. A person shall not be appointed as a debenture trustee when if he is a beneficially holding shares in the company. Okay. If he is a promoter, director or KMP. Okay. If he is beneficially entitled to any money otherwise than as remuneration. So for being debenture trustee, you will be paid. Apart from that, if you are getting paid, you cannot be a debenture trustee. Indebted to the company, taken loan from you, I have to repay. You cannot have given guarantee to you on behalf of someone else's loan. If they do not pay, I will repay. Has any pecuniary relationship with the company amounting to 2% or more of its gross turnover or total income, 50 lakh rupees, whichever is lower during the 2 immediately preceding financial years. Relative of any promoter or any person. Sir, in such case, people, you cannot appoint this person as debenture trustee. Questionable point number 1. Questionable point number 2. Casual vacancy. If at all debenture trustee is resigning, in that case, how will you fill the casual vacancy? Or imagine if it is a person, if a person dies, how will you fill the casual vacancy? The law says, people, the directors only will fill the casual vacancy. However, if such vacancy is due to resignation, then majority of the debenture holders has to agree for the next appointment. Sir, casual vacancy means, people, we have appointed debenture trustee. Now that company wound up, people. The company went into winding up. Sir, in this case, I have to appoint one more debenture trustee. If it is any other case other than resignation, in such case, people, you will fill the casual vacancy by the directors only. Directors of the company only will fill. If casual vacancy is due to resignation, to fill that position, you have to call the debenture trust holders. Majority of the debenture holders have to agree for it. Clear? One thing they can ask, sir, can debenture trustee be removed? Yes, at least 3/4 in value of debenture holders have to vote for it. If they vote, then you can be removed. Sir, the source of funds for DRR is profits. But what are the sources of funds from which DRF can be made? What is the difference between DRF and DRI? Okay. Okay, Tanush. First thing, whatever debenture redemption reserve we are creating, from this only we create DRF. So reserve you are maintaining, from that only a percentage will be used for investments. So you cannot make risky investment, you can only make safe investments. And second thing, there is no difference between DRF and DRI. In few places they write it as debenture redemption fund, in few places they write it as debenture redemption investment. Both are same. If you look at my book only, I would have put both under your bracket. Clear? Huh? Yes, Tanush. So you can use it as interchangeable. Yes, okay, people, what else da? Meeting is important. People, when will the debenture trustee call for a debenture holders meeting? When a request is made by 1/10 of debenture holders in value, or whenever he deems fit, he can call for a debenture holders meeting. So on happening of an event which constitutes a breach, or when 1/10 of the debenture holders request for a debenture meeting, there will be a debenture meeting. Clear? Yes, okay. Liability of debenture trustee. Imagine, people, in a debenture trust deed, if at all the debenture trustee has said, if I do any negligence, you cannot hold me liable, and I have made the company also sign, debenture holders also sign. If I make any negligence, I cannot be held liable. I have made the company also sign, I have made the debenture holders also sign. Now if something happens, can they hold me liable? Imagine I did like negligence only, my mistake only. Can the company and debenture holders, can they hold me liable? Even if there is a clause you have signed, they can hold you liable. Sir, then how can I exempt myself from liability? If you want to exempt yourself from liability, people, you need to pass a special resolution that debenture holders, 3/4 of them, if they agree to let this person go, even if whatever he has done, it's okay. Then people, if 3/4 of the people agree, then you can reduce the liability of the debenture trustee. If not, people, he cannot be reduced of his liability. Is clear? Pakana. This is debentures. I hope the debentures, you guys saw that investments and all. Correct? No? Debentures, investment can be made on all these things. Scheduled bank, unencumbered securities of government, unencumbered securities mentioned in Indian Trust Act, unencumbered bonds issued by company under Indian Trust Act. So you can invest in all this DRF. By this, people, we complete your debentures. Let us start your next chapter, people. Acceptance of deposits by companies. Sir, say I had invested DRF in a scheduled bank, say SBI, and SBI got bankrupt. Now what will happen? See, first thing is that whenever you have invested money, there will always be something called as insurance of your deposits. So for your deposits, you will get up to 5 lakh rupees as a refund. Sir, beyond that also, people, if you are suffering loss, it's a loss only. You cannot do anything about it. There is nothing that can save you. If it's a loss, it's a loss. Yes. Okay. Acceptance of deposits by companies. People, now why this category was made and all, we had seen in the class. What is it, sir? Now people, a company started taking money in different ways. First one, they started issuing shares. So we introduced the chapter for that, chapter 3 and chapter 4. So second thing, the company started raising money in the form of debentures. We introduced that also, section 71 covered. People, whenever a company is planning to raise money in one way or the other, we are trying to cover all the avenues. Now people, the company started doing anything possible, basically like a loophole, where nothing is governed under any of these particular activities. It is not coming under share, it is not coming under debenture. So then what will happen to that money? How will it be regulated? To govern that, people, they introduced whatever is not covered. Now that will be called as a deposit. I'm not saying a company cannot raise money. It's just like your savings bank only. How you take deposits, FD, RDs you take, right? In the same way, you can take deposits. I'm not saying no. But provided there are some procedures to it. So people, we first see that what the company is taking. Is it a deposit? Is it coming under the definition? Or if it is not a deposit? If it is a deposit, you need to follow this chapter. If it is not a deposit, you are free to do whatever you want. We absolutely have no problem. Sir, to know that, we should first know, sir, what is deposit, what is not a deposit. We need to know that first. So first, people, knowing the definition of deposits is very, very important, which I hope you guys are nailed it. You guys know, you know, okay. Let us try to recall. So people, there are some, as I always, we have seen that, we have categorized that particular things. So I'll just explain what is what, and later we'll just revise it once. First one. So sir, what is not a deposit? So these things are not deposits. So you need not break your head on it. It is not a deposit. You are free to do whatever you want. First one, any amount received from central or state government, like grant, subsidies, from any other source whose repayment is guaranteed by central or state government. Sir, someone gives me, but the guarantee is given by CG or SG for this transaction. Even this is also not a deposit. Third one, people, any amount received from a local authority, any amount received from a statutory authority. Local authority, people, I'll tell you the example of Bangalore. Imagine BBMP. This local panchayat. These things are all your local authorities. Municipalities. Sir, they all come under local authority. Sir, if they give you money, it is not considered as deposit. The last one, people, any statutory authorities, SEBI, IRDAS, regulators. Sir, if they give you money, it is not considered as deposit. Governmental, guaranteed by governmental, local is statutory. Next one, sir, when we cover our local, why not foreign? Foreign government. Sir, foreign international banks. Sir, when foreign international banks are there, why not Indian banks? So loan received from banking companies also not a deposit. Sir, multilateral financial institutions, example is your World Bank. All these things come under this. Okay, sir. So it is not considered as deposit. Next one, loan received from public financial institutions. What is public financial institution? Specifically, Companies Act has defined it. It includes people LIC, IDFC, Unit Trusts of India, any other institutions notified by central government. So LIC, UTI, IDFC. If you have received money from these three, it is not a deposit. Okay. Next one, amount received against commercial paper. Commercial paper generally is an instrument which is governed by RBI. So if you are issuing commercial papers and raising money, people, then they are telling follow RBI guidelines. Clear? Okay, sir. Any amount received by a company from any other company, they are called as intercorporate loans. Meaning, sir, Infosys gives money to Reliance. Reliance gives to Infosys. Okay. Any amount received and held towards securities, basically share application money. What is this, sir? When we are seeing private placement, I told you, when people apply for securities, you need to allot them securities within 60 days. If I do not allot within 60 days, the law gives me 15 days to refund. If I do not refund within 15 days, people, whatever amount you have taken as share application money will be treated as deposit. Next one, sir. Any amount received from a director of the company or relative of the director of the private company, meaning what, sir? What are they telling here? Sir, my company has a director. The director is giving money to the company. Okay. Sir, is the money given by the director to the company called a deposit? They are telling it is not a deposit provided he gives a declaration. What is the declaration? Whatever is the money I am giving, that is my own money. I have not borrowed it from any other place. This declaration should also be given in the board's report. Getting the point? How will they ask questions here, people? They will give you three scenarios. A director has given money. Is this considered as deposit? You will be writing an answer, and this is what you will write as an explanation. You will write it is not considered as a deposit provided that whatever is the loan given by the director, it is given out of his own funds and it is not borrowed funds. It is also declared in director's report. You will get marks. Clear? Okay. Amount raised by the issue of bonds or secured debentures. Secured debentures, if they are secured by first charge, such charge is created on assets referred in Schedule 3, basically tangible. It should not be on intangible assets. The bonds or debentures shall be compulsorily convertible into shares within 10 years. The amount of such bond or debenture shall not exceed the market value of assets. Now, what is that, sir? I have created secured. No, security. I have raised 1 crore. The value of the security I created should be more than 1 crore. So I have raised 1 crore worth money. It should not be less than 1 crore. Whatever is the security I have given, it should be more than that. That is what is the last point. Any amount raised. So for example, they will give you this question. Amount raised by issue of bonds or secured debentures. Is it a deposit? You need to write all these conditions. Understood? That is how you need to answer this particular topic. Any amount raised by the way of non-convertible debentures, only thing, people, it should be listed on a recognized stock exchange. Amount received from an employee, provided it should not exceed his annual salary. Like a security deposit, people. If at all you are taking any from your money from your employees, that money, why are you taking? You are taking it as a security deposit. People, you might be thinking, who will take and all? I am telling you, no one will take 1 year salary. But they may take half year salary. I mean, they can take a half month salary. They can take 1 month salary. But people will take. Sir, now whenever they are taking, now what are they saying, people? The money taken by the company as a secure deposit, it shall not exceed the employee's annual salary. And that whatever is the money taken, it should be non-interest bearing. You should not pay any interest on it. Any non-interest bearing amount received or held in the trust. We have been seeing, no, subsidiary company, holding company, ESOP. Holding company is giving money to the trust to go and buy the shares from open market. Money is coming, no, what should I treat it as? It's not your money. So do not treat it as deposit. Any amount received in the course of, for the purpose of business, ordinary course, important. As an advance for the supply of goods or services, provided that such advance is appropriated against such supply within a period of 365 days. Now, what is that, sir? Any business company, people, if at all they are giving money to any company, they are telling you this money is not considered as deposit. When? If the money is being received by the company in its ordinary course of business. Sir, ordinary course of business, it is not considered as deposit, provided, people, there are some conditions you need to satisfy. What is that? Sir, any advance received for the supply of goods or services, people, you need to give that goods or services within 365 days. For example, now let us take Arivu only. We would have collected money from you to teach second module. I have collected it today. I have to teach it within 365 days from collecting. If I do not do it, people, it will be termed as deposit. If it is deposit, I need to follow the chapter. Clear? Next one. Exception of 365 days. What is this, sir? Sir, they are telling me to give this particular service within 365 days. What if there is a conflict between us and the case is going? Whatever is that duration that is exempted, that is absolutely fine. Next one, any advance received in connection of immovable property, advance adjusted against such property in accordance with the terms of the agreement, and same thing with regards to, where is it? Advance received under long-term projects for supply of capital goods except those specified under B above. What is that, sir? Imagine people, I'm a real estate company. I'm taking money from you as advances. The law is telling people, provided in the future, again you need to set it off towards the same project. When you're coming and taking the full, you're paying the full amount. When you're taking the property, whatever advance money you had paid, you have to set it off. So immovable property. Sir, any other long-term projects or capital goods, any other long-term projects, if at all they have taken advance people, then it is considered as deposit, provided you need to adjust it. It is not considered as deposit. Capital goods can be, for example, hospitals people, there are big machineries. Yes, so whatever the equipments you do, it is called capital goods only, no? As security deposit for the performance of the contract of supply. What is security deposit? That Yulu bike, bounce bike, you guys take it on rent, no? So on that you will have to pay some amount. They are called security deposits, no? Wonderla, you guys take locker. For that you have to pay some security deposit, right? They are telling that is not considered as deposit money. Advance for providing future services in the form of warranty or maintenance. I told you in the class, whenever you are buying washing machines, people, without knowing only a bill towards maintenance or warranty, simply they will promise on it 3 years free warranty. Free and all, what is your uncle ada to give you free warranty? Why will he give da? So it is included in the bill, people. They are telling you whatever is the money collected from you, it will not be treated as deposit, provided, sir, the warranty or whatever is the maintenance they have collected, the period of the providing of warranty or maintenance shall not exceed the period prevalent in the business practice or 5 years, whichever is less. Meaning what, sir? Now imagine I got washing machine from Samsung. So they are giving me 3 years warranty. Sir, how much does Bosch give? How much does Whirlpool give? How much does whatever is the other company give? So that is a prevalent practice. Sir, they are all giving 4 years or 5 years, whichever is less. So sir, it is not considered as deposit up to 4 years. If you have collected the money for 6 years, 10 years and all, Bosch gives you for 10 years. Getting the point? So sir, they are telling you maximum is 5 years. You cannot go beyond that. Clear all of you? It is not a deposit. Okay. As an advance received as allowed by any sectoral regulator, tried, you can subscribe your telecom, Geo. You can buy your annual package, right? Allowed. Your sectoral regulator only allowed you. TRAI allowed you. Telecom Regulatory Authority. As an advance for subscription towards publication. Basically, people, journals, books. If I have taken week magazine, I have to be either allotted the book. If not, they have to at least refund me the money. If nothing is happening, it is deposit only. Any amount brought in by the promoters themselves or by their relatives of the company by way of unsecured loan in pursuance of a stipulation of any lending financial institution. What is this? We are starting a new project. The company is starting a new project. Okay, which project? They are starting a project of, say, flyover. So we went to a bank for asking for loan. We went to a bank. The bank said, I will fund you, but I will not give 100% funds. Then I will give you only, say for example, 80% funds. So from where should I bring 20%? The 20% people, the bank still, hey, if you don't even have 20%, what should I trust you and put 80%? In your reality, this is called as down payment. Whenever you buy your phone or bike, they would have put this 15%, 10%. The reason is, when you do not have money to buy 10%, then why should the bank invest 90% on you? Understood? Getting the point? So they are telling you people, whatever is the money, the bank has insisted Stipulation means people condition. They have insisted that you have to bring in money. That's the reason the company's promoters brought in the 20% and they gave that to the company. The money brought in by the promoters or their relatives. And they should not charge anything on that. Unsecured it is. Sir, that is considered as not a deposit. Understood? Any amount accepted by a Nidhi company. Nidhi company, their business is only that, Noda. Acceptance of deposits, giving it back to members, self-help groups, Nidhi company. Amount received by way of subscription, chit funds. Again, same. They also accept money, they give money. Chits and all. For people from rural places would be more aware. Amount received by the company under collective investment scheme, CIS. Girls, Sari. You'll do that. What is that? Every month at gold scheme, Sari scheme. You guys will have no. It's like cheaty. I'll not say cheaty, but it's like a scheme only. The collective investment scheme, people basically where they will take money from you every month. In return, they will give you something. It can be property, it can be money, it can be produce. They are called as collective investment scheme. It is also called as debt. Sir, convertible note, important. They'll ask you a question. What is convertible note? Convertible note is an instrument using which a startup company can raise money. Oh, awesome, sir. How much can I raise? You have to raise 25 lakh. So that's all, sir. That's all, Allah. You have to minimum raise 25 lakh. Oh, I'll give it in 2-3 installments, sir. Is it okay? Day, not 2-3, da. You have to bring everything in a single transaction. It is called single tranche. By one person in a single tranche. Yes, sir. Sir, this is called as convertible security. Amount 25 lakh rupees or more by a startup by way of convertible note, which is convertible into equity or repayable within a period of 10 years in a single tranche from a person. Clear? Okay. Any amount received by a company from alternate investment fund, domestic venture capital, infrastructure investment trust, real estate investment trusts, mutual funds, all these are not considered as deposit. Yes, people. So, sir, so this is what we had categorized into. Yes, sir. So, can you guys now try to revise? First thing, people, try to revise what is not deposits, what and all come under government. First thing was central government, state government, amount given by someone but guaranteed by central or state government. The third one was local authorities, statutory authorities, foreign government. Done now? Okay. Next one, people. Let us see with regards to instruments. What and all instruments came? Commercial papers, RBI guidelines, unsecured debentures, provided charge as created, first charge, intangible assets cannot happen, tangible assets only possible. And next one was, people, non-convertible debentures provided they are listed. Yes, sir. And convertible note, 25 lakh, startup, single tranche, single person, either repayable or convertible within 10 years. And what are the other instruments, people? Convertible note is secured. No. Share application money, 60 days, 15 days. Okay, next ones are financial institutions, foreign international banks, our Indian banks also, intercorporate loans also, multilateral financial institutions, public financial institutions. That's all. Okay, next one, people from employees not exceeding their annual salary, directors, provided it is not out of money borrowed, it should be own funds, promoters with regards to a stipulation from a financial institution that you should also invest some money. And most of it we covered. Okay, next one, people, advances received for the business. I should give the goods or services within 365 days. Journals I have to give, or 15 days refund. Next one, people, long-term projects or immovable property, adjust it with the asset when you're taking the money. The next one is your Sectoral regulator has allowed you to do, absolutely fine. Next one, people. What else? Long-term projects we have seen. Security deposit, Wonderla, locker, publication, providing future services, maintenance warranties. 7. Yes, sir. Sir, others, sir. Nidhi company, chit company, collective investment scheme, mutual fund, alternate investment fund, venture capital funds, people. So all these people will come here. Yes, people, all of you. So after doing this, online people, try to take a test like this only. Basically, I'm talking about recorded. Now don't do. When you guys are done, try to fill this particular thing. You can expect a question in this way. You have to give a explanation why it is a deposit, why it is not a deposit. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Now once we got to know whether it is deposit or not a deposit, now people, the provision will start. Sir, now can the company accept deposits? It depends from whom we are taking. Section 73 says you cannot accept deposits from public. Can I take it from my members? That is existing shareholders. Can I take it? Yes, you can take it. So section 73 says you can take from your members. Absolutely allowed. Sir, what is the procedure? Procedure, people. First of all, section 73 does not apply to banking, NBFC, HFC, other companies specified by central government. So any company may accept deposits from its members, subject to you have to first pass a resolution, sir, and you need to come up with a procedure. What is that, sir? First you will draft a circular. Section 73 2A says that first you draft a circular and you can distribute it to all the members because they should know, looking what I need to invest. So I'll distribute it to all the members. In that I will specify my financial position, credit rating, what is the total number of outstanding deposits already existing with the company. I will give this all to the members. Sir, now the first question is, should I publish this in the newspaper? If at all you're raising it from the public, newspaper publication is mandatory. If it is the case of members people, it is optional. Public, mandatory. Such circular to be published in newspaper. Is this clear? Sir, now I have published, sir. Regarding this one offer, how long can I raise money? The offer validity, people, will be 6 months from closure of financial year or the due date of AGM, whichever is earlier. So whenever I issued this particular document, people, 6 months from closure of financial year or the date of AGM or the due date of AGM, whichever is earlier. So until that time the circular is valid, I can raise any amount I want. Okay, sir. Next is 73 2B, circular plus statement. Before I give it to members, people, what if I include some information and all in that? I should first show it to someone. Whom will I show it to? I will first show it to ROC. Yes, sir. Okay, so 30 days prior to issuing the circular to members, I'll first show it to ROC. Now, what is the next one? DRR, deposit, repayment, reserve. How much was it there? There it was 15%. DRF. Here they are telling you, people, DRR is 20% of deposits maturing during the financial year. Same thing, you have to deposit by 30th day of April each year. Same thing, just like your DRF and debentures. 73 2E, you should have not defaulted in repaying any deposits. If at all you have defaulted, you should have made good and 5 years must have elapsed. So 73A talks about circular, B talks about giving it to ROC, C talks about your DRR, E talks about no default. So any company who wants to raise deposits, they have to follow from A to E. Sorry, everyone, everyone. Sir, no exemption, there is exemption for a private company who satisfies these conditions. What is that? First one, a private company which accepts from members money not exceeding 100% of paid up share capital, free reserves, securities premium, they can raise money without having to follow A to E. So how much money are you raising? Paid up share capital, free reserves, securities premium. 100% of it, whatever is the amount coming. That if I am raising, I need not follow A to E. More than that, I have to follow A to E. Sir, next one, if you are a registered startup, 5 years, Salam Rocky Bhai, Why? They have increased this 5 years to 10 years all over people except this place. If I have to tell you practically, they have missed it out only. Yes, sir. Next one, or a private company which fulfills all the condition. What? You should not be an associate or subsidiary of any company. The borrowing in your company should be less than twice of paid up share capital or 50 crore, whichever is less. You should have not defaulted in repayment. Any one condition satisfied, you need not follow A to E. From the date of incorporation. So I set up my company today. Imagine 1st January 2023. I set up my company. From this day, 5 years, I can raise any money without having to follow the 73 A to E. Sir, procedure, sir. What is the procedure, people, whenever I'm raising money from deposits? Board meeting, general meeting. Okay. AOA authorized. First, I'll draft DPT1. I will give it to ROC 30 days before I give it to the members. Sir, next, sir, I'll give it to members. Now, people will start applying for it. Now, they will also have to give a declaration that is their own money. They are not borrowing it. Okay. Deposit receipt. People, we saw in section 56. If you guys are applying for shares, I will have to give you share certificate within 2 months. Correct, huh? Sir, in the same way, if they are applying for deposits, they have to get something in acknowledgement that is called deposit receipt. You need to give it within 21 days. Okay, I gave it. Next, sir. Within 7 days, you need to entry in the register. The register shall be maintained for a period of 8 years. Maintain deposit repayment reserve at 20%. You have to file one form called DPT3 every year by 30th June. Okay. If company fails repayment, the depositor may apply to the tribunal. The maximum amount of deposit that we'll see later. Is clear? Okay. Fourth, collect the application form from the people and declaration also to be given that money is not borrowed from anyone. That is what I told you. Whatever directors gave a declaration that I'm investing the money from my own funds, the same declaration should be given by all the members giving money to the company in the form of deposits. That it is my money, I have not borrowed it from any other place. That is director. This is shareholder. Clear? Correct. Yes. See, the reason why we are doing it is someone cannot directly invest in company. What if we are doing an indirect investment? I cannot directly invest. I'll give the money to the shareholder. Let him invest. Not allowed. Clear? Okay. Sir, exceptions. The maximum limit shall not apply to the following class. I will see that again. Sir, provision regarding acceptance of deposits from public by eligible companies. Sir, acceptance of deposits from public. Sir, for this we will follow section acceptance of deposits from public. Which section? 76. Sir, if at all you want to raise money from public people, if you want to accept money from public, which company can accept people? Private company or public company? Private and public both can accept money from public? Remember, only eligible companies can accept money from public. If not, you can raise money only from your shareholders, that is members. Sir, what do you mean by eligible company? Definition important. A public company, private company can never become an eligible company. A public company having a net worth of 100 crore or more. Sir, turnover of 500 crore or more, or is a condition. Sir, they will be called as a eligible company. If you are eligible company, you can raise money from public. Yes, sir. Okay. Sir, after that, people, everything else is same. Sir, board meeting, general meeting, I have to pass special or ordinary resolution. Appointment of deposit trustee because public are coming into picture. Deposit trust deed people in DPT2 just like debenture trust deed. You also need to check for disqualification of appointment of a deposit trustee. obtain credit rating. You need to check people whether this company is it good enough or not for making the investment. That credit rating should be given in the deposit circular. And sir, should I give it only for 1 year? You have to give it to the tenure of the deposits. So if your deposit is for 3 years, you have to renew this credit rating every year until the entire deposits are repaid. Sir, only a eligible company and government company can raise deposit from public in addition to its members. Okay. Sir, and less people, the procedure is same. If at all it is a secured deposit, create a charge. How is charge created? File form CHG1, issuance of circular. Because you are raising money from public, you have to mandatorily give a public notice. Yes, 30 days before giving it to public, give it to ROC, collect the signed application, deposit receipt within 21 days, update the register of deposit within 7 days, maintain DRR 20%, file DPT3 every year by June 30th. Then, okay, some rules with regards to deposits, sir. First one, what is the minimum tenure of deposits you can accept? The minimum tenure of deposits can be people 6 months. Maximum tenure is people 36 months. Sir, can I accept the deposits for a lesser period? Yes, provided it is for short-term requirements. However, I can accept the deposits which are repayable within 6 months, allowed, but it should not be repayable within 3 months. So 3 to 6 is allowed. Yes, sir. Okay. Sir, premature repayment. I have deposited for 3 years. Can I ask my money back within 1 year? Is it allowed? So people, within 3 years, whenever you want, you can ask for repayment, provided you cannot ask for repayment within 6 months. So you have deposited today, within 6 months you cannot do it. After 6 months you can go and ask for prepayment. What is the condition if I am asking for prepayment? Main thing, what is that? People, the interest rate will be reduced by 1%. Imagine people, if your deposit is giving you 10% interest, the law is telling if you are asking for a premature repayment, they will reduce the deposit by 1% interest. But one thing you need to remember, people, that calculation of year. So imagine, sir, I have invested in my company for 15 months. Sir, so for 1 year, how will I treat? For this 3 months, how will they treat? So, sir, what are they saying, people? If it is less than 6 months, ignore the entire year. So, you are invested for 1 year, 3 months. 1 year is complete. Okay, what is this 3 months? So, sir, you have to classify the year into 2 periods. Less than 6 months, 6 months or more. Less than 6 months, people, ignore the entire year. You will not even get 1% interest. Sir, what if I have completed 7 months? Imagine I was in the company for 1 year, 7 months. This 7 months will be rounded off to 1 year only. So, sir, it will be 1 year plus 1 year. You can take it as 2 years. Now, you will get a rate of interest at what percent? Imagine if my entitlement is 10%, you will get 11. You will get 1% less. You will get 9%. Is clear? Understood all of you? Okay. 10% is the deposit you have promised. You are reducing the interest rate. 1%. So I am getting 9%. Which case? 1 year, 7 months. I am rounding it off to 2 years. I am telling you are entitled for interest. On that interest, I will reduce your interest by 1%. Getting the point? Yes, sir. Okay, day online. Day online, no? Online, no? Yes, sir. So, sir, no reduction of rate of interest. People, in certain cases, they will not reduce the rate of interest. When people, when it is made to comply with rule 3, what is rule 3? What is the maximum amount of deposits that can be raised? How much can a non-eligible company, how much deposit can it raise, people? Non-eligible company. 35% of paid up share capital plus free reserves plus securities premium. That is the maximum deposit you can accept if you're a non-eligible company. If you're an eligible company, you can accept 25% from a publisher, 10% from a members. So, sir, imagine because of some reason, this 35% has become 40% in my company. Can it happen? Huh? Why? I had taken 35% only. Because of some reason, this 35% became 40%. How can that happen? So people imagined we did a buyback, we did a capital reduction. When capital reduces, this should also reduce, no people. So that day's 35% you would have taken. After buyback, the capital has gone down. So to set it that people, you can do a deposit even if it is exceeded. They are telling you can refund this 5% because you want to be always in line with the maximum limit. So I'm giving away to meet that requirement. They are telling you people, you can give it away without reducing the rate of interest. It is absolutely allowed. Sir, what is the other exception, people? Other exception, during emergency, you can give the money to Navy, military, Air Force during the emergency, or their family, you can give it absolutely allowed without reducing 1%. Is this clear, all of you? Yes, sir. Okay. Higher rate of interest, people. Sir, they are giving me 10% rate of interest. Can I get 12% rate of interest? Yes, sir. How? You need to renew the deposits. Only condition for renewal. What is that? The period of renewal should be, the period of renewal shall be more than unexpired period. Sir, what do you mean by that? Imagine, people, I have taken 3 years deposits. Sir, 2 years is done, sir. Now only 1 year is pending. Sir, now when 1 year is pending, I decided to renew the deposit. If you renew the deposit, you are entitled for higher rate of interest, provided the period of renewal should be higher than the unexpired period. Unexpired period is only 1 year. You have to renew it at least for another 2 years. It's clear? Pakana? Okay. Sir, now let us see what is the maximum limits you can raise. Other than eligible company, it can be private, it can be public company, it can be any company. The maximum amount you can raise, people, 35% from members. Do not get confused, people. You have to always categorize it as eligible, non-eligible companies only. Don't say private and public. See here, other than eligible company can be a private company also, public company also. Yes or no? A public company which has not satisfied this criteria, net worth and turnover, it will not be eligible company. Then what does it call? It is non-eligible company, non-eligible company only. Net worth and turnover, if it is not satisfied, what do you call such public company as? Non-eligible company. So then how much can they raise? They cannot raise from public. They can raise only from members. That is what I'm saying. Yes, sir. Next one, eligible company. It can raise 10% from members. Public 25%. Public you can raise 25%. Government company. Government company, full 35% from public only. If a company fails to repay deposit, 18% per annum is the rate of interest. Yes, sir. But remember one thing, maximum by non-eligible companies 35%. A private company can go even beyond that limit if at all they satisfy this condition. The maximum limit shall not apply to a following classes of private company. Who are there? Same thing. Private company, which is a startup for 10 years. So for them, not 35, they can raise 100% only. Or a company which fulfills all. Which one? It should not be associate. Its borrowing in the company should be less than twice the paid up share capital or 50 crore, whichever is less. The company has not defaulted in repayment of borrowings. If you satisfy all this condition, people, then you can go without the 35% limit. You can even take 100% also, absolutely allowed. Do not get confused why there are two exemptions for private company. The first exemption here, the 5 years, this is for not following the procedure. You need not follow A to E. You need not follow deposit repayment, circular, nothing. The second exemption is for the maximum limit. Clear? Yes, sir. So that was your deposit. Covered most of it. You've covered most of it? Okay. Let us quickly do of charges. Online, able to understand it? They online. ಹಂಗೆ ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ಗೆ ಒಂದು ರಿಮೈಂಡರ್ ಹೊಡಿತಾ ಇರ್ಬೇಕು. ಡೇ ಆನ್ಲೈನು ಆನ್ಲೈನು Yes, people, let us start chapter 6, registration of charges. What is registration of charges? It is basically an interest or lien created for a property or asset. Whether my people, if my property is outside India, on that property, if I have taken loan, should I still create a charge on it? Imagine an Indian company, which is, I'm telling Indian company, I have taken a loan in India, but I have given a security which is outside India, that is mine only. On that property, I have created charge. Should I intimate ROC? Property is outside India. Think an answer. Later you should not say sir cheated me. No. It's foreign law. Okay. Nadarani. Huh? Nagesh. So whether I should intimate my ROC or not. If my property is outside India, I take a loan. On that property, I've given a charge. I've taken a security. I've given as a collateral. Should I intimate ROC or not? Kirtan. No. So all of you are in team. Not sure is not there only. Yes or no only. Yes or no?
First day to place, sir, but we are saying
Sir, we can't say sir. Now she is telling he has to intimate. Hit him. Directly hit him. Simply confused you also. People remember whether the assets are in India or outside India, charge is always created. You need to intimate ROC. These are the questions that come in MCQ. It is the point. You will not go so much in detail. When you are reading, you would have, what is there in India, outside India. So remember, that is the questions they will always ask. Okay, it means an interest or lien created on property or assets of company or undertaking and includes a mortgage. See, I'll tell you, in your direct syllabus, it's not there. If at all there is any action we need to take outside India, what do our authorities do? We'll have a tie-up with the courts there, their central government. We request their courts to take care those actions which we should have done there. We request them to do. For example, I'll tell you, Vijay Mallya has done all the problems here. Then why the UK courts are calling him and interrogating him? You can see those things. No, he's coming to the court. He's going to the court from UK. He's a refugee. He's gone there. But why is that court even calling him? He has not done anything there. No, they are doing that on behalf of us. Treaty. These are only the treaties you file. Okay. People charge as following essential feature. What are the parties to charge? One is charge creator, one is charge holder. Creator of charge generally is a borrower. Charge holder is always a lender. Sir, why charge? Why charge? It always creates the better security and people to protect the interest of the lenders. Why? How will it protect? Imagine there is one company. The company has one property. On that property, they borrow one loan from ICICI Bank. They go to another bank. Let us take Yes Bank. Again on the same property, they borrow the loan. They'll go to HDFC. Now people, if everything is written, you will make it out. Nowhere it is written. How will you make it out? I cannot say even they are fools, no? So now what happens, people, all this information is maintained in MCA website. Before you giving any loan, you can check whether is there any charge already created on such property. If created, don't give loan to them. Simple, no? Okay, sir. Sir, kinds of charge. There are two types of charge. What is it, people? One is called as fixed charge. Another one is called as floating charge. Let us take Kingfisher. If Kingfisher wanted loan, Kingfisher used its land. Kingfisher used its buildings and he borrowed all the property, he borrowed loan, people. Now Kingfisher still wanted money. Kingfisher has no longer any assets left. So Kingfisher went to, say for example, some bank and he asked for loan. Bank asked for collateral, security. Kingfisher, if at all he had, why will they come again? He doesn't have security. Now bank said, without security, we will not give. Kingfisher said, Ayo, I don't have anything. Bank said, okay, do one thing. Do you have your goods in your godown, stock? Sir, goods, I have circle. What is circle? Yes, sir. Sir, I have beer bottles. I have beer bottles, sir. Sir, is it okay, sir? Can I give this as security? The bank said, okay, yadon tandaku. Something, at least something is better than nothing. People, the first one where the charge is created on the fixed assets of the company is called as fixed charge. An asset created and a charge created on the inventories, debtors are called as floating charge. Why is it called a floating charge? Whatever is a circle I'm talking about, stock, every day you sell it, again you refill it, you sell it, you refill it. The value of today's stock in godown can be 1 crore. Tomorrow it can be 1.2 crore. Tomorrow it can be 90 lakhs. Isn't the value reducing, increasing, reducing, increasing? Now that's the reason it is called as floating charge. Sir, when does the floating charge becomes fixed charge? Meaning, people, what's the basic difference? Remember, whenever I've created a fixed charge on any asset of my company, without asking the bank, I cannot sell it, I cannot lease it, I cannot create a further charge on it without asking the banker. Sir, what is the advantage in floating charge? In floating charge, people, you can create on the same asset. Imagine on stock only. Sir, on that, people, if I create a loan, sir, if I sell it, I need not ask the bank's approval. Hey, every day I'll go and ask her, sir, today I'm selling 1 lakh worth beer bottle, sir, is it okay now? Can you ask every day? Not possible. So people, you can sell it. You can further borrow loan on the same property, on the same circle. So it is allowed. You need not ask the bank approval. Sir, until when? Until, people, this floating charge gets... So the floating charge gets settled. This settled is what? This point where the floating charge does not float anymore. This point is called as, crystallization of floating charge. It is called as crystallization of floating charge. What do you mean by crystallization? Imagine it's a water. It is being stagnant now. When will it happen? Sir, there are some criterias. When will the floating charge gets crystallized? First one, people, when company gets into liquidation. Next one, company ceases to carry on the business. creditors or debenture holder takes steps to enforce security. So Kingfisher is liquidating, Kingfisher is stopping the business. The creditors or debenture holders takes steps to enforce security. Imagine people, you have not paid interest 2 months, 3 months. I will go to bank, I'll go to court, I'll appoint a receiver, I'll try to recover the money. That is the steps. You have to take it. If you do not take steps, people, the charge will never get crystallized. Yes, sir. Next one, people, happening of any specified event according to the deed. So in your deed, you have said, if this happens, the charge gets crystallized. So until that event happens, the charge will not get crystallized. Clear? Yes, sir. This can be important. Okay. Sir, registration of charge. Sir, what are the consequences of non-registration, people? If I do not register, what will happen? If I do not register the charge, people, it can be treated as void against liquidator. Hey, what do you mean by this, da? Imagine, people, ICICI Bank has taken a property. There is a collateral taken. But sir, this collateral, we did not intimate it to ROC. We did not intimate it. Okay. Who created it? Kingfisher created it. But unfortunately, Kingfisher went up into liquidation. Sir, now in the liquidation, liquidator is settling all their accounts. ICICI Bank comes and says, hey, first give me the money, da, because I'm a secured creditor. Can you see I have a collateral? Liquidator will say, hey, idiot, have you filed your security with ROC? Have you created the charge? Have you registered the charge? If you have not registered the charge, people, what will happen? If you have not registered the charge, people, whatever is the charge you have created, it will be void against liquidator. Void against liquidator means, people, I will say, though you are a secured creditor, I will treat you as an unsecured creditor. Come back in the queue. Don't stand front. Yes, sir. That is the meaning of void against liquidator. Void against creditor means consequences of non-registration. One is void against liquidator. Next one is void against creditor. People, imagine ICICI Bank took this charge. The loan agreement was entered on 1st January 2023. On the same property, Kingfisher borrowed loan from another bank, S Bank, on same property on 1st Feb 2023. But ICICI Bank never registered the charge. But Yes Bank went and registered the charge. First charge was created by ICICI. But first it was registered by Yes Bank. The priority will be given to Yes Bank, not ICICI Bank. This is called as void against creditor. So consequences of non-registration, people, void against liquidator, void against creditor. Simple. Okay. People, what if a person, okay, we'll see that. Sir, duty to register charge. People, see, questionable point. Where a company creates charge on any property, they can ask you like this: movable, immovable. See here, intangible. Your patent, copyrights can also be subject to charge. See, outrightly you guys ignored, no? Yes, sir. This is how MCQ questions are picked. Always have that in mind. Sir, okay. To be verified by, if the property is situated outside India, who will check that that property? It is there, it is not there. Who will verify the documents? It will be verified by company's common seal, or the director of the company, or the CS of the company, or the authorized officer of the charge holder, basically the bank, or some other person other than the company who is interested in the mortgage. So sir, apart from me, if any other person has an interest in this loan agreement, he can come and verify. Yes, sir. Sir, if the company's property is situated in India, then 1 or 2, 3 will not come into picture. That is company seal, director, CS, or authorized officer of a charge holder. Clear? Yes, sir. They can ask you a question here once they have asked. Clear, all of you? Yes, sir. some person other than company. So Kingfisher has created a charge. Sir, not him. If apart from him, if at all there is any other person, this can happen in the case of joint loans, meaning 2 or 3 people have given loan. So apart from me, apart from S Bank, if there is any other person also can come and authorize this particular document. In India, it will be only 1 and 2, director, company secretary, or the bank officer, or the common seal of the company. Can happen. The thing is, because it is in India only, they are telling you whatever you verify, CS signature is valid here, no? Correct. That is what they are saying. Yes, sir. Now people, within what time I need to register the charge? Whenever you create a, what is the difference between creation of charge and registration of charge? Creation of charge is basically the loan agreement. Whenever you entered into a loan, that is called as creation of charge. Registration of charge means you intimating to ROC, ROC accepting it. Two different. Sir, so from the day you create the charge, you will have 30 days time to register the charge. Sir, in 2nd November 2018, there was an amendment. Earlier people, if at all your charge was created before that, then the timeline was 30 days you need to register the charge, people. Sir, what if it is not registered and the charge was created before 2nd November 2018? Let us imagine we have created a charge on 1st January 2018. By when should I register? 30 days I have to register. Sir, imagine within 30 days I did not register. People, they will give you one time extension. That one time extension, people, is 300 days. 300 days from here. Yes, sir, not again from 30 days. So I'll have 300 days time. Sir, in 300 days time also, I did not register. I did not file it with ROC. Now, people, one last chance, people, because on 2nd November 2018, there was an amendment. New rules were coming into picture. So they gave one last chance. What is that? On 2nd November 2018 also, if you have not filed your charge, I'll give you one last time of 6 months from this day. That will come to somewhere around 2nd, see, November, December, Jan, Feb, March, April, May. 2nd May 2019. So this is the last day given. Sir, even on 2nd May 2019, I did not register. After this, sir, now what to do, sir? They said die. Don't do anything else, just die. There is no way you can register your charge documents. Remember this, very important. Why? If you exceed the timeline, you cannot register the charge. There will come something called satisfaction. You can satisfy the charge even after exceeding the timeline. Is clear? Yes, sir? Okay. Sir, if it is after 2nd November 2018, in this case, what will happen, people? Company to, first thing, they have to come within 30 days. Sir, what if I do not do it within 30 days from the date of creation? Sir, now imagine, people, from here, I have to come within 30 days. Sir, what if here I need to pay a normal fees? Sir, I did not register within 30 days. Now, people, they'll give you 60 days time from here only. So logically, if you see, only another 30 days they're giving you. Here, people, you need to pay fees plus additional fees. Sir, even in the 60 days also I did not do. People, another 60 days time will be given from here. Sir, now you need to pay fees plus additional fees plus ad valorem fees. Ad valorem fees, people, is nothing but penalty. Is clear? Yes, sir? Okay, sir. So, sir, this is the last time you have. Without this, you cannot go ahead. Sir, what is the form to register the charge? If it is any case, people, it is CHG1. Loan, anything. But if at all the charge is created for secured debentures, then you need to file CHG9. Clear? Yes, sir. Pakka na? Okay. Sir, ROC will reply to you in CHG2. He will give a certificate of registration of charge. Is clear? Okay, sir. Application for registration by charge holder. What is this, sir? Sir, Kingfisher did not do this. Kingfisher had to register the charge. Kingfisher did not register the charge. Now what will happen? If Kingfisher did not register the charge, what happened to you, the ICICI Bank? So always remember, if at all within 30 days, if at all Kingfisher has not registered, within next, from 30 days people, from here only, the charge holder can register the charge. Basically, Kingfisher did not do it. ICICI Bank can do it. After 30 days. Within 30 days, if he has not done, you can do it after the 30 days. Yes, sir. Sir, but within 30 days, if I had filed, it was only fees. Now, if I am doing after 30 days, I need to pay additional fees, no, sir. Unnecessary pocket expenses, no, people. You can collect the money from the charge creator. From Kingfisher, you can recover the fees as well as additional fees. Clear? Yes, sir. Okay, that is people. Registration of charge. Sir, satisfaction of charge. What is satisfaction of charge, people? Satisfaction word is used whenever you are repaying the charge. Whenever you are repaying the charge amount, people, you use the word called as satisfaction of charge. Sir, how should I intimate? So imagine, people, Kingfisher repaid the loan of ICICI Bank. Now you need to intimate it to ROC. Sir, whatever is the loan to be paid, I have repaid. Now, sir, the company shall give intimation to ROC within 30 days. Sir, if notice is not given, I have to intimate within 30 days. No, sir, if within 30 days, I did not do it, sir, then people, the maximum time given to you is, people, 300 days. Sir, what if I do not do in 300 days also? People, that is your last section, section 87. It is called as condonation of delay. You can go and touch the feet of central government. Sir, please, sir, my mistakes are bit pity, sir. One last time, give me an opportunity, sir. I'll somehow file it off, sir. Central government will give you an approval. This is what I told you. You will get an extension only for people in the case of satisfaction. For registration, people, you cannot do it. If you have crossed the time limit, you cannot touch the central government feet also. Understood this one? Yes, sir. Okay. So within 300 days, it is not happening, people. Company or charge holder can make an application for condonation of delay. Condonation of delay is nothing but section 87. See here. Omission in giving intimation to ROC with respect to payment or satisfaction. Payment means I have paid. I am not intimated. Satisfaction means, yes, there is, that transaction is done. If I have failed, people, direct extension of time if filing was not made within 300 days from the payment of satisfaction. 300 days you have not done, you can ask for extension. Clear? Okay. Sir, if notice is given in 30 days, simple, people. Now imagine, Kingfisher is telling that, sir, I have repaid the loan, sir. What will ROC do? ROC will send a notice to ICICI Bank. Hey, he is telling that he has repaid your loan. Is it true, Ada? Right, it's true. ICICI Bank will reply, yes, sir, he has repaid. No, sir, he is cheating. If it is no, if ICICI Bank saying, no, sir, he did not repay, the matter will go for hearing. Because there is a dispute. He is telling I have paid, he is telling he is not repaid. Sir, if he is telling that it is paid, ROC will say yes, it will be satisfaction of a charge. Yes, sir. Okay, now. Okay. Instrument creating charge shall be preserved 8 years from satisfaction. Basically, the loan agreement will be preserved for a period of 8 years. Charges shall be preserved permanently. Register of charges. You have to maintain register of charges. CHG 7. You have to maintain that permanently. Remember that. Creation of instrument creating charge is 8 years. There are two things. Wait 1 second. Permanently. That is permanently. So this is 8 years. The instrument creating a charge or modification shall be preserved for a period of 8 years from the date of satisfaction of the charge. Instrument creating charge means the loan agreement. Instrument creating charge means loan agreement. You have to maintain that for a period of 8 years from the date of satisfaction. Whenever you have repaid it, from that day you have to maintain for 8 years. See, there is, if I'm not wrong, it is permanent, but let me just clarify. I have said 8 years, huh?
Permanently restricted.
Okay, I'll just check and confirm you once on that. Okay, I'll just check that and I'll let you know once. Yes, sir. Okay, so that is satisfaction. Yes, sir. Sir, and whenever there is a modification in the already charge created, what is modification? Sir, the rate of interest was 12%, we agreed. We make it 10%. Should we intimate it to ROC? Yes, you need to intimate. Sir, I increase the tenure. Should I intimate? Yes, you need to intimate. Forget about that, people. Kingfisher had created a charge over his property with ICICI Bank. Correct? Sir, this property now is acquired by, let us take TCS. TCS has to intimate to ICICI, sir, now I have acquired that property. Sir, all of this amounts to modification of charge. Which form the modification of charge? Modification of charge is filed in CHG1 only. Registration and modification both in CHG1. ROC will reply for registration in CHG2, for modification in CHG3. Satisfaction you will file in 4. ROC will reply in 5. You will file satisfaction of charge, memorandum of satisfaction of charge, CHG6. What is CHG6? Sir, whenever the charge holder, if he has not repaid the loan, what is the immediate thing I will do? I will go to court. I will get a court's order and I will appoint an official receiver. Or I'll appoint a manager. For what? To take over the control of the asset. So whenever you're appointing a official receiver or manager, within 30 days you need to intimate ROC. Sir, we had created a charge. No, that person has not paid, sir. I've created a charge over it. He has not paid. So people on that I will intimate to ROC. This is CHG6. What is CHG7? CHG7 is register of charges. What is CHG8? Last, you went and you touched the central government's feet. No. Satisfaction of charge is not filed within 300 days. You can go and seek extension with central government. It is called as condonation of delay. You will ask it in CHG8. What else you will ask in CHG8? If at all there are any particulars already filed and there are any misstatements or mistakes in the form, if you want to correct it, that is also done in CHG8. Understood? Sir, didn't understand. It's not modification. Mistake, I'm telling you. No, see, my intention is different, but what I've filed with you is different. See, omission or misstatement of any particulars in filing made to ROC, both comes under 87 only. You will file it by doing CHG8. This one?
Yes.
What do we do? Clear? Understood this one? Na? Pakka na? People, now you tell me. There is a property. Kingfisher has borrowed loan from ICICI Bank. On one asset, people, he has borrowed money. Charge is created. Charge is registered also. Kingfisher sold the same property to me, an innocent buyer. Kingfisher did not disclose to me about the charge registered. Without knowing, people, I paid the money also to Kingfisher. On the day of registration, I'm seeing that I got to know Kingfisher has taken a loan on this property, and on this property there is a mortgage. Now you tell me, people, as an innocent buyer, will my interests be protected? No. Right? Doctrine of constructive notice, and that is the main purpose of creating charge. Noda. The moment the charges are registered, it is in public document, public domain. It is your duty to check. If you have not checked, even if you are an innocent buyer, no one will care. Sir, in this case, they will not protect me. It's done. You should have read it. That is only given in one section. Section 80. Deemed notice of creation of charge. Isha. Consequence of non-registration we have seen. 78 we have seen. Acquisition of property subject to charge and modification. Acquisition by a company of any property that is already subject to charge. What was the example? Kingfisher, TCS, they acquired the property. No, they have to tell I acquired the property. Modification in terms of any charge already registered. You have to file it in CHG1. Date of notice of charge, deemed notice of charge. This is constructive notice. The moment you register your charge, it is assumed that it is in the public domain. Now whether you know it or don't know it, no one will care. Clear? Pakka na? Sir, and last one section is there. Company to report satisfaction we have seen. Power of registrar to make entries of satisfaction. What is this, sir? Imagine, sir, between Kingfisher and ICICI Bank, whatever the charge they had registered, Kingfisher has actually repaid the loan also. But no one intimated ROC about this transaction. Kingfisher also did not intimate, ICICI Bank also did not intimate. But if ROC gets to know, people, in any way that this property has been released or the property has been satisfied from charge, ROC so moto can register the satisfaction of charge. So moto. And he will issue a notice to Kingfisher as well as ICICI Bank that have registered and satisfied your charge. I can do it so moto. It's clear? Pakka na? 100%? Okay. So this is your charge. We have covered almost. Intimation of appointment of receiver or manager, section 84. This is nothing but CHG6. Whenever you appoint him within 30 days, if any person obtains an order from the obtains the order means from court, or if any person appoints such receiver, so appoint it from court or you only appoint, anything is fine. Any the point? Done now. That is your charge. He have to suffer the loss. So you imagine Kingfisher has taken away the money also. If at all Kingfisher do not repay the loan, bank has a right to take away this property. Buyer will suffer the loss. Understood? Exam question it was. Yes, sir. Shall we do dividends? Shall we do of dividends? Not possible. Tomorrow we'll do little earlier, huh? You can come at 10 o'clock, huh? At least. We'll do 9:30, yeah, or else. 9:30. Okay, let us do it 9:30 only. We have what and all dividends we have, management and administration, accounts and auditors. Negotiable instruments will take a little time because you guys have. What I tell you is General Clauses Act. Okay. Okay. Quickly again I'll do. Register of Members section 88. Sir, registers people, once you are a shareholder, there are some companies has to maintain certain documents mandatorily. In this chapter, you'll be seeing more of the shareholders' rights. Once you are a shareholder, what are your rights and more about general meeting. So as soon as you become a shareholder, whether equity or preference, the company has to immediately write down all your details in one book. That book is called as Register of Members. The format, what and all information is to be maintained, it is given in format MGT1. You need to preserve this document permanently. If it is debentures people, you will maintain it in the format MGT2. Any other security people, you will maintain it in the format MGT2 only. Any other security, example can be convertible note. Sir, both of this shall be maintained for a period of 8 years from the date of redemption. People, wherever this redemption period of preservation is given, people, that will be an important question. Remember that. Creation of charge and all those things. Sir, place, where should I keep my register of members? All these documents, you have to keep it by default in the registered office of the company. In Bangalore, if my office is in people, say for example, Electronic City. From Electronic City, you can keep it anywhere in Bangalore only. Let us take for example, Kormangala. You can keep it here. Sir, but if I have to keep it from, by default, it is in your registered office. If I have to keep it in any other place in the same city, you have to pass a special resolution. However, if you want to take it to any other place beyond your state, people, in such case, what will happen, people? The law says any place in India you can keep it, provided whatever is the total strength of your company, at least 1/10 of the total members should reside. If my company has 1,000 shareholders, at least 100 shareholders should be from that place. So wherever they are from, people, in that place I can maintain my register of members. Allowed. Clear? Okay. Sir, index. Hey, now only I'm telling Noda, my company has 1,000 shareholders. If I have to refer to any person's details, now for example, say I want to now Dharani is a shareholder in our company. I want to know what is her details, which day she became a shareholder, how many shares she holds. How will I know? Sir, you can search, no sir, register of members. 1,000 pages I can search. So they are telling you can maintain index of members just like your notebook, your textbook. So people, index is mandatory only after a period of time. When is that? If index of names not required if members are less than 50, meaning people 49 not required, 50 onwards required. Exam possible question. Next one, people, foreign register. Foreign register, which format I will maintain? Foreign register will be maintained in the same format as principal register, MGT1 only. Whatever you write here, same thing you will write. Second question to you, is maintaining a foreign register mandatory or optional? Okay, how long should I maintain foreign register? 8 years permanently? Foreign register. Can I close it whenever I want? Can I close a foreign register whenever I want? You can close it whenever you want, people. Yes, what does the law say? Within 15 days, people, you need to first transfer all the entries to Indian office. So foreign register is a register maintained for a foreign security holder. Sir, once an entry is made, people, you can transfer all the entries to the Indian register. That is allowed. Provided, people, whatever, if you want, you can close the foreign register also. There is nothing like a foreign register is just a help we are doing, people. It is not a mandatory thing. Just that whenever you open the foreign register, whenever you close the foreign register, you need to intimate the ROC. in one form called as MGT3. Sir, when will I intimate? You will intimate within 30 days of opening the book, closing the book also. And whenever you are closing the book, within 15 days, you have to transfer all the entries to the principal register. Sir, if I make an entry there, should I also make an entry in Indian register also? Yes, it is required. Within 15 days of making an entry there, you have to make an entry here also. Just because you make there, it doesn't mean that you need not make it here. Is clear? Okay. Sir, next ones are closure of registers. Can I close a register? When will we generally close a register? You will close a register, people, generally. When? To get the dividends, to get to know who are entitled for bonus. So at that time I'll close the register. Now I'll not enter any new names. Whosoever names are there in the book, they will get all the rights. So now how long can I close my registers? First one, people, you can close it maximum for 45 days in a year. At one time, people, it cannot be more than 30 days. Clear? Okay, sir. Sir, whenever I'm closing the register, I have to give notice to the shareholders that I'm closing the register. The reason of this, people, because this notices will be available for inspection. When it is closed, you cannot go and check them. So I have to intimate. How will I intimate and when will I intimate? You have to intimate at least 7 days prior of closing those books. And how will I intimate? Newspaper, website. You give a notice of closure of the registers. Is this clear? Okay. Next one, people, important section, section 89. Beneficial owner, significant beneficial owner, section 90. So what is beneficial owner? Simple, sir. There is a politician. The politician does not hold shares directly in his name. What will he do? He will give money to a Benami. Benami will invest his money in the company. Now what will happen, people? This person is the actual benefit. All the benefits taken will be to the politician. But in whose name the shares are registered? It is registered in the name of Benami. Correct? So we call this person Benami as a registered owner because in your name the shares are there. Sir, the politician will be called as a beneficial owner. So section 89, why did we introduce that? We wanted to bring to light if at all there are any people hiding behind such people. So section 89 says the Benami, you have to disclose who is the politician. Politician has to disclose who is the Benami. Sir, is it anyone? No, both have to disclose it. Sir, to whom should we disclose? Both of you disclose this fact to the company. What will company do? Company will further disclose it to ROC. If you guys do not disclose, people, there will be a temporary freeze of your rights on those shares. This is called as beneficial interest. So how does it happen, sir? Registered holder Benami, who is not a beneficial owner. Obviously, his name is there. He is not taking benefits. Dividend and all, he will only take. Sir, he will disclose in MGT4. Within 30 days of entering his name, the day it enters his name, within 30 days I have to disclose. File declaration with company specifying particulars of person who holds beneficial interest. So I have to disclose the interest of the politician. Correct? So the Benami is disclosing the interest of the politician. Here the other way. The person holding beneficial interest, basically Benami, politician, and he is not a registered owner. He will disclose it in MGT5 that who is the person who is holding the shares on my behalf. So he will disclose about him. Benami will disclose about the politician. Okay. Sir, file declaration with company specifying the nature of interest and particulars of the registered owner about Benami. And whenever there is a change in beneficial interest also, that will also be intimated. Sir, where will we intimate? We will all intimate this to company. Company, it will take a note of it. It will further file this declaration to ROC in MGT6. Yes, sir. Sir, if at all there is consequences of non-filing, rights with respect to such shares shall not be enforceable. You cannot sell it, no dividend, nothing. Penalty is there. Okay, don't focus more on penalty as of now. Next one, people, significant beneficial owner, section 90. What does significant beneficial owner try to? So people, what are we seeing? In a company, if someone else, artificial person is holding a share and someone is controlling them. Control is very important. If at all, like me, 100 people have invested in this company, then they do not bother about me. Control, if it is there, we need to know about the person who has the control. That is more important. For example, in HUF, we do not want about co-partners and all. We are more bothered about Karta. Karta has control. So what is SBO provision? SBO provision is a way where we try to search the ultimate individual who is having the control over the intermediary, artificial person. Getting the point, sir? And this company also, when will we check? When these people are holding at least some minimum percentage in this Kingfisher company, 1%, 2% and all, will not care. This people should hold at least some percentage. What is the percentage? 10%. If they hold at least 10%, we will find 2%, 1% and all, we'll say go die. We don't mind at all. So, sir, that is what is given under SBO. Now see people. So, what are... okay. Audible, Ada? Everything is... now people, see. Every individual acting alone or together. So if a group also is coming and controlling the company there, ultimately that is also considered as SBO. Through one or more persons. See the words used. Individual through persons. Correct? Individual through company, trust, LLP, HUFO. These people are persons only, no? Individual through person is controlling a company. We are trying to find them. Okay. Sir, holds beneficial interest of not less than 25%. Earlier we were telling 25%. Now we are not 25% or such other percentage as may be prescribed. The other percentage is prescribed. If you are doing this people, then only we will find. What is that? SBO means in relation to a reporting company. What is reporting company? This company. Kingfisher. So SBO in relation to a reporting company means an individual referred above who possesses one or more following rights. An individual who possesses one or more following rights, whether directly or indirectly. See here, holds indirectly or together with any direct holding, not less than 10% of the shares. So in this company, I should hold directly, indirectly, however you take, at least 10% of the shares or 10% of the total voting power, or he gets out of the total dividend, he is entitled to 10% of the total dividend. If a company declares 100 crore as dividend, 10 crore is going to him only. Yes, sir. You guys can think, if he has 10% voting power only, no sir, he will get 10% dividend. Not always. If he has DVR, even if he has 1% shares, he can get 10 crore dividend, no? Possible, lah. In the normal class, if I take, I can stretch this topic to 3 hours also, if you go in depth. Or right to exercise significant influence or control. Significant influence or control means people, you are able to control the policy decisions of the company. If any of these 4 are being happening, then we will try to find such SBO. Okay. Sir, in such case, what will happen? Every SBO. So let us take, for example, this final individual hiding behind Kingfisher. Let us take it as Bin Laden. Na? So, sir, this SBO, Bin Laden, no, shall make a declaration in form Ben 1. Bin Laden should come and tell, sir, 90 days of commencement of these rules. This was when the introduction of the rules happened. Now, people, it is only 30 days given going forward. Within 30 days of becoming SBO or any changes, he has to come and declare that I am this person who is holding shares in your company. What will company do? Company will receive the information. The company will forward the information to ROC in form Ben 2. Ben 1 I will receive, Ben 2 I will give it to ROC. Sir, and whatever the details he has filed, we will maintain it in our register called as Ben 3. Ben 3, register of significant beneficial owner. Who is he, his details, his shareholding, everything will write. Yes, sir. Okay. Sir, what if this person does not file? What, Bin Laden is a Sachana, sir? Why will he file all that? Why will Bin Laden file? If Bin Laden doesn't file, company, it is your duty to find the SBO. In your book, it is just written company's name, no? It is your duty to find the individual. Until you find the last individual, you have to keep on searching. So send a notice to the company. Send a notice to any person who knows that the individual is the shareholder. Keep on sending notice until you get the information. The notice is sent people in form Ben 4. Sir, now whoever gets the notice, information shall be given by the concerned person within 30 days. So whoever gets the notice, they have to reply within 30 days. In case of failure, if he does not reply, company shall apply to the tribunal. So Kingfisher will apply to the tribunal within 15 days. What is that? Sir, the person has not responded or he has not responded with proper details. Now what will tribunal do? Company shall seek shares in question be restricted with respect to transfer and such other rights. Sir, the company will request tribunal until he replies, do one thing, sir, you seize the rights of this particular share. He will not be able to sell, he will not be able to get the dividend, he will not get anything on these shares. Okay. Within 60 days of application, after giving an opportunity of being heard, tribunal shall pass an order as it deems fit. So tribunal will call for a hearing, company will come, Bin Laden will come, we will seize those particular shares whichever is in question after giving an opportunity of being heard. Now people, you will have 1 year time. The company or person within 1 year from order may make application to tribunal for relaxation or lifting of restriction. Meaning people, within next 1 year, you have to tell the tribunal that this details whatever we are asking for. It has been given, sir. Now everything is fine. If tribunal does not receive an order from you that, sir, whatever that was decided last year, he has still not given us information. If tribunal is still not hearing it from you people, tribunal will now pass an order. What is that? Transfer all the shares to IEPF. So your dividend, your shares, everything will be snatched from you. It will be transferred to IEPF if you fail to give the disclosure. Clear people? This is SPU. Penalty, I'm not going in detail. Next one people, types of meeting. There are two types of meeting. One is people, AGM. Next one people, EGM. AGM people section 96, EGM is 100. AGM, when should you conduct? The first AGM shall be conducted within 9 months from the closure of financial year. This is first AGM. Sir, the subsequent AGM people going forward, I need to conduct it within 6 months of the closure of financial year. Second and subsequent. Sir, I have to make sure that the gap between two annual general meetings shall not exceed 15 months. You have to satisfy this condition also, this condition also. I hope you guys remember that. Okay, 15 months, sir. The gap between two AGMs. Yes, sir. Sir, AGM, whenever the AGM is called, the AGM will be conducted between 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Correct, huh? 6 p.m. And people, whenever I was not able to conduct my first this one, if at all I'm not able to conduct my meeting within time, in such case, what will happen, people? I'm entitled for extension by ROC. One time extension will be given, people, for 3 months. This extension is not available in the case of first AGM. Why? By default, you have been given 9 months. No. So this extension is only available for subsequent AGMs. For once, it is only once. Next year, again, you can apply. That is ROC's discretion. Is clear? Pakkana? Okay. What happened? Oh, the again. Okay. Yes, so sir, this is AGM. People, once the AGM is done, you will file a report of AGM to ROC that, sir, AGM is conducted. In the case of listed companies, you remember that in the case of listed companies, you will file one report to ROC. Sir, when was the AGM conducted? What happened with AGM? You will report everything to ROC. Correct? Okay. Sir, annual general meeting, at least one meeting in every year is mandatory. When 9 months, 6 months, gap between two AGMs should not exceed 15 months. Extension 3 months, not available for first AGM. Place of conducting AGM, people, it has to be by default at your registered office. If not, people, you can conduct it in the same city, town or village, but not beyond that. Yes, sir. Unlisted company can do anywhere in India with prior consent of all members. Date, people, it can be any day other than a national holiday between 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Report of AGM section 121 shall be filed for listed companies with ROC within 30 days of conclusion of AGM that I have conducted the AGM. Applicable only for listed companies. Yes, next one, people, EGM. What is EGM, people? Extraordinary General Meeting. Whenever a company wants to conduct any immediate matters which cannot be waited until AGM, you will conduct EGM. EGM, people, can be conducted by the board, so moto. Whenever they want, they will call. Okay. So next one, sir. By board on requisition by a member, shareholders write a letter to the board. Sir, we want to discuss some things with you. Can you please conduct a meeting? It is the obligation of the board to conduct a meeting. However, if one person holding one share cannot come and say that, can you please hold a meeting? There is a minimum shareholding required. What is that? If a company has share capital, members holding minimum 1/10 of the total paid up share capital. If company does not have share capital, company holding minimum 1/10 of the total voting power. Sir, now they makes a request, people, the board shall proceed to call the meeting within 21 days. So write a notice, take action, and within 45 days from the request, you have to convene a meeting. Sir, what if the meeting is not conducted? You are too late, people. Now the ball is in shareholders' court. You did not conduct, shareholders only can conduct the meeting when they want. So what they will do, they will take the register of members and all from the directors. They will issue the notice to all the shareholders. Now, people, whatever is the expenses of the meeting, that will be first you should pay from your pocket. After that, people can be collected from the directors. And I mean, you can collect it from the company. The company will deduct that money from the director's remuneration. People, what if the shareholders missed giving a notice to any person? Imagine I missed, people. I did not give a notice to any one particular person. Now, whatever we discussed in the meeting, is it valid or invalid? Huh. If I miss giving a meeting to any particular shareholder, whatever is discussed in the meeting, will it be valid or invalid? If at all whatever you have not given, if it is inadvertent means, people, by mistake, then, people, it is fine, then you need not worry. But sir, whatever is a mistake you did, it is wantedly you did, people, then whatever are the things you discussed in the meeting, it will be treated as invalid. Is this clear, all of you? Yes, sir. Okay. Sir, the meeting by tribunal, whenever so moto or an application made by director or member, tribunal can order for a both, if you remember, AGM or AGM. Yes, sir. 97 and 98. 97 is AGM, 98 is this. If at all tribunal wants, people, tribunal in the order can say even one person personally present can also be a quorum. Whether one person is personally present or proxy can also be considered as quorum. Tribunal can put this in the order. Okay. Next one, people. Next we discussed about notice of a general meeting. Section 101. Notice of a general meeting, people. I have to give at least 21 days clear notice. Sir, why do we call it as clear? You need to exclude the date of giving notice, date of the meeting. Excluding those 2 days, there should be minimum 21 days. If at all you are giving this particular thing by post, then, people, add another 48 hours. So you should basically give 23 days notice if you are giving by post. Sir, can I conduct a meeting at a shorter notice? How? That's all, huh? See completely. Read completely. Sir, in a normal day, I have to give 21 days, clear days notice, sir. But because if I have to discuss any emergency things, sir, I'll not be able to give 21 days notice. Can I reduce the number of days people possible by giving a shorter notice consent? Meaning people, see, this is what you guys will remember and go. Who represent not less than 95% of such part of the paid up share capital. So there should be a consent given. What happened? Huh? Someone is doing it in mobile. Huh? Not here, but outside they can control. No? Hmm? We'll see. If this time it happens, we'll call them. So, sir, what you guys remember and go? You guys just remember and go that from 95% of members, I need to get a approval. One thing you guys forget to see. Can you see this majority number? Sir, what do you mean by this? Imagine if there are 10 shareholders. Sir, 2 shareholders holds 95% of the shares. 8 shareholders hold another 5% of the shares. The 2 shareholders holding 95% agreed for a meeting in a shorter notice. The 8 people holding just 5% said no to a shorter notice. Can I conduct the shorter notice? Is it possible? According to the first condition you guys said it can be possible. Majority number means people, this should also be 6. Then only possible. If they dig in detail, this can be the questions. Got it? Yes, sir. Okay, so shorter notice is possible provided if I get a consent in writing by the members in majority holding 95% in value. So I can get a shorter notice and I can do it. Okay, sir. Next one, other things with regards to notice of a meeting. Sir, mode of sending notice. I can send the notice by electronic form. I can send it by text. I can give it by notice. I can send it by post. Okay. Majority, when will it become majority number? It should be more than 50%. So exact 5 is not majority number. Okay. Notice. So electronic mode, the company may give notice through electronic mode. Electronic mode means something which you can keep a record of it. Okay. The subject line of the email shall clearly say the name of the company, notice of the type of the meeting, AGM, EGM, place and date of the meeting. Okay. People, this is important. Persons entitled to receive the notice of the meeting. Who all should we give the notice to? People, every member. Should I give it to preference shareholder? So preference shareholder is also a member. You have to give. Sir, legal representative people comes into picture in the case of death. You will give it. Third one, assignee or insolvent. Assignee of the insolvent means people, a person was a shareholder. He became an insolvent. Court has appointed a liquidator or assignee. You will give it to him also. Fourth one, auditors people. You guys are having a right to attend the meeting. You will get a notice. Fifth one, people, every director, they can send you, they can ask you this question. So why people will think because it is a general meeting, all these people are not required. Directors or auditors and all. So remember and go. Important. Sir, any accidental omission to give notice or non-receipt of such notice by any member or other person who is entitled shall not invalidate the proceedings of the meeting. However, the onus is on the company to prove that the omission was not deliberate. You need to prove that why he did not get and we did not miss it wantedly. You have to prove it. Preference shareholders are also members. They are also entitled to receive their general meetings notice. Okay. Next one, people, explanatory statement. What is explanatory statement? Explanatory statement, people, is only given for special business. What do you mean by ordinary business? What do you mean by special business? Ordinary business, people, only 4 which takes place in AGM and we call it as shortly ADDA. What is ADDA? Appointment of auditor, declaration of dividend, appointment of director, adoption of accounts. Sir, these 4, apart from these 4, anything you want to discuss, everything is considered as special business. Correct? Sir, if it is a special business, you have to mandatorily give an explanatory statement. If it's an ordinary business, you need not give an explanatory statement. Remember, ordinary or special business is nothing to do with ordinary or special resolution. Ordinary business is adda. Anything apart from adda is special resolution, means special business. If it is a special business, you have to give explanatory statement. Is this clear? Yes, sir. In explanatory statement, what will you give? In the explanatory statement, I will give the nature of concern of interest of every director, every KMP, the relative of my director and the KMP. Sir, if we do this, they will be benefited. I will disclose this. Any other information, facts that may enable members to understand the scope and implication of the business, I'll give this. Sir, if at all any special business to be transacted relates to any other company, not my company, in which my director, promoter, manager, KMP, if they have 2% or more of the shares in the other company, that should also be disclosed. Sir, if we enter into a contract, my shares are there in the other company, I will somehow be benefited. You need to disclose that. It's clear? Okay. Sir, what if I do not disclose? People, they can ask you a question here. What if I do not disclose that I have an interest in other company, or I do not disclose it in the explanatory statement that whatever is the business we are going to do, it will benefit me. What if I do not disclose? Whatever is the benefit you make, that benefit has to be given to the company. You have to hold it in trust and it has to be routed to the company. It's clear? Okay. 103 was people, quorum. What is quorum, people? It depends upon type of company. If it's a public company, it depends upon the number of members in your company. If my number of members in the company is not more than 1000, so up to 1000 people, then 5 members personally present, proxy is not counted. So if my number of members in the company more than 1000 up to 5000, 15 members personally present, more than 5000, 30 members personally present will be the quorum of the meeting. Here proxy is not counted. However, if articles of association prescribe any higher number, you need to follow such higher number for the quorum. Okay. So in case of private company, people, 2 members personally present shall be the quorum. In the case of, I hope you guys remembered, body corporates and governor and president of India. President of India and governor, they can send a few people on their behalf. They are not considered as proxy, they are considered as authorized representative. Sir, so what? They have every right, like a shareholder only. Meaning they are considered for the purpose of quorum. They can speak in the meeting, they can demand for poll, everything is possible. Yes, sir, they can vote on show of hands. Sir, what if it's a body corporate? Body corporate also can send, obviously, can a company come and attend the meeting? So they will send someone else on their behalf. They are also called as authorized representatives only. What is the beauty? One authorized representative can represent any number of body corporates. For the purpose of calculating quorum, we will calculate this person. If he is representing 4 companies, for the purpose of calculating quorum, we will count him as 4. Only in the case of body corporates. It's clear? Pakkana 112, 13. Okay. Sir, what if there is no quorum present, people? What will we do? Whenever there is no quorum, people, the meeting shall be adjourned automatically to the next week, same time, same place in the next week. The meeting shall stand adjourned to the same day in the next week at the same time and same place, or to such other day that board may decide. If you decide some other day, some other day. If not, next week only. The meeting, if called by requisitionist, requisition meeting, da EGM, you only call the meeting. If quorum is not there, will it be adjourned? It will be cancelled. Remember, they can ask you a question here. Yes, sir. Sir, if the meeting is adjourned, should I give a notice again for the adjourned meeting? Yes, people, you have to give at least a notice not less than 3 days before the meeting. If at all the meeting is happening, people, after 30 days, if you are adjourning the meeting after 30 days, you have to follow the procedure, everything freshly. Give fresh notice, everything should be followed fresh. It's clear? Yes, sir. This is your quorum. What if the quorum is not present in the adjourned meeting also, people? where quorum is not present in the adjourned meeting also within half an hour, then the members present shall form the quorum. Whoever are present, that only will be the quorum. If in the adjourned meeting also the members are not present. It's clear? Minimum 2. Yes. Sir, representation of president and governor 112 we saw. Representation of corporations 113 we saw. Chairman of meeting, what is chairman of a meeting? A person, chairman, rest all is okay, people. The chairman can be decided by articles of association. If not, the members present themselves can nominate one amongst them to be the chairman of the meeting. What is the important point here, people? Whenever there is a equality of votes, imagine, people, I propose something. 4 people say no, 4 people say yes. In such case, what will happen, people? This person will have it is called as second vote. Also called as casting vote. Whatever he says will happen. If he says no, then the resolution comes to an end. If he says yes, then the resolution will go forward. Possible. Yeah, possible. He can vote as a shareholder also. Possible. If you logically think, why is it called a second vote? Logical, no? Yes, sir. Okay. Next one, people, proxy. Regarding proxy, big thing only we did. Not and all. Can a proxy speak? No. Can a proxy vote on show of hands? No. Can a proxy demand poll? Yes. Can a proxy be counted for quorum? No. When 2 proxies are appointed simultaneously, which one will be valid? Which one is whichever is given later? No. Whichever is given later point of time, no?
Yes, sir.
Or earlier?
No, sir, later.
Whichever is appointed later will be valid. For a proxy to be valid, how advance should I give the proxy? You have to deposit at least 48 hours in advance. My articles of association says 62 hours in advance. Which one will prevail? 48 hours only. If at all there are 2 proxies given, one is given earlier, one is given later, you need to check which is satisfying 48 hours condition. Generally it is later only. But if the first proxy is given, if the later proxy is not given within 48 hours, then whatever is given earlier, that will be valid. Correct? Regarding proxy, any other thing? People, what is the maximum number of members a proxy can represent? He can represent up to 50, provided their shareholding shall not exceed 10%. So, sir, proxy cannot represent a person holding more than 10%. He can represent one person holding more than 10%, provided he is a proxy of only one person and not more than that. So, if it is up to 10%, you can hold up to 50 people. More than 10% people, then in such cases, you should hold on behalf of one person only. It's clear? Okay. On behalf of Section 8 company, people, the proxy shall also be a shareholder of the company. Remember that in the case of Section 8 company. If the shareholder and proxy both attend the meeting, what will happen? The proxy form will be revoked. The proxy will be revoked even if it is not properly stamped. Stamp is important. Disabilities, proxy shall not have the right to speak, cannot vote, not counted for purpose of quorum. Right, he can attend the meeting, vote on poll. A proxy, if eligible under section 109, has a right to demand a poll. Okay. AGM we saw na. Tribunal to call AGM whenever an application is made by a member. Just see this 97 and 98. It is clear, no? You remember, 1 sec. 97, 98. We have seen where the tribunal tells you to conduct AGM or EGM. Correct? Okay. 99 is basically if you do not follow 96 to 98, penalty. 100 EGM 1, 0, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 is done, 106 simple thing, restriction on voting rights. They can ask you a question here. A member shall exercise in people whenever he has to exercise his voting rights, he can exercise his voting rights. Can a company ever restrict a member's voting rights? Is it possible? How? If he did not pay the calls for any other reason, can they restrict? Read people on which any amount is due from him on the calls or any other sum payable to the company, or in regard which company has exercised the right of lien. People, apart from this, you have not paid the calls money, you have taken bank loan of ICICI, you have not repaid, I can restrict your voting rights. Or any other case where I have exercised my right to lien, I have your property with me, I'll not give it. In these cases, I can restrict your voting rights. Yes, sir. Okay. See, that is what is given here. The articles of a company may provide that. Questionable point. When the articles of a company do not contain any provision restricting the exercise of voting right, a member cannot be prevented from voting. Clear? Okay, that is 106. Sir, voting by show of hands, people, that is the first way where the resolution is passed. They will ask you, the voting is counted by like this, voting by show of hands. Easy, one person is equal to one vote. Yes, sir. Sir, 108. Demand for poll. A poll in 108. Sorry, e-voting. At 108 good, huh? Okay, let us do in our format only. Wait. Okay, voting people, show of hands 107, e-voting 108, poll 109, postal ballot 110. In 107, one person is equal to one vote. Mukesh Ambani and me are one and the same. Here people, Mukesh Ambani, me. One share is equal to one vote. Correct? Okay. Sir, demand for poll. Sir, what is, let us do it 108 first. Sir, voting through electronic means. What does voting through electronic means, people? After a period of time, now shareholders are wide across spread throughout India. Now, when they want to participate in the meeting, how will they participate? So you have to give a opportunity for the shareholders to participate in the meeting. So an opportunity was given to vote from your respective places. That is called as electronic voting. So, sir, electronic voting, is it mandatory, sir? Applicability for all the listed companies and company having 1,000 or more members, 1,000 included, you have to give a e-voting facility. Non-applicability, Nidhi company and for institutional investors, this particular provision won't apply. Notice of meeting can be sent directly, website, newspaper, okay. Contents of the notice, you have to clearly say the time, login ID, password. Members who have cast their vote can still attend the meeting, can be a question. Once I have casted my vote, can I come and attend the meeting? Yes, you can come and attend the meeting, but you cannot vote subsequently in the meeting. Important, they can ask you a question there. Cut-off date, details of the grievance redressed. This is important timeline. For how long will the e-voting be open? The e-voting will be open for a minimum of 3 days. It shall close 1 day prior, basically previous day at 5 o'clock of the date of the meeting. If today is the meeting, imagine 23rd is the meeting, 22nd 5 p.m. the meeting has to, the e-voting has to end. Clear? Sir, appointment of scrutinizer. Who is scrutinizers? Basically, whenever you guys, who can be a scrutinizer? CS, CMA, advocate in practice, they write everything and last they write anyone not in employment. Yes, sir. So anyone can be appointed. So these are appointed as scrutinizers. What will they do? It is their job to count whether that particular number of resolutions have been received. At the end, people, he will give one report called as scrutinizer's report, and he will say whether the decision, resolution is passed, resolution is not passed, how many people voted for resolution, against resolution, how many voted didn't vote at all. He will give a in detailed report that is called as scrutinizer's report. Yes, now he gets the access to all the details of the company. Scrutinizer's report to be prepared not later than 3 days of conclusion of the meeting. Result on website of company, agency, stock exchange has to be posted. once the resolution is proposed through e-voting, it shall not be withdrawn subsequently. Next one, people, by poll. What is poll, people? Poll is when e-voting is a facility given for the shareholders attending from a different places to vote without coming to the meeting. One share is equal to one vote. Sir, then people, for whoever is attending the meeting, then how will they vote? They should also have this one share is equal to one vote. An option given to them in the meeting is called as poll. Poll happens in the meeting. Yes, sir. Sir, who can demand poll? Chairperson, whenever he wants, he can order a meeting for poll, or by chairperson or demand made by a company. Having share capital, any member or proxy holding 1/10 of total voting power or 5 lakh rupees or more paid up capital, if they make a demand, I'll go for a poll. Any other company, any member or proxy holding 1/10 the total voting power, a demand is made, I'll conduct a meeting by poll. Next one, we will, when people, this is important, you can conduct a poll whether before declaring the results or even after declaring the results by show of hands. You can declare even after the results by show of hands. You can conduct a poll, possible. Remember, poll can be withdrawn by people who made it. Again, a questionable point. Can you withdraw the poll once made? Yes, possible. It can be withdrawn. Is clear? Huh? Okay, sir. Poll to be taken forthwith. Again, important. People, when compared to 108, 109, 110, poll is important. They can break questions and give you like this. Sir, poll should be generally taken when, sir? It can be taken, people, within 48 hours of making request. So now we are seeing now who will demand for a poll. They have demanded. When should they conduct the poll? You can conduct the poll generally after 48 hours because you need to make arrangements. No, papers and all you have to get. However, in certain cases, you have to conduct the poll immediately. When is that, people? If at all it is demanded for adjournment of a meeting or appointment of chairman of a general meeting. So if they are asking the voting for adjournment and appointment of chairman, for this you have to conduct the poll immediately. Later, any other things, people, 48 hours you will have. Okay. Polling paper, not so important. MGT12. Scrutinizer shall count and report the result. Again, same thing. It shall be submitted to the chairman within 7 days of taking poll. Here you have at least 4 questionable points. Who can make it? Can the poll be withdrawn? When can the poll be demanded? And next one is your poll. When should it be taken? Forthwith. Clear? The last one, people, is postal ballot. What is postal ballot? What is the importance of postal ballot, people? Postal ballot was introduced with a condition, people, where you can pass a resolution even without having to conduct a meeting. Don't call a meeting at all. Just finish off everything electronically. Ask them, is it okay? If they say okay, you can finish the matter. No meeting is required. Such type of meetings are called as postal ballot. Nowadays, what they are doing, they are integrating the postal ballot with e-voting. So first and all, if you look at the name postal ballot, it used to happen through a postal card. So we used to send, we want to appoint, say for example, okay, we want to declare a dividend of 10 rupees. What do you think? Yes, sir. So people used to say yes or no, and they should reply earlier. Now what happens, people? Postal cards and all is unreasonable. So now everything is happening electronically. So they do 108 and 110 together. Here, sir, postal ballot can't be used for following business. What is that? Ordinary. What is ordinary? Adda. Why Adda should be not conducted through postal ballot? They're telling you they have to conduct AGM. If postal ballot, you're not conducting meeting, no. Any business where directors or auditors have the right to be heard. What are the meetings where they have a right to be heard? Auditors and directors. What are the meetings where they have a right to be heard? Which meetings they have a right to be heard? Whenever in section 115, if you give a special notice, what is 115? Shareholders give a request to the company, sir, remove that auditor, remove this director, or do not appoint him, appoint someone else in his position. When that request is made, people, then that in such meetings, auditors or directors have a right to be heard. Such meetings cannot be conducted by postal ballot. Sir, exemption from postal ballot, OPC, any company having up to 200 members. Following items shall be discussed only in postal ballot. What is that? Till now we saw there only. What was that? Alteration of object clause. We saw no. Prospectus was raised. You want to Zomato 4,000 crore. Alteration of private company to public or public to private. Shifting of registered office clause. We saw no outside the local limits. Change in objects and having unutilized money. Issue of DVR in differential voting rights. Again postal ballot. Variation of rights of securities. Buyback. Small shareholders director and all this is not there in your syllabus. From here to here is not there in your syllabus. Try to remember what is there in your syllabus. Sir, scrutinizer's appointment. Again, a scrutinizer will be appointed to vote to count the votes that is casted through this postal ballot. Clear? Again, someone did, huh? Okay, we'll see the frequency. People, next one, people, 111. Circulation of members resolution. What is 111? Da? So remember people, whenever a company is conducting AGM, a person has to discuss something. Sir, can you please add my matter also to the AGM? That is called as circulation of members resolution. I also want to discuss something. The people meaning, members can propose resolution for consideration which may be circulated to other members if the company deems fit. You give, I will circulate to everyone before coming for AGM. Who can propose? Same as EGM. What is same as EGM? 1/10 of total voting power and all. Sir, special condition. Such requisition shall be signed by all the requisitionists. Sufficient money should be deposited for meeting the circulation expenses. Okay. Time limit. This is important. Sir, when should I make a request? You have to make a request, people, at least 6 weeks before the date of the meeting. You have to make a request. Any other, basically, if at all yours the resolution, you have to make at least 6 weeks before the date of the meeting. Sir, it was not a resolution, sir. I just need to give some statement, some information I have to give to the company. Then you have to give it at least 2 weeks before the date of the meeting. Resolution means, sir, imagine people, I want to remove the auditor. That's a resolution. So this request has to be given at least 6 weeks before the date of the meeting. The date of the meeting, imagine, is 30th September. No, AGM. So I have to give at least 6 weeks. I'll give it by 15th August. Yes, sir. Sir, if there is no resolution, sir, I just want to give some intimation, some statement. Then people, the law says give just 2 weeks before the meeting. Sufficient. Give it by 15th September. However, sir, you're telling me to give 6 weeks before, 2 weeks before. After me giving my request, what if the company calls off the meeting on 20th September? People, if at all after me giving the notice, if the company prepones the meeting, it will be considered as I have given the notice within time. Is clear, all of you? Yes, sir. Okay. Resolution requiring special notice, people, 115. Whenever, when is it required? To appoint auditor other than retiring auditor, or retiring auditor not to be appointed, someone else you want. Same thing, remove the director, appoint another director in the place of removing director. Special notice should be signed by members individually or collectively holding 1% of total voting power or shares on which minimum 5 lakh is paid up. They will give this special notice. Sir, remove that auditor, remove the director. 1% of total voting power or 5 lakh rupees paid up. Send notice to the company to be sent not earlier than 3 months. Sir, when is the date of the meeting? 30th September. Sir, 3 months. August, July, June. Sir, don't send it before 30th June. July, August, September. Don't send it before 30th June. Sir, you have to send it at least 14 days before the meeting. Don't send it before this. At least 14 days before the meeting. You have to send it within this period. Clear? Okay. Sir, it should be clear days. Company, they will take that and they will further forward it to other members. Try to give individual notice 7 days before the meeting. If individual notice is not possible, publish it in newspaper 7 days before the meeting. This is 115. 114 was what? The ordinary and special resolution. What is ordinary resolution? A simple majority is called as ordinary resolution. What is special resolution? The number of votes cast for the resolution is 3 times the votes cast against the resolution. Remember, invalid votes don't count. Number of members who did not come and all don't count. All that you need is number of votes who has agreed, number of votes who have not agreed. Total number of shareholders who have attended, nothing, not at all relevant for you. Is this clear, all of you? Okay. So for example, the 40 people attended the meeting. 20 people did not vote. 15 people voted. 5 people did not, 15 people agreed. 5 people denied. Now the question is the resolution passed or not? The resolution is passed 3 times. Understood? So this is all irrelevant for you. Don't count all of that. Yes, sir. One important thing is 121. 122. People, OPC, da. In OPC, how will you record all these meetings? How will the resolutions be passed in OPC? So in OPC, people, he will just open the register of minutes. He will just write the entry, people. Done. That is the resolution. Is it clear, all of you? Yes, sir. So let us end it up here, people. Sufficient. Okay. In yesterday's part, people, 2 important things which I felt I left it. One is annual return. I didn't do it. 92. What is annual return, people? Annual return is a annual summary of non-financial aspects filed with ROC. In which form do we file? We file it in the form MGT 7. But if at all you are a small company or a OPC, you file it in MGT 7A. When will you file MGT 7A or MGT 7? You will file it within 30 days or 60 days? 60 days of AGM. Remember, AOC 4 within 30 days. MGT 7 within 60 days. Is this clear? This was one important aspect which I wanted to tell you. One is annual return. And the next one was, people, section 118. Minutes of the meeting. Minutes of the meeting, what does it exactly tell, people? Whenever any type of meeting, whether board, general, committee, whatever type of meetings it is, you have to record the outcome of the meeting. What happened in the meeting? Which resolution was passed? What was the majority? You have to record everything, people. That is called as minutes of the meeting. Summary of the meeting. Sir, by when should I maintain the minutes of the meeting? First thing you need to, CHG 7 is permanently. Yes, sir. Sir, by when should what is the exact provisions with regards to minutes? It is covered in section 118. Second thing, sir, minutes has to be drafted within 15 days. Have to draft it. And it should be signed by the chairman within 30 days of the meeting. Correct? The chairman shall initial the meeting within 30 days of the meeting. Sir, minutes of the meeting shall be preserved permanently. Minutes of the meeting shall be initialed by chairman of the meeting. Chairman of the meeting shall sign the minutes. Shall sign the minutes. Yes, and it shall be preserved permanently. And the minute shall clearly state that which day it was held, what time it was held, where it was held, what time it started, what time it concluded. So everything will be recorded in the minutes of the meeting. So this is one important thing which I wanted to say, and we finish this. Okay, is this clear? Online. Chairman has a right. So what and all are the information to be included in the minutes? You have to include everything. However, 3 things can be excluded. They can ask you a question. What are the 3 things? Something which causes damaging statements. Second one, defamatory. The third one is which is immaterial. Is clear? So if it is damaging, if it causes defamation, or if it is immaterial, chairman can exclude such content from the minutes of the meeting. Yes, people. So remember that. Yes, sir. Okay. So let us start with the next part, sir. Let us do dividends, huh? Okay. Okay, sir. Good morning, online. Good morning to all of you. Able to see here? Is it working? Okay, yes, people. So, sir, dividends chapter, people. So, first of all, sir, dividends. Dividend is a return on whatever investment you have made. It can be equity, it can be preference. Sir, types of dividend. There are two types of dividend. One is called as final dividend. One is called as interim dividend. What is the difference, sir? Final dividend is always declared in AGM because people, it is one of the matters of ADDA, declaration of dividend. Sir, who will always recommend dividend? Directors recommend people, the shareholders approve the dividend of the meeting. These are all MCQ questions that can be asked. Sir, can the shareholders demand for a dividend? Shareholders cannot ever demand a dividend, meaning they can demand. I'm not saying, ayo, it is crime, go and hang them. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, people, they can ask, but whether to give or not give is director's discretion. Okay, sir. And next one, people, can the shareholders demand for a higher dividend? No, people, that is not allowed. Shareholders cannot. Shareholders cannot demand a higher dividend. Okay, the question is, can a shareholders approve a lower dividend? Imagine directors, they propose 10% dividend. Can the shareholders approve 8% dividend? It is allowed, people, that is possible. Yes, sir. So such type of dividend is called as final dividend. Is there any percentage? Now, for example, after my net profits, after tax, everything is done. Finally, I'm left with 1%, people. Let us say, for example, net profit available to equity shareholders. It is coming to, say, for example, around 100 crore. People, is there any percentage which I have to transfer it to reserves? And is there anything which I can give it to dividends? Is there any percentage? There is no percentage whatsoever. Yes, people. However, I mean, it's not there for you. There is a company called Nidhi Company. In Nidhi Company, this provision will come. If you want to declare a dividend, some percentage has to be always transferred to reserve. It's clear, all of you? Yes, sir. Okay. So, sir, that is the first type of dividend, people. Declared at AGM, recommended by board, approved by shareholders. It cannot be revoked once declared. Why? Price sensitive information. Already the damage would have been made. Shareholders cannot demand higher dividend. Cannot be revoked. It cannot be revoked once. Okay, correct. Interim dividend. Dividend declared between two AGMs. The beauty of interim dividend, it is proposed by directors, declared also by directors only. No shareholders approval required in the case of interim dividend. It is declared by board. Articles should permit for paying of interim dividend. Okay. Next ones are declaration of dividend, section 123. When I'm paying dividend, what are the things I need to keep it in mind? Yes, sir. So declaration of dividend, section 123. So first one, sir, if at all I want to declare a dividend, how and all I can declare? You can always declare a dividend out of your current year profits or out of your previous year profits. So, sir, out of current year, previous year. And the best thing here, you can also give dividend out of any amount provided by central government or state government. You can do it. Generally happens in the cases of government companies. Okay, sir. Sir, free reserve does not include statutory or revaluation reserves. Sir, before declaration of any dividend, the following should be deducted or set off. What is that? First one, you have to reduce your previous year losses. Next one, depreciation, if any, should be first reduced before paying dividend. Okay. Transfer of money to reserves is not mandatory and it is company's discretion. This is a question. They can ask you, company wants to declare the entire profits earned during the year as dividend. Can the company do? Is there any percentage which the company should transfer it to reserves? They'll ask you a question in that way. There is no rule like that, people. They can transfer 100% of the dividend to the they can declare 100% as dividend. Okay, people, very, very important. Now, what is that, sir? If at all a company has good amount of profits during the year, then people, they can declare the profits, whatever is the dividend, whatever is the percentage they want, you can declare. Now imagine if I take for the year 23-24, if a company wants to declare a dividend, if at all you have earned profits during the year, you declare 100% also as dividend. I don't have a problem. However, in your current year, if you have inadequate profits, or if at all there are no profits at all, so how are you declaring dividend? You are declaring dividend out of your free reserves. Sir, if at all I am declaring the dividend out of my free reserves, I need to keep three things in mind. I have to satisfy all three conditions. What is that? Condition number one. What is the maximum rate of dividend I can declare? The maximum rate of dividend I can declare, people, shall not exceed the average rate of dividend declared in the 3 preceding years. So, sir, what have I declared at 22, 21, 20? Imagine if I declared 6%, if I declared 7%, and if I declared 8%. What is the total coming to? 21 na? So 21 divided by 3. So sir, my average is 7%. Correct? So in this year, I cannot declare a dividend more than 7%. This is when there is inadequate profits. If you have profits, declare 100% also. I don't mind. Yes, sir. People, condition number, one more thing. If at all in the last 3 years, if at all I have not paid dividend, then how to apply this condition? If you have not paid dividend in the last 3 years, this condition will not apply at all. Keep that in mind. Yes, sir. This condition shall not apply if company has not declared dividend in the past 3 financial years. Remember that. Okay. So maximum amount that can be drawn. Remember, I'm taking money from reserves. No, sir. What is the amount I can take? Maximum. The maximum can be 1/10 of the paid up share capital plus free reserves. Attention, paid up share capital, not equity. So what is the maximum money I can take from free reserves? I can take 1/10 of my paid up share capital. Imagine my paid up share capital is 10 crore. My reserves is 5 crore. The total I can take up is, people, 15 crore into 10%. So I can draw 1.5 crore from my free reserves. My free reserves has 5 crore, 1.5 crore I can draw. But remember one thing, people, with whatever money I have drawn, 1.5 crore, first you need to set off the current year losses from that particular amount you have drawn. So you have drawn 1.5 crore. Imagine in this year there were losses of 50 lakh. Imagine if there was a loss of 50 lakh. People, then what is the maximum dividend you can, the maximum amount you can use to give dividend? It is 1 crore. Remember? Okay. So this is what I have drawn. The third condition, after drawing, how much money I have to leave back in the reserves? After drawing, I have taken. Now, how much money should be still left in the dividend? People, after such withdrawal, the balance shall not fall below 15% of paid up share capital. In our case, people, 10 crore we have taken. 15% of paid up share capital will come to 1.5 crore. Okay. Now, how much am I drawing from the my free reserve? How much I'm taking? 1.5 crore I'm taking. In that, what I'm utilizing is only 1 crore. So technically, how much I'm drawing? 1 crore I'm drawing. After drawing 1 crore, how much is still left in the free reserve? 4 crore. According to third condition, how much should be left according to the third condition? I should have at least leave 1.5 crore. I have left to 4 crore only. I'm satisfying all the conditions. Now you have to put everything together. 7%. That is percentage. Amount I can give dividend is 1 crore. Now you try to calculate it on your paid up share capital. How will you calculate? What is my capital? 10 crore. What is your amount that is coming? 1 crore. 1 crore divided by 10 crore into 100. How much it is coming? 10% or 7%. Yes, sir. You have to satisfy all the conditions. I cannot give 10%. Maximum I can give is 7%. So how much I can give? I can give 70 lakhs. You have to satisfy all the conditions. Yes, sir. Because first condition gave me 7%. Second condition is coming to 10%. I cannot go beyond 7% also. So this is how you need to apply. You can expect a question in this particular dividends part. Yes, sir. Okay. That is clear. Equity and preference. Yes, sir. Payment of dividend. Dividend shall be payable only to registered shareholders, to his order, to his banker. What is order? I'll tell you. Okay, so you can give it to shareholder, you can give it to his order. Order means to whomsoever I'm telling you to pay, and to the bank directly I can pay. How I know I can pay dividends, sir? You can pay it in check, By dividend warrant, by electronic mode. Dividend warrant is just like a check, people. Yes, sir. Okay, dividend shall not be paid if company has not complied with section 73 deposits, sir. 74 deposits only. Section 8 company is prohibited from paying the dividend. Also, if at all there is any non-compliance with regards to repayment of debentures, principal, interest, all this also you cannot pay dividend. Is clear? Okay. Interim dividend, people. The sources of interim dividend: surplus in P&L account. So whatever is the free reserve, profits of the current financial year, or people profits generated in the financial year till the quarter preceding the date of declaration. Meaning, sir, Jan to March 1 quarter. Sir, April to June 1 quarter. I want to declare dividend in the month of July, sir. They are telling you until June, that is the preceding quarter, whatever profits you have earned, from that profits also you can declare. First condition, free reserves. Second condition, out of the current year profits, complete. Yes, sir. People, if I am taking complete year profits, it is becoming final dividend only. If at all, see, what is the second condition, people? You can pay interim dividend out of profits of current financial year. I'm paying out of current financial year means it is final dividend only, right? I'm taking one entire year profits and I'm paying dividend. So what is the case, people? Imagine 22-23. The year ends on 31st March. When is the AGM conducted? 6 months. It is conducted on September. Instead of paying in September, if you pay it in April only, don't wait till 6 months. Wait it in the pay it off in the month of April. This is called interim dividend. If you wait till 6 months for the AGM, that is called as final dividend. Understood? That is what they are telling you. Clear? Okay. So simple. Declare dividend to be deposited in a separate scheduled bank account. What is that? We'll see in the timeline. Always remember, dividend once declared will become a debt on the company. Clear? Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. People, next one, important. Timelines for paying dividend. Timelines for paying dividend. This is very, very important. Sir, what is the timeline for paying dividend? First one, sir. Whenever a company declares dividend, let us take the company is declaring a dividend on day X. People, within 5 days from the day you declare dividend, immediately you have to transfer the, if at all the dividend is declared today, within 5 days of declaring dividend, people, the first thing you need to do, from whatever is your regular current bank account, from that you have to take the dividend and put it into a different bank account, because so that you will not spend off the money. It should be separated. Okay, sir, within 5 days I separate. Now what to do? People, within 30 days of declaring dividend, see from where I am taking the timelines. 30 days, not from 5 days, from the day you declare. Within 30 days, people, I have to pay dividend. What do you mean by that, sir? Whoever are the shareholders, I should start transferring the money. I have to pay the dividend within 30 days of declaring dividend. Okay, sir, I'll pay. Now, sir, within 30 days of declaring dividend, certain shareholders, I'll not be able to find them. Now, what to do? People, the law says within 7 days from here, within 7 days from the end of 30 days, whichever to whomsoever we are not able to pay dividend, that amount, people, you have to maintain it. You have to transfer it to a separate bank account that is called as UDA, unpaid dividend account. Sir, in this unpaid dividend account, the dividend is going to be there for a period of 7 years. It is going to stay there for a period of 7 years. Sir, so imagine any person could not collect the dividend. It will stay there for 7 years. You can go and collect that money from the company whenever you want. Yes, sir. So within 7 years also the person did not collect the dividend, people. By the end of 7 years, we will transfer this entire money to an account maintained by government called as Investor Education Protection Fund. Sir, what and all we will transfer to IEPF? This is important. You're transferring people shares also. You transfer dividend also. You transfer any interest accrued on it also. You transfer everything. Clear? And on the website of the company, people, the company will constantly keep declaring the names of those shareholders whose dividend is unpaid. I constantly keep declaring it. It's clear? Sir, you guys can have some questions. What? can I, once the shares are transferred to IEPF, can I reclaim those shares? Yes, possible. Sir, can I reclaim the dividend? Yes, possible. How is that, sir? You have to make an application to IEPF. You can reclaim this particular shares. This is clear for people. In the class, we have done this with timelines. For people, how to see the timelines. They might ask you in the exam. Just take this as an example and try to work it out. I've given you an example. What is the 5 days? What is the 30 days and all that part? How to count it and all. Which day to exclude, which day to include. Is this clear, all of you? Generally, when I say the date of dividend, we have declared on 24th. I do not count 24th. I have to count 30 days from 25th. Yes, sir. That is what we see in General Clauses Act. Dividends, we'll see how do I put that up. I'll try to compensate in some other way. Okay. Yes, people, let us do the next quick revision of Accounts of Company, Chapter 9. The more important topic here will be your financial statements and CSR. Let us spend more time on CSR provision. Sir, books of accounts to be kept by the company. What and all should the company maintain? Books of accounts, books or paper, books and paper, financial statements. Sir, what do you mean by books of accounts? Books of accounts means, people, it includes amounts received by the company. Basically, you need to maintain a book for that. Sir, in addition to that, they have to maintain assets and liabilities of the company, sales and purchases of the company, and what is the items of cost? That is what you'll see under section 148. We'll be seeing in detail. Okay, cost audit, yes. So next ones are books or paper, books and paper. You have to maintain it in statutory register, minutes, books of accounts, deeds, vouchers. You can maintain it in physical or electronic form. If at all you are maintaining it through electronic form, people, there was one. If at all you guys want to use any accounting softwares and all, that should mandatorily have a timestamp. Yes, sir. That remember. Meaning, if at all I am entering any details, what time I am entering, what are the changes I am making, the system should be able to capture that. Yes, sir. And nowadays, what one more thing they have introduced is that if at all you are using any accounting software, it should always have an audit trail. Audit trail means, people, your Zomato will have a steps, no? Zomato, your item is being cooked, it is being dispatched. So that is called trail, basically steps. That the system should be able to capture the steps. Only such softwares can be used. Recent amendment. Is this clear? So basically, electronic form, if at all you are using a accounting software, basically that is made from 1st April 22. Yes, sir. You need to use accounting software which is capturing only audit trail. Yes, sir. Which cannot be disabled. Correct. Audit trail. 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 Trail is basically the list of items. Yes, sir. Okay, next one, sir. Financial statements. Actually, even this 1st April 2022, I'll just tell you, there was again one more amendment which said that there was a relaxation for 1 year and they pushed it to 1st April 23. But I'll just let you know once. I'll just confirm it and I'll let you know. Sir, no, now it is mandatory from 1st April 23, if I'm not wrong, but I'll confirm it. So, financial statements, people, this is important. In financial statements, what and all are included? Balance sheet, P&L. In the case of Section 8 company, you cannot call it as P&L, you will call it as income and expenditure account. Cash flow statement. People, now tell me, few companies are excluded from including cash flow statement. Who are they? Dormant company, OPC, and who else? Small company, startups. Remember, this can be an important question. These companies are exempted from doing this particular, maintaining the cash flow statement. So, statement of changes in equity and explanatory statement. You have to maintain all this under financial statements. Okay, sir. General requirements in preparation of books of accounts. True and fair view. You have to maintain it every financial year. You have to maintain registered and books of branch office. If at all I am maintaining books of branch office, should I maintain it in branch office or should I maintain the books in registered office? So you can maintain the branch office books in branch office only, people, but you need to summarize the periodical. You need to send a periodical summarized returns quarterly once to the registered office. Yes, sir. Sir, who will audit the branch office, people? Registered office is audited by you guys. Who will audit the branch office? Remember, if the branch office is in India, if the branch office is outside India, if it is in India, whoever is the auditor of registered office, the CA of registered office only can go and audit the branch office also. Sir, the operations are vast. You can hire a new CA for branch office only. He will send a summarized return for the registered office. You will collate and you will file it as a CFS along with your normal financial statements. Sir, what if my branch office is outside India? First thing is the registered CA of the main office only. He will only go and register. He will go only audit. Or people, any accountant can audit. The third one, people, any qualified professional according to the laws of their country. For example, CPA, ACCA, if at all you guys are authorized, you guys can go and audit the company. This is clear? Pakkana? Yes, okay. So remember that. Next one, sir, accounts must be kept in accrual, double entry system, not so important. Place of maintenance of books of accounts, important. Sir, where should I maintain my books of accounts, sir? By default, in registered office of the company. They only have to maintain. But can I maintain it in any other place, sir? Yes, you can keep it in any other place in India. However, two things to maintain. You have to pass a board resolution, sufficient. And people, you have to intimate ROC in AOC 5 within 7 days of such a shifting of the books of accounts. Do not get confused between this and register of members. Register of members special resolution where 1/10 of the crowd decides. If it is within, outside the city. If it is within the city, special resolution, but you can keep anywhere in the city. Remember, Okay. Sir, books of branch office summarized written quarterly. Okay. Inspection by directors. Can directors go and inspect books of account? If it is your company, you can inspect anytime. If you want to inspect your subsidiary company, you need to take a authorization letter which is passed by the directors. A resolution passed to go and inspect, you can go and inspect. Sir, however, if my company is outside India, my branch office is outside India, my subsidiary is outside India. If a director wants to go and check the accounts of that subsidiary, can I go and check, people? The law says you cannot go outside. You have to request the information only to come to India. So when the request is made, people, within 15 days, they will send whatever the information needed by the director in India. Provided you have to make such request directly, not through an agent or mediator. Remember, they can ask you a question here once they have asked 1 mark MCQ. Next one, period of preservation, important. How long should I preserve my books of accounts, sir? Books of accounts plus voucher, you will maintain it for a period of 8 years. If at all your existence for less than 8, you will maintain it for whatever is the years of existence. Sir, persons responsible to maintain account, very, very important. They can ask you a question. Whose responsibility is it to maintain the books of accounts? Managing director, whole-time director in charge of finance, sir, CFO, any other person authorized by the board. Yes, sir. So this is books of accounts. Next one, sir, financial statements. Financial statement should be maintained in a way which gives true and fair view. You have to follow accounting standards. You can expect a question here. Now I was asking you a question in brief. That is what it is. So if a company, a director is of a view that every company has to follow accounting standards mandatorily and you cannot deviate. Advise the director whether whatever his belief, is it true or wrong? Yes, sir. You have to say accounting standards every company has to follow. However, if you do not follow, you have to disclose this. What will you disclose? You will disclose the deviation of such accounting standard. Sir, I have to follow WDV method. I did not follow. I followed straight line method. Sir, reason for such deviation. Why did you not follow that? Why did you follow this? Sir, because you followed SLM method, what is the financial effect of such deviation? You have to disclose. Important, questionable. Sir, the balance sheet, the financial statement shall be prepared in the format Schedule 3 of Companies Act. Non-applicability, it is not applicable to insurance company, banking company, companies engaged in supply or generation of electricity, any other company for which financial statements are specified. Board shall lay full documents in AGM. So in your AGM, people, these things should be given to the shareholders. What and all? First is the financial statements of the company. In addition to that, if a company has associate company, subsidiary company, you have to combine all these companies. You have to prepare one financial statement that is called as consolidated financial statements. Sir, should all the companies prepare CFS? Yes, every company should prepare CFS. However, there is one exception. What is that, sir? If at all the following companies, if these things are followed, they need not prepare CFS along with their financial statements. What is that? First one, people, if you are an unlisted company, nor you are in the process of listing, whether in or outside India, you need not prepare CFS. Next one, people, its ultimate or intermediary holding company files CFS. Meaning, sir, Walmart, sir, Flipkart, sir, PhonePe, sir, they are telling you the ultimate holding company. Imagine Walmart has prepared CFS for all these companies. Sir, should again Flipkart prepare CFS for PhonePe? They are telling you not required. Or if Flipkart has prepared, so should Walmart again prepare for PhonePe? Not required. That is what they are saying. So second condition. Third condition, people, it's a wholly or partly owned subsidiary of another company. Okay, sir, Walmart, sir, Flipkart. Okay, and all its members have not given a lot. All its members have given no objection on non-presentment of CFS. Sir, what do you mean by that, sir? The Walmart shareholders have said, even if you do not give us a CFS of Flipkart, we absolutely do not mind, sir. We are giving you no objection. In such case, people, they are telling you, you need not give CFS to the holding company. This is important. They can ask you a question. Exemption by central government. The central government people can exempt any company from following this regulations or from, any other maintaining of accounts and all, they can exempt. Okay. Okay, sir. Next one, reopening of accounts. Important. What is reopening of accounts, sir? If any authority at any given point of time feels that a company had not filed its financial statements in the past properly. Sir, for example, Satyam did not file their true and fair view of accounts. Their actual profits was around 3,000 crore, but they recorded a profit of around 7,200 crore. So they have overstated their profits. Sir, in this case, can we do anything in this? Yes, people. What you can do, once the financial statements are already filed with ROC, you can go back to the past. You can reopen that financial statements. You can recast it. Recast it means, people, you can change it. It is possible. That is only called as reopening and recasting. Sir, what is the procedure? Important. See, to reopen and recast financial statements, application is to be made to the competent court or tribunal. Why have we specified competent court here? If your company is outside India, if you want to open the books outside India, your tribunal will not go there, right? So you have to give an application to the competent court outside India. So who needs to give this application? Given by central government, SEBI. So in our case, SEBI is giving, or income tax, statutory authority, or any other person concerned. They will give an application. Sir, once the application is received by tribunal, what will they do? They will give the notice again to all those people. SEBI is telling that Satyam has overstated the financial statements. So I am going to let him change the financial statements. Do you guys have any problem? Obviously, income tax authority will have a problem. Why? They have taken tax on 7,200 crores. They are going to lose the money. They will give, sir, we want more proof on this. We need evidence. If not, we will not allow. If you look at the difference, 4,000 crores into 30%. He is a mad fellow or what? Money will go off from your pocket. So he will ask for more evidence for his proof. Sir, what if there is no representation? No representation is no objection assumed. Clear? Okay. So, sir, if I want to reopen or recast the account, sir, what is the reason? Reason can only be two. No other reason. One reason, people, you have done fraudulent. Meaning, people, accounts were prepared in a fraudulent manner. Satyam, they had prepared in fraudulent manner. Or, sir, the management of the company, the affairs of the company were mismanaged. Kingfisher. They did not show any wrong accounts. But what did they do? The way they handled it was wrong, mismanaged. Only these two cases, people, you can reopen and recast the accounts. Sir, okay, I'll do one thing, sir. It is 2023 now. They can ask you a question here. Can I reopen the accounts of 2002? Is it possible? Not allowed, people. The maximum you can go back is 8 years. But one thing you need to keep in mind, in MCQ, they will ask you, what is the last year the company can reopen the accounts? Remember, if it is 23-24, do not count this year. You will start your 8 years from 22-23, year 1, year 2, like that go to 8th year. The last year is the maximum you can reopen. However, if central government has passed any order for a company, you have to maintain books of accounts for not 8, you have to maintain permanently. For such companies, they can even reopen for 20 years also. Clear? Pakka na? Okay. Now, Satyam, I know that you guys have misapplied this accounts. Once you have done, so I might say, don't maintain for 8, maintain for 10 years, maintain for 15 years. If it is already done, you cannot change it. But if it is something which you can still cover it, then you can tell them to do. I'll tell you how also. For example, imagine if Satyam did not fail. In the year 2008, the inspection started. You know our Indian case. 2016, 2015, the case is still going on. 2016 case is still going on. 2017, I have crossed the 8 years. Now, can I destroy these documents? 8 years is done, no? I can tell you, you have to maintain the book for these years. I can pass an order. Clear? Sir, this is always done by the authority. Can the companies do it voluntary also? Yes. What is the reason for change? What and all you can change voluntarily? 129 and 134. What and all you can change, people? Director's report and financial statements can be altered. People, what is the maximum duration I can change, people? 5 years, no? Yes, people, the maximum you can change is for people 3 years. Sir, what is the reason for change, people? Whenever you're changing, people, one thing you need to keep in mind, you cannot change something in all. Meaning, sir, I had given 100 crores, sir. It is not 100 crores, sir. It is 50 crore. You can't make such whatever entries you want. Whatever is section 129 and section 134 says, whatever is given in the section, if you have not followed that, to follow that, whatever are the changes you need to make, that you can make. You cannot make whatever the changes you want. Yes, sir. When, if at all the financial statements are laid in AGM, if the financial statements and board report are circulated, if the financial statements and board report are filed with ROC, if these 3 things are done, laid in AGM, circulated to members, and it is given to ROC, if that is done, people, the changes cannot be anything and everything. The maximum can be, you can do a change so that you will be able to comply with section 129 for financial statements, 134 for board's report. The maximum you can change is, people, for 3 years, not beyond that. And you can change once in a year. Once revised is final. See that those type of things they can hook on for MCQ. Can they reopen it again? They'll build a case-based scenario. They realize that whatever is the changed numbers, even in that also there is a defect. The company wants to change it again. Cannot possible. Once changed is final. Are you able to see how they can cook a question there? Voluntary revision, people. When to do? If board thinks financial statements or board report do not comply with section 129, 134 for board report. Maximum duration 3 years. How? Company to apply for tribunal. Same thing. Tribunal will give the order to income tax central government. Whatever is the tribunal order, I'll file it with ROC. Now ROC will let me to change it. It can be reopened only once in a financial year. Reason for revision should be given in the board's report. Limit of revision. If such previous financial statements or report have been sent to members, delivered to ROC, laid in company's general meeting, the revision shall be limited to the correction to comply with section 129 or 134 and making necessary consequential alteration. I changed something else somewhere, sir. For example, income tax authority has said, now imagine I filed IT returns. They will say, no, you have filed excess and they give me a refund. Yes, sir. So because of that, if something in my balance sheet changes, consequentially if affects my balance sheet, that changes I can make. So something else, somewhere else, someone has changed that has an impact on my balance sheet, I can make the consequential change. It's clear? it is, that is the reason I'm saying you need to see what is a consequential change. It is not like a random person changing it. Yes, sir. Okay. Sir, next one, sir. Constitution of NAFRA, section 132. What is NAFRA, people? NAFRA is a body which is constituted with majorly two powers, people. Basically, the scope. One was, people, to form the accounting standards and look or oversee the monitoring and implementation of accounting standards along with ICAI. The third one is important, people, to monitor the performance of professionals. So all the professionals, here they are covering chartered accountants. So all the chartered accountants, they will cover the performance of all the chartered accountants. They will cover the performance of those chartered accountants, basically, who are auditing the big companies. So what are the big companies? We'll see. Yes, sir. Okay. Sir, NAFRA, sir, it is end of the day a body. NAFRA consists of chairperson and part-time and full-time members not exceeding 15. One thing unit. NAFRA was constituted in 1st October 2018. In Companies Act, people, in 2013 only NAFRA word was added. But NAFRA was immediately not constituted. It was constituted in the year 2018. Yes, sir. Remember, I'll give you a cross-reference in General Clause Act. Yes, sir. Okay. Such part-time and full-time members not exceeding 15. One thing you need to remember in NAFRA, whenever you are appointing the chairperson or whenever you are appointing the members, they have to give a declaration that, sir, we do not have any conflict of interest. And this is the beauty. When they are appointed in NAFRA, they cannot be auditors in any other partnership firm. Not only that, after you leave NAFRA for the next 2 years, you cannot be associated with any audit firm. Remember that. Functions of NAFRA, people, recommend to central government on formulation of accounting standards and auditing policies, monitor and enforce the accounting and auditing standards, oversee the quality of service of professionals, perform such other functions as may be prescribed. Okay. Sir, now which are the big companies whose auditors are monitored by NAFRA? NAFRA is not going and auditing the companies. Pay attention here. I'm just looking out of the auditors of these big companies. Which are those big companies? Important, remember. Listed companies. This is important. In or outside India, they can put a big bomb here. A company is incorporated in New York. Is it applicable? Yes, it is applicable. Second one, unlisted public company having paid up capital minimum 500 crore, turnover 1000 crore, aggregate everything put together, loan, debenture, deposit 500 crore. Sir, for them, sir, again it is applicable. Unlisted company. Third one, people, insurance, banking, electricity, company governed under special acts, statutory companies. Fourth one, people, body corporate or company on a reference made by central government in public interest. What is this, people? Central government, what do you say? Central government will tell to NAFRA, hey NAFRA, hey, add him also. Why did you leave him? Take him also. Who can that be? Any body corporate. Give us an example, sir. LLP is a body corporate. So LLP is not covered here. I can say, hey, NAFRA, take him also. Why did you leave him? Take him also. So I can add this list. Is this possible? Okay. Next one, people, body corporate. Try to focus on this. Body corporate registered outside India, which is a subsidiary or associate of 1 to 4. Sir, there is a foreign company which is registered outside India. And that foreign company is a subsidiary or associate of an Indian company. Sir, give us an example. Body corporate outside India. Best example is Jaguar. It's a subsidiary of an Indian company called Tata Motor. Correct? And what are they saying? See here. And if its income or net worth exceeds 20% net worth of such company or banking company. Sir, what is that, sir? This Jaguar's income, people, is 20%. What Jaguar is earning, that income is 20% of the total income of such company. Whatever Tata Motor earns, people, basically entire condition, this, whatever they earn, 20% this foreign subsidiary only is earning. In such case, people, even they will also come under NAFRA. Meaning, their auditors will come under NAFRA. Clear? That is what is written in the heading. See here. Power to investigate service of auditors of companies and body corporates. So why did we use the word body corporate here? Because to cover that foreign company cannot be called as company. You have to address it as a body corporate only. Clear? Okay, NAFRA rules shall continue to apply 3 years after it ceases to be listed or exceed the points above. Basically, once applicable, people, for 3 years it is applicable. Every such body corporate shall inform the particulars of their auditors in form NAFRA within 30 days of commencement of rules. Yes, sir. Yes, there was a big clarification I had given you in the class. Every such body corporate, when you read it in the book, this point will be confusing. Every body corporate not covered in this particular rule shall file form NAFRA. So basically, people, if you are a normal company, your auditor details you have already filed in form ADT1 with ROC. That's the reason I'm using the word body corporate here. The foreign company has not told me who is their auditors. LLP has not told me who are their auditors because Companies Act is not applicable to them. So a company is already regulated. So your auditor details I already know, but body corporate details I do not know. So they were covered under NAFRA rules. So they have to tell me who their auditors are. They will tell me in form NAFRA 1. Did I confuse you or did I clarify you? I confused you. See, people, there are two things. One is a company, one is a body corporate. In the above definition, we are seeing companies also, body corporate also. Companies are already, sir, is live continuing for other chapters. What is happening, people? Is live ending? People, yes, people, we will be doing other chapters also, people. I mean, other laws also will be doing. Yes, sir. Company or body corporate. Company, whenever you appoint auditor, which form you will file? ADT1. So your auditor I already know. Then what freshly you are intimating? So you need not follow NAFRA. NAFRA 1 they need not follow. NFRA 1 they need not apply. Then people, body corporate. A body corporate foreign company, why will they tell about their auditors to me? LLP, body corporate, why will they tell their auditors details to me? So I have to get their details. Then how will I get? I am telling, for those of you who are not covered under the other rules, you follow this rule. That is the reason you have to file NAFRA 1. Clear? Okay. On such investigation, people, if a professional misconduct is proved, then NAFRA can slap us with what? If you are an individual auditor, minimum penalty 1 lakh, it may extend to 5 times. If you are a firm, 5 lakh, it may extend to 10 times. Sir, if you're if you're a member or a firm, people, you can also be suspended from providing services of audit, internal, undertaking any other audit, sir, performing any valuation for 6 months up to 10 years. But if you're affected with the order passed by NAFRA, you can also go for an appeal with appellate tribunal. Audit and annual report, people, same as IEPF, it will be done by CAG. Audit and annual report will be CAG will take it and give it to central government. Central government will keep it in both the houses of parliament. Yes, sir. Okay, next one, people. Financial statements and boards report, section 134. This is very, very, very important. Which one, sir? This part is very important. Sir, who should sign the financial statements? Very, very important. First one, it will be signed by chairperson if authorized by the board or 2 directors. If at all managing director is appointed, then 1 managing director, 1 normal director. This is very important. If a company has CEO, CFO, CS, if all 3 appointed, all 3 will sign. If they are not appointed, they will not sign. If it's a case of OPC, 1 director can sign, because here we are telling 2 directors. No. With the OPC, 1 director can sign. In OPC, what is the maximum number of directors done? OPC. Contents of board report. In board report, what and all will be there, people? Number of board meeting, fraud reported by auditors under 143 subsection 12. You guys can write a big list here. What and all you can write. Till now we have seen. Until section 134, what and all we have seen. What and all you'll write in board's report. If a company has given a bonus, dividend declared, it will be given in board's report only. The directors hereby are happy to inform 10% dividend to the shareholders. It is given in board's report only. What else? Sweaty equity and ESOP. Just now we saw noda accounting standards not complied. Where will you disclose? You will disclose in board's report only. Posh prevention of sexual harassment, you will give it, and DVRs you will give, and ESOP you will give. The big list, you will, whatever you see, everything you will give under board's report. Alteration of share capital. Yes, so CSR da? Entire CSR, we'll see. We have CSR. Okay, we'll spend more time on CSR. People, director's responsibility statement important. I have given you keywords also to remember. What was that, people? First one, what is director's responsibility statement? The directors give you one statement saying that when we prepared the entire books of accounts or whatever are the financial statements or the director's report, in this process, what is the care we have taken? They'll give you a declaration. These things should be there. What is the thing? First one, in preparing annual accounts, all the applicable accounting standards were followed. If not followed, you will give a deviation here only. Second one, directors have selected the best accounting policies. Third one, maintenance of adequate accounting records. So see, accounting standards, accounting policies, accounting records. Accounts were prepared on a going concern basis. Listed companies has adequate internal financial controls. So you need to comment on that also. You need to disclose it in your board's report. So proper system to ensure compliance with all the applicable laws. You had all the proper internal systems to comply with the laws. You have to give it in the director's responsibility statement. Is clear? Pakana? Okay. Yes, people. Let us do quickly CSR. CSR, people, there is again amendment for people who have attended for December classes also. Again for May people, there are amendments. So what is that amendment? We'll quickly see. Okay. CSR, people. Very important. Concentrate. Let us go a little detail only. It's okay. No problem. We will CSR da. So first thing, people, for whom and all the CSR is applicable, people. First one, what is that you need to keep in mind? If a company has, okay, tell me first of all, a company which has net worth 500 crore or more, 500 crore or more profit. Turnover of 1000 crore or more, net profits of 5 crore or more. Sir, what is that? You need to keep it in mind. All the numbers are inclusive. Yes, sir. Now the question to you. A private company is having a net worth of 600 crore or more. Is CSR provisions applicable to a private company? This is a bouncer. Pakka you will go wrong. All the places you will see, every public company, this is every company. No, who cares which company you are? You are a public, private, CSR, pakka applicable. So when we are reading limits, we'll just see this and go. You will never remember this and go. Don't you think the examiner knows this fact? Yes or no? This is where the questions, a bomb will be dropped. That is where are the helpless attempts. Ayyo, I know it, but it is going out of my hand. That is what happens. This is clear. So, people, okay, what is the amendment, people? Earlier, there was something called as Rule 3. Under Rule 3, once CSR is applicable, what will happen? They have to form a CSR committee. CSR committee, who will sit in CSR committee? What is the composition? CSR committee consists of 3 or more members. Now, who will that be? It will be directors, sir, and 2 will be normal directors. 1 shall be a independent director. Okay, sir. If it's a private company, should I appoint an independent director? Remember that provisions are not there for you because independent director comes into picture after 149. For you in CA intern, only 148 is there. But remember, for a private company, people, there is no need of appointing a independent director. So for private company, CSR committee can consist of only 2 directors. It is allowed. So whichever company who need not appoint independent director, their CSR committee can consist of only 2 people. Who can that be? It can be private company, unlisted public company, or even a foreign company. But with foreign company, one thing you need to keep it in mind. What is that? The committee will be 2, but one shall be resident in India. If you are not in India, how will you know what to spend on? Clear? Going in mind, sir. Now people in the before amendment, there was one point. What is that? If one CSR committee is applicable, people, it will be applicable for the next 3 years. If you remember, now what are the 10 people? That rule 3, whatever was there, they have removed that rule. Now indirectly, what is the practical implication if they remove this rule? So if I have to check the CSR applicability, what will I have to do? I will have to look into the CSR applicability every year. So I'll look at my financial statements at the end of the year. If it is there, the CSR applicable will come into picture the next year. Again, I look at next year. So that is the practical implication, the first amendment. What is the first amendment, people? The applicability of CSR need to be checked every year. The 3 consecutive financial year remote has been removed. Is clear? Okay. They have introduced a new provision. What is that, sir? If a company has unspent CSR amount, if the company has an unspent CSR amount, people, the company has to form CSR committee. When will company have unspent CSR account? I'll tell you. But if at all a company has unspent CSR account, they have to form CSR committee. Is this clear? Pakkana? Okay. They have to form CSR committee. Sir, third one with regards to CSR committee. What is that? This was already there. If a company has whatever is the CSR amount to be spent, CSR amount to be spent, meaning people, I'm talking about that 2%. If that 2% is coming to not exceeding 50 lakh, not exceeding 50 lakh, in such case, people, CSR committee not applicable. Clear? Okay, this is one thing with regards to CSR committee. Okay, sir. Next one, sir. Sir, what is the CSR expenditure, people? How much I have to spend? I have to spend, people, average of 3 years net profits. Average of 3 years net profits. 2% of average 3 years net profits. Correct? Huh? People will generally keep asking me, sir, what if the 3 years, imagine year 1, my profit was 10 crore. My year 2 profit was minus 15 crore. My year 3 profit was 2 crore. If I take an average, it is coming to loss, no sir. Should I still comply with CSR? You need not comply with CSR. Yes, sir. If 2% is not coming, then from where will you spend? You need not spend. It's clear? Okay, just that one thing, keep it in mind. But yes, if at all there is any surplus arising out of CSR, remember under CSR expenditure, surplus arising out of CSR shall be spent on CSR only. Sir, how is that, sir? Hey, you have transferred the money to a CSR account. On that, won't you earn interest? Possible, I will start old age home. I'll start a school. I'm running the school for 5 years. Now I want to renovate the school. Whatever are the benches and all there, I'm selling it off as scrap. And I'm planning to bring in new desk and school. Whatever the equipment required for school, I'm selling it off as scrap. Scrap is also forming part of CSR. You have to put it back into business. You cannot treat CSR as a business expenditure. Remember. Clear? Okay. And people, Did you guys have administrative overheads and all? Okay, forget. Adala, under CSR, did you add administrative overheads? Itta 5% ಅಂತ ಬರ್ಸಿದ್ನಾ? Impact assessment ಅಲ್ಲ. Under CSR expenditure only, have I made you write anything like administrative overheads and all?
So CSR expenditure on administrative overhead shall not exceed 5% of
Okay.
total CSR.
So, sir, whatever the administrative expenses shall not exceed 5% of CSR expenditure. Hey, what do you know administrative overhead? So, salary paid to the committee. I'm not talking about that CS. For example, I open a school. I'm appointing a teacher there. The teacher is not forming part of administrative overheads. They are not administrative expenses. They are CSR expenditure. That you don't have any limit. You can spend whatever you want. Then what is administrative expense? Now I have formed a committee. They are going to the school. They want to check how it is being implemented. Traveling allowance they'll claim, Yes, sir. That is called administrative overheads. Sir, now they are forming one office. They are claiming their food expenses. All they form the administrative overheads. On that people, the maximum limit is 5%. Clear? Okay. Next one, people. Activity is not considered CSR. Now imagine my 2% of net profits are coming to 50 lakh. The maximum I can show it as administrative overheads can be 5% of 50 lakh. 10% is 5 lakh, 2.5 lakh is the maximum I can show. Meaning you can take it from CSR expenditure only. Sir, what if I'm actually spending 4 lakh? Macha, spend that 1.5 lakh from your pocket. Yes, sir. People, activities not considered as CSR. Which one all da? Quickly, taka, tell me. First one, if you are spending anything on employees or family. For example, COVID-19 vaccine, they can build a story there. COVID vaccine given to employees is not a CSR. Correct? Second one, anything done outside India is not a CSR. People, sponsorship, marathon, advertisements, all these are not considered as CSR. Yes, sir. People, can I give a BJP? Sorry. Imagine people. Today, elections are happening. Can I do campaign for any political party? No. People, political contributions are not considered as CSR. Remember. The company Lifebuoy will give free sanitizers. Is it CSR? Ordinary course of business. Nagesh, is there any exception? Ordinary course of business, they are saying that it is not a CSR. Are there any exceptions? Which one? So if Lifebuoy gives sanitizers only as free of cost, it is ordinary course of business. It is not CSR. But only one particular department or one particular company is allowed. Even it is your ordinary course of business. Normally also you do that only. They can claim it as CSR. That's the example. What is the scenario? If at all you are spending money towards R&D, research and development, towards Covaxin alla. Covaxin is the medicine. Research and development towards COVID-19. COVID-19 drugs. Hey, drugs andre alla kano. I'm talking about tablets. Drugs, vaccine, or if you are spending anything. So if you take Bharat Biotech, that is their regular job. If they are doing research and development, they can still claim it as CSR forever. It was only for 3 years, people. That was 1920, 2021, 21-22. Actually not 1920 also. 2021, 21-22, 22-23. I believe this is the last year, if I'm not wrong. Correct? Research and development. Now what was happening? If you take Bharat, now you take Infosys quarter profit is 3,000 crore. Yes, sir. Now you can take pharmacy. Pharmacy only you take. The pharmacy company's quarter profits come to 2000 crore. So can I say annual profit is coming to 8000 crore? Let us take average is also coming to 8000 crore. Take it 2%. 10% is 800 crore. So 2% is how much? Divided by 5. 200 crore, huh? No, not 10% is 800 crore. So divided by 5. How much is coming? 160, yeah. 160 crore. Now imagine a pharmacy, 160 crore is their profits. They had to spend it on society. Now they are telling you can spend it on research and development only. Huge amount. For this 3 years you can spend. Is clear? Yes, sir. Just check once which are the 3 years. I believe it is 21, 22 or 22, 23. Tilda, Reliance. Reliance spends any money on Bharat Biotech? That is CSR because so 22, 23 that is a 23 is the last year. Okay. Where is the chapter? 9, no? No, financially. The 31st March it ends. Reliance. Any company during COVID, they said if you're spending money towards COVID drugs, COVID vaccine, makeshift hospitals. What is makeshift hospitals? That temporary requirement was there, no? Hey, correct. There is one more thing they have added in COVID. They added one more, not COVID. Last year they added one more item to Schedule 7. So whenever a company wants to spend CSR people, how will they spend? They have to spend it on the activities given in Schedule 7. You have to follow Schedule 7. They have given a big list of activities. They have added one item there. That is also another amendment. What is the item they have added? Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. What is that? Recently something happened, no? Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. What is that? 75th independence of India. Sir, what did the country say? All the houses, please have an Indian flag in front of your house. That is how we celebrated Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. What was the campaign? It was called as Har Ghar Tiranga. Remember, Har Ghar Tiranga was added under Schedule 7 of Companies Act. Meaning what, sir? Now every house should have a flag. Where will the flags come from? So if a company spends money on mass and bulk production of Indian flags, is considered as CSR. For Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav as Har Ghar Tiranga. This is the recent amendment. Clear? That is what they are saying. For that you are spending amount, right? It is considered as CSR. For sports people, if at all, for Indian sports people, you can spend money, it is considered as CSR. Swachh Bharat course, yes. See people, Har Ghar Tiranga as a part of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, this particular activity is added for CSR. Again, this is an amendment. So people do one thing, somewhere have that amendment. What is the first amendment, people? That rule 3, through 3 years, that is they are removed. Second thing they added, if company has an unspent CSR, they have to mandatorily appoint CSR committee. Yes, sir, that is second amendment. What is the third amendment, people? This Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Remember, Har Ghar Tiranga they have added. Sir, next one, sir. There is one more amendment. What is that, sir? Implementation of CSR. How will you implement CSR, people? So you can, there were 3 things you guys remember. Section 8 company, society, trust. Remember, now if I have to spend CSR, how will I implement CSR? Implementation of CSR, people, I can implement it by Section 8 company, trust or society formed by, that is IL only form, formed by company alone or group of companies together, and which is registered under ATG section 12A of Income Tax Act. So you can, correct, you guys can, I can spend money. For example, Reliance, I have formed Reliance Foundation, section 8 company. I will give money to them, they will spend. Second one, I can give money to section 8 company, trust society, which is formed by government, state government or central government. Or I can give money to any statutory authority, basically any statutory body created. I can give money to them. The third one, fourth one was people. I can give money to any section 8 company, society, trust, which is created by random person, provided he has a established track record of 3 years. There is one amendment here where there is an amendment here and here. What is the amendment C? If at all I had to give money to a section 8 company, trust or society, they should be registered under section 12A or 80G of Income Tax Act. There were some other type of section 8 companies, trusts, societies who were not registered under 80G or section 12A of Income Tax Act, but still they were section 8 trusts or societies. Who are they? For example, people, hospitals, universities, they were not registered under section 12A or 10G, but they were section 8 companies. Then where were they registered? Hey, why do you register 80G or 12A? If at all someone donates, they can claim it as. Now imagine I am a trusted. If my trust is registered under 12A, if you donate me 1 lakh, in your income tax return, you can claim it as reduction. If I am not registered, you cannot claim. Understood? Pakka na. Now what is the amendment, people? They are saying you can be registered under 12A or 80G. That is allowed. But if a section 8 company, trust or society, if they are registered under section 10 of 23C clause 4, 5, 6, 6A, if at all you are registered under this also, and if you are giving what is that, donations, all this to this also, yes, people, it is allowed. Is clear? I wrote what, 4 only. Sorry.
Section 10.
I will show you what exactly it says. Implementation, how it is exactly given. People, see here. Sir, company established under section 8, trust society. This bold was not there previously. Correct? What was given? It was just said it was registered under 12A or 80G of Income Tax Act. You can give it to them. Now they have added, if you are exempted under subclauses 4, 5, 6, 6A of clause 23C of section 10. So how should you read it? Section 10, 23C, clause 4, 5, 6, 6A. If you are exempted under this also, you can donate, you can give money to such section 8 companies, to such societies, to such trusts allowed. Sir, who come under this, sir? Who are exempted under this? Best examples are hospitals, universities. I've given you that also, not in syllabus. What is the meaning of section 10, 23C, clause 4 to 6A? Just read it once. We need to see how they are registered. So you're a trust. Any trust can be formed under Indian Trust Act. But I need to check whether they are specifically exempted under this particular provision. If yes, you can claim. Clear? So now what I am saying, you give money to these universities, they can use. Hospitals, give. You can use. Now for example, you will be getting this notifications on YouTube, Instagram and all. My child is suffering. So this hospital, I will donate. Now I am donating. I do not know whether I can claim the benefit or not. Now they are telling you, if the hospital is exempt under section 10, even whether they are 12G or 12A or 10, 80G, if they have not registered also, it's fine. I just give money, I can claim as benefit. Yes, sir. Now that is there. CSR is a extra thing you're doing, no? So it's okay. Yes, sir. It's clear, all of you. Amendment number, how many we did? 3 year done, na? This is the fourth amendment, yes, sir. Okay. And next one, people. Yes, sir. Okay. Next one, people. Next important thing. Okay. What is projects? A company can take two types of projects. One is called as standalone, and next one is called as ongoing project. What do you mean by standalone project? A CSR project which is generally valid for a period of 1 year. Sir, what is ongoing projects? Ongoing projects are those projects which you take up which does not exceed 3 years. Sir, example, sir, I want to construct a hospital. Now, hospital will not be constructed in 1 year. That is called as an ongoing project. So can I take an ongoing project for 10 years? That is not allowed. Now, people will ask me this question also. Sir, you are saying that ongoing project is a project which is going on for 3 years. So when this 3 years I am doing this project, in this 3 years also, the company will have to spend money. CSR will be applicable for every year, right? When you are earning profits. So if at all I am spending money for 3 years, should I not take another extra money for the every year? Is it not allowed? Hey, this is also separate, and every year CSR is also separate. That should be spent. Is clear? So this is called ongoing project. So when is ongoing project, people? Imagine for the year 21-22, I was covered under CSR. So for year 21-22, when should I spend the money? I have to spend the money in 22-23. Correct? If at all my previous year, my balance sheet says I am covered under CSR, in 22-23, I have to spend the CSR. Correct? Sure, concentrate. Sir, now in the year 22-23, imagine people, if it is a standalone project, by the year end, in the year 2023, I was not able to spend the money. I had to spend around 50 crore. I was not able to spend the money. I spent only some 10 crore. Now, sir, whatever is the 40 crore, people, the law gives me 6 months time from the end of financial year. When did the financial year end? 31st March 23. The law gives me 6 months time from here. Within the 6 months, people, I have to transfer whatever is the unspent CSR to any of the funds given under Schedule 7. The best example I can give you is PM CARES. Pradhan Mantri or any other funds given, you have to transfer the entire money within 6 months. Remember the timelines. Okay. Sir, what if it's an ongoing project? Okay. Imagine, sir, for the year 21-22, I have to spend the money, people, by 22-23. Sir, in the year 22-23, I start my project. This project starts here. When will the 3 years starts, people? The 3 years starts from the 23-24. The year in which the project started, you should not count it for ongoing project. So 23-24, 24-25, 25-26 will be my ongoing project. Sir, so 21-22. Yes, sir. So 21-22. So in the year 22-23, I have to start my project. Sir, in the 22-23, I could not able to spend the entire amount. So law says, people, from the year end, here, within 30 days, I have to transfer the funds to a separate bank account. Until you spend this 3 years money, the money should be in a separate bank account, and this account is called as unspent CSR. So a company has to form a CSR committee whenever it has a unspent CSR. You're getting unspent CSR. Now you have to form a CSR committee, whether you have profits or not. Pakka na? Yes, sir. Sir, okay, sir. Now by the year 26, sir, 31st March 26, sir, still the money is left. Another 5 crores is left, sir. I was not able to spend completely. Now what will happen, sir? Now the law says, I'll give you another 30 days time here. If you still have unspent CSR, transfer the entire money to Schedule 7. Okay, this is unspent CSR. Okay, I hope this is clear. People, next one is CSR reporting. People, whenever I'm giving money to Section 8 company trust to CSR implementation, first and all, I could give it to any person who is registered. Companies Act was nowhere governing them. Now what did they say, people? Any Section 8 company, trust society, taking money from the company, they have to mandatorily register themselves under Companies Act by filing CSR 1. You should be registered with Companies Act also. If your Section 8 company, trust society is registered with Companies Act, only then you guys can go ahead. Remember this, CSR 1, Pakana, okay na, sure. CSR reporting. First thing, people, you have to report CSR in your board's report. Clear? Okay. Next one, people, CSR 2 is implied. What is CSR 2? People, every year you file AOC 4, no? Financial statements. Along with AOC 4, you have to file one addendum. Addendum means attachment. That attachment is CSR 2. What is CSR 2? CSR 2 is nothing but report on CSR. You will file it with ROC along with AOC 4. Is clear? Report on CSR. Sir, the last one, sir, impact assessment. Impact assessment. What do you mean by impact assessment, people? I am telling you, every company has to spend money on the society. Okay, I built a school. Imagine Infosys built a school. No student is coming. What is the use of CSR? So what did the law say? You tell me what is the impact you created by building a school. How many students are learning? What is the effect of that school? You have to give a implementation. What is the impact is happening? So, sir, every company has to give an impact assessment, not every company. If your total CSR project is 10 crore or more, whatever is the amount you are spending, the total CSR, the 2% is coming to 10 crore or more. And if you are splitting this 10 crore between different projects, imagine, sir, my total is 10 crore. I am spending 2 crore on education. Sir, 50 lakh on rural development, roads, some water I am building. Sir, 1 crore I am building a hospital. Sir, and how much is left? I've got 3.5. Sir, another 6.5 crore, sir. I am spending it on slum development. Clear? Sir, now this is called CSR. Now they are saying, people, impact assessment should be made. If your total overall CSR expenditure is 10 crore or more, and individual outlay of project is 1 crore or more, for such a products, you need to create a impact assessment report. For example, I'm spending 2 crore on schools. I have to get an impact assessment report. Sir, I'm spending for rural development 50 lakh. 50 lakh, less than 1 crore, impact assessment not required. Sir, this is exactly 1 crore, impact assessment required. Sir, this is also impact assessment required. Now your doubt can be, sir, what if the entire 10 crore is spent on one project? Even for that also you need to create an impact assessment. Sir, now the question is, who will create this? Who will do this impact assessment? Impact assessment is always carried on by an independent agency. It is done by an independent agency. Now, sir, this independent agency, are they my uncle or my auntie? Won't they charge money on it? They will charge. Sir, now how much are they charging? They are charging some amount, sir. Now my doubt is, sir, can the amount charged on the impact assessment, can I show it as CSR expenditure? Yes, sir. Up to what extent? 5% or? Tell me. 5% or 50 lakh. Amendment number 5. This 5% is now made 2%. Huh? ಯಾವಾಗ ಹೇಳಿದ್ವಿ ಬರ್ದಿದ್ಯಾ ನಿಮಗೆ ಹಂಗಾರೆ ಆಗಿತ್ತು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. Then how did you write 5%? Gokul? Administrative was 5%. I'm talking about impact assessment. 2%. You written 2% only, no? That is an amendment, people. First it was 5%, now they have made 2%. Whichever is less. People, one more thing, the impact assessment report will only be done on that projects which has at least been in existence for at least 1 year. So now I spend, tomorrow I can, bricks only will be there. What impact assessment I will do? Is clear? Yes, people. So I believe I have covered most of it. Penalties there, people. Should I cover penalty? Not. Company and officer and default. Possible, just look and go. So this is your CSR people. Done na? Okay. By this we complete your accounts chapter. Anything else I have left there? No? Covered most of it? Huh? Main people CSR, write it there and go. Pakka one question will be there. My anticipation 5 to 8. MCQ will see 1 or 2. Whatever amendments I am telling you, that 3 years, 2%, that section 10, 23C, all these pakka you can expect. There will be amendment. There will be a question. Yes, sir. Okay. The last one we'll do and let's go for a break. Huh? Audit and auditors, important from your exam point of view. Your institute takes this chapter personally. Yes, sir. Okay. Okay. Sir, appointment of auditors. How do we appoint auditors, people? First one, it depends upon what type of auditor you are. When the company immediately starts its operation, the first person appointed is called as first auditor of the company. The first auditor of the company, depending upon the type of company. Imagine if at all you are a government company. The first auditor is always appointed by CAG, Controller and Auditor General of India. Sir, if within what time? CAG has to appoint within 60 days. If CAG fails people within 30 days, the board of directors will appoint the auditor. If they also fail people, the shareholders will appoint within next 60 days. 60, 30, 60. Sir, what if you guys can be thinking? Very much possible. What if shareholders also fail, sir? Die. Why else? What else? Who else is concerned? Yes, sir. But it is government company people, CAG only will appoint. Sir, any other company people, directors will appoint within 30 days of the incorporation. If directors fails people, within next 90 days, the shareholders will appoint. Sir, apart from that people, if it's a normal company, I'll not go to that audit committee, I give, you give, you give, I give and all. I hope you remember. If a company has audit committee people, they will propose the name to the directors. If directors are also okay with it, they will pass on the same name to the AGM. Correct? The auditor will always be appointed for a period of 5 years. Yes, people. Yes. So, auditor of the company is always appointed in the AGM. Always remember, the first auditor, his remuneration, appointment, both are done by directors. After that, people, everything is done by shareholders. Remember that. Yes, people. 139. Audit committee does not have that. Okay, forget. Okay, people. Next one, people. Tenure, rotation of auditor. Sir, what is this rotation of auditor? So, people, because of Satyam case and all, the auditor people, first year he'll be stricter. Second year, third year, he became friend only. What's up? So, we do not want the auditor to become a friend of the company. They introduced a provision called rotation of auditor. An auditor, whoever has completed his 5 years tenure, cannot be reappointed in the firm for the next 5 years. Yes, sir. Sir, these are very strict compliances. No, sir. That's the reason it is not applicable to all the companies. The rotation of auditor is applicable only to these companies. Who are they, sir? If you're a listed company, unlisted public company having paid up capital of 10 crore or more, very rarely you will see the word private company. Private company having a paid up capital of 50 crore or more, all the companies having borrowing of 50 crore or more. They can drop a bomb here saying that a private company is having an outstanding borrowing of 60 crore. Is rotation of auditors applicable? All companies. Now full picture clarity. Exam mein dada. Yes, sir. Where private company? Where other company? Hey, did you guys see that chart? Whatever I'd given you limits? Yes, sir. I'd given it to your batch only, no? Is it accurate? Did you guys try to check the data? Wherever it is, you let me know. Yes, sir. Manner of rotation of auditors, people. How do I rotate? People, if it is an individual, his term will be 5 years. Can I reappoint him? One term of 5 years. Can I reappoint an individual? Yes, people. There is a cool off period of another 5 years. If it's a firm, then how much is the tenure of them? 2 terms of 5 years. Don't write off directly 10 years. Sir, if at all a firm should be again reappointed, what is a cool off? 10 years? Both of them cool off is 5 years. 5 years. It's clear? Yes, sir. So that is your rotation. Sir, casual vacancy of auditors. If it's a government company, people, CAG will appoint. Within 30 days, if board will appoint. Sir, this is important. Within 30 days of casual vacancy, who will appoint? Directors only will appoint. But one thing you need to keep in mind. What is that? If the casual vacancy is due to resignation of the auditor. Death means people, directors can appoint and you will leave the matter there. If the auditor is resigning and leaving the company, you need to call the shareholders. Shareholders has to come within 3 months and they have to approve the subsequent auditor. Without their approval, the subsequent auditor cannot continue. That's clear? Important, remember. Sir, reappointment of retiring auditor. Can I reappoint the retiring auditor? Yes, sir. However, in certain cases, you cannot reappoint. When is that? If at all, you can appoint people when he is not disqualified. Or he has not given notice of unwillingness. He said, I do not want to continue, done. Next one, people, special resolution is passed to reappoint some other auditor. Section 115. Special notice. No auditor is appointed or reappointed. Sir, the company is not bothered at all. They did not reappoint, they did not do anything. Then this person will be automatically reappointed. Here, they can ask you a question there. Remember, removal, resignation of auditor. People, can I remove the auditor? Yes. How? First, people, directors will pass a resolution. How will directors pass a resolution? You have to read this section with 115. Under 115, the shareholders would have given a request to remove the auditor. The director will take the request. They will pass a board resolution to remove the auditor. Once the resolution is passed, you need to go to central government for the approval. CG approval is asked in form ADT 2. Appointment of auditor ADT 1. You'll ask the approval of central government in ADT 2. Once central government agrees, you will go and pass special resolution. That is what I have given here, special notice. Clear? Okay. Sir, resignation possible. Yes, people, within 30 days, intimate company ROC. If you are a government company, intimate CAG also. Done. People, very important. They can ask you a question here. Eligibility, qualification, disqualification of an auditor. Who is eligible? Can a body corporate become an auditor? Can you appoint a body corporate as an auditor of a company? Yes or no? A body corporate cannot be an auditor except LLP. Basically, a company can never be appointed as an auditor. It should be a partnership, individual, or LLP. Is clear? Okay. Sir, okay, I'll appoint a LLP as my auditor, sir. Allowed. Sir, but in my LLP, there are different variety of partners. CS are there, CMA are there, cost accountants are there, CA are there. Can I appoint such audit firm as my auditor? Allowed? Majority of them has to be CA. Now you can appoint. Understood? Pakka. Okay. Firm. Okay. First one, sir. So people, body corporate. What are the disqualification? Body corporate except LLP. Next one, people. Officer or employee of the company cannot be auditor. Next one. What is the third one? Partner or employee of, officer or employee of the company. Partner or person in employment of, officer or employee of the company. How should you see this, people? A person. Okay, let us take it this way, people. Imagine there is Infosys. Infosys has a employee. This employee runs a partnership firm. Second one, this employee runs his own employment. Clear? And in this firm, there is one partner. So, imagine, okay, this person is the same person. There is one more person, partner. Clear? Sir, and in this company, where this person is running the company, in this company, there is one employee. They are telling this employee cannot be an auditor. This partner in that firm cannot be auditor. Now, how you need to read it? You need to read it this way. Partner or employee of partnership firm or employment of the company. ಯಾವುದು ಸರ್ ಇದು ಗೋಲಿ? Clear? Now try to read what the loss is. Clear? Yes, sir. Now try to read what the loss is. Partner or employment of. So that is the first two people we saw. Of the officer or employee of the company, my company. So my company's officer or employee, if they have partnership and company, in that whoever is a partner and employee, they cannot be appointed as a auditor of my company. When you see, straight away remember this image. Yes, sir. If you just try to see the words, it will not understand. Yes, people. Okay, next one, people. Important point, Ano. A person who renders a services given under section 144. Are they saying a CA cannot give these services? A person who is appointed as an auditor to the company, that person should not give these services. What are the services given there? Bookkeeping services, actuarial services, investment banking, investment advisory, outsourcing of financial information, any other financial implementation of schemes. People, those things, if at all you are doing, you cannot be auditor. Or if you're auditor, you cannot give those services. Disqualified. People, person or firm who has direct or indirect business relationship with cash. Cash means, people, company, associate, subsidiary, holding company. You should not be associated with any person. But exception, people, professional services or ordinary course of business, arm's length basis. Meaning, people, imagine an auditor. You're telling you cannot have a business relationship with a company at all. Okay. For example, there is a company. Let us take, for example, Airtel. Bharti Airtel. Obviously, they have to appoint an auditor. Sir, this auditor, doesn't he need a SIM card? I will purchase a SIM card from Airtel. Am I not having business relationship with Airtel? Yes. So am I disqualified? They are telling you, if at all, how much ever they are charging to the other customers. If they are charging you the same thing, it's an exempted transaction, you can still be appointed as an auditor. This is what is called as ordinary course, arm's length transaction. Okay. Next one, sir. Sir, now they are telling me, my relative, if it is a partnership firm, my other partners, none of them should be related. In the way, we should not hold securities at all in your company. Who? Me, my other partner, and my relatives. They should not hold it. They said unreasonable. So they gave an exemption. What is that? Relatives can hold up to 1 lakh. Here they will drop a bomb. They will say a person is holding 900 rupees worth of face value of share. Can he be appointed as an auditor? So you will remember 1 lakh can go. You will not remember who and go. Relative can hold, not the partner or the person. Sir, next one, he is indebted to cash. I've taken loan from company, its associate, its subsidiary, its holding company. Not more than 5 lakh. Sir, what else will be the bouncer in the exam? They will give you drop a bomb on 5 lakh. Is it less than or not exceeding? Excess of 5 lakh. Up to 5, you are not disqualified. That will be the bomb in exam, MCQ. Next one, guarantee. Same thing in excess of 1 lakh. So 1 no 5, 1 no. Person whose relative is a director or KMP. So if my people, they can ask a question here. What? My wife is a software engineer in Infosys. Can the husband be appointed as an auditor of Infosys? Yes, Kirtana. Why? See, the question is, my wife is a software engineer in Infosys. Can me, husband, can he be appointed as an auditor of Infosys?
If she does not cover the
Oh, software engineer. Okay, she's not a KMP. So she's the employee of the company. So can I be appointed as auditor? I cannot be appointed. Very good, Kirtana. I can be appointed. Remember, people, this is the beauty. Relative cannot be a director or KMP. They can be an employee in the company. Yes, sir. Sir, then what is this? Imagine, I am only working as a accountant in the company. I am an officer or an employee in the company. I am only proposed as an auditor of a company. I cannot be appointed. I need not be a director or KMP. Even if I'm a security guard, I cannot be an auditor of the company. If a relative, that is what is the beauty. I'm telling you, they will ask. See, read. Person whose relative is director or KMP. I have not given any other thing, no? Convinced, Person or partner, what is the maximum partnership assignments you can hold? So if it is a partnership, there are 4 people, then 80. Remember that, some petty question can come there. People, some companies are not covered in this 20. OPC, startup, small company, startup included, no? So OPC, small company, dormant company, startup and private company not having less than it's not exceeding 100 crore. People, this is the beauty. This is the only place where one company is not covered. Which company? See carefully. Dormant, OPCA, small company, private, paid up share capital less than 100 crore. Sorry, exact 100 crore people, you are disqualified. You are counted in the limit. Less than 100 crore means what? 99.999. Yes, where is startup? Startup is not there. Startup is not there. But in exam, how will you know? Everywhere startup comes. This one is no connection. It's sir, vacation of office. After becoming an auditor also, if any of these things happen, I have to leave the office and go. Yes, people. That is one thing you need to remember. Reporting of fraud. Whose example we had seen? Someone had to report it, no? Subhash, we had seen. Sir, what is the thing? Giant, correct. No, in your match, whose example I give? Subhash, no? So people, whenever a auditor is auditing the accounts, he sees that there is some fraud that has happened. Now, what is that immediately he has to do? Now, I'll drop a bomb. What if the amount is exactly 1 crore? What is the steps that the auditor needs to take? Did you get the bomb?
Yes,
If the fraud is exactly 1 crore, should I report it to central government or not? 1 crore gu madbeka? Sure? Pakkana? Okay. So if it is less than 1 crore, now turning. No. Even after looking, even I will also say, I'm telling you, these are the points which will blow our mind. So if fraud involved is 1 crore or more, in such case, people, within 2 days of the knowledge of the fraud, I will immediately write a letter to the audit committee. If no audit committee, directors, sir, this is what I have found. What do you think? They will have to reply. So the auditor will take their reply and the statement he has sent, he will send both to who? Where else you saw the Secretary of MCA? Nafra na EPF? Remember IPF. Nafra was chairperson and eminent in law, accounts and all will come. And 15 members part-time and full-time. Yes, sir. Okay. So in sealed cover and you will give it in ADT 4. What you will give? Whatever is the statement I sent and their reply. If they did not reply, I will send that also. Sir, they did not reply to my statement. Sir, if it is less than 1 crore people, I will give it to the audit committee or directors as the case may be. In that, I'll mention 3 points. What is that? What is the amount of fraud? What is the nature of fraud? Who are the parties involved in fraud? The directors has to give that in their statement. The auditors have reported the fraud. This is the fraud. They have to reply one thing. They have to add the 4th point. What is the remedial action you took for the 3 things you have reported? You have to give that in your director's report. This will also come in the director's report. Clear? Pakkana? Yesha? Central government to specify audit of items of cost in certain companies. Basically, this is very vague for you. They have just say as may be prescribed, as may be prescribed. So cost record mandatory for companies engaged in production or supply of goods and services as may be prescribed. That is not there for you. I have given telecom and electricity. Yes, people. Auditor, huh? There. Having a turnover of. Yes, sir. Cost audit mandatory only if central government makes an order. Appointment of cost auditor if company has audit committee, same thing. But people remember, cost auditor is always appointed by the directors. Not you. Statutory auditor is appointed by shareholders. Cost auditor is appointed by directors. Remuneration is fixed by shareholders. Yes, sir. They shall recommend the board shall be approved. See here. They shall recommend to the board and yes, sir. What is to be maintained? Who shall be cost auditor? Basically, cost accountant who has passed under that. Whatever is the eligibility, qualification, disqualification shall mutatis mutandis apply. Same to same. The cost audit report shall be given by the company to the board. The board will forward it to the central government in form CRA 4. Yes, sir. Some things. What are the powers? What are the powers and duties of auditor? Anything we have missed from the important things? Have I missed it? Auditor has to give some statements in his audit report. What is that? Auditor has to clearly mention some statements in the audit report. What is that? He has asked, received all the information and sufficient books of accounts were maintained by the company. The directors were not disqualified. Okay, power of auditor, nothing. Duties of auditor. Duties also is like, okay. Auditor report shall state what? He has sought and obtained all the information and explanation which were necessary for audit. He has taken all of that. Why practically this is put? Now imagine people, I will write off something. Tomorrow something happens. The auditor might say, sir, that day I had asked them to give that report. They did not give me. That's the reason I was not able to give a report. What if you put it on them? So give a declaration that you have taken all the information and only then you have given the audit report. That's the reason. Next one, whether in his opinion proper books of accounts are maintained or not. Whether the report on the accounts of any branch office of the company audited by a person other than company's auditor has been sent to him or not. He should receive no quarterly returns. Has he received it or not? Whether company's balance sheet and P&L account are in agreement with the books of accounts. Financial statements comply with accounting standards. The observations which have an adverse effect, you give no audit report. Whether any director is disqualified, whether the company has adequate internal financial controls. What is the point? People, audit of government company is important. Audit of government company is done by an auditor who is appointed by CAG. Correct? Now, auditor prepares an audit report and what does he do? He will give this audit report to whom, people? He will give this audit report to in India, if you say everything else. Audit report will be given to CAG. Now CAG will do three things on this. What is that? First one, CAG can comment on the audit report given by the auditor. Correct? Our auditor has done an audit of a government company and he is giving this audit report to a CAG. What can CAG do on this audit? CAG will pass a comment saying that more review required, more information required. I can pass a comment. Second thing, CAG can conduct test audit. What do you mean by that? Randomly pick items, samples. I can further cause a test audit done. Correct? The last one, people, if CAG feels another audit is required, they can conduct a supplementary audit. Meaning audit of audit. Whatever you have done, if it is not sufficient, I can conduct a fresh audit again. Remember, all these three again will be sent to the shareholders. Because you will always give audited financial statements to the shareholders. Now, how will then all this happen? You will give again this to the shareholders. On this, they have not asked any type of question. They can ask you a commentary based question. What are the actions CAG can take on the audit report submitted by the auditor? Remember these three keywords: test audit, supplementary audit, and your comment. Clear? And it will be given to the shareholders. It can be other also. If supplementary audit is done by same person, it will not serve the purpose. So if you even read, see here, conduct a supplementary audit of financial statements of the company by such person or person as he may authorize in this behalf. I can authorize any person. Okay. Reporting of fraud we have done now. People, important. Audit of branch office in India, outside India. See, by your auditor, if it is in India, or you appoint another auditor. If it's outside India, auditor, accountant, CPA, duly qualified, basically anyone outside India. Okay. Auditor not use certain services. See, actuarial, design, internal audit, bookkeeping, investment banking, investment advisory, management. Okay. Okay, let us take for example, Kirtana is the auditor of a company. Kirtana that day, met with an accident. Kirtana is not able to walk. Now, Kirtana ideally has to go and attend the AGM. She was not able to go. In this case, what can Kirtana do? Advise the company. Can she appoint a proxy? No? She can send an authorized representative. One thing you need to keep in mind, questionable point here, the person representing Kirtana should also be a professional qualified from the same institute. Meaning, what if I send off CS? Same thing applies to them also. He is a secretarial auditor. He should also attend the meeting. He cannot send a CA there. Correct, huh? Punishment you wanted, huh? Authorized representative. The difference is authorized representative will have more power. Proxy is a dummy. Yes, sir. By this people, we complete marathon of part A. We will let us do chapter 2, the negotiable instrument. After that, let us come back to your Indian Contract Act. Negotiable instrument. Negotiable Instrument Acts. Okay, Negotiable Instrument Act. Remember 1881 pre-independence law. I'll give you a cross reference in General Class Act. Yes, sir. Okay, so Negotiable Instrument Act. What is negotiable instruments, people? In our day-to-day life, we'll be doing a lot of transactions. When I say a lot of transactions, people, say for example, it can be commercial transactions, it can be loan agreements. What will happen? Let us take for example, there is two people. A gives money to B, sir, and B people in return gives one document saying that, sir, I acknowledge taking money from you. After 3 months, I'll repay the money to you. Yes, sir. We need to call or we need to give this instrument a name. The name given to this instrument is called as negotiable instrument. To be even more precise, it's called as a promissory note. You're promising someone to pay money on so and so date. So on a broader picture, these are called as negotiable instruments. So whenever I call as a negotiable instruments, people, these negotiable instruments have certain characteristics. What are the characteristics of negotiable instruments? According to, if you guys remember your childhood, Indian Contract Act, a contract can be oral or written. Now people have taken 1 crore from you. I will tell you in spoken words. I will promise you on you only I'm telling you. I promise you I'll repay this 1 crore. Now whatever happened between us, is it a contract? Is it a contract? It is a contract, but it is not under negotiable instrument. According to Indian Contract Act, it is valid. But according to negotiable instrument, it is not valid. Is clear? Okay, I've taken 1 crore from you. Okay, now see, I've taken 1 crore from you. I'm clearly writing me, Mr. Sai have taken rupees 1 crore from Mr. Y. Is this a promissory note or not? Mr. Okay, I'll sign also. Is this a negotiable instrument or not? Why? It's in writing only, no? People always remembered it is just I'm telling I've taken. Am I telling I'll pay or something? It's not a promissory note. So people, what is promissory note? There should be an express promise where one person makes a promise. I have taken money from you. I acknowledge to pay it back on so and so date, so and so amount. Everything should be precise. That is called as promissory note. So now tell me people, Mr. Sai hereby promises to give 100 coconuts in return for 10,000 rupees borrowed to Mr. Y. Is this a promissory note or not? Why? Money and money only. MCQ questions. Clear? Yes, sir. Okay, sir. So this is a basic characteristic of a negotiable instrument. And what else is negotiable characteristics? Can a negotiable instrument be conditional? Huh? It should be a certain event. Meaning people, I will pay you on January 1st. January 1st certainly will come. Yes, sir. I will pay you by tomorrow sunset. It will definitely happen. I'll pay you once he dies. Death is uncertain, but death is certain only, no? In films and all, they will say death is uncertain. That is because you never know when he'll die. But it is certain he will die. He's not yogi or something, correct? I mean, not that yogi. I'm talking about any other person. Okay. Yes, so they are telling you people it should be a certain event. Okay, you tell me. I acknowledge to pay you if Mr. Nagesh gets married to Mr. Y. Mr. Okay, sir, Mrs. Yes, sir. Sir, if at all Mr. Nagesh, whenever he marries, I promise to pay you 10,000 rupees. Is this a valid promissory note? Again, no. Nagesh will not get married. Is it uncertain event? He is like, hey, sir, CA agli. Next day only. I have it, sir, in pocket only. I have it beyond HOC. But, so people, Nagesh will get married is what he is telling. But is it his own decision, people? You should have some other person also, Nagesh. Sir, we have, sir. We have, sir. You don't know. Huh? You see my mobile, you will know. So, so people, what are they saying, people? So, it's an uncertain event. You cannot bet on it. It's clear. So, these are called as uncertain events. It cannot be a valid promissory note. Last one, sir. If at all, I have given this, say for example, Mr. A has issued an instrument. I will repay the money to Mr. A, who B signed. Yes, sir. Now, people, A also had taken money from someone. A had to give money to C. So, A will think instead of me taking from B and giving that money to C, what will A do? A will tell A, B, instead of giving it to me, you directly pay it to C. Yes, sir. Sir, how do I put it in the promissory note? I put it in the words called or order. Pay it to A or order, meaning you pay it to me or to a person whom I say. Sir, now how do I write C's name? This is only called as negotiation. That is the meaning of negotiable instrument. The word negotiable in negotiable instrument means transfer. You can transfer it any number of times. Is clear? Pakana. Sir, the instrument is this much. Where do I transfer? Turn it, people, behind. You can write it, you can sign it, and you can transfer. How I'll do it? Pay to Mr. C and A will sign. Yes, sir. C will again say pay to Mr. D. C will sign. Sir, so how many times can we transfer, people? We can transfer it up to the end of the page. No, then you can add additional sheet also, people. That additional sheet is called as allonge. Allonge. Yes, sir. Okay, that's the basics. Let us look at the characteristics. Essential characteristics of a negotiable instrument. Sir, first of all, what is negotiable instrument? is not defined under the act, but they just say what are the types of negotiable instrument. There are three: bill of exchange, promissory note, and check. Sir, characteristics, people, it should be always in writing. It should be signed, freely transferable up to satisfaction. A launch can be an important point from MCQ point of view. Unconditional promise, important. Marriage can be only the question. Directly they'll say marriage only. Next one, people, to pay money only. Thing in koi, all these are not considered as negotiable instrument. Instrument must be delivered. I'll write everything down. I will only keep it. Is it a valid thing? Not valid. Sir, the first instrument is called as promissory note. What is a promissory note? Definition important. They may ask you a difference between promissory note and bill of exchange. Promissory note is an unconditional undertaking. What is undertaking, people? Undertaking is something where I do it on my own. I undertake to pay. I am telling it on my own. I am a promising person. I am doing it. People, sir, unconditional undertaking means, people, there is always two parties. Sir, this is a creditor. This is a debtor. Promissory note is always made by the debtor himself. He will only write and give it to the creditor. I have borrowed so much of amount. I acknowledge to pay so much of amount. Yes, sir, this person is called as a maker of the instrument. Creditor is called as payee of the instrument. Always remember, promissory note only has two parties. Why? When we are doing one instrument, you will get a ambiguous instrument. Sir, parties, maker, payee, debtor, creditor, as the case may be. Characteristics, sir, it should be in writing. Express promise to pay. Mere acknowledgement is not sufficient. What is this? Sir, I have taken. Is it a promissory note? I have borrowed money from Mr. A. Is it a promissory note? So those scenarios based, they can ask you a question. Yes, sir. Next one, sir. Payable to definite and unconditional, money only, stamped. It should be stamped. Meaning, should I put it down and shall I stamp on it? Then I have to put some, what is it? Notary Allah. It is the, what is noting that? Stamped it is what? What I am telling is affixing of the revenue stamps, adhesive stamps. That has to be there. If not, people, at least e-stamp. Maker and payee to be certain and different persons. Okay. Bearer, when we are doing bearer instruments, let us do about that note. Next one, people, bill of exchange, promissory note. Let us look at example. Okay, what is a promissory note? See here, it's an example of promissory note. It says what is the value of the instrument. This is the meaning of stamped. So if you guys remember the postal card Dunya, that was it was. Sir, Rangoon, place, the day when the promissory note was made. Now what does it say? On demand. What is on demand and all? We'll see. We promise to pay. See, promise. They are not telling we have borrowed the money. Not mere acknowledgement. We promise to pay at the imperial blank, place of payment. To OA, OK, CJ, Karuppan, Chettiyan, Ano. Or order. Esa OA, OK, CJ, Karuppan, Chettiyar. Esa. So we are telling we'll pay it to him or his order. To whomsoever he says, I'll pay to him. So Karuppan Chettiyar will say pay to Bulli Chettiyar. We'll pay to Bulli Chettiyar. Esa. For value received, the sum of 20,000 only with interest from this day at the rate of 6.5% per annum. Sir, signed by, I don't know. What is this Kirtana? Any idea? I believe it is Tamil or Malayalam. Tamil, anyone knows? What have they written? You don't know? Yeah. You want to read Tamil? Any guess, Kirtana? Exam question. Hey, I'm telling that I will pay it to him. Why will Karuppan Chettiyar sign? We need to see who has given to Karuppan Chettiyar. He would have signed. See, that's a very good thing. He is a payee. Payee won't sign. Maker will sign. It's not Karuppan Chettiar. Someone else should sign. Yes, sir. Okay. So, sir, people, so unconditional undertaking. Very, very important. Keyword should be there in your answer. The next one, sir. Bill of exchange, people, meaning it is an instrument in writing containing an unconditional order. Sir, how does bill of exchange work? Imagine, people, Mr. A has sold some goods to Mr. B on credit sale. These goods are made on credit sale. Correct? Sir, along with the goods, people, what will the seller do? The seller, along with the invoice, he will also send people something called as bill of exchange. What is that? I will send the goods to the buyer on credit and I'll tell him, you sign this particular instrument and send it back. So always remember, bill of exchange is drafted by the seller. If I have to put it in this position, he is always a creditor, he is always a debtor. Promissory note is always made by the debtor. Bill of exchange is made by the creditor. That's very important. Remember. Okay. Signed by the drawer, directing a person to pay a certain sum of money to order or order of certain person to or to bearer instrument. Bearer instrument, we are telling it here because with reference to check. Normally, you cannot make it a bearer. But what is bearer now? We'll see. Sir, bill of exchange has certain parties. Who are they? Bill of exchange always has people, three parties. Who are they? The seller is always called the drawer. The person who has to pay the money is called as drawee. The person to whom the money is paid is called a payee. Sir, the payee can be drawer himself. Or he can say, pay it to my order. I am telling you to pay it to Bulli Chettiar. Bulli Chettiar will become payee. It's clear? So, in a bill of exchange, there can be two parties or three parties. If drawer himself become a payee, there will be only two parties. If at all payee is a different person, there will be three parties. Clear? Okay. Sir, drawer, drawee, payee, done. Hey, who is an acceptor? Da? So people, an instrument, imagine people, there are two types of instrument a seller can draw. One, the buyer will insist, Macha, after you draw the instrument, you have to show me da. You can't write off something and all. The bill will be valid only if I accept. If I don't accept, the bill will not be valid. If that condition is imposed, insisted by the buyer, then what will the seller do? The seller will write the instrument, he will send it to the buyer will look into the instrument, he will sign. The day he signs, the drawee only becomes the acceptor. Acceptor is not a different person. When the drawee looks at the bill, if he signs the bill, he becomes the acceptor. Is clear? Pakana? Okay. Who is the acceptor for honor? Da? Very important. They can ask you a question with regards to acceptor for honor. So, sir, in our case, sir, if B did not make the payment, people, his ijjat is gone. No. Now, imagine, people, there is A. There is one more person called C. A has transferred the instrument to C. C has transferred the instrument to D. D has transferred the instrument to E. Sir, like this, you can go any number of times. Sheet over, take additional, keep on going. Clear? Now, people, what happened, people? Mr. E went to repayment. He went and asked to Mr. B, sir, can you please give me the money, sir? Sir, if B did not accept the bill or if B did not pay the bill, in this case, people, there is dishonor. Whenever there is a dishonor, now what will happen, people? The respect is gone. Now, tomorrow, if something, the respect is gone, right? Now, what will he do, people? He will immediately run to the court. In front of the court, people, one person will be sitting. Who is he? He's called as a notary public. Sir, he will go and explain all this to notary public. Notary public will take the bill of exchange. On that, he will write, yes, whatever he said is right. Now, people, this is called as noting. What do you mean by noting? when a notary public, basically an official appointed by the court who sits in the court premises, when he listens to the story which is said by E, he will also verify. He will send an instrument. He will send a notice to B. I'm giving you last chance, will you pay or not? If B doesn't pay, it is called dishonor. Now this entire details will be recorded on the bill of exchange, and that is called as noting. Yes, there is one more thing called as protesting. These things were once there in your syllabus. Now all this is not there in your syllabus. Protesting is, people, it's a better certificate. Noting is always done on the bill of exchange only. Protest is given like a certificate by the court that yes, this bill is dishonored. Now this certificate is like a valid evidence. Sir, when is protest important? Protest is important in foreign instruments. Clear? Once it was very, very important topic, they have removed it in your syllabus. So now E has gone to the court and he has done noting and protesting, correct? Now people, E will go asking for money with all these people. One person people, totally outsider, whose name is nowhere there in the bill. An outsider, imagine G. G will come and say, hey, don't worry, I will repay the money on behalf of, say for example, C. He can repay the money on behalf of anyone. So people, whenever any person undertakes to repay the money on behalf of someone's respect, someone's honor, this person now is called as acceptor for honor. What are the rules for acceptor for honor? What are the main conditions? First one, acceptor for honor should not be already an existing party to the bill. He should be an outsider. Second one, the bill should be protested or noted, should be done. Third one, always remember, acceptor for honor is liable to all the subsequent parties. If they come and pay, if they come and ask to pay, he has to pay. Remember, acceptor for honor can recover the money from the prior parties. Subsequent parties I will pay. From my prior parties I will collect. Yes, this is called acceptor for honor. And you have to take the bill to him not later than 1 day after the maturity. Is clear? Yes, sir. Sir, acceptor for honor can be an important question. Acceptor for honor, whom bill of exchange is dishonored by non-acceptance, and any person accepted for honor of the drawer or such other person. You can accept on behalf of anyone. Conditions, holder must consent for the acceptor for honor. He should accept for someone else paying it. Bill must have been noted or protested. Can be made by a person who is not already liable on the bill. Must be for whole amount, part amount not allowed. Must be in writing before the bill is overdue. Okay. Rights and liabilities of acceptor for honor. Binds himself liable to all subsequent parties. Pay if drawee doesn't pay. If he doesn't pay, he will pay. All prior parties will be liable to compensate the acceptor for honor. Acceptor for honor is not liable if the bill is presented later than day after the date of its maturity. If today is the last day, you have to give the bill maximum by tomorrow to the acceptor for honor. Clear? Okay. Now people, must be in writing before the bill is overdue. He should have accepted that I will accept it. I'm acceptor for honor before the bill is matured. Yes, sir. I didn't get you. That is for payment. It is valid. See, this is what I'm saying. He should accept it. That is for payment. Yes. It is the point. Okay, next one, people. People, 3 people. Majorly 3 people are there. Who are there? One is called as holder. Next one is called as holder for value. The next one is called as holder for or holder in due course. What is a holder, people? Holder is a person in whose name the bill is written. He is a holder. He gets the instrument before maturity and he has the instrument in his possession. Any person who satisfies all this condition is called as a holder. Sir, holder for value, all 3 is there. Plus, there is a consideration. Sir, holder in due course, all four is there. Plus, there is something called as good faith. Sir, give an example for everything, sir. Who is a holder, sir? Holder people, imagine A gave an instrument to B. Now B accepted to pay. A told pay it to Mr. C. Yes, sir. People, how did C get it? C is this person's child. He gave it as a birthday gift to Mr. C. Sir, what did C give to A? Nothing. He did not give it. So he did not earn the instrument. Now this is called as holder. Sir, give us another example. Holder example is gift, inheritance. If this person dies, I am getting the instrument. How did you get? You are getting it free of cost. Did you earn it? What did you earn? You did nothing. So this is called as holder. Yes, sir. So second case, holder for value. How did I get? Sir, A is there. Sir, C had supplied long back some goods to A. And A had not yet paid money. Sir, now A is paying the money. He has given the instrument. Sir, how did he give? He gave it for a value. I have earned it. Now this is called as holder for value. The last one is people holder in due course. What does it mean by holder in due course? What is this good faith? So people, imagine there is A, there is B, there is C. Yes, sir. People, A got a check from B. Sir, A has kept the check in his drawer. He has kept it in the drawer. Signed by B. People, C took that instrument and he went and presented to B. Basically, people, C did fraud. Yes, sir. Now, people, imagine C had given some goods to A. A is not paying the money at all. Now, A's drawer, C found the check. So I thought this is the best situation. I took the check also. It is the point. If you see, I'm a holder for value. But how did I get a check? I get a check by fraud. Who did it? I only did it. Yes, sir. Why did I do it, people? There is one more person called D. C should have made a payment to D. D is putting very much pressure on C. Hey, when will you pay da? Hey, when will you pay da? Now C said, okay, do one thing. I know that A has a check. I'll go and get that check by fraud. I will transfer that instrument to you. You go and present it to Mr. B. Does D know all this? Yes, he knows all this. If he is knowing all these people, then D is considered as holder in value. That's all. He is not holder in due course. Now imagine, sir, D had taken money from E. E is an innocent person. Papa, he doesn't know. C did a fraud. C gave the instrument to D. D also knows this fact. Sir, D gave this instrument to E. Why? D had to give money to E. Does E know that all this happened in the past? Sir, E doesn't know. People, E is called as holder in due course. People, for us people, he's what do you say? Magic. Harry Potter only, people. He will take the instrument and he will say, Wingardium Leviosa, instrument will go up like this. Yes, sir. Now, people, the law says, people, once E touches the instrument, it becomes a miracle. Whatever is the Papa, everything Papa will fade away. Now, imagine, people, from E, someone else gets the instrument. Now, E gifts it to F. E gifts it to F. Is F a holder in due course? Is a holder? Now, imagine, people, A got to know that his instrument is stolen. A will tell B, do not make payment. Now you tell me, when will B stop the payment? C went asking for money. Will B make the payment or not? He will not make the payment. He can stop because he is a holder. Sir, D will go and asking for the payment. Will D get the payment? No, because he is aware of the fraud. Sir, E goes and asks for a payment. Will E get the money? That's the miracle, holder in due course. Now the question is, F goes and asks for money. Will F get the payment? F got it by gift. People, that is what is Wingardium Leviosa. Once, sir, instead of this negotiable instrument only is understandable, sir. So, abracadabra. Abracadabra. Yes, sir. Have you guys watched Harry Potter? Huh? So people, once holder in due course gets the instrument, whoever comes after holder in due course, everyone will have the same right of holder in due course. Even when they go asking for payment, they will get. It is clear? Pakka na? Okay, done. Important, so it's okay, we spend some time on that. Sir, privileges of holder in due course. He will get money even in case of inchoate instrument up to the stamp duty. In case of fictitious bill, what is fictitious bill? Where a payee does not exist, a random person. We'll see fictitious bills and all, we'll see. Holder in due course gets the title free from all the defects. Even if it's a lost instrument, you'll get money. Fraud, you'll get money. Unlawful consideration, you'll get money. What is the only instrument when even holder in due course will not get the entitlement? Only in the case of two things. Not one, two. What is it? One is forgery. Next one. Whenever there is a not negotiable crossing written. Remember, only these two cases, people, the holder in due course will not get a good title. Remember, exception, they can ask you somewhere. Sir, classification of negotiable instrument based on party. People, bearer instrument, order instrument. What do you mean by that? Very simple. If at all the instrument, if I have written the name, it is called as bearer instrument. Sir, I will not write any name, people. I will leave the instrument blank. This is called as bearer instrument. Always remember, you cannot directly write the word bearer. It is not allowed. You cannot directly use the word bearer. Why? This right of using the word bearer is reserved specifically by RBI. No one else can use it. Is clear? Isha? Okay. Sir, so order instrument, bearer instrument. Example, blank endorsement written as bearer, where pay is left blank is called as bearer endorsement. Sir, based on validity, the instruments can be classified into two. One is called as inchoate. Next one is called as ambiguous. What do you mean by inchoate instrument? Inchoate means what? Inchoate stands for incomplete. Yes, sir. Is this clear? So, sir, when a person wants to give money to someone, imagine people, I'm getting treated in a hospital. I'll ask them how much is the treatment. Sir, without giving treatment, how will we say how much you need to pay? So I'll say, okay, sir, then I'll not pay. Is it okay that I'll pay after all the treatment is done? The hospital also are skeptical. What if you run away? So what will hospitals do? Hospitals will take a blank check from you. Yes, sir. Now, sir, imagine they have taken a check from you. There is an agreement between us. What is that? Whatever will be the value of operation, you need to fill only that amount. Clear? And people, I will put a stamp duty. Imagine if it is not a check. Imagine it's a promissory note. I am telling I will pay so and so hospital. I have left the amount blank. I have not filling the amount. I have left the amount blank. And I have clearly agreed with him. Whatever is the amount you need to write, you just fill it. Imagine people, for a negotiable instrument, you need to take 1% as a stamp duty. I'm just giving you an example, not 1% it is. So if my value of the negotiable instrument is 1 crore, you need to pay 1 lakh as stamp duty. I'm just giving you an example. Yes, sir. So, sir, now what are we saying, people? I've paid 1 lakh worth of stamp duty, but I've told the hospital, you have to take only that amount, whatever is the actual cost of the operation. Clear? Now, people, I gave this to the doctor. The doctor had taken money from someone in the past, people. He had borrowed money from someone in the past. The doctor endorsed this instrument to that person. Sir, and that person, people, imagine, is a holder in due course. Clear? And now see, people, the doctor, he wants to go and encash the check. What was the final bill? The final bill of the operation came to 70 lakh. Can this particular doctor, can he write 1 crore on the promissory note, people? Can he collect 1 crore in return? No, people. With whomsoever we have given the money, he cannot write a higher number than what is the actual transaction. Sir, now the doctor, whosoever he had taken money from, that other person, have to give that money back. Now, people, that person will write 1 crore on this instrument. But actually, how much this person has to pay? 70 lakh, no. So, this person will come asking for 1 crore from Mr. A. Now tell me whether Mr. A will give 1 crore to Mr. C or not. Huh? He will give or not? He will give people, holder in due course. You can collect the money up to the value of stamp duty, irrespective of what is the value of transaction. You have posted the check of 1 lakh, right? Whatever is the equivalent amount of transaction it covers, you can collect the money equivalent to that. Clear? Pakkana. This is called as inchoate instrument. Next one, people, is called as ambiguous instrument. What is an ambiguous instrument, people? Ambiguous instrument means, people, where there are two people generally in a bill of exchange. One is called as drawer. Next one is called as drawee. Whenever a drawer draws a bill on himself, he will say, I acknowledge to pay Mr. A so and so amount. Where a drawer draws a bill on himself, and I'll say I will pay it to Mr. B some money. When a drawer draws a bill upon himself, now this bill is called as, people, bill of exchange only. But if you see what is happening, even in a promissory note, there are two parties. Sir, even in this also, bill of exchange, there are two parties. Correct? Because in a promissory note, maker of the instrument will draw the bill. Here also same thing is happening, no? So what do you mean by ambiguous instrument? An instrument which can be treated as a bill of exchange or promissory note is called as an ambiguous instrument. Sir, remember, once you treat it as bill of exchange, you cannot again treat it as promissory note. And the holder, the holder is free to decide how he needs to treat the instrument. They can ask you MCQ question anywhere they want. Clear? Pakkana. Whosoever is, the bill is endorsed and who is holding it at the last, he is a holder. He can recover, yes, allowed, but he cannot talk all this logic in front of the holder in due course. You can recover it from the doctor, yes, but yes, that's a different, separate agreement altogether. Yes, okay, next one, sir. People, based on place, the instrument can be two types. One is inland instrument, one is foreign instrument. What is inland instrument? An instrument which is drawn in India and payable in India, or drawee resides in India. This one condition should be satisfied. Pakka. Down. Any one condition should be satisfied. So the bill has to be drawn in India. Sir, and if it is payable in India or the drawee resides in India, it is called as an inland instrument. What is a foreign instrument? Simple. If it is payable outside India. Simple. Or if it is payable in India. Sorry, if it is drawn in India but payable outside India, drawee resides outside India as a foreign instrument. So remember one, you can write both. Correct? Okay. Foreign instrument is regulated by the law of place where the instrument was made. If bill is endorsed, the law of place where the instrument is made, payable. What is the meaning of this? Look at the example. That's the reason even I'm also discussing. I know it is confusing only. We know where it'll put hand and it'll drag. Let us see the example only. The best part is our institute has given an example. That example only is confusing. Not? Yes, so this is the example. A bill of exchange is drawn by A in Berkeley, where the rate of interest is 15%, and accepted by B, payable in Washington, where the rate of interest is 6%. Try to write down the parties. Who has drawn the bill? A. And accepted by B. B is the acceptor. The bill is endorsed in India. The bill is endorsed and is dishonored. An action on the bill. So now A has endorsed the bill to India. Here it is dishonored. an action of the bill is brought against B in India, because obviously the bill is now in India, he started filing a case in India. He is liable to pay interest at the rate of 6% only. But if A is charged as a drawer, he is liable to pay interest at the rate of 15%. Understood? So now people, for you to understand this, let us do one thing. Let us go in detail. Yes, sir. See, he only had doubt. Okay, now try to read. Try to break it and read. A foreign instrument is regulated by the law of place where the instrument is made. Okay, now in this example, a bill of exchange is drawn by A in Berkeley, where the rate of interest is 15%. So now if something happens, people, I have to follow a country's law. Which country's law I'll follow? They're telling you by default, follow that country's law where the bill is drawn, bill is made. Now here where the bill is made, it is made in Berkeley where the rate of interest is 15%. So if bill is not paid tomorrow, if I ask for compensation, you will pay me the bill plus rate of interest at 15%. Why? Bill is drawn in Berkeley. Correct? Okay. Now people, look at the next one. If bill is endorsed, in our case it is endorsed, India, it is endorsed, no. The law of place where the instrument is made payable. If the bill is endorsed, which country law will apply? Wherever the amount will be made paid, wherever you will get the money, that country's law will be applicable. Not where the bill is made. Wherever the bill is paid, that country law will be applicable. Clear? Now what happened? Let us break down. A, B, I. Correct? By default, it is generally 15%. Yes, the moment it is endorsed, that law will apply wherever the bill is paid. Now tell me, I will go asking for payment with whom? A na, B na? Where will I go and ask first the money? B, because he is a drawee. Correct? Now where is the bill being paid? In B's place. Wherever the bill is made payable. Now where is B? B payable in Washington at the rate of 6%. Now because bill is endorsed and bill is made payable in what is it? Washington. In Washington the rate of interest is 6%. So what I will get is, I means this person, what he will get, the bill value and at the rate of 6% per annum as a interest. Understood? Now think, Allah, all of you think. B dishonors. Now where will I go? Where will I go? Where is the bill made payable now? I'll go to A, no. Now wherever A is there, that is the place where I'll get my money. Bill is endorsed. When bill is endorsed, which law will be applicable? Where the bill is made payable. Now, because it is dishonored, where is the bill payable? Berkeley. In Berkeley, what is the rate of interest? 15%. Machas, read the provision. If you don't understand, I'll change my name. I'll quit the class and go. So, a bill of exchange is drawn by A in Berkeley. If I did not come into picture, direct law that is applicable wherever the bill is drawn. So, I would have followed 15% rate of interest if the bill is dishonored. Whenever the bill is dishonored, what does the condition say? The rate of interest where the bill is made payable is applicable. So, when the bill is transferred, I will go asking for payment with B. Correct? Huh? I went to B. Now, people, B dishonored the bill. If B had paid the bill, people, wherever the bill is made payable, look at the bill is endorsed in India and is dishonored. An action on the bill is brought against B in India. Why? So what is exactly confusing here, sir? Why is the action brought in India and why is B law applicable? You logically think someone has given me the instrument in India. Will you go search of B in Berkeley and you will file a case? You do not know. So what you will do? You will take the help of your courts in India. So you will file a case in India. That is what they are saying. So the action was brought in India, but the rule of India will not apply. Wherever the bill is made payable will apply. Now B will come to India. He will fight the case. What is the rate of interest he will pay? He will not pay 15%. Initially it should have been 15%. But the bill is now payable according to my country. I will pay at the rate of 6%. Now I became an insolvent. I don't have money. I will not go. Now next who is liable? A is liable. Now A will come. In A's country, what is the rate of interest? Now he will pay at the rate of 15%. That is what? He is liable to pay interest at the rate of 6% only. But if A is charged as a drawer, he is liable to pay interest at the rate of 15%. Macha, in the entire Google, you will not find an explanation. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You will definitely not correct. Is this clear, all of you? Online understood? Pakana? Yes, sir. Okay. If at all an attempt is very, very difficult and all, they can put a bomb there. But is this clear? Pakka? 100%? Okay. Next one, people, based on time. An instrument can be either divided into demand instrument or time instrument. What do you mean by demand instrument? Whenever the bill is shown, you have to pay. The words that can be used on the bill is payable on demand, at sight, at presentment. If these words are used, people, you have to pay the bill whenever they show it to you. Clear? So next one is, people, payable time instrument. Time instrument you will generally pay after a certain period of time. So 3 months, 5 months, you will pay it after 5 months. People, all the bills will have something called as grace period. What is a grace period? 3 days. People, if third day is a national holiday, then what is the day I need to consider? Before or after? Before or after? Before. People, if it is a public holiday, that day only or before? Public holiday. Yeah, ಎಲ್ಲ ಮುಂದೆನೇ ಹಾಕ್ಬಿಡಿ ಸರ್. ಎಲ್ಲ ಹಿಂದೆನಾ? People, national holiday, public holiday, festivals, whatever it is, people, you will take the day before. Why? Because it is known. Sir, what if previous day also national holiday? You have to take before only. Getting the point? Sir, if it is an emergency holiday, you have to take the next day. Yes, sir. In the class you guys had solved also. For people, if you guys want, you can take a grace period. The problem on, if at all the instrument is if the bill is drawn on 1st June 21, what will be the day of maturity if the bill is written as 3 months? People, what do you mean by after date, after sight? If I accept, okay, tell me, people, I have written a bill 3 months after date. 3 months after the date. What will be the last date for maturity? I mean, when should I go and ask for the money? I have written 3 months after date. What is the last date? Include everything and tell me. Grace, everything. Third September. 3rd September. They'll ask you a question. They can ask you 2 marks. Online, no? 4th September. 4th September.
Last day.
September. Pakkana. Okay. Now understood the logic. Let us do this little complicated. Sir, what if it is 120 days after date? 120 days after date. If at all the bill is written as 120 days after date. "120 days after date." Sure, Pakkana. I don't know. Yes, people, 4th October. She's telling 4th. No, sir. Now correct, sir. 3rd October. 3rd October. What, Dharini? He's saying something, Gokul also first date of birth. 1st October. Iski idana. Vinay. How many of you are counting from June 1st like this? June 2nd, 1, 2, 3. Calculate. Are you doing the accounts, Ada? Do. Hey, law it is required. Buyback, you need a calculator. Sweat equity, you would need a calculator. These are the places you would need a calculator. Declaration of dividend. Correct. Declaration of dividend, you need a calculator. Rule 3. Online, what is your answer, da? Got it,
Sir, it's 3rd or 4th. Yes, sir.
3rd or 4th, one day, Okay. People calculate 120 days, In June, how many days there are? Total 30, The bill is drawn on 1st. So, lesson number 1, never count the first day. So, in June, now how many days? 29. In July, how many days, In August? So, now count, how many days are done? This plus this. 60 done are done, 91 days are done, Yes. Now, 120 minus 91, how many days are pending? 29. So, definitely it will come to September 29. Oh, ipdiya. Sir, now how in September how many days? 30. So, 30th day 1. October 1st, October 2nd, the 2nd day will be my date of payment because it is a national holiday. You will take a previous day. Epdira? Epdra? How did you get 3rd and 4th? Then is like now also 3rd only, sir. You did something. Got it, all of you? 3. Now 29th is my 120th day, na? 1, 2, 3. 3 is a included day. Yes, sir. Got it. Yes, sir. Got it, Remember, I can ask you a question here. Yes. Okay, sir. People, if it's a demand bill, will I get a grace period? Remember, they can put a question bomb there. On demand, don't add a 3 months grace and all. Not allowed. Sorry, 3 days grace and all. Okay, Okay. So that is your types of instruments. Okay. Next one, people, negotiable instrument. How do I negotiate a bill of instrument? It depends upon the type of instrument. If it's a bearer instrument, how do I transfer? Bearer instrument does not have a name at all. So how will I transfer? I'll just give it to the other person's hand. That's all done. If it's a order instrument, name is written, people. So what should I do? I should turn the page, I have to sign, and then only I'll be able to transfer. So people, if it's a bearer instrument, direct transfer. If it's an order instrument, sign and deliver. Yes, sir. MCQ. Remember. Meaning? You have to sign. It will be there. Yes. Sir, various kinds of endorsement. People, first endorsement. Endorsement in blank. What do you mean by that? Endorsement in blank means, people, bearer endorsement, where the name of the endorsee is not written. Yes, sir. Sir, endorsement in full, where the name of the person is written, is called as a endorsement in full or full endorsement. Sir, partial endorsement means the bill value is 10,000 rupees. I'm telling pay only 5,000. So I can never split the instrument. Such endorsements are invalid in India. Sir, restrictive endorsement. Restrictive endorsement means, people, on the back I'm writing pay to Mr. C only. When I'm restricting it, then, people, I'm telling you, this is called restrictive endorsement. You cannot further transfer. It's clear? Okay. Next one, people. Negotiation back. What do you mean by negotiation back? A, B, C, D, E. Yes, so, sir, A, B, C, D. D gave to E. E gave to F. People, what do you mean by negotiation back, people? Whoever is the holder, if at all he transfers the instrument to one of the parties to the instrument. So C endorsed, he got back the instrument. This is called as negotiation back. Understood? Negotiation back. Sir, what is the beauty of negotiation back? All the intermittent parties are discharged. They are not liable. Why, people? Logically think. People, Allah logically think, F gave the instrument to whom, Nagesh, you guys only say. F gave the instrument to whom? C, C went asking to payment to B, B did not pay, Yes, Now tell me, from whom will C recover the money? Who gave instrument to C? F gave. So from whom will C recover the money? Logically think and answer. You should go only to one person. To whom will you go? A na F. But who gave me the instrument? Why A? Why A? Yeah. So think. Who gave me the instrument? F. Okay, I'll ask F. What will F say? Hey, எனக்கு புரியாதுடா, எனக்கு தெரியாதுடா. You go da. F will go to E na. Sir, E will go to D na. D will go to C. Instead, C will go to C. Me talking to me. Nityananda will come. So they say, people, whenever there is a negotiation back, all the intermittent parties are discharged. Logical, no? Yes, sir. So where will C go? C will directly go to A. Clear, all of you? Done. Okay. So our next one, people, conditional endorsement. In conditional endorsement, people, you are endorsing the instrument with some condition. The first condition is called as sans recourse endorsement. What do you mean by sans recourse? Yes, Kirtana. A, B, C. C wrote sans recourse and gave it to D. Sir, D gave it to E. E gave it to F. F went for payment. B did not make the payment. In this case, what is the significance of sans recourse endorsement? Tell me. You don't? As if he's my friend. Even I don't know. Sans recourse means what? Sans recourse means, people, I exclude myself from the liability. Meaning what, people? Now B did not make the payment. F will come to E asking for the money. E will come to D asking for money. C has written a powerful, people. It's like a block. He will say, whatever happens, you cannot come to me. So D cannot go to C, D will go to A. The common questions students will have, sir, what if all of them write sans recourse? Then die, that's all. You can't do anything. You can't go to any person. End of it, ultimate loss is by A, that's all. Is this clear? Yes, sir. But logically that cannot be used, people. Yes. Okay. Now, people, think and answer. Understood? Pakka na? Both of you understood? Sans recourse understood? Now tell me. Mr. C wrote sans recourse and endorsed it to D. Dharini. F endorsed the instrument to C. C went to B. B did not make the payment. Now C has to go asking for money. To whom will C go? A only, no. What, sir? That time only you asked. Matte ade you will ask. Tell. A only, why? Same logic, no? What do you mean by sans recourse? I will exclude myself from liability. I am no longer liable. C will go asking the money from F. F will go to E. E will go to D. What has C written? Can D go to C? D will go to A. Na? So can C go to F or not now? Ultimately correct. But I can hold three parties liable before going to A, no? Ultimate is A. But my interest is more secured when there are more people. So where will C go? C will go to F. Whenever he wrote sans recourse plus negotiation back. Remember this, important from exam point of view. Remember, understood? Pakka. Okay. Facultative endorsement, like faculty only. He does tyaga. What, people? He increases his liability or he gives away his right. What is the right, people? According to Negotiable Instrument Act, if any person does not receive a notice of dishonor, meaning, people, now C went to ask the money to ask the repayment. A, B, C, D, E. E went to repayment. B did not pay. The bill is dishonored. What should E do? If E has to get the money, E has to say, A, B has dishonored. I'm letting all of you know. Sir, what if I do not give a notice to Mr. D? Any person who does not receive the notice, that party is by default, he is relieved of his liability. He did not get a notice. How will he have to know? He will not be liable on the bill. Understood? Sir, however, if D has written facultative and if he has endorsed people, if he has written facultative, that means I am telling you, AE, if B does not pay, you come to me. Whether you give me the notice, you do not give me the notice, don't give me at all, I will pay you money whenever you come. I am increasing my right or I am increasing my liability or I am abandoning a right. I am giving away my right. What is the right? The right is to take the notice. You have a right to receive the notice. You are telling I will be liable without receiving the notice. Getting the point? Clear? Okay. C will not come. D will go to A. He's not coming. He's endorsing, I'm telling. Yes, sir. I'm telling you, I had taken money from you long back. I'm giving this instrument to you. Sir, sans phrase endorsement. What do you know by sans phrase endorsement, people? People imagine whenever a bill of exchange, if a bill of exchange is not paid on time, what will happen? We just saw, according to that law of the land, you are liable for rate of interest. Sir, will noting be done by your uncle, Ada? He will charge some money, no? Sir, protesting. Let us imagine all of this comes to 10,000 rupees. People, if any person writes a sans phrase and if he endorses, that person is telling, I will not even pay 1 rupee more than what is there on the bill. The bill says 1 lakh, I will pay only 1 lakh. Any additional expenses that is incurred on the bill, I will not be liable on it. If a person writes sans phrase and endorses it, people, he is excluding himself from additional expenses that may be incurred on the bill. He will say, I will not pay. It's clear? It is called as sans phrase endorsement. Next one, people. Last one. Liability depending upon a contingency. Contingency is basically a conditional contract wherein you will say that upon an happening of an event, then I will pay the money that is allowed. Clear? Okay. The last ones are modes of discharge. When and all the instrument will be discharged. When will the negotiable instrument come to an end? First one, people, by cancellation. What is cancellation? People, A, B, C, D, E, F, F people got the bill. On the bill he saw D's name. Yo, D is my best friend. If something happens, people will go to him and asking for money. What will F do? F will cancel out D's name. F will strike off D's name from the instrument. Understood? This is called as cancellation. Sir, liability of D will come to an end. Understood? When I take the bill, I cancel out a name from the bill is called as cancellation. Is it unfair? In the place of D, will F be liable? See what does the law say. F goes asking for payment. B did not pay. Where will F come? E, na? Now what will E say? Think and answer. Hey, I would have given you I could have recovered from D. Idiot. You did not get. You did not let me also take. So do whatever you want. Even I will not be liable. Always remember, whenever you cancel the name, all the subsequent parties are also by default discharged. Sir, then prior parties will be liable. Clear? Logical? I'm going slowly only, people. Sir, by release. Release, people. Cancellation happens on the instrument. Release is a private agreement. F enters into a contract with D out of the negotiable instrument and say, if something happens, I will not file a case on you. That is called as release. Release and cancellation, there is no difference. Only difference on the way it is done. Cancellation is done on the face of it, release any other way. Is this clear? See, the effect is same as cancellation. Next one, sir, by payment, obviously, when the bill is paid, comes to an end. When holder allows drawee more than 48 hours to accept the bill, the previous part is not consenting or discharged. What is this, people? Imagine A. Sir, B. Always remember, A endorsed the instrument to C. A can endorse the instrument even before B has accepted it. It is allowed and valid in negotiable instrument. Even before B has seen it, A can endorse the bill. Sir, now A endorsed the bill to C. C endorsed the bill to D. D is going for acceptance. A, B, signed, your sign is only not there. It is no point. Now what are they saying, people? If at all D allows B to sign more than 48 hours if I give time, what does the law say? All previous parties are discharged. Now imagine you are B. according to the rule, I have to take your sign within 48 hours. If you do not sign within 48 hours and I give you more time, all the prior parties are discharged according to law only. Is clear? Law only has given us a time. You have to sign it. You have to accept the bill within 48 hours. If you do not accept the bill within 48 hours, the prior parties are discharged if you give more than 48 hours to accept. Is clear? Ah. 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 In cancellation, I cancelled whose name? D's name. I asked E, I will cancel D's name. Are you okay? E said I'm okay. If he has agreed or consented for cancellation, E will continue to be liable. Yes, sir. Sir, holder accepting for qualified acceptance. What are these people? Holder accepting for qualified acceptance. People, the bill was A, B, C, D. Now D is having the instrument. People, the instrument was you are liable to pay 1 lakh after 3 months. Now D went for asking money. B said, hey D, I'm so sorry, as of now I don't have money. Can you give me another 1 month time? Now you take 50,000. Another 50,000 I'll give you in 1 month. If D agrees to this, all the prior parties are discharged. This is only called as qualified acceptance. If you guys have studied in your Indian Contract Act, there was something called as qualified acceptance. Always remember, whatever is a contract, you need to accept it as it is. You cannot add your conditions to it. If one person agreed to it, that means people, you are agreeing to something which the prior parties have not agreed. They are not okay with it. How can you agree for it? Now it is between you both. You decided something else, right? Then you decide. Don't come to us. Clear? Next one, people. Discharge of drawer when check is not presented within reasonable time by holder to bank. You guys want to know this in detail? Or can we just see it and go? Huh? Huh? What? You want to know this, or we can just go to the next topic? Okay, now see. Discharge of drawer when check is not presented within reasonable time by holder to bank, and if bank fails causing damage to the drawer, he is relieved to the extent of damage caused. Now what do you mean by this, people? A, B. A gave a check to B and I told go before 1st March 23. Clear? People, the bank check, bank name, people, let us take that Silicon Valley Bank only. Yes, anyways they have failed. We can take their name outrightly. So people, we have issued a check, people, Silicon Valley Bank. Now people, what is the instruction, people? The Silicon Valley Bank should have made the payment whenever B come in time. I told you to go before 1st March 23. Yes, sir. Now people, imagine, you take two scenarios. Scenario number 1. B went to Silicon Valley Bank on 28th Feb 23. Yes, sir. He has gone in time. The next one, B went to bank on 10th March 23. So one is within time, that is before. One is after the time. Correct? Imagine in both the cases, bank has failed. Sir, in the first case, you told me to go before 1st March. I went before 1st March. I did not get my money because, people, the bank failed. The bank became bankrupt. Bank failed. Sir, now who will give B's money? B said, A, I went asking for money. Bank is not there. Bank is closed. Now what to do? People, remember, even though A lost his money, A also had his money in the bank. People, that will not discharge A's liability. B had time. He could go anytime before 1st March. People, A has to compensate B for the entire amount. How much, sir? Let us take the amount is 5,000. The entire 5,000 A has to pay from his pocket again. Understood? Now look at the second scenario. Sir, B went to bank on 10th March 23. B went to bank on 10th March 23. Listen carefully. Now there are three scenarios. A had in the bank account, A had maintained 10,000 rupees in the bank account. How much should I pay to B? 5,000. Now people, bank became bankrupt people. There was a failure. Now A was able to recover some money from the bank. He did not get entire 10,000. He recovered some money. Sir, how much did he recover? First scenario. A was able to recover only 2,000. In second scenario, A recovered 5,000. In third scenario, A recovered 6,000. Yes, sir. Or write it off. A recovered 8,000. So first scenario, A recovered 2,000. Second scenario, A recovered 5,000. Third scenario, A recovered 8,000. People, how much money did A lose in the first scenario? He lost 8,000. Here, how much did he lose? 5,000. In the third scenario, how much did he lose? Correct, huh? Correct, huh? Now, sir, B did not go within time. It was B's mistake. Now, B to 5,000 he has to get from A. Now, the question is, bank became bankrupt. A also lost money. If you had gone in time, you would have got the money at least. You did not go in time. Sir, now the question is, how much money will B get from A? How much money will B get from A in the second scenario? First scenario, if I go in time, if the bank closes, no matter what's the story, I'll get the full amount. Second scenario, how much will I get? The law says, people, whatever is the amount of loss A has suffered, to that extent, my liability will reduce. Meaning what, sir? How much should I pay B people? 5,000. What is the loss I suffered? 8,000. You will not even get 1 rupee. Go. Sir, what is the amount of loss? I mean, how much I need to pay? 5,000. How much I suffered? I will not pay 1 rupee. Go. People, what is the loss I suffered? What is the amount I need to pay? You should pay. Before you enter 5,000, you have to pay. Bank fails also. Because you have given me a timeline. If I go within that timeline and if the bank fails, that's not my mistake. Correct? Huh? If they ask you, there is no way there can be a question more than this. It will be anywhere in that scenario only. Clear? Huh? Okay, na? Sir, by bill coming back to acceptor after maturity. What is acceptor? Who is acceptor? People, A, B. A gave it to C. C gave it to D. D gave it to B only, not payment. D had received money from B long back. D gave Macha, take this bill in return. So whoever is the draw A, he only again got back the instrument also. Whom will he pay? He will pay himself. Huh? That is what they are telling you, discharge of instrument. Clear? Huh? The last one, discharge by material alteration. What is material alteration? Da? If at all it changes the language. People, look at the promissory note and tell me what is considered as material alteration. Do not mug it up and go. Just try to read this and tell me what and all is material alteration. So people, without asking the consent of the party, if you change the amount, material alteration. If at all this is stone, date only stone, material alteration. Yes, sir. Sir, what if date is changed? Material alteration. Sir, what if parties are changed? Sir, what if stamp duty is changed? Hey, what if stamp duty is changed? Material alteration only. In case of inchoate instrument, I am liable up to the stamp duty. No, what if I paste another 20? My liability will increase. No. So even increase or decrease of stamp duty is also material alteration. Is this clear? Huh? And rate of interest, material alteration. People, place where it is paid, material alteration. So if you just look at this and go, it is called as material alteration. Yes, sir. Yes, people. Okay. Okay. So the last part, sir, check. Is there anything else you guys want to know in negotiable instruments, da? ಯಾವುದು ಯಾವ್ದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಚೆಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲ correct. If nothing is written, it is assumed that it is paid on demand. So if you add the word on demand, it is not a material alteration. Hey, what is the accommodation of a builder? You guys are more popular on it. I hope you know. Two friends settle a permanent, temporary situation. See, what and all was considered as material alteration? Date, interest, sum, time, place, party, tearing, material part, stamp duty, erasure of account pay, what is that we'll see. Alteration of order check to bearer check, we'll see what is that. Yes, sir. So if you remember the promissory note and go, that's the answer. Okay. So we'll do check. So types of check people. Check people is a bill of exchange drawn on specified. In check people, always remember, drawer is a person whoever tears the check and gives. Who issues the check is called as a drawer. To whomever you need to pay the payment is called as payee. Check is also one of a bill of exchange. Yes, sir. Sir, drawer, payee. Okay. Sir, who is a drawee then? In a check, bank is always a drawee. Is clear? Pakana. Okay. Sir, check includes electronic form, truncated check. Checks in electronic form means people something which is done digital transactions. Truncated check means people nothing but a scanned copy of a check is called truncated check. Or you can say it as Xerox also. Sir, types of check: open check, cross check. What do you mean by open check? A check which is made payable at the counter. You go and give it in the bank. You will get a hard cash. It is called open check. Crossed check means people on a check, if at all you draw two lines, it's an instruction given to a bank. Do not make the payment in the counter. Deposit the money in his account, but not to the hand. These are unsafe checks. If it's a open, cross check is always a safe check. Is clear, all of you? Okay. People, what are the types of crossing? One is called as general crossing. So you are giving a specific instruction to the bank. Do not make the payment at the counter. Deposit the money to his account. Is called as cross check. People, what do you mean by special crossing? So imagine if I have three banks, Axis, SBI, ICICI. The drawer is specifically telling to pay to my SBI bank account. Out of my three accounts, I'll receive my amount to a SBI bank account. That is called as people special crossing. People, can I cross here? Da? Anywhere. Can I cross here? Da? This is possible, this one. Okay, down somewhere I'll see the free space and I'll cross. Possible. People, remember, crossing of check, there is no rule where to cross. This is just a industry practice. It has become a custom. Wherever you guys will see, you will see this even in again in interpretation of statutes. I'll tell you, customs. It's a custom. Yes, sir. Okay. Account payee or restrictive crossing. People, is there any? What do you mean by not negotiable crossing? Think and answer. Name itself says everything. Not negotiable crossing. You cannot further negotiate the instrument. Yes, Kirtana, what Dharani said is right or wrong? Not negotiable. There is nothing in this. They online. Yeah, what done nimgal godo? Correct only, sir. Dal sir, do mark. Yes, people. What Dharani and Kirtana said is wrong. You guys know and still answer wrong. Right? People, not negotiable crossing. Look, what is the first thing you will write under not negotiable crossing? The instrument. Then why did you write not negotiable, sir? Sir. So we will remember account payee crossing and not negotiable crossing. The explanations are ulta. Account payee crossing, if you do, you cannot negotiate the instrument. What do you mean by account payee crossing, people? If I write account payee and if I write, say for example, Dharani, if I write it here, I'm telling my bank, I'm writing account paid, meaning what? Except Dharani, on the face of the instrument whose name is written, only they should get the money. Don't turn and all. When I said don't turn, that means what? Not negotiable. Account payee crossing is not negotiable. Then what do you mean by not negotiable crossing? Not negotiable crossing means, people, imagine A gave a check to B. Yes, sir, B endorsed to C. Or, okay, imagine, people, C stole the check. C stole the check. B immediately complained to A. I lost the check. Can you please tell the bank to stop the payment? A will immediately call our bank and say, whoever comes asking for the payment for this serial number, do not make the payment. Yes, sir. Now C will come asking for the money. Imagine C is a holder in due course. Imagine. I mean, C gave it to D. D is a holder in due course. Imagine. Even if you're a holder in due course, if a banker has received an instruction that the check is lost, whosoever name is written on the title, only he will get the money. Whatever is written behind, they will never get the money. What do you mean by not negotiable transfer then? In an ideal scenario, you can transfer. If at all the bill is lost, if at all there is a, it's basically called as a countermand. I will make a, I will tell the banker that you are not supposed to make the payment. If at all there is a condition given to the bank, don't make the payment. If the title of the check is defective, you will not get the payment. That's why we use the word not negotiable. Meaning what? Ideal scenario, you will get the money. If check is got by fault, if I give an instruction, you will not get the money. It's clear? It's called as not negotiable crossing. The last one, people, dishonor of a check. Whenever there's a dishonor of a check, what is the timelines important? Stage 1. The drawer has given a check to the payee to go and collect the money. Okay. People always remember, check bounce case can come only if it is a legally enforceable debt. Meaning what? Imagine it is Kirtana's birthday. I will give a check to Kirtana. Go Kirtana, take 50,000 rupees from my bank account. You will go and deposit. And the banker will say, he also doesn't have mind, you also doesn't have mind. Who will give 50,000 rupees? Yes, sir. Now when you go and deposit, banker said, my account does not have money. Now you felt, how can he do? You want to file a case on me. You want to file a check bounce case on me. Can you file? Kirtan, I've given you check. Still no? People, that is the meaning of legally enforceable debt. If it's a free transaction, you can never file a check bounce case. That's the entire thing of legally enforceable. See here. Here, okay. So, sir, I have given a check, sir. Let us imagine towards legally enforceable debt. Now, what will the holder do? Holder will take the check and go and present it in the bank. Remember, maximum time you have. You have to go to the bank within 3 months. The date is written. Imagine the date is written as 1st January. You have to go to the bank by 31st March. If not, the check becomes a stale check, outdated check. Yes, sir. So I have to go to the bank within 3 months. Now what will bank say? Obviously, there is no money. the check is returned due to insufficiency of fund to the holder. The holder is irritated. The holder informs the drawer, hey, idiot, money is to be paid. There is no account in our account. There is no money. What to do? People, I'll give notice of dishonor within 30 days of bank informing me. Now, drawer people, I will give you last 15 days. Drawer, if he wants to settle the dispute, he can make the money, he can make the payment, done. Sir, what if drawer does not give the money now also? The holder will go and file a case on the drawer in the court. Sir, which court, sir? There are two courts. Just remember the court, Metropolitan Court or Judicial Magistrate First Class Court. You'll go to either First Class Judicial Magistrate or Metropolitan, saying that, sir, that person did not give me the money. Yes, people, sir, now whatever is the court's order, court may pass an order to put you in the jail. Drawer, put you in the jail for maximum 2 years, or the fine can be imposed up to 2 times of the amount of check. Meaning, sir, imagine the check value is 50 lakh. I can tell you to pay a compensation at the rate of 1 crore. Clear? Yes, sir. Sir, now, whoever is the drawer, A feels whatever is the court's order, it is it is unjust. It is not fine, sir. You have given a very high penalty. Can I go for an appeal? You can go for an appeal. Where can I go for an appeal? You can go for an appeal with the appellate tribunal. But there is one condition, people. Whenever you want to go for an appeal with the higher court, you have to deposit 20% of the value of the check. Correct? 20% of the value of the court's order. Value of the court order. What was the value of the court order? 1 crore. You have to deposit 20 lakh rupees. If I set your exam paper, that will be a question. Yes, sir. Sir, now people, A gave check to whom? People, A gave check to B. Why? Let us imagine, let us take B is Vinay only. Vinay is the intern. Vinay is working with some other person. That person gave Vinay a check. So Vinay went to encash the check. Check is not paid. Check bounce. Now people, Vinay, that is his salary. So Vinay makes a request to the court. Sir, by the time all this settles, sir, I'm not able to make my living. I want money for my petrol. I want to watch a movie, sir. One movie is coming. Where will I get all that money from? So, sir, at least tell him to give at least some money. Court can pass something called as interim compensation. Interim means people in between. Sir, and what will be the value of interim compensation? Value of interim compensation shall not exceed 20%. 20% of value of the check. Appeal, 20% of the order of the court. Interim compensation, 20% of the value of the check. Clear? Pakka na? Sir, if at all more than one person have a problem with the same person, all the cases will be filed in the same court. Yes, sir. Whoever initiated the first case, that is where all the cases will be transferred. Remember that. All the cases under Negotiable Instrument Acts are compoundable. Compoundable means you can compromise. Without going to jail, you can say, sir, please take some money, sir, leave me. Clear? Pakana? Is there anything there? You guys asked something, no? Jurisdiction of court, whenever it is a crossed check, it is not ordinary, it is open check. Sir, if it is a crossed check, what will be the jurisdiction of the court? If it is a crossed check, wherever the payee has the bank account, in our case, wherever Vinay has the bank account, you can go and file a case in that jurisdiction. Imagine Vinay is in Bangalore. Drawer, his employer is in Mysore. Where should I file a case? Wherever the payee has a bank account. So where is your bank account? Bangalore. You will file a case in Bangalore. If it's an open check, wherever the drawer has a bank account, Mysore, you will start a case in Mysore. Clear? This one, na? Protection of liability of the paying banker. Ide tane? See, very simple. There are two types of bankers. One is collecting banker. One is paying banker. Collecting banker, now in your case, you are a payee, na? You are a payee. Payee's bank is called as collecting banker. Drawer's banker is called as paying banker. So what happens, people? Drawer gave you the check. He gave you the check. Now what will you do? You will come and you will deposit that check in your bank. Your bank will send it to his bank. My client has received one check from your bank. Take this, see this, make the payment. This bank will make the payment to the collecting bank. The collecting bank will credit your money. That is how you will get the money. So they are telling you in this order, what are your rights, what are your liabilities. It is the point. Now in paying banker, the maximum will be in terms of paying banker. What are his rights and liabilities? Paying banker, it is your duty to check whether it is your drawer's signature or not. What if someone has forged and the paying banker makes the payment? Who is liable? Bank will be liable no matter what. Clear? Forged signature, you will be liable. That is what they are saying. See? Protection of liability of paying banker. In these cases, you are protected, it seems. When is that? Check is payable to the order. The bank is discharged by payment in due course. What is that, people? I gave the check to you. You turned it and you endorsed it to Gokul. Yes, sir. Now, banker knows my signature. My bank knows my signature. Does my bank know your signature? So, the moment the check is endorsed, the paying banker's liability end. First line, where a check payable to order is endorsed. Once it is endorsed, it is gone. I do not know your signature. Where shall I verify? What shall I verify? Correct? Second one, check payable to a bearer. Bearer check is obviously your liability. Bank is not liable. Whoever comes asking for the payment, I will give them because there is no name. Non-liability. Bank will not be liable. I will lose it. That's all. Yes, sir. Payment of check crossed generally. Where a check is crossed generally, the banker on whom it is drawn shall not pay it otherwise than to a banker. Meaning, people, you told me to pay to a SBI bank. If I make a payment to a SBI bank, I will not be liable. If at all, it's a crossed check. If I pay the check in the counter, I will be liable. Yes, sir. Payment of check crossed specially. Where a check is crossed specially, the banker on whom it is drawn shall not pay it otherwise than to the banker to whom it is crossed or his agent for collection. What is that? If I have clearly told to pay to SBI, pay it to SBI. If I pay it to Axis, I am liable. Payment in due course of cross check. Where the banker on whom a cross check is drawn has paid the same in due course, the banker paying the check and the drawer thereof shall respectively be entitled to the same rights and be placed in the same position in all respect as they would respectively entitled and placed in the amount of the check had been paid to the receipt with that. What are the people? If at all I have paid the amount in the due course on the cross check, you have told me to pay the money to this person, I make the payment to that person. I will check everything. After checking everything, if at all I do not know what has happened in between you both, if you have not told me to stop the payment, you told me to make the payment, I made the payment. If it is a cross check, all that I will check is whether it is crossed. I will transfer it to the account. If it is open check, I will give it to the counter. That is the only thing I will check. Payment of cross check out of due course. See here, in the due course. E, in the due course. F, out of due course. Out of due course means I am not doing it in the right way. In the due course, I am doing it correctly. Out of due course, I am not doing correctly. Yeah. Read. Shall be liable to the true owner. You did not make the payment properly. You will be liable to the true owner. Bank will be liable. I'm seeing only from bank's point of view. Yes, sir. Exception C, payment of a check on which drawer signatures were forged. If any drawee banks made the payment on a check on which drawer signatures were forged, then such bank shall be liable to the true owner. If it is a forged, you cannot make the payment, you are liable. When I say you, bank is liable. Check payable to the order. A gave the check to B. Now, if B goes and asks for payment, what will the bank do? Bank will check whether it is A's signature or not. Yes, if at all now, if it is a forged signature, in this case, if something happens, the bank will take the liability. Imagine B endorsed it to C. How I turned the check, I wrote pay to C and who B signed. I will pay to C. Why? How will I know what is B's signature? That is what it is. Clear? Then dishonor, insufficiency. Correct. A's bank will not collect from B's bank. B's bank will collect from A's bank. Whoever is a drawer, from their bank we will collect. Clear? Correct, yes. Now imagine you have it on your app only. ICICI, I will show you. I have a series. I can stop the check. You can just call. You can do when you lost your debit card, what will you do? You will call your customer's care, you will say block. So you can just block. Now what happens? I am informing the bank. Bank will not pay. Will this person leave me as it is? So it will go to another case. Bank will not be liable. Ultimately, he will file a case on me only. I will have to pay. I don't have a choice. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll go for a 15 minutes break. Okay, go and come. Let us look at next chapter. Yes, people. Let us start the next chapter, Indian Contract Act. Next agenda, people. Within next 1 hour, let us try to finish off Indian Contract Act, all 3 units. Let us spend more time towards your interpretation and General Clause Act. If you guys have anything really specific doubt, let me know. I'll go in detail. Okay. Indian Contract Act, contract of indemnity and guarantee. What do you basically mean by contract of indemnity? Indemnity contracts basically means, people, those contracts where one person promises to make good the loss the other person suffers. The best example is insurance contract. I take a insurance on my bike. So if something happens to my bike, my insurance company has promised me to pay the money. This is called as insurance contract. So regarding insurance contract, that is indemnity contracts, let us understand more. First of all, meaning. A contract where one party promises to save other from any other loss due to conduct of promisor himself or any other person. What do you mean by that? I have told you, due to my activity, if you suffer loss, I'll pay you money. Or if someone else does the loss, I'll pay you money. Both can be considered as, people, contract of indemnity. What do you mean by that? I will give you some goods. You sell it to outsiders. If anything happens, that cost I will only take. Yes, sir. People, see, one person says, I'll give you my goods. You sell this goods to an outsider. Because of this contract, tomorrow, if at all you suffer any loss, like imagine you would have entered into a contract with Big Bazaar. You might be my agent. I've told you, you go and sell. You have entered into a contract with Big Bazaar that I'm going to supply you the goods. Tomorrow, if at all there is a delay, if I do not give you the goods on time, Big Bazaar won't leave you. Big Bazaar will file a case on you. So people, that time don't worry, I will make good the loss. This is also called as contract of indemnity only. The next one, if someone makes a loss to you, I will make the payment. That is the best example of insurance. where you go to in a bike, someone comes and hits you. I will only make the payment. It's called as people contract of insurance. One more example of contract of indemnity. They can play a game here with regards to case-based questions. That's important. Mark it. Act of God is exempted by default. Your Oh My God movie. What else? Mukunda, Murari, Gopala. Okay, next one, people. Parties in an indemnity contract. One is called as indemnifier. Indemnifier is a person who has promised to pay the money. Basically, insurance company. Indemnity holder is a person for whom you have made a promise. That's basically you, the insurance holder. Special points. Mode of contract, express or implied. Always remember, life insurance is never an example of indemnity. Why? You are telling I'll make good the loss. A person passed away. What good you will make? You'll again bring back and hit him. Huh? No. Not possible. It must fulfill all other essential elements of contract. Childhood. What are those? Correct. Okay. Rights of indemnity holder when sued to recover from promisor. So, sir, indemnity holder, now me, have taken an insurance. I met with an accident, but the insurance company said we were not going to pay you the claim. If he has paid, then it is very easy. If he has not paid, what I'll do, I'll go to the court. They can ask you a question here. Sir, in the court, what and all I can recover the money? First of all, people, whatever is the suit of the contract. Insurance amount I can recover. Next one, people, any legal expenses I have suffered. My lawyer, who will give all that money? That one, macha, if at all we had settled the dispute friendly, I wouldn't have asked extra money. Why did you make me come to the court? Compensation. Extra. Understood? So you can basically ask for compensation, legal expenses, actual value of the suit. All three can be recovered. Is this clear, all of you? Yes? Okay. Contract of guarantee. That is your contract of indemnity. The second part is contract of guarantee. In contract of guarantee, what is happening? Sir, basically, there is one person who is borrowing the money and one person who is a creditor. So, creditor is giving the money A, B, and there is one person called C. Sir, C is giving a surety. If A do not repay the money tomorrow, I will pay the money tomorrow. You don't worry. Yes, sir. This is called as contract of guarantee or contract of surety. Now, you guys think and answer, people. In this contract of surety, who can be a minor? A can be a minor, option 1. B can be a minor, option 2. C can be a minor, option C. All can be minor, option D. Only A can be a minor. A can be a minor, possible, Possible, people. Always remember, for contract of guarantee to be valid, people, C has to be major. Remember that. Sir, if at all the debtor is a minor, the person taking the money is a minor, absolutely fine. Why? There is a major noda who is ready to pay, you pay. Absolutely fine. Is clear? Okay. They may ask you, helpful for MCQ based question, mark a question there. Okay, there are three parties: surety, principal debtor, creditor. Now people, tell me, in a contract of guarantee, how many contracts are there? In a contract of guarantee, how many contracts are there? There are three contracts. There are three contracts. The first contract, people, is called as primary contract. That is between the creditor and the debtor. The second contract is called as the one between the surety and the creditor is called as secondary contract. The third contract, where is it? Implied contract between A and C. If at all tomorrow C pays the money to B, I have a right to recover that money from A. This is called as subrogation. Comment based question they can ask you, or they can ask you a case based question. You need to write the main word called subrogation. Subrogation is a right enjoyed by a surety where you put him in the shoes of creditor. Whatever rights are enjoyed by the creditor, all the rights are now enjoyed by the surety. Yes, people. Okay. Principal, secondary, implied contract. Essential features of a guarantee. First one, existence of a principal debtor. Obviously, if there is no debtor only, there is no guarantee. Consideration. People, one day what happened? Again, case-based question. Sir, A, B, C. A borrowed money. C gave surety. A did not repay. B came asking for money with C. C is telling, hey, have you not studied essential elements of valid contract, Ada? There is something called as quid pro quo, give and take. I am telling that I will give you money. What am I getting in return in this contract? Because there is no give and take, our contract is not valid at all, says C. You as a chartered accountant, validate the statement made by Mr. C.
As the consideration is given to C cannot be.
So, sir, because A has received the money, see, you need not receive the consideration directly. If you or any other person on your behalf, if he has received, then people, the law says that is a valid consideration. Your contract need not have another extra consideration. That is valid. In your childhood, the case law was Chennai versus Ramaya. Yes, sir. Okay. Principal letter, incompetent, guarantee valid. Surety, incompetent, guarantee void. Sir, existence of liability. Obviously, the liability should be there. It should not be a time bar debt. No misrepresentation or concealment. Meaning, people, when the surety is taking the contract, he has to disclose everything to the surety. Meaning what, sir? Imagine there is A, there is B, there is C. Sir, A was already working with B people. In couple of instances, A has done a fraud. He has taken money from the counter. Now B said, I'm going to remove you. A said, no sir, give me one last chance. B said, okay, I'll give you one last chance. Do one thing. Go and get a guarantee on behalf of your work. Tomorrow if something happens, I should hold someone liable. Go and get some person from the market. Basically someone you know. Now people, C will agree to come and give a guarantee. Who is C? A's friend. It is B's responsibility to disclose the entire background. If B does not tell the entire background to C, C is by default discharged from the liability because of concealment or misrepresentation. Is clear all of you? Yes? Okay. Need not be in writing. Oral is also valid, but today's date, it is very difficult in courts. Guarantee is not valid until some other person joins. So until the co-surety joins, you will not be valid. What is that? A, B, C. C says, see, I will become a surety only if another person also joins. If I am the only surety in the contract, I will not take up the surety contract. In such case, until D joins the contract, I will not be liable. It's clear? Okay. Next one, types of guarantee. One is called as specific guarantee. One is called as continuing guarantee. What do you know as specific guarantee? A guarantee given to a specific or a single transaction is called as specific guarantee. My question to you, can I revoke a specific guarantee? Huh? Can I revoke a specific guarantee? Specific guarantee on the face of it, whether to be revoked or not, depends upon whether the contract has happened or not. If the contract has happened, whatever is a guarantee cannot be revoked. Sir, the second type of guarantee is continuing guarantee. Can a continuing guarantee be revoked? Only for a future liability. Okay, imagine I've given a contract for 12 months. I've given guarantee for 12 months. People, I can withdraw my consent in the 6th month. So whatever are the transactions happen between 1st to 6 months, I will be liable. Anything happens from 6 months or this part, I will not be liable. So this is called as continuing guarantee. It is revocable. What happens, people, in the case surety dies?
He's not liable
After the death, people, he will not be liable. But if the transaction has already happened for the previous transactions, his estate will be liable. Remember, clear? They can ask you a question there. Questionable point. Specific go, continuing. Nature and extent of surety is liability. Liability of surety is coextensive with the surety, with that of a principal debtor. What do you mean by that? Coextensive? So, people, whatever is the principal debtor's liability, cut copy paste will be the liability of surety. If his liability increases, increases. Decreases, decreases. Hey, how will it decrease? So principal debtor has taken a loan. Imagine someone else comes and pays some money on behalf of principal debtor. Some 10,000 I'll pay. I do not have 1 lakh, but I'll pay 10,000. It can be any of my known circle. I can pay. Now they're telling you this 10,000 principal debtor's liability reduced. Surety's liability will also reduce. What is the main point here? Remember, Indian Contract Act, answering the question is easy. Then what else we want, sir? We want to answer questions only. Provision is important. Getting the keyword is important. So if this is asked people, what is the word you guys need to write is coextensive. They will build a story. You will say, what sir? It will be 80. Sir, it will be this only. We will know that. You will write the word, the answer you need to have. The keyword is coextensive. Yes, sir. That is very, very important. Liability of surety is secondary in nature. Obviously, na. What do you know secondary in nature? Na? First liability is always the principal debtor. If he doesn't pay, I will pay. Liability arises immediately on default of principal debtor. Remember, na? Mine is secondary in nature. But the creditor has a choice to file a case on principal debtor or a surety. It is his choice. If he wants, he can directly go and shoot. Not shoot, sorry, Papa. Why to shoot? I can directly go and ask money from surety. It is possible. Yes, sir. Defect in document discharges both. Creditor can sue surety directly without proceeding against principal debtor. Discharge of surety when and all. First one by revocation, meaning taking back. Revocation means what? To take back. So when will the guarantee end? If I take back the guarantee, it will end. Of continuing guarantee by notice. Continuing guarantee only future transactions. Past transactions cannot be revoked. Clear? Okay. Death of surety. What happens? Future transactions? For whatever the past transactions, estate will be liable. Novation means the replacement of an old contract by a new contract. Old contract is obviously discharged, right? Sir, by conduct of creditor, meaning people, variance in contract without surety's consent. Sir, there was a contract, appa. What is the contract? The contract was A, B, C. A has agreed to repay the money 1 lakh rupees after 1 year or within 1 year. Sir, now between A and B, they make a variation in the contract. That can be, I will say, give the money after 2 years. Now, does C know about it? If C doesn't know about it, it is called a variation. If it happens without C's consent, it will be discharged. But one thing you guys need to know there. What is that? If at all there is any variation that is done for the benefit of C, I mean the variation does not affect you. Sir, what do you mean by that? Imagine people, C gave a surety on behalf of A. I said, you can give loan up to 50,000. You give 50,000, I don't mind. I'm okay to pay 50,000. You can give it to A, I don't mind. But people B gave a loan only of 30,000. I'm said I'll be liable up to 50,000. But he gave only 30,000. You cannot say I will not be liable because this is benefit for you. You were liable up to 50. Now what is 30 only, no? Clear? Yes, sir. You guys can have one question in your book. In this case, one is material variation where it is advantageous to you. Correct? M advances to N 5,000 on the guarantee of P. Whenever Contract Act question comes, straight away write of the characters M advances to N on the guarantee of P. Yes, sir. The loan carries interest at the rate of 10% per annum. So 10% per annum. N becomes financially embarrassed. They will test your knowledge and all the legal words. Sir, he is not able to repay, he's become insolvent. On N's request, M reduces the interest to 6% per annum. So what has happened? N has reduced with M. Sir, 10 and all I will not be able to pay. Reduce this interest to 6% per annum. Okay. 6% per annum and does not sue N for the 1 year after the loan becomes due. So you said I will pay on 1st January 23. And he asked, sir, please don't file a case 1 year, sir. Give me 1 year time. I will repay. Now people M agreed. I will not sue you until 1st January 24. Okay. N becomes insolvent after that. Now he is finally not able to pay at all. Now the question is, can M sue P? Why?
Because he extended.
Alteration is benefit. No. So remember, all of you will get confused. Whatever is your institute given answer, they said that M cannot sue P. All of you will see in only one terms. What, sir? This 10% is made 6%. No, sir. It is beneficial only. No, sir. See, if at all there ends the contract, then yes, people, you can sue. But beneficial is also there. There is a variation also, no? When there is a variation, I am obviously discharged. Who told you to give you extra year? In this 1 year, what if I lose money? That time I had, now I don't have. It is the point. So that is how you need to see this particular question as. I hope this is clear. Okay. Variation. By release or discharge of principal letter, enters into a fresh contract with principal letter, or does any act or omission? Basically same thing, people. I will say that I will enter into a fresh contract with a principal letter. Whatever is the contract between us, over and above that, I will enter into a new contract. But the net effect is same, people. I am discharging the party. Again, they are telling surety is also discharged. The third round, people. Creditor compounds or gives the time. See here. Creditor compounds. Compounds means, people, building a compound. What is compounds? Compromises. What do you mean by compromise? In our case, Vijay Himalaya, 9,000 crores I need to pay. I said, sir, I'll pay 6,000 crores. If bank agreed. Imagine if I had given surety on behalf of Vijay Malia, touchwood, illa. If at all I had given, people, they are telling you, if at all the surety, I mean if the debtor went and compromised with the bank, bank agreed, surety is discharged. Clear? Sir, creditor's act or omission impairs surety, eventual remedy. Creditor's action or omission impairs means, people, I am losing something. What? Creditor's surety's eventual remedy. What is the case law? Saurashtra. What is this? Stuck. ಇದು
Extra period of agreement.
Surety is not discharged. Whenever there is a variation in the contract, if such variation is beneficiary to surety, you are not discharged. It discharges. That's the reason they specifically put it will discharge, provided if it is a beneficiary to you. Now you only say I have agreed to pay up to 1 lakh. You guys have changed the terms and you're telling your liability only be 50,000. When I was ready to pay 1 lakh, I should obviously be ready to pay 50,000. Logical, no? That is what they're saying. Consent happens means you are liable. You have to pay. Okay, yes, people. State Bank of Saurashtra versus Chitranjan Ranganathan Raja. What happened in this case? The bank had taken something as collateral, something like gold. Yes, imagine it has taken gold. Sir, the bank people, due to their inadvertence, they did not take proper care, negligence, they lost this gold. And eventually, people, what was the loan amount? The loan amount was 10 lakh. The bank filed a case on the creditor for the entire, filed a case on the surety for the entire 10 lakh. Now surety said I will not be liable for entire 10 lakh. Bank said, hey, you agree to pay 10 lakh, noda, you have to pay 10 lakh only. People, in this case it was held, surety liability will be reduced by the amount of whatever collateral you lost. To that amount, my liability will be reduced. That is the meaning of whatever is the words they use. Again, I'm telling you, Indian Contract Act is not about yes or no. Yes or no, 70% is common sense. Anyone can write off. Yes, sir, obviously, no. So you will get an answer only for the word. What is the word here? Impairs. Yes, sir. So whatever is a creditor's action, if it impairs the surety's eventual remedy, will be discharged. Next one, sir. By invalidation of contract of guarantee. When will the contract of guarantee be invalidated? First one. Guarantee obtained by misrepresentation or concealment. We saw that. Next one. The surety has clearly told, Macha, until one more person joins, don't allow this contract. Until one more person joins, you cannot allow the contract. You have turned off it. ಯಾಕೋ ಯಾವ್ದ್ರ ಚಳಿ ಅದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸೆಕೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಬೇಡ ಬೇಡ ಅದು ಸೌಂಡ್ ಒಂಥರ ಬರಕ್ ಶುರು ಆಗ್ಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ రిమోట్ ఎక్కడ ఉందిరా లేదురా ఇక్కడ ಟೆಲ್ ನೋಡ ವಿಚ್ ರಿಮೋಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟು ಗಾಳಿ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ಯೇನೋ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಚಳಿ ಅನ್ನೋ ಅಷ್ಟು 2 ನಿಮಿಷ ಕಂಡ್ರೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಪೇಂಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಬಿಡ್ತೀನಿ ನಾನು ಹೌದೌದು ಅದೀ ಕಡೆ ಸೌಂಡ್ ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಮುಂದೆ okay invalidation of guarantee sir rights of surety da quickly tell me against principal letter what is that right of subrogation whatever is the money I paid on your behalf I can collect it from you same thing it is your duty to pay the money to me against the creditor what is my right to benefit of creditor security what is that if at all you have given Saurashtra Bank of Saurashtra same thing if at all you have taken anything as collateral my simple da coextensive noda my liability will also reduce to that amount so surety liability will also reduce to that amount right to set off means if someone has paid any money on behalf of me or if I only pay any money behalf of me surety liability will reduce by the amount the creditor has collected from the principal debtor out of 1 lakh imagine he has collected 10,000 from any of the circle of principal debtor or principal debtor only paid 10,000 in such case people my liability will also be reduced by 10,000 the last one people right to share reduction if at all the principal debtor become insolvent whatever is the property the creditor can recover the money how much ever you recover whatever is the amount of recovered amount by that my liability will also be reduced against co-surety against co-surety you remember the class you want me to go detail or let us just do it face off it face of it will go so okay tell A B sureties are CA DA EA the amount of loan taken is 6 lakh C agreed to pay 1 lakh D agreed to pay 2 lakh E agreed to pay 3 lakh yes A had given a security the security value was 2 lakh. So B was able to recover 2 lakh. Now B has to get another 4 lakh. Now you guys tell me what will be the share of proportion of each of this surety.
First it will be equal, sir. If there is any ratios, they will be sharing on ratio.
No ratio. If ratio is there, it's easy. No ratio only we'll check Indian contract. All of you do your own calculation after tell me. First, 1 second, all of you know, or you want 1 minute to just calculate? You will try it out? Try it out. Today MTP will do one RTP though will Paka will do it. Yes, sir. And your amendments, there is nothing. Amendments will be done off in 20 minutes. తగో అన్ని క్లాస్లో చూసాం రా, రెండే చెప్తాను. చార్జ్లో ఒకటి చెప్పాను కదా నేను, చార్జ్ ఒకటి చూసాము, ఇంకోటి PS3లో ఒకటి ఉంది. ల్యాండ్ బోర్డర్ చెప్పానా? విల్ డూ. ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಚಾಪ್ಟರ್ ಒಂದಿದೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿದೀವಲ್ಲ, ನೇಮ್ ಚೇಂಜ್ 3 months. ಸೆಂಟ್ರಲ್ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಆರ್ಡರ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಯುವರ್ ನೇಮ್ ವಿದಿನ್ 3 months. ಅದೊಂದು ಚೇಂಜ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದು ಬಿಟ್ರೆ PS3 ಪ್ರೈವೇಟ್ ಪ್ಲೇಸ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಅದರಲ್ಲೊಂದಿದೆ. The drawer D is induced by A to draw a check in favor of P, who is an existing person. A, instead of sending a check to ಯಾರಿಗೆ, check to forges his name and pays the check into his own bank. ಹೌದಾ? ನಂಗೆ ಇದು ಆಮೇಲೆ ತೋರಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ನಾವು ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ಸ್ ನೋಡ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ got your answers? Excuse me, got it? C will give. Why are you discouraging her, da? Papa, tell. Yes, Kirtana, tell me. They will tell Kirtana we should not back out. That is 56,000. 4 lakh you did ratio 1:2:3. So you did 4 lakh into 1 divided by 6 into 2 6. Correct? Yes, sir. I don't know. I'll tell you. What is the answer? Tell her quickly. But tell.
Then balance will be 4 lakhs. First, they will discharge C sum. So that equally 1 lakh in their discharge. So that she is liability will be. Then in their ratio, remaining amount.
See, C to okay. First thing, people, I'll help you the first step. C will be completely liable, people. 1 lakh, because the ratio will always be spread across equally. So, sir, 1 lakh each, you will be liable. There is no proportion. If you have not agreed, you should not take proportion. Whatever is the amount available, everyone will be liable equally. Yes, sir. Now, sir, 3 lakh we have covered. How will you cover 1 lakh? You have to spread it across these people. Yes, sir. So it will be 1 lakh, 1.5, 1.5. They will ask you a question. Someday, pakka, 100%. They have not asked, even I don't know why. They should ask this. So, okay, people, that's your. See what happened? Forget of the parties. There was a debtor. The debtor actually telling the debtor had given some goods to the bank as a security. What did the bank do? The bank kept the goods in some godown. They did not check whether the godown is safe. They did not check anything. They had kept the goods in the godown. And for this contract, there was also a surety. One day what happened? The bank, when they opened the godown, whatever the goods there in the godown, they were lost. Basically, there is a theft. Now, the bank filed a case on surety to repay the entire money. How much was the loan taken by this person? Loan was taken 10 lakh. They filed a case on the surety for the entire 10 lakh. Surety said, I will not be liable for entire 10 lakh. They did not listen. The matter went to court. In the court, it was decided that the surety's liability will be reduced with the price of the goods. So if goods were 5 lakh, my liability will be reduced by 5 lakh. Here, you don't even distribute. First, reduce it up to 6 lakh only, no? It will definitely be equally distributed, no? Instead of doing this D, 2 lakh equally here and later on reducing it, Reduce 2 lakh from 6 lakh only. No, net effect will be same only, right? See, you know what you are telling. What is 2 lakh divided by 3? How much will it come? 66,667. Now what are you telling? Whatever the total liability of these people, reduce that amount by everyone 66,000 is what you are telling.
From the data perspective, then we cannot we have to distribute in the ratio. If there is no sufficient.
If there is no, this 2 lakh is not there. Realizable value is 3 lakh. If it is 3 lakh, you should always first deduct the realizable amount from the loan, not in their hands. Whatever you realize, you have to first reduce it from the loan. Not you cannot distribute it to the people, right? So if see, end of the day, whatever the security, if I am able to realize 3 lakh, now I will know what is that I have to collect from the other people. How I can give away the security to them, that is not the way. Clear? Huh? So now 3 lakh, how will you distribute the liability? Excuse me, how will you distribute the liability? Okay, now tell me, the realizable value is 4 lakh. Now, remaining 2 lakhs. There are 3 people. How come 1 lakh, 1 lakh? C will be discharged. Why will C be discharged? Huh? Ashte. You cannot. Why is C discharged? ನಿನ್ ಲಾಜಿಕ್ ನನಗೆ ಒಂದು ಹೇಳ, ನೀನ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ, ನಿಂಗೆ ಆ ನೆಟ್ ಅಸೆಟ್ ಏನಿದೆ 4 lakh, ಯು ಆರ್ ಗೆಟ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ದಟ್ ಟು ದಟ್ ದೀಸ್ ಪೀಪಲ್. ಸೆಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು? ಫಸ್ಟ್ ವಾಟ್ ಎವರ್ ದ ಟೋಟಲ್ ಲೋನ್ ಟೇಕನ್, ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಸೆಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಟ್ ಹಿಯರ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ. ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲಿ ಕೈಯಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾಕೆ ಸೆಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿ? ಇವಾಗ ನೀನ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ತಗೋ, ಸೆಕ್ಯೂರಿಟಿ ಒಂದು ಬಂಗಾರ ತಗೊಂಡಿದೆ, ಗೋಲ್ಡ್ ನ ಎಗೊಂದು ಬಿಗೊಂದು ಸಾರಿ ಸಿಗೆ ಡಿಗೆ ಹೀಗೆ ಚೂರ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅಗೇನ್ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಸೆಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಆಸ್ಕ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್. But what will bank do? It will take gold. Whatever is the market value of the gold, it will reduce the value by the market value. Whatever is outstanding, I'll collect it from you. Because everyone's liability is covered, 2 lakh divided by 3. 3 lakh, again equally, 1 lakh each. 3.5 lakh. 1 no, 1.25, 1.25. Understood? Okay, that is your chapter, people. Unit 1. Next one, people, unit 2. Bailment and pledge. What is a bailment? Extra amount? Up to, okay, now imagine, there is 5 lakh is what we need to repay. How will you distribute this 5 lakh? Okay, 6 lakh is the loan. I got a security worth 1 lakh. 5 lakh is outstanding. Now what is the proportion? Same, 1, 2, 3. Agreed amount of 1 lakh ಒಬ್ಬ agreed, 2 lakh one person has agreed, 3 lakh one person has agreed. First 3 ಹೋಗುತ್ತೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ 1 ಬರುತ್ತೆ. It will be simple, people, that's all. If it's 6 lakh, it will be 1, 2, 3. Now imagine I do not have security at all. Entire 6 lakh is liable. How will you distribute? If it is 5 lakh, never do it in proportion. Never apply 1:2:3 logic. As long as their amount covers, you have to do it equally. It's clear? Yes, sir? ಒಂದೊಂದು ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ 1 1 1. ಇವಾಗ ಇವರಿಬ್ರು ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಟ್ರೀಟ್ ದಮ್ ಈಕ್ವಲಿ ರೈಟ್. ಸೊ ಇವ್ನಿಗೊಂದು ಲಕ್ಷ ಹಾಕು, ಇವ್ನಿಗೊಂದು ಲಕ್ಷ ಹಾಕು. Kera. Sir, bailment and pledge. What is bailment? Temporary transfer of possession is called as bailment. Ownership is never transferred. After the purpose is served, you will get back your product. It is called as bailment. Bailment can be of two types. One is called as gratuitous bailment, non-gratuitous bailment. Gratuitous means free. Free, What is gratuitous bailment? Which one is free? Which one is not free? Gratuitous is free, Pakana. Gratuitous is free, people. Basically, there is no give and take. You'll borrow notes from your friend. That is called gratuitous bailment. You'll borrow a bike from your friend. That is called gratuitous bailment. Non-gratuitous is basically where you're paying something. Bounce, YOLO, Zoom car. All these are non-gratuitous bailment. Okay. Meaning delivery of goods by one person to another. Some purpose. When the purpose is accomplished, the goods are returned. Repairing for your mobile, bike repair, everything. Party is bailer. Bailer is a person who gives the goods. Bailee is a person who takes the goods. Pakkat mane auntie. Essential elements of a bailment. Contract, express or implied. Obviously, delivery of your goods. Only movable. Immovable obviously does not come. You have to give it in his hand. You can't keep land and all. Sir, actual delivery, considered delivery. Forget that. Possession, having just custody is different from possession. Important. What do you mean by custody? What do you mean by possession? They will build every case law on that. What is delivery? What is what is custody? What is possession? What do you mean by custody? What do you mean by possession? First, you should tell me what is the difference. Possession has a right to use. Custody, basically, people, in possession, you have a degree of control over the property. In custody, you do not have control. Example, exam question will be, one lady, best example, lockers. I go and I keep my gold with bank. I keep my gold with bank. I'm not taking loan. I'm telling you, I'm going and keeping my gold in bank's locker. This transaction, is it bailment or not? I'm going to US. My gold, I'm keeping in bank locker and I'm going. I want to know whether this contract is bailment or not. It is not a bailment. Why? The locker key is with me. The banker has no control. This is called as possession. Getting the point? I mean, this is called as custody. Possession, ulta. I wanted loan. I gave it to the banker, kept like this, sir. You have degree of control. What degree of control? Tomorrow you don't pay. They will go and they will conduct a, what do you say? Haraj. What is it? I forgot. Auction. You will conduct an auction. Correct? Yes, sir. So that is what they are saying. That is called as possession. Here, basically that is called as what? What is the exact meaning of it? When I borrow loan, when I give my gold as a security, what type of contract it is? Mortgage is for land. Hypothecation for movable property. Pledge. Yes, sir. Okay. Classification of bailment based on reward. Gratuitous, free, non-gratuitous. Both of them get benefit. People, in which case, imagine people, there is a defect in the property. There is a, okay, let us take, I bought a bike on bailment. There was a problem in the bike, people. Let us take, for example, the clutch was not working. When I was driving it, all of a sudden the clutch was not working. Eventually I fell down. Now I want to hold the other party liable. If I want to hold the other party liable, what are the conditions I need to satisfy? Got the question, You got the question, What are the conditions I need to satisfy to hold the other party liable? Okay, gratuitous bailment.
The person is not aware of the issue, he will be not liable.
So gratuitous bailment, imagine I'm taking it from my friend. I'm not paying the money. In such case, people, if this person is aware of the defect, only then I can hold him liable. If he's not aware of the defect, I cannot hold him liable. Sir, what if it's non-gratuitous?
If
You know it, you don't know it, you will be liable. Clear? Rights of bailer. What are the rights, da? To terminate the bailment. Can you terminate a non-gratuitous bailment? Can you terminate a non-gratuitous bailment? If yes, under what grounds? Contract Act, common sense you can answer off. Provision important. Huh? In terms of inconsistent use, meaning what? Zoom car has given me the goods for me to drive. I am doing smuggling. Pushpa. Zoom coming and asking, hey, jukkega nahi. Not allowed. So, inconsistent use. Zoom car has given me the car for 1 month. They can cancel the contract for 10 days. Remember, no other reason you cannot cancel the contract. Clear? Okay. Premature termination. If it's a gratuitous bailment, what is the example we had seen in the class, da? Gratuitous bailment. Premature termination. What is your right? So, sir, imagine people, this person has a bike, da. My friend, I want to go to Nandi Hills. That is where we go if we are in Bangalore. What else we go? So I said, Macha, can you give me your bike, da? I want to go for a long drive on Nandi Hills. This person says, take, da. But that is not in a good condition. Just give it for a service and you can take. So what did I do, people? I took the bike on service. I spent around 1.5 thousand on the bike. And tomorrow morning I have to wake up. Night he came and said, hey, Macha, so sorry, I want the bike urgently. First of all, can the person take back the bike? Has spent money. So people remember, gratuitous bailment, you can't ask questions. It can be terminated whenever you want. That is only the right. Right of premature termination. However, it is your duty to pay this money to this person. Clear? Isha? Awesome. Next one. Suit against wrongdoer. If someone hits the bike now, the bailee also can file a case, bailer also can file a case. Right to sue the bailee for. When will you sue the bailee? Bailee is the person who has taken it. Compensation for loss by negligence of bailee. You did not use the property properly. Anything happens, I can sue you. Compensation for unauthorized mixing. Unauthorized mixing. What are they talking about? They're not that mixing. What are the mixing they're talking about? So, if at all I mix your goods with my goods, if at all it cannot be separated. If it can be separated, the cost of separation is always on the bailee. Remember, some sugar or something. In your exam, do not assume they will give you one sugar. Quality A, quality B is mixed. Let us not be extra smart. That is not right. It can be separate. How can I separate sugar? Yes, sir, it cannot be done. Okay. Compensation for unauthorized use of goods. I've given it to you. To use it in a way, you're not supposed to use it in any other way. To demand back the goods, obviously, once the purpose is done, I can demand back. Right to acquisition of goods. What is this? I gave cow, cow gave calf, calf should be given. Correct? Yes or no? That cow, calf. Duties of bailee. Take reasonable care of goods, obviously. Reasonable care means they can ask, they can build 100 questions on that. I took your bike. I kept my bike inside. I kept your bike outside the house. I lost it. Reasonable care, treat the goods as if you treat yours. Not to set up adverse title. You gave me, I went and pledged it. I sold it. Not allowed. Not to make inconsistent use of the goods. Obviously. Return accretion from goods. Whatever is the benefit you earned, you have to give it back. Return the goods according to the bailer's direction on or before the promised date. Remember, people, if at all this is the promised date, it is 1st January 23. I have to return it. If I keep the goods even after that, whether you have taken proper care or not, you are liable. They will ask you questions here. Not to mix the goods. Separation, impossible, that we saw. Finder of lost goods, sir, what are his rights? Who is the finder of lost goods? The person who finds the goods is called as finder of lost goods. If you lost the goods, if someone finds it, he is called a finder of lost goods. Now tell me, people, the finder of lost goods went in search of the owner. He went in a cab. The cab charge was 700 rupees. I went there. I gave the goods to him and I asked for 700 rupees. He denied making the payment of 700 rupees. Can I file a case on this person to recover the 700 rupees? No. No. Hey, he's taking the goods, da. Can I not file a case to recover my lawful expenses? Yes or no? I'll give you one last question. You see, Kirtana. You should not later say I cheated you. Now tell. I went in cab. Normal cab only. I did not go in Innova. 700 rupees I spent. I gave you the goods also. You are telling I will not pay the 700 rupees. Can I file a case on him for recovering 700 rupees? Yes, sir. Sure, 100%. You cannot file a case. Yeah, sir. You can retain the goods. You can never file a case because it is a voluntary action. He will ask one thing. Did I ask you? What will you say? So you can never do it. Then when can he file a case? If at all this person has announced any reward on the product. Now it's a binding contract. You can file a case on that. Is this clear? But is there a way where whoever finds the goods, is there a way where he can straight away sell off the goods? If yes, what are the two scenarios?
More than the value of them.
So first thing, people, if it is perishable goods, do not look into any other condition. Second condition, if it is non-perishable and the person has not agreed for reimbursing the fees. In such case, what is the value of the goods? If the value of the goods and the amount you spent to search the owner, it's 2/3 of the value of the goods. 2/3. They're telling you, don't think he's anyways not paying. The value of him searching him only is 2/3. You just sell it off and you can recover the money. Understood? Yes, sir. Okay. Sir, rights of bailee. To deliver the goods to anyone of joint bailer. If two people were there, I can give it to any of those people. Right to indemnity. If bailer has no title. You remember, I gave a bike to service. The service person actually is servicing, but someone else came for asking for the bike. And he says, I am the true owner. How will the service person know? Will he ask for RC book when taking service? No. Yes, sir. So if he's confused, people, whatever is the expenses on him, he can even apply for court to decide the title of the goods. Sir, I'm not sure who is the owner. Please help me decide. You can do it. Claim compensation in case of faulty goods. Gratuitous bailment only when it is known. Non-gratuitous bailment, everything you're liable. Correct? Claim extraordinary expenses. Meaning, ordinary expenses you cannot claim. Zoom car, when you are going, engine fails, extraordinary expenses. Petrol, ordinary expenses. Toll, ordinary expenses. Parking charge, ordinary expenses. You can't say Zoom, hey, peda. Correct? Not possible. Sir, right to lien. What is right to lien? Right to keep someone else's goods with you until the whatever is the money paid. One is called particular lien, one is called general lien. Particular lien means when you have multiple products of one person with you. For one transaction, you cannot keep another transaction goods with you. You remember that example? Sir, what do you mean by general lien? For any transaction, you can set it off with any other transaction. Meaning, sir, I have taken loan from a bank. I have a FD with them. I have stocks with them. I have done a RD with them. They can set off anything until they get their money. So, general lien is not given to everyone. General lien by default is only there with few people. Who are they? Banker, factor, wharf finger is basically like a go down person, attorney of high court, policy broker. Sir, what if others also wants this? You need to specifically write it in your contract. Sir, duties of bailer to receive the goods after time and purpose, to indemnify any loss suffered by him, duty to disclose faults in the goods. You have to tell, pay necessary expenses Indemnify bailey for premature termination. This is what we saw. That bike service from friend you took, no. Termination of bailment. How and all? On expiry of period stipulated. On fulfillment of purpose, repair is done. Gratuitous. Anytime you can terminate. Non-gratuitous. Only if inconsistent use. By death or of bailee or bailer. In case of gratuitous bailment alone. Zoom car MD dies. My Zoom car 30 days contract will not come to an end. If it is gratuitous, it dies. I mean, gratuitous contract comes to an end. Non-gratuitous, it will continue. Destruction of subject matter. I took bike only is demolished. Where is bailment? Here, sir, pledger. Pledge people, what is the definition of pledger? Very good. Pledge is a bailment of goods for security. Parties, pawner, pawnee, borrower, creditor, meaning, okay, security. Essentials, it is a bailment for security. Same thing, people. It should be movable goods. Delivery of goods should be there. Pawnee's rights, people. One thing in over and addition to what you need to know there. What is that? Sir, I've gone and pledged my gold with Muthoot. I did not repay. What are the rights of Muthoot with regards to the gold they have? Tell me. He can give a notice. Okay, I'll give a notice of sale. The amount I had taken, borrowed from Muthoot was 1 lakh. I was able to sell the gold for 80,000. Who will bear the 20,000 loss? Got the sequence, all of you. I've borrowed 1 lakh. I gave gold worth 80. Now Muthoot did not get the money from me. Muthoot gave a notice. Sir, you did not pay. I'm going to auction this particular gold. In the auction, I was able to recover 80,000. Who will bear the 20,000 loss? Yes, Kirtana. Now, whatever you say is answer. Yes, Kirtana. We'll fix on that only. Pakka, no, 100%. Who will bear the loss? 20,000. Because he has taken security. No. Muthoot only, Oh. So that's the final answer, Kirtana. Today bang on, Kirtana. Given back, But this one, Muthoot should bear. That you don't know. See, luckily we asked that questions only. Yes, whatever Vinay says is the answer. Pawner. The person who has given 20,000 loss should be borne by this person only. Loss also he will only take, profit also he will only take. Then why are you giving notice? Clear, Sir, if you ask me, no, sir, now. See, when pawner makes default, that is a person taking money. Pawner is basically debtor. He can file a case and he can retain goods. He can keep it with him. Or he can give a notice if proceeds are less. Recover from pawner. Proceeds are more. Give it to pawner. Duties of pawner, liable to pay debt, obviously. Disclose all the faults. Pay extraordinary expenses if any. Indemnify pawnee if loss occurs. Pay deficit if pawnee sells the goods due to non-payment. Pledge by non-owners. What do you mean by non-owners? They are not owners of systems. But even then they can go and pledge. When? Muthoot Finance. That's an example. People first one mercantile agent. So you have appointed your agent. He is going on your behalf. Why double contract? Remember, so in your Indian Contract Act, the farmer had one, let us take bike. A villain forced the farmer to sell the bike to him. Now he has bought the bike to city. In city is coming and pledging it with Muthoot. Does Muthoot know whatever has happened in rural place? Now that is called as voidable contract. If you had gone to court within time, then you could have cancelled the contract. You did not go. It's clear, huh? Okay. Pawner has limited interest. What do you mean by this? Pawner has limited interest. Pawner has limited interest means people. Interest here means people ownership. You are not a complete owner. Here this example is Muthoot. I have given it to you. You have further pledged it. You are only not a complete owner. How can you do it? You may become the owner. Pledge by co-owner. Possible lah. There are two owners. One owner who has the goods in possession, you can do it. The last one, people, pledge by seller or buyer in possession. What is this? It's actually fraud, but still it is allowed. There is a seller who sold the goods to the buyer. The buyer said, I'll come and collect the goods tomorrow. Meanwhile, he went and pledged the goods also to someone else. They are telling you this is a valid pledge. Because the goods are with you. The goods are in your name. What else I will check? Clear? Okay. That is your bailment and pledge. Okay. The next one, unit 3, agency. ಯಾವುದು ಬೇಲ್ಮೆಂಟಾ ಇಲ್ಲಿವರೆಗೆ ಮಾಡಿರೋದ್ರಲ್ಲ RTPನೇ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬೇಡ ಬನ್ನಿ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಇದನ್ನು ಮುಗಿಸ್ಬೇಡ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಲೆಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಟೇಕ್ ಅಪ್ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ RTP ಮುಗಿಸೋಣ ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ದ ಚಾನ್ಸಸ್ ಆಫ್ RTP being as very high. RTP ಮುಗಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ಲೆಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಸಿ ಅಮೆಂಡ್ಮೆಂಟ್ಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ RTP ಲೆಟ್ ಅಸ್ ಫೋಕಸ್ ಮೋರ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಹಂಗೆ MTPs ತಗೊಂಬೇಡ ಎಷ್ಟಾ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಡಾ ವಾಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಏಜೆನ್ಸಿ ಡಾ whenever a person delegates his job to another person, that person, whenever he carries on the activity, is called as an agent. Always remember, if an agent is acting within the scope, if the agent is acting lawfully, whatever are the profits or losses, the agent occurs in the transaction, everything belongs to the principal. Now you guys tell me, amongst principal, agent, who can be a minor? No one, someone, anyone? What is the answer? Agent can be a minor. Agent can be a minor. Agent can be a minor. So I hope you remember, people. Principal has put one condition. Imagine there is a major agent, there is a minor agent. Two scenarios. Principal has put a condition that do not sell my car for less than 5 lakh rupees. There is a major agent, he sold the car for 4 lakh. There is a minor agent who sold the car for 4 lakh. In each of these scenarios, what is going to happen? Who will bear the loss? Got the case, huh? In this case, people, who will bear the loss? The agent major only will bear the loss. In this case, principal will bear the loss. That's the problem with minor agent. So what are they saying, people? A minor can be a... Rishi, are you still minor, Ada?
Yes, sir.
You said you will become major sometime now, da? June, you still have time. Okay. So parties, people, principal as well as agent. How is agency created? Agency can be created by express authority, oral or written, implied authority. How is agency created? What is implied authority? What is implied authority?
Based on the
So imagine people, you go to a shop and okay, imagine nearby your home there is a hotel. You go once to a hotel, your father comes and pays the money to the food you had. Next day, people, your father is not there. You had the food. The father came and asked the counter, did my son have anything or daughter have anything? He says yes. He again clears it. Every day, this is the routine that is happening. One day, people, you went and you packed the lunch for your entire school. The bill was 2 lakh rupees. Now again, father came. Did my son have anything? He says, yes, sir. Take the bill, sir. The bill came. It went outside to the road only. 2 lakh rupees is the bill. Now tell me, is the father liable? Is the father liable? This is only called as implied authority. Every day you're coming and clearing his debt. You're leaving a notion in his mind that whatever he does, you will be liable. This is called as implied agency. Clear, huh? I'm not telling here because it is father and son. That is not the relation. Because he is acting and he is supporting it every day. People, next one, estoppel means the I'm giving you the right. So what do you mean by that? In front of me, imagine people, say for example, there is your, what is it? Any example? For example, there is a gold ring. Yes, sir. I had a gold ring, people. I gave my gold ring to my friend. When my gold ring was, with my friend, someone came and really liked the model. So he came and asked, can you sell me this gold ring? I was right there. My friend said, why not? He asked my friend, what is the price? He said 2 lakh rupees. When do you want me to come? Tomorrow. I'm sitting quiet, people. I'm not telling anything. People, indirectly, I'm creating a agency by estoppel. Estoppel means, people, you staying quiet, you are giving a right by acknowledgement. Silence, people, you had a right to speak, duty to speak. You did not speak, people. Whatever is the transaction he did, it will be valid. Understood? People, agency by necessity. In case of emergency. For example, people, you leave your dog at someone home. Say, for example, you are going to US. You left your dog with your neighbor. It's actually a bailment. People, the dog was not able to breathe. So what did you do? You first opened the mouth and you gave what is it called? Oxygen? CPR. You gave CPR to the dog. Oh, and all. Dog was not able to breathe. You rushed to hospital in an ambulance. The ambulance charge came to 10,000 rupees. Yes, sir, you paid. Now, after the owner came back, will you get this 10,000 or not? That is only called as agency by emergency. When you have someone's goods with you, you can do anything reasonable to protect the goods, and he is liable to recover the money. He is liable to pay the money. It's clear? Next one, people, ratification. What do you mean by ratification? Accepting later is called ratification. What is the example? I gave my property to the agent. I told him take care. Sorry, I gave my property to my friend. I told him to take care of my property, and I left it to US. My friend is a perfect financial planner. He said, hey, why to leave the property just like that? He gave the property on rent. He earned around 40 lakhs as income for 5 years. After I came back, I was seeing the building, people, completely worn out, completely destroyed. I was about to scold my friend. He kept 40 lakh in my hand. Like this, he kept the 40 lakh. I forgot everything. I said, thanks, Macha. Now this is called ratification. If I took the money, people, whatever happened in the 5 years, destruction to the property, I'm accepting everything. Correct? So remember, ratification should be done as a whole. Ratification can be done when you are aware of the complete information. Yes, sir. Illegal activities can never be ratified. Meaning, people, the agent, he started growing ganja on the building. Full creeper. Full house, full ganja only. He thought good money will come. I cannot ratify it. Is clear? Pakkana? Sir, appointment of sub-agent. Can I appoint a sub-agent? Sub-agent. Possible? Sir, when you come this side, sir, that I'll not answer. What is the maxim? What is the principle? Delegatus non potest delegere. A delegatee cannot further delegate. I have trusted you and I have given. You cannot give it to someone else. That I will not be liable. Clear? However, if the contract specifically provides, you can delegate. If at all the contract is due to emergency, you can delegate. The last one, the trade or custom provides, you can delegate. Yes, sir. Substituted agent means the. What is the difference between sub-agent and substituted agent? Substituted agent is referred by the agent. Correct? So, this is substituted agent. Sorry, this is sub-agent. This is substituted agent. What do you mean by that? I will refer, but whatever you guys want, you will do it between you. Here, he will answerable to me. Whatever I do, I will be answerable to you. So, whatever his activities are, you are liable. Correct? Substituted agent people, is agent liable? If at all agent has taken reasonable care in referring the name, in such case people, agent will not be liable. If you have randomly referred a person, people, you will be liable. That boat case and all, something was there. People, right of agent, what is right of agent? Right to remuneration, obviously. Sir, what if my principal is not making the payment? On his account, whatever is the money you have collected, take away whatever is the money belongs to you, remaining you can give. Sir, what if money is not there? If you have principal's goods, keep the goods until he pays the money. Sir, right to indemnity for whatever the lawful acts. If at all I have paid something, principal has to give me the money for it. Acts against done in good faith. Non-liability of employer. Agent does criminal act. What do you mean by that? Principal told agent, go and kill Mr. C. He killed also. Will principal be liable? Principal only told agent to go and kill C. He killed. Now will the principal will be liable? No? Sure, Pakka. This is Vakka, sir. Yes, people, this person will not be liable under Indian Contract Act. Other acts, he will be liable. Actual maxim here is, you will always, it's called as vicarious liability. You will always punish the head, not the hand. But that's outside the act, but under this act, he is not liable. Next one, people, compensation for injury caused by principal's neglect. So, Big Bazaar case. I appointed an agent. Agent went and took an order with Big Bazaar. But principal never supplied the goods. Big Bazaar filed a case on agent that you were supposed to deliver me some goods. He filed a case. Now, whatever is the money, he has to bear. It is also called as contract of indemnity. We saw in indemnity. People, duties of agent are simple. Duty to execute mandate. Whatever I have told you to do, you have to do. Here there was a case law. What a case. So I gave you money. I told you, take goods. Make sure you take insurance on these goods. The agent did not take the insurance. On that day only, people, there was a huge, you say, flood or fire. The entire goods were lost. There was a mandate that you have to take insurance. You did not take, agent was liable. Duty of reasonable care and skill. When you're acting, people, you have to do it with your duty of reasonable care. Duty to follow instruction or customs. What do you mean by this? Duty to follow instruction or customs. I'll tell you, let's see a question. People, principal appointed an agent to do a business. Now, agent people sold some goods to a third party for a credit sale. Agent did a credit sale to a third party. But people, eventually this person never repaid this money to the agent. So indirectly, principal suffered the loss. Now you advise Who should actually bear this loss? Is it the agent or the principal?
Agent has searched his background or something, then he will be liable.
So first thing, people, if principal has clearly told whether you can sell the goods on credit or you cannot sell the goods on credit. If I have said you cannot sell the goods on credit, then it is agent's liability. I have told you can sell the goods on credit. In this case, who will be liable? Huh? Principal only, huh? Agent has taken reasonable care. You do the background check. Sir, what if nothing? Principal has told yes or no. He has not told anything. Then you have to refer the trade. You have to refer the customs. Somewhere I told you custom word. Where? I told you to remember. But where did I tell you to remember? When we are doing something, I told you to remember. Where? CSR, huh? कंपनी लोन है हाँ कंपनी लोन है हाँ हाँ Okay, come back. We'll see that later. I'll tell. Now concentrate. Avoid conflict of interest. What is avoid conflict of interest? What is conflict of interest? I told to sell my car and I authorized my agent. Agent people, he purchased it on his own account. You need to disclose that. That is what they say, avoid conflict of interest, not to deal on his own account. The answer is same for this also, not to make secret profits. I'm not telling you cannot buy the principal's car. You have to disclose and buy. Why people? You know everything. You know that he is willing to sell you for not less than 2 lakh. So there will be no negotiation. You're not supposed to do it. Next one, people communicate with principal in difficulty. If there's something, you can reach out to him to render proper accounts, not to delegate. Obviously, sub-agent, generally not valid. But if you have done it properly, it is valid. Pay some receipt for principal, not to use confidential information against principal. Principal or agent's liability to third party. Principal's liability for agents. If at all anything is done within scope, principal is only liable. Agent is not personally liable by contracts on behalf of principal. Agent is obviously not liable. However, there is an exception. What is that? First one, pretended agent. I am telling that I am an agent, but I actually am not an agent. In such case, I will only be liable. That is called as pretended. Next one, foreign principal. For principals, it's outside India, people. Obviously, I'll catch hold of the agent in India. Agent does not disclose name of the principal. I'm telling you that I'm agent. But who is your principal? I'm not disclosing. In that case, agent only will be liable. Incompetent principal. First of all, this case can never arise. Principal can never be incompetent. Yes, sir. But still they are telling. It cannot be minor. It can be a case of lunatic. What do you mean by lunatic? When we entered, principal was sound mind. Later he became unsound mind. Agent can be liable. Next one, principal's liability. When agent exceeds authority. I told the agent, buy a car for worth 5 lakh, but he purchased the car worth 7 lakh. Can you differentiate the contract? 5 lakh and 2 lakh. You take away tires, 2 lakhs, you only keep it 5 lakh. Can you do it? So if at all the contract is inseparable, for the entire 7 lakh, agent only will be liable. If at all the contract can be separated, in such case, people, whatever is the worth of 5 lakh, I'll be liable, 2 lakh, you will be liable. Remember, they can ask you a question here. Two lakh. If it is separable. If it is not separable, I did not authorize you do that entire act only. If you cannot divide the contract, whatever we have done, in the case of car, you cannot divide the contract. So you have to either say yes or no. So in that case, you only say. You will say yes or no, you say. You can say anything, you tell me. Will you say yes or no? You will say no, then you are not liable. What if you say yes? That is called ratification. Any notice given to agent is equivalent to giving it to principal. Correct? Huh? If I intimate to the agent, that means I have intimated to principal also. I need not again give it to him. Effect of misrepresentation or fraud by agent. If it is acted within the course of business, principal will be liable. Beyond the scope of business, agent is personally liable. Yes, sir. Right of third parties. Contract made by undisclosed agent. What do you mean undisclosed agent? What is the example I had given you in the class? Shahrukh Khan. What is that? So, I am telling you I am an agent, but I am not telling who is the principal. If at all the third party gets to know who is the principal before the completion of a contract, third party has a right to cancel the contract or stop the contract in between. Yes, sir. Sir, performance of contract where agent is supposed to be principal. Meaning people, a contract where agent is telling I am only the principal, or the third party doesn't know that there is a principal. In such case, you can hold directly agent only liable. Option of third person to sue agent or principal. Sir, when will the third party have an option? If you want, you can choose third. You can sue agent. If you want, you can sue principal. When is that? Whenever agent case where agent is personally liable. When is agent personally liable? In these cases, we saw no up. Exceptions. Pretended agent, foreign, in those cases is a agent is liable. In that case, agent is personally liable. Sir, other cases, sir, where you are an inducing agent. What do you mean by inducing agent? You are telling, sir, if something happens, you come to me, sir. Basically, second-hand car showrooms, I don't know who is the owner. Whom will I go and catch hold? I'll go and catch hold of the second-hand car showroom only, because he has given me a trust. If anything happens, come to me, sir. I'll come to you only. So in that case, I'll go in search of agent only. Whoever has induced me to enter into a contract, I'll catch them only. Understood? Pakana? Okay. Termination of agency. When will the agency terminate, people? Completion of business. Expiry of time. If I have given you 1 year time, you will be an agent. You will be agent only for 1 year. Principal's insolvency. When principal becomes insolvent, obviously it will end. Revocation by principal. What is that? Sir, I have appointed you for 1 year. Within 6 months only I can revoke. It is allowed. However, it is considered as breach of contract. You have to pay compensation. Sir, if principal can revoke, agent also can give up. No. It is called renunciation. Yes, sir. Sir, there also, if he is giving up in between, people, what will happen? You will also have to pay compensation. So next one, death or insanity of principal or agent. Yes, people. What is this? Effect of termination. Agency come to an end. Principal wrote a letter. Agent, from today, do not act as my agent. You cannot bind me. He wrote a letter. He received it on 1st January 23. He read it on 5th January 23. When does the agency come to an end? 1st or 5th? Rishi's finger went like this. Answers differed. Again he read it like this. 1st or 5th? Okay, imagine agent entered into a contract with a third party. He entered into a contract on 10th January 23. After he coming to know only, he entered into a contract. For the third party, when does the agency end? Principal is telling, okay, let us take 5th only. With regards to agent, when will the contract come to an end? When he knows it. So not on 1st. Okay. After knowing only, he went and entered into a contract. On 10th, he went and entered into a contract. The third party is coming and filing a case on principal. Principal said, I am not liable. Do whatever you want with the agent. Whatever is principal telling, is it right or wrong? Sure, 100%. A third party cannot sue a principal. See if your answer changes. Every time till now, third party knows that he is acting on behalf of you. If you guys have cancelled a contract between me, how will I know? Until he gets to know, principal will be liable. So then how will I do? Give a newspaper advertisement. Yes, sir. Okay, by this we complete your Indian Contract Act. Okay, interpretation of statutes, people. I'll try to teach it in the layman's terminology only. But if something happens, you let me know. We'll discuss that. If not, what I recommend is first watch the main video. Yes, people. Okay, interpretation of statutes. First of all, why do I need iOS? I need iOS because, people, a lawmaker can never be perfect. There always will be a defect in the law. In such cases, if at all there is a case filed in front of the court, the judge cannot go in search of what this person missed out. He has to build whatever is that lacuna, whatever is the missing word. He has to build that word and he has to give a judgment. So interpretation of statute is always done by a judge. Yes, sir. Okay, na? Okay, sir. So whenever you want to, imagine if at all the law is not clear. The first rule, people, if the law is clear, you should not deviate from the law. You have to follow the law as it is. That is the first rule called literal construction. Sir, then if at all the rule, the law is unclear, then people, we will go to two things. The first one is called as, people, external help. Next one is called as internal help. External help, people, is something, or basically you can take it like this, people. You can take it as statutory help, something called as non-statutory help. Statutory help, people, first read all the definitions given in the act. The lawmaker only would have told you, hey, this word means this. For example, if you guys are referring Income Tax Act, plant means what? Plant, he has defined it, right? Refer that. Sir, no, sir, I'm not able to understand even after referring the act. Then refer General Clauses Act. We'll see. So even if the statutory help is not of any use, then people, you will come to non-statutory help. Non-statutory help is iOS. It's a interpretation of statutes. Okay. Now, sir, interpretation, you need to know two words. One is interpretation, one is construction. What is interpretation? Interpretation is just that you are referring to the meaning of the word. Imagine I refer to a word's meaning. It can be dictionary meaning. It can be a plain meaning of the word. That is called as interpretation. Sir, what do you mean by construction? Construction, you will take the meaning, you will read it with the surroundings. That is called as construction. Give us an example. What do you mean by orange? That is called as interpretation. You guys referred something and you said it's a fruit. Now I'll say orange is a very beautiful color. This is called construction. You are looking at the surroundings and you are deriving the meaning of the word. One is interpretation. You are trying to derive the meaning from the Google, Wikipedia, dictionary, somewhere. It's called interpretation. You are trying to get the meaning of the word. If you are constructing the meaning of the word based on the scenario, that is called construction. Clear? Okay. Let us directly get into something called as classification of interpretation. Interpretation can be classified into legal, doctrinal. What do you mean by legal interpretation? Legal interpretation means, people, when there is an actual rule of law, it always binds the judge. Meaning, if the rule is clear, law is clear, judge cannot deviate. You have to follow the law. In the class, I had given you Vodafone example. And remember, when the rule is clear, he is bound by it. You need to go with this. There is no other way. So if the rule is not clear, is when he has to deviate. That is what is the first one called as authentic. Authentic means, people, when rule of interpretation is derived from legislator himself. He has told you what to do. You do that. Sir, usual. What is usual, people? Sir, when it is silent. When the legislator, what is legislator, people? The lawmaker. Lawmaker has not told you what to do. Then see if the previous scenarios, any courts have passed any case law, any customs has been passed, any custom has been made, then follow that. Is clear? Pakka na? Okay. Next one, people. When the purpose is to discover the real or true meaning, in such case, people, you will come to grammatical or logical. Grammatical means, people, you will literally go with the ordinary speech of English. Whatever English says, grammatical rule. You will follow dictionary. Logical means, people, you will try to discover the true meaning. Yes, sir. Sir, the next part is important. From here, concentrate. Why do we need interpretation construction? I told you, when the law is very silent, you are not able to find the meaning, you will get into interpretation or construction. Okay. Rule of interpretation or construction. There are two rules, primary rule, secondary rule. Under primary, they have given you some rules to understand a law. The first rule is called as, people, rule of literal construction. What is the maxim? Absoluta, sententia, expositor, non-indigit. What do you mean by that? When the sentence is absolute, people, you do not need a expositor. Expositor means, people, a person who interprets a law. Imagine, people, if your law was just like a moral science book, do you need me? Where you understand just like a story, would you need me? That is what is the rule. When the sentence is so clear, you do not need a expositor. Expositor is a person who interprets, simplifies, tells the meaning of the law. If the rule is clear, follow the rule. That's what he's saying. Clear? The first rule, people, it's a cardinal rule. That's the first rule. You have to follow the rule as it is. There is nothing you need to break your head for. Meaning, plain words require no explanation. Clear? When language of statute is plain and unambiguous, no question of construction arises. Yes, sir. When a word has two interpretation, one is narrower, one is wider, you should always follow a wider one. Yes, people. Sir, what do you mean by that? Look at an example. What is section 102 of Companies Act? Explanatory statement. What does explanatory statement say? They have any? That is one of it. Anything else?
Other than Atta,
explanatory statement. Okay. Now see, people, what do they say? A statement setting out the following material facts concerning each item of special business should be given at a general meeting, shall be attached to the notice of the meeting. Sir, what should it generally say? Nature of concern or interest, financial or otherwise, if any, in respect of each items of every director, manager, every other KMP. Correct? They're telling me, if at all I'm doing a business, a director and a KMP, if at all I get any financial or any other interest, if I have, see what is the word they are using? Financial or otherwise. What do you mean by otherwise? They are telling a director and KMP have to disclose financial interest. If I get money, I have to disclose. So what do you mean by otherwise here, people? In one of the case, it was held that otherwise here means, what did you say? If I get a benefit, I have to disclose. My son is getting benefited. My daughter is getting benefited. My relative is getting benefited. Otherwise is not restricted only to you. So otherwise, if it gives you a narrower meaning, wider meaning, you have to go to a wider meaning. It is not only director and KMP. All their relatives are also included in the disclosure of interest. Understood? Yes, sir. Okay. Next one, people. Whenever there is a word, people, if at all the word can be considered as a natural, I mean, basically, people, one case, people, what happened? In the case law, in one of the state, people, there was a conflict that whether beetle leaf, beetle leaf, pan. So according to their law people on vegetables, there is no sales tax. So one person, what did he do? He said, I will not pay sales tax on the beetle leaf, pan. He's telling I eat it. So it's a vegetable. So he said, I'll not pay sales tax. Now people, the matter went to court. Now the judge went mad. How to decide? How will I tell that what is vegetable? How can a judge tell that? So what did he do? He referred to the sales tax of that particular state. When he referred vegetables, that particular definition is not clear. I cannot include everything, Noda. How many of you are thinking, sir, definition of vegetable, the lawmaker can include everything, no, sir? How many of you are thinking that? People, 5 years back, did you have dragon fruit, Ada? Huh? What other fruit now? Passion fruit. What is other fruit? Pears. Pears was there probably. Kiwi was also there. Avocado. Yes, avocado. Was there, but not 15 years back and all. Any other fruits? I am not remembering. Lychee. You had by birth you had lychee, yeah? Dragon fruit. Yes, so people, can I add all this, Ada? With time, this list keeps changing. Now, how do I take a decision? So people, here, the judge was confused what to categorize the beetle leaf as. Now, judge has two solutions. One, Google it. Take a dictionary and refer to the meaning. Correct? Okay, let us do like a judge only. Now, we are only the judges, people. We are confused whether should we charge a tax on beetle leaf or not. Okay, let us become judges. What is beetle leaf? Let us take the meaning only. People, now judge got this meaning. The beetle, Piper beetle, is a species of flowering plant in the pepper family, Pepperexia, native to Southeast Asia. It is evergreen. It is dioecious vine, glossy, heart-shaped. Yeah, Guru. Now the judge asked, hey, I at least knew something. This grammatical meaning is confusing me. So, in a court, whenever a word has a grammatical meaning, a popular meaning, go with the popular meaning. Now, you guys think all over India, will you guys use beetle leaf for the cooking? One or two families might use. You guys can use it for some or the other thing. But will the entire India use? There is a popular meaning. That is the next rule, people. Whenever there is a confusion whether to use it as a grammatical meaning or popular meaning, always use it in the natural and the popular sense. So beetle leaf is never used in cooking. In this case, it was subjected to sales tax. As it was held, it was not a vegetable. Various cases was held, people. On lemon, there was a case. In Kerala, there was a case on coconut. Is coconut a vegetable? Kirtana is bringing a war. She said something like South. Huh? Are you getting the point, people? Now imagine if such cases comes to judges, how will they decide? Aren't you feeling even his job is risky? Papa, that is the reason we have iOS. Yes, sir. The last one, people, technical words should be used in a technical sense. So basically, the word person in income tax. I cannot say person means me and you. If you talk to an engineer and if you say what type of person he is, for him, what is person? Individual. But for us, HUF, trust, LLP, company. Yes, sir. Sir, practice in Supreme Court. One can practice chartered accountancy. What do you mean by practice? You can practice, huh? What is practice? The word practice is vast. You can appear in front of court. You can appear in front of tribunal. You can file returns for your clients. Technical word should be understood in technical sense. Understood? Okay, that is your first maxim. Next one, rule of reasonable construction. Maxim utras majis valiyat quam paryat. What do you mean by that, people? Huh? Whenever The first rule, people, that when the law is incomplete, you can come to construction, reasonable construction. What is that, people? You can construct, you can come out of the dictionary meaning. You can try to construct the meaning of the word. That is what they are saying. See, meaning, statute must be interpreted as to lead a sensible meaning. When the plain or grammatical meaning does not give a sensible meaning, it is when a literal construction fails. This maxim is followed. If court finds meaning defeats the law, it is a duty of the court to depart from the dictionary meaning and adopt construction which will suppress the mischief and advance the remedy. In section 244, who can file a case under class action suit? A member can file a case under class action suit. Throughout the Companies Act, I've told you, member, they have told us, people, in section 244, there is something called oppression and mismanagement. They have told any member, if at all his rights are deprived, he can file a class action suit. The question was, can a preference shareholder also file a class action suit? Or is it only equity shareholder? For example, in a notice section 101, it is given that every member are entitled to get a notice of a general meeting. If you look at member definition, nowhere it says it includes equity as well as preference. Nowhere it is written. Then that is what I am telling you. If at all the grammatical meaning fails the meaning, you can reasonably construct. They are saying shareholders include equity as well as preference. You can depart from the law. Understood? Okay. See, for example, people, I'll tell you, all of you should say, for example, which one? Okay, people, to become a CA, you guys have to possess CA certificate. Correct? If you want to become a CA, you have to possess CA certificate. I'm telling you have to possess a CA certificate. How will you get it? By fraud. Okay, na? So possess here, people, means you have to construct it reasonably. Meaning you have to work hard. Correct? That is what they are saying. Third one, people, rule of harmonious construction. What do you mean by harmonious construction? So the first rule, people, you have to read the law as a whole. However, if at all there is a conflict between two sections, then what do? We have to try to read the two sections together. But however, if there is still conflict, you should always make sure you give the effect to a special act over a general act. Sir, the best example, people, was your for example, people, take section, okay. People, Article 13(2) of Constitution of India. What does it say? Read. The state shall not make any law which takes away or abridges. State here is, you can say, lawmakers. They cannot make any law which takes away the rights conferred by this part, and any law made in contravention of this clause shall be void. Correct? What is 13 fundamental rights? So they are telling you lawmaker cannot make any law which will take away the fundamental rights from me. Correct? So you cannot do anything to this fundamental rights section is what they are telling. Yes, now look at what does Article 368 of Indian Constitution say? See here, power of Parliament to amend the Constitution and procedure. Power of Parliament. Notwithstanding anything in Constitution, Parliament may, in exercise of its constituent power, amend by way of addition, variation, repeal any provision of constitution in accordance with the procedure laid down in this article. Meaning 13 is telling fundamental rights cannot be touched by parliament. Correct? No one can make a law inconsistent with fundamental rights. 368 is telling if parliament wants, what is parliament? Your lawmakers. If they want, they can make a law. Even if it can override your fundamental right, it's okay. Because they are telling, no, you can make any law. Parliament is supreme. One place you are telling you cannot make a law inconsistent with the fundamental right. Here you are telling you can make any law. It can override parliament, it can override constitution, you can make anything. Then which one should I follow? So 368 is general. I am telling you can make a law which will replace Constitution of India. Generally you can make. But if at all 13.2 specifically is talking about fundamental right, that section will prevail. So whenever there is a conflict between general section and a specific section will prevail over general section. It's clear, huh? Yes, sir. That is what is given here. Basically, this entire thing was first time considered in the case of Kesvananda Bharati. That's a famous case law. See, when there is a conflict between provision of a statute, rule of harmonious construction shall be used. A statute first must be read as a whole, not in parts. It is court's duty to give effect to the part of all the statutes. When it is not possible, a specific rule will always override a general rule. However, in the act itself, if you have given without prejudice means people, you have to read both the sections equally. If at all the word specifically is used is subject to. So, Companies Act says that. What? Companies Act says that minimum what is that? Public offer, IPO. The Companies Act says that what people, whatever is a minimum subscription shall be as given in prospectus, subject to SEBI. Correct? I'm telling you, you have to come up with the minimum subscription. Whatever is the amount given in prospectus, that is what is the minimum subscription. Or remember, minimum application money. Minimum application money according to Companies Act is 5%. And clearly they are given subject to SEBI. Whatever SEBI says, that will prevail. So subject to means people, you are only telling that is superior. Sir, if the lawmaker specifically writes notwithstanding means people, no matter what is given in other places, this will only have a overriding effect. Clear? Okay. So next one people, beneficial construction, Hayden's rule or purposive construction, also called as mischievous rule. Mischief rule people, why is it called a Hayden's rule? It was first decided in the case law in 1584. It was the case of Hayden only. In that case only this rule was given. That is the reason it is called as Hayden's rule. To understand this people, the case law not in syllabus called as Smith versus Hughes. Sir, in this case what happened people? So people, one day what happened people, see, there was one act in US. The act name was called as Street Offences Act 1959. According to the Street Offences Act 1959, it clearly said it shall be an offence if prostitutes solicit people in street or public place. Sir, what do you mean by that people? It will be considered as an offence if there is a prostitute who will try to attract, solicit means attract customers in public place or street. Correct? That is what they wrote. Now people, one day what happened? One constable was going people. There was one lady who was standing in her house balcony and she was whistling to all the people who were walking down the street. From where? From her house balcony. A constable arrested that lady and he filed a FIR on her. Matter went to court. Now in the court, people, the judge has to decide whether whatever this lady did, is it valid or invalid. Now you tell me, people, whatever this lady did, is it valid or invalid? What did the law say? See here, it shall be an offense if prostitute attracts people in street or public place. From where is she attracting? From her house. Now whatever she did, is it right or wrong? As per that act is right. So people, the matter went to court. So here what happened, people, whenever you are not able to decide, see, these are called as like loopholes. So judge in this case decided that he applied mischief rule. Sir, what is that, people? In that case, you need to ask yourself 4 questions. Question number 1, what was the law before making the act? What was mischief law did not provide? What is the remedy this act has provided? What is the reason for remedy? Now try to put this case in this particular 4 questions. What was the law before making the act? You got Street Offences Act. Before that, was there any law? There was no law. What was the mischief law did not provide? Previously there was a law or there was no law. Imagine there was no law. You passed this law now. Previously what was happening? Sir, previously the mischief was prostitution. Sir, what is the remedy this act has provided? This act has said no one should do prostitution. What is the reason? Reason can be anything. Sir, this should not happen. People, when you act these 4 questions, if you ask 4 questions to yourself, they are telling you, you will get the remedy. So people, if you look at all these 4 questions, the main purpose was, people, they should stop prostitution. Correct? No matter if it is happening in street or public place. Correct? No matter from where it is happening. Because if you ask all the 4 questions, all the 4 questions was you have to stop prostitution. Then that is the mischief, people. What does the law say? If language in statute is capable of more than one interpretation, this can be referred. Ask yourself all these 4 questions. In this case, it was decided whatever she did was a punishable offense. When they say you cannot do prostitution, it is not from street, not from public place, not even from your balcony. So I'll say that you cannot do terrorism. You cannot do terrorism in Mumbai streets. Can I come in your house and can I shoot you? Are you getting the interpretation, all of you? That is what they are telling. No one can do smuggling through custom ports. Okay, I'll not do smuggling through custom ports. I'll do it through outside custom ports. Valid, That is what they are saying. Understood, Next one, people. Rule of exceptional construction or common sense rule. Common sense rule. Common sense rule. Yes, sir. Okay, so what is common sense rule, people? General rule is that effect must be given to every word in the act. Whatever are the words, people, in the act, you have to give an effect to all the words in the act. Sir, what are the words you can use in the act? There are 2 types of words, conjunctive, disjunctive. Conjunctive means, people, and, where both the conditions has to be satisfied. Example, small company, paid up capital 4 crore and turnover 40 crore. Inland bill, foreign bill. It should be what is inland bill? Made in India and drawee payable. Correct? And. So both conditions have to be satisfied. What do you mean by or? Any one condition has to be satisfied. Okay. What do you mean by may? May is always, people, directory in nature. If you want, you can do. You may come tomorrow. You shall come tomorrow. You must come tomorrow. You have to come. May is an option. Correct? Sir, this is a generic rule. This is a generic rule. All of us know. Then what do you mean by exceptional rule? Exception is in certain places where lawmaker has used and. You have to read and as or. That is an exception. Wherever the lawmaker has given may, you have to read it as must, it seems. What is he saying, da? In certain cases where the lawmaker has used and, You have to read it as or. If not, people, it will not serve the purpose, it seems.
Then he can give it, he can directly give a or.
Exactly. What I'm saying, lawmaker is not perfect. Understood? Printing mistake. So, recently, one case itself happened. Let us see what is the effect of it. Interpretation of statutes and General Clause Act, very difficult in a, especially for you guys. Meaning da? I read da. I'll tell you one thing, the interpretation of statutes, it's like nightmare because if you teach it the right way, it is not like that. I'll not say like that. If you understand it the right way, it is a very good legislation. That's what I'm telling you. See, first thing for you to understand this, you need examples. Now, whatever I gave you, Smith versus Hughes, it's not Indian law. But there is no way I can explain you that particular case, I mean, that particular mischief rule without that. I'll just tell people, if this is this, read it like this. You will say spelling mistake. Sorry, printing mistake. So for me to search for an example, that is where it takes time. Understood? ಯಾವನು ಅಡ್ವರ್ಟೈಸ್ ಒಂದು ಫುಲ್ ಪೇಜ್ ಕೊಟ್ಬಿಟ್ಟ ಇಂಟು ಮಾರ್ಗೆ ಕಾಣ್ತಿಲ್ಲ there is no into mark only ಅಯ್ಯೋ Vaida they will do all this. Quickly read off. Money laundering offense attracted by mere possession of crime proceeds, projection as untainted money not required. Supreme Court interprets and in section 3 of Prevention of Money Laundering Act as or. Yes, sir. In reality it has happened. Sir, what, sir? I'll tell you. You will only know now. You will only know when to read it as or. See, imagine in let us take in CA exam. They will tell the students may carry hall ticket. So you will not take. Anyone will come and write. Will the purpose be served? So I have told, but that is not my intention. So the word might be miscommunicated. I'm a human end of the day. Getting the point, huh? Why does so much advertisement? We don't want analysis, we want act. People, read the section. I had told you in the class, no, your class I was telling. Until 2020, until 21, I was giving this example in my class. Supreme Court read it off. Now they amended it. They changed the and into or. Now if you read the actual amended act, the and is not there, or is there. But I'll tell you what is this. Read. whosoever directly or indirectly attempts to indulge or knowingly assists or knowingly is a party or is actually involved in any process or activity connected with proceeds of crime and projecting it as untainted money shall be guilty of offense of money laundering. What do you mean by this, people? In the second line, can you see this and? Read before that as first part, after that as second part. So what I am saying, people, if a person directly or indirectly, if he is connected with any activity which involves proceeds of crime, meaning I did kidnap, I earned money, I did Shivaji boss, blackmail, I got money. If I got all the black money and if I project it as untainted money, untainted means uncolored, tainted means colored. Basically, if I take all this money and if I project it, meaning if I tell it as white money, if I get black money, if I tell it is white money, then I have done money laundering. That is what the rule said. If I get black money, if I tell it as white money, I have done money laundering. Okay, I'll get black money, I will not tell it as white money. I will not tell. And should be treated as or, meaning if you earn it, you keep it also, it is punishable. You got it somewhere. If you tell it also, you are punishable. Got? That is what is exception. Generally, you can't do it. Now, small companies are, if I do this, it is not beneficial to me. I will treat and as or. That is now how you need to do it. So, this is not the lawmaker's intention. But I get in the point, all of you. That is what it is. Yay, Siri. Shut down. Shut down, it will switch off or what? Is this clear, all of you? Yes, sir. People, next one, people. Rule of aegis dim generis. Aegis dim generis means, people? Aegis dim generis? Who is she, sir? Huh? Aegis dim generis means, people? People, tell me, people. 1, 3, 5. What? Yes, sir. Tell me what and all can come in, etc. Domestic, why this one can't come? Lion, tiger and all? It can't come? No? Yes, sir. People. Gun, bomb, ammunition and such other goods are prohibited. What are such other goods? One day what happened, you know? There was a person coming from a country. He got wine bottles. The customs authorities stopped him and they made him read the Customs Act. In it, it was clearly written, gun, bomb, ammunition and such other goods are prohibited. He brought wine. Customs authority said, see, such other goods prohibited. He said, hey, what are you telling? Why is this prohibited? See, such other goods. I'm telling a real case. The case went to the court. Does such other goods include everything under the sun? Now, what did the lawmaker intend to say? He just wrote off such other goods. What do I read it as? You imagine yourself as a judge. You have it in front of you. Definition is clearly written. You got wine bottle. How can you punish him? So you need to understand what was the legislator intention. He is telling gun, bomb, ammunition. Why will he tell wine? So this can be people RDX, Kalashnikavo, Dodamma, whatever it can be. It can be those things which are offensive, which are destructive. Correct? Sir, this rule only is called as ejusdem generis. Meaning people, whenever there is a important series of words followed by a generic word, the generic word will take the color of the series of words. Understood? So that etc. other goods, how do I have to read it? You have to read it in the meaning the series of words are used. So dog, cat. Do I intend to say lion there? It can be rabbit. It can be a cow. Correct? Getting the point? Understanding all of you. This is called as ejusdem generis. Sir, what do you mean by ejusdem generis? For ejusdem generis to be applicable, there is a rule you need to satisfy. What is that, people? This is important. They can ask you a question here. When will this be applicable? First one, enumeration of specific words. Dog, cat, specific words. Enumeration. Enumeration means a list. One word if I write, I'll write gun and such other goods. This is ejusdem generis fails. You can never derive a meaning from one word. Enumeration means series. Second one, enumeration consists of a category. Meaning, I will write gun. I will write Popeye show. I will write spinach. I will write Powerpuff Girls. Meaning, it all should belong to a category. They should be a group. Such class category is not exhausted. Meaning, people, I wrote everything. Exhausted means, people, I wrote cat, dog, rabbit, cow. I wrote everyone. Now what is that such other? I have written everything, da. Clear? That is what I am saying. General terms follow enumeration. So after specific goods, there is a general term, etc. and all. No different legislature intent. He shouldn't have told anything else. Only then you can apply ejusdem generis. Clear? Okay. Next one, people, secondary rules. That is primary rules. What is secondary rule, people? First one, doctrine of contemporanea exposito or effect of usage. Contemporanea exposito means, people, first one, whenever you're confused in the law, apply only two rules. First rule, if I do not understand the word, see what does that word means from ages. How are you using the word from ages? Getting the point? Sir, for example, now say for example, did I give you those? Okay, that will be a big example. Any short one? Say for example, people, let us take in Hindu marriage only. In Hindu marriage, people, according to Hindu Marriage Act, Hindu marriage is a contract. Sir, how is this contract entered? There should be a 3 knots tied. Yes, sir. Who invented 3 knots? Why not 4? Why not 2? How did you? Now, why should I follow 3 only? Now, Nagesh will say, sir, I will try 2 only, sir. I will call this as marriage. Can Nagesh call this as marriage? Saptapadi, why, sir? Allah, why Saptapadi? I will go Yentapadi. I will do 8 rounds. Can you call it as marriage? You cannot question whatever has been coming as customs. Customs is the best interpretation of law. Whatever you guys have been using, use it as it is. Now also, you guys said in agent rule. What was that? If the principal has not said anything, the first thing you will prefer was what? Customs. What will others follow? Yes, sir. In rule only they have given. Okay. Sir, this I will do. What is the second one? Second one, people, contemporanea exposito means on that day, in the past, see if at all there was any authority, if at all there was any regulator, if at all he has given any meaning, if he has defined anything, follow that word according to his guidance. For example, people, there was an act. called as, see, Contemponia Exposito Est Optima Forticinia in League. What do you mean by this, people? Best way to interpret a document is to read it as it would have been read when made. Don't read it according to today. If you remember Indian Contract Act, I still give you examples of post. I cannot prove Indian Contract Act in today's date. For example, when will the agency come to an end? I told you, I wrote a letter and you read it on a different day. Today, WhatsApp I'll send. How will I? Now my example only will come to an end. So you need to understand the rule as with an intention when it was made. You have to go back. The second one, the best interpretation is made by contemporary authority. If a person was there that day, a regulator, if he has given you how to read it the way he has told you. Yes, sir. Example, document issued by government under Securities Contract Regulation Act. SEBI has clearly given certain meanings of it. You have to read it the way SEBI has interpreted it. Contemporary authority. If a regulator has given a meaning, follow that. Clear? Sir, next one, sir. Doctrine of Nociter a Sociis. Nociter a Sociis. Meaning what, people? Best example. People tell me, what do you mean by orange? Color, yes, sir. Understood what is Nociter a Sociis? That is Nociter a Sociis. What is the difference between Ejusdem generis and Nociter a Sociis? Nociter a Sociis, this is not a generic word. But still, there is an ambiguity. If I write orange, it can be a color or a fruit. If I write red, now this will become color. If I write apple in front of it, it becomes fruit. This is called Nociter a Sociis. Understood? One day what happened? Okay, read this, people. Read this, people. Look at the, in Commissioner of Customs and Excise of Savoy Hotel, look at the second line. While dealing with the Purchase Tax Act, which used the expression, so there was an act called as Purchase Tax. In that act, they have given one expression. What is that? Manufactured beverages, comma, including fruit juices, bottled waters, syrups, and canned drinks. That is also given. So all this, they have given a context. What is the meaning, people? If there is a manufactured beverage, including fruit juices, bottled waters, syrups, canned juices, sir, these things are subjected to purchase tax. One day what happened, people? One consumer, he went to a hotel, he ordered for a fresh orange juice. The hotel levied around 12% as purchase tax. He was a law graduate. He said, why is this juice subject to a tax? He said, sir, all the juices we are paying tax. It is not for us, we pay to government. But this person said, you first of all should not charge tax on this at all. He said, sir, can you see? He opened the law and he showed. See, sir, the fruit juices, it is subjected to tax. See, sir, here only it is written. See, sir, see. Yes, sir, he showed. Now, people, matter went to court on this simple thing. Now, you tell me, people, whatever is the orange juice he ordered, on that is there a purchase tax or not? Understood the question of IEA? So, his intention here of fruit juice is not a freshly made orange juice, Tropicana. What is that? Natural. Basically canned fruit juice. So fresh fruit juice is not subject to tax. In this case, it was exempted. Nociter a Sociis, associates. How did you get the word then? You saw bottled water. canned juices, manufactured beverages, syrups, everything there is artificial. Got it? So if you're getting people, if you learn it with meaning, you will understand every word. Correct? You cannot rattamar interpretation of statutes. Not at all possible. If you get the intention, you'll get it. Clear? Okay. So that's the second rule, people. Yes, sir. Okay. Sir, once the secondary rule is done, people, the next thing is aids to interpretation. First one was rules. Next one is help. The first one is, people, internal. So in the act only there is a help, it seems. Next one is called as external. Out of the act there is a help, it seems. Internal, what is that, people? First one, title. What is a short title, long title? For example, people, PMLA, Act. What do you mean by this, da? So, if you guys do not understand any word, now we were confused, section 3. Should we treat it as a black money or white money? They're telling you, read the act, read the title. Title only will tell you, it seems. What will the title tell me? Prevention of Money Laundering Act. Act is only telling you to prevent money laundering. Have passed the law. It will act as a help to understand this particular law. Understood? Sure. That is called short title, long title. Earlier, people, short title, long title, there was a difference. Now there is no much difference. Clear? Sir, preamble. Earlier, in the old acts, all the acts used to have preamble. Preamble is like an index, introduction. Nowadays, there is no preamble. No act has preamble. If you take Constitution of India itself has a preamble. We solemnly agree. Correct? Democratic Republic. Where is it all written? In preamble of Constitution only. It's an introduction to Constitution. Today's date, there is new law. There is never Constitution. I mean, there is no preamble. Clear? Okay. Sir, what is preamble, sir? One day, what happened, people? There is one case. People, read the first line. Example. One day what happened, people? A Hindu boy, a Christian boy and a Hindu girl, they got married. Their parents opposed and they said, sir, whatever they did, it is not marriage at all. Now the Christian boy and the Hindu girl, they wanted to prove, no, whatever we entered into was a marriage only. How did they prove? They said, sir, we followed Hindu Marriage Act. Whatever is given in Hindu Marriage Act, according to that, we got married. The matter went to court. Now it was a problem whether a Christian boy and a Hindu girl, if they are entering into a marriage, whether Hindu Marriage Act is applicable. If it is applicable, then their marriage is valid. I mean, if at all they can get married according to Hindu Marriage Act, then their marriage is valid. If according to that act you cannot get married, then your marriage is invalid. Now it all depended upon what does Hindu Marriage Act say. Yes, sir. Now see, people, what did Hindu Marriage Act say? Read the first line. Hindu Marriage Act 1955 provides that a marriage may be solemnized between two Hindus. What do you mean by that? Read correctly. A marriage may be solemnized between two Hindus. What do you mean by that? Maybe. If at all it want, it can be between two Hindus. If not also, it's okay. Understood? Got it? Now people, judge was confused. Hey, what is this? What to do? He is telling may. What should I read it as? What did they do, people? They referred the preamble of the act. Why did they bring in Hindu Marriage Act? What was the intention? So they referred the preamble of the act, introduction. Now read the last bold. This result was reached also having regard to the preamble of the act, which reads, an act. What is Hindu Marriage Act? It is an act to amend and codify the law relating to marriage among Hindus. So the preamble said, we are bringing in this act to bring one act which will only talk about a marriage made among Hindus. So, sir, defining when the law is unclear, we will refer to the preamble. If law is clear, I will not refer to the preamble. Yes, sir. So, what is the lawmaker's intention of may there? Do not force people to get married. If they want, they can get married. Now, read with the intention I told. A marriage maybe means at their option. Let them get married. Do not force them to get married. What if I tell a marriage shall be? It means what? Forcefully also I can get you married. That can never be. That is what, no, I'm getting the point what I'm telling you. So the intention of the lawmaker was let the people get married with their own will. It was not talking about the option of religion there. Understood? Sure. Okay, that is what was held in this case law. So that is what is called as preamble. Understood? Pakana. Okay. The case law was Gallipoli Saurya Raj versus Bandaru Pavani. Yes, sir. So the next one, sir, heading and title of a chapter. If you refer to Companies Act, it clearly says prospectus and allotment of securities, management and administration. That is only called as heading and chapters. Basically, title means people. Companies Act only is divided into chapters. I hope you guys know. Can you see this? Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3. If I click in acceptance of deposits, then come sections. So they're telling you if you're confused, first refer to the chapter name. That will help you. That is what they're saying. Clear? So next ones are marginal notes. What is marginal notes, people? Marginal notes, always remember, is not a valid internal aid. Because people, marginal notes is never made by the legislator. Then, now for example, people, I am reading company law. For your reference, I am writing whatever is the summarized form. Now, whatever I write, can you guys refer it as a law? Marginal notes are always given by authors. Yes, sir, jurists, journalists, judges. It is never given by the lawmaker. So you cannot treat it as a law. Marginal notes are never law. Is this clear? Yes, sir. See? Can you see towards the left? That is someone who has summarized it. I cannot treat it as a law. Clear? Yes, sir. Understood what is marginal notes? So if you read the entire paragraph, the left side will be summary. Yes? Okay. Next one, sir. What else is there, sir? People, definitional section, meaning people. The definition only will tell you what and all should be followed. They are telling you can follow the definition. Yes, people, that will include means. What do you mean by means? Meaning means people exhaustive. There is nothing else left. If the word says includes, it is like an example. You can add your own terms to it. Yes, sir. Here, example. According to section 2 of Consumer Protection Act, person includes firm, HUF, cooperative society. Have they written company? No. But is company a person? Yes. Because they have just given includes. What if they have used means? That's all. Only 3 are considered as person. That's the difference. Getting the point? Isha. I'm not going in detail, but I hope you guys got it. Next one, people. Illustration. Indian Contract Act. Every part of the Indian Contract Act in the law itself is given with an illustration. They are telling you follow the illustration. That is the point. Sir, proviso, exception, proviso, saving clause. Basically, in various other places, we have seen those things. People, explanation means any word is ambiguous. The lawmaker will explain it there only. For example, best example, what is the associate company? What is associate company? A company which is having a significant influence in other companies called as associate company. What is significance influence is can you see this associate company? Associate company means a company in which other company has a significant influence. What is significant influence is explained by the lawmaker himself. That is called explanation. Follow that. Understood? Isha. Next people. Schedules. Schedule 3. Financial statements. Schedule 7. CSR. It will form part of it. You have to follow. Read a statute as a whole. That is called internal aid. External aids are simple. Refer to the history. What made you bring this law? Consolidating statutes and previous law. If I have any doubt in GST, then what will I do? Refer to what was there before GST. Consolidating means you are combined some 3-4 acts and you made one law. Service tax, VAT, excise. So if I have any doubt in services, refer service tax. You will get a fair idea. Sir, usage, people, customs. Earlier or later acts and analogous. What do you mean by those people? Whenever there is a conflict between two acts, which one should you follow? They'll tell you first try to read both the acts properly. Whichever is coming later, you have to follow the later act. Clear? Whichever was passed in later point of time, not earlier, later. 2013 will be valid. Yes, sir, dictionary definition. If something, everything is silent, people go to dictionary definition. Use of foreign decisions. Remember, whenever there's a conflict between Indian decision and foreign decision, Indian decisions will prevail. Decisions here means people, they are referring to case laws. In your CA foundation, you would have seen, here also you have seen various case laws. Salomon versus Salomon. Foreign law only, no. You're following, no. But if at all there is a clear meaning given, in India only, follow Indian law over foreign law. That is what they are saying. Is it clear? Yes, sir. Okay, by these people, we complete your interpretation of statutes. Go for a break, 20 minutes. Okay, General Clause Act 1897. So first of all, why General Clause Act, people? What are the intention of the lawmaker? Whenever there are common words used in different acts, common words like, sir, financial year, immovable property, good faith. Sir, whenever there are these common words used in different laws, if we have to define everything under different law, it will be a very big legislation. So instead, what did we do? We have defined everything in one act. So General Clauses Act, if something is defined, it applies to all the places wherever these words are used in different central acts. Remember the word I'm telling, central acts. If in state acts, if it is used, General Clause Act will not apply. So if in a central act, if at all different places, financial year is used, if that act is silent, then General Clause Act will apply. Understood? Sir, so what is the intention? The intention of the lawmaker was to reduce the repetitiveness of the words. Financial year, why to define in 1200 laws? In one law, I can define it off. No. That was the main intention with what this was introduced. That is first one. Second one, in certain places, we will be confused. Again, in General Clauses Act, it also acts like an interpretation of statutes. That's the reason in iOS, when we saw, there are two types of help. One is called statutory help. The statutory help is given by General Clause Act. Yes, sir. What is it and all? You guys would have seen. If at all I say, go 2 kilometers. For example, no one, now there is a law in, Karnataka. What is that? There cannot be any cigarette shops in and around colleges, universities. Let us take, for example, for the next 500 meters. You cannot have any cigarette shops. Now 500 meters, how should I take? If at all I have to go to Christ College, how should I measure 500 meters? Taking left, right, and then going like this? How should I measure 500 meters? So it is always aerial distance, horizontal plane. People, at least in Bangalore, it's okay, da. If you guys go to Kerala and Mangalore, everything is mountains. Correct, huh? It will be either up or down. So 2 kilometers like this will come till here. If I go to mountain like this and come, 2 kilometers will come to here only. So what am I referring there? So wherever the distance is given, what is the lawmaker's intention? So some things like that, whatever is the clarification required is given in General Clause Act. Clear? Yes, sir. Sir, and before I tell General Clause Act, in that what is the first thing you need to know? Should I do just face of it or should I go in detail? Face of it or detail? Face of it, huh? Okay, applicability, we'll see the last. Okay. Applicability of General Clauses Act. The General Clause Act, you guys remember this, the Dominion legislature and all? You want me to explain? I'll skip. It's okay. Don't wait for others to answer. You can say yours. I'll explain. Say that. I'll be happy. I'm okay to stay till 11 also. Until you guys, it serves your purpose. Clear? Okay. Now imagine people always categorize India into 3 stages. When did we get independence now? 15th August 1947. When did we pass our Constitution of India? 26th Jan implemented. 1951. I don't know, I'm asking. 15 or 51? Naresh, you changed the gang, 1950 or 51? They 1949 law, they gave it in the Constituent Assembly. That is when the Constitution of India was. Sir, why confusion, sir? Take off 50 only, sir. 1950 people. Yes, sir. Okay. So, sir, always divide this into 3 things. One is called as. Now imagine people. One is before independence. One is before independence. One is from independence to until Constitution of India was passed, until this stage. Next one is after independence. So categorize India into 3 stages. One is before independence, next one is after independence, and next one is people during, after independence and before the Constitution was made. Sir, before 1947 people, this place, we were under still British rule. And this is called as people British Raj. Correct? British Empire was there in India. So we call it as British Raj. Sir, this part of India, what is it called? This part of India is called as Dominion of India. We also call as Dominion Legislature or Dominion of India. I'll write it as Dominion India only. Dominion India. Yes, sir. People from this stage to this stage. Sir, this is where people, Parliament came into picture. After adoption of Constitution of India, Parliament came into picture. Yes, sir. So, sir, this is the stage of India people. When we were under British Raj, who took care of British government? Who administered British government in India? Indian Contract Act was there. Negotiable Instrument was there. Indian Partnership was there. Sale of Goods Act was there. So before independence, there were rules in India. There were acts in India. Who governed all of that? So under British Raj people, we could generally classify this into, there was majorly Governor General. There was a person called as Governor General. Sir, the Governor General could be of two types. One people is a very powerful person. That person is called as Governor General of Legislature. Governor General of Legislature. Next one is Governor General of Council. Governor General of Legislature people, one person. There is no team. Governor General of Council people is like today's system. One President of India. He has a council. Prime Minister and ministers. Whatever he says, President will do. If you remember King system, King is there. Ministers will be there. That is called council. So, sir, this is how I can categorize our India before, during and after independence. Is this clear? So, one is called Governor General of Legislature, Governor General of Council, Dominion India and Parliament of India. This is clear? All of you? Okay, sir. Now, once you know this people, now applicability of General Clauses Act. Try to read. It is applicable to all the Central Act. So, General Clauses Act is applicable only to all the Central Acts. Okay. What do you mean by Central Acts? It means an Act of Parliament. Act of Parliament, and it includes, people, today Act of Parliament is called as Central Act. I hope you guys know that Constitution of India, 3 lists, state list, union list, concurrent list. Today's date, whatever Parliament passed, that is called Central Act. But what about previous? Now, Indian Contract Act, is it made by Parliament? Now, what do I categorize it as? That's the reason they gave a clarification. It includes Act of Dominion Legislature. What is Dominion Legislature? You just wrote. What is that? Before Constitution, after independence, whatever that time period, any act was passed during that period, that is called as people Act of Dominion Legislature between 1947 to 1950. It's clear? Okay, sir. Act before commencement of Constitution. Who was there? Governor General. Basically British Raj. Governor General in Council. Governor General in legislative capacity. So if at all they had passed any law, now I am telling you indirectly, under their rule, Indian Contract Act was there. That is also central law now. So now they have categorized India into 3 parts. If you have passed law in any of this part, all 3 are considered as central acts only. Clear? Isha? Okay. Sir, when does it apply? When there is absence of clear definition in your respective acts. Conflict between pre and post constitution laws, you have to apply General Clause Act. Sir, what is the objective? To shorten the language of Central Act. I told you, na? If you use the same word all the places. To provide uniformity of expression. Financial year is same in all the Central Act. Convenient rules for construction and interpretation. I told you, iOS. This is also one of the aid. Guard against slips and oversight. Everything will be meaningful. Chief Inspector of Mines versus Karamchand Tappar. In this case, it was given that what is the basic intention of General Clause Act? It avoids superfluity. It avoids superfluity of legislation. Meaning people, it will avoid from the legislation being fat. Because the words are already defined, I will not define it again. So the law will be little thin. Understood? Okay. Okay, sir. Okay, what is central government definition? We'll do later. This part A, part B, now we'll do later. Okay, let us start with section 5. Isha, General Clauses Act, section 5 people. What does section 5 say? Now see, whenever a law says that from today the law is, for example people, Companies Act 2013, correct? From when exactly the Companies Act comes into picture? What is the effective date? The act just says 2013. From 2013, from which exact day? Is it January, na? August? So when a law is made, if a year is put, which exact date is the law being implemented? The first thing people always remember, if act only clearly says the date of enforcement, that will be the date of enforcement. Sir, if the act is silent, people, whenever the President of India signs, that will be the date of enforcement. Yes, that is what it says here. If date is specifically mentioned in the act, the date specified in the act will be the date of enforcement. However, sir, if date is not specified, the day when act has been assented by President of India. Why is Governor General coming? Indian Contract Act and all we are seeing. So if you do not get the history, that history is not there in your syllabus. If you do not get that, you will not get this. Understood? Huh? Okay, next one. Like this only, people, everything is short sections. Sir, section 6, effect of repeal. What do you mean by that, sir? Sir, under 1956 Act, Infosys got certificate of incorporation. Companies Act 2013 came. It repealed. Repealed means people replaced. 1956 Act. Now, does Infosys wind up? Whatever certificates I got under 1956 Act, all that will wind up. Everything will continue even if the act changes. Sir, if at all there were any pending investigations, will it wind up? It will continue. My liabilities will come to an end. It will continue. Your rights continue. Assets continues. Effect of repeal of an act. If you see, they are general, but you need to know, right? That is what they are giving. Understood? Okay. This is section 6. All simple C. Next one, sir. There is section 6A is there, no? Simple thing. All simple examples only. People, what is section 6A, people? Repeal of an act shall not affect the continuance of any such amendment made by the enactment. What do you mean by that, sir? Now, under 1956 Act, if at all any amendments were passed, just because 1956 Act came into an end, whatever the amendments passed, they will also not come to an end. Unless and until the law specifically provides. Meaning, sir, Companies Act 2013 is passed. The words I will use, whatever are the previous acts, amendments, circulars, notices shall stand repealed from today. That means everything is repealed. If the act says Companies Act 2013 is 1956 is repealed, it does not repeal the amendments. So whatever are the exceptions it gave, you can still do it. Understood? That is what 6A says. Okay, sir. Next one, section 7, revival of repealed enactment. People, revival means what, people? Undertaker. Revive means what? Undertaker, you know what? WWF. He passed away so many times, correct? He died so many times. But every now and then he was coming back. My generation believed Undertaker had 7 lives. Correct or no? He literally came back 7 times. So people, effect of revival of repealed act means, people, we have removed the old act. But today we feel, we need Companies Act back. We can bring back Companies Act 1956. Yes, sir. Sir, we have removed some section in the Companies Act. If we think that section is important, we can bring back that section. Sir, who will do that, sir? Will anyone do, people? Without examples, people, we will not prove. Today, everything will be hence proved. People, see here. People, can you see section 11, people? What is section 11, people? Okay, let us click on it and let us see what does it say. What does it say, people? Omitted means, people, it is removed. Ayyo. How can they remove? Yes, sir. This was removed, people. When, people, can you see 2015? After some time, people, in 2019, they felt, hey, how could I remove that? It was important. They introduced one more section. Can you see section 10A? Can you see the content? Sir, revival of repealed enactment. Sir, this was again, where did it go down? But did you guys see section 10A? So people, this is called revival. Possible yes, possible. All that you need to do is give a reason for revival. Is clear Pakka na? Okay. Next one we will construction of references to repealed enactments. What is that, sir? People, see here. In Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, foreign company means any company or association or body of individuals incorporated outside India and includes foreign company defined under Companies Act 1956. One act gives a reference to another act. Is it possible? If instead of me defining everything again, if some act has already defined, I will say refer to that word's meaning in that act. Is it possible? It's possible. Securities definition under Companies Act says refer SEBI. Securities is not defined in Companies Act. So where is it written? It is written in section 28. Section 28 says one act can give a reference to another act. Yes, sir. So then what is section 8 saying? 28 says one act can give reference to another act. What does section 8 say? If at all when a reference is given, today's Companies Act 1956 there? No. Then is this reference invalid? They're telling you, you have to read it as it is. This is also changed. By default, you have to put there the new enactment. Getting the point? Even if they do not change, you have to assume that instead of 1996, 2013 comes there. Understood? Simple. Section 8, section 28. Done. Okay. Section 9. Commencement on termination of time. We have already done this even when we are doing dividends. I have told you. Negotiable instruments. I have told you. Whenever you are counting time, how to count? Meaning, I am telling you, you have to declare dividend within 5 days from declaring dividend. That is what we told. Yes, sir. Sir, that 1, 2, 3, from where should we start counting? So imagine the date of dividend. We declared dividend on 1st January 23. Should I include first or should I exclude first? So wherever they have used the word from, the day should be excluded. Your day will start from 2nd January 23. So you're telling 5 days. No. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. So should I include 6th or should I exclude it? That is what they have given. The last day will be included. The first day will be excluded. Where is it given, sir? Section 9. Clear? Done? Done. Computation of time. What is this, sir? People, whenever you have a problem, you have to go to court within 30 days. Let us take Negotiable Instrument Act only. Check bounce. You have to go to court, imagine, within 30 days. So the 30th day, sir, the court is closed. What to do? Whenever the court opens, people, you can go the next day. Simple. Where is it given? The next section. Done. Section 10. If the court or office is closed on that day or last day, it will be prescribed that you can go on the next day when the court is open. Clear? So next one we will. Measurement of distance. There cannot be any cigarette shops for the next 500 meters. How should I take distance? You have to take it in a straight line, horizontal plane. Horizontal. You should not consider this. Straight like this. So you said 500 meters shortcut, meaning I will go like this. So much of distance is wasted here, no? So what do? We take aerial. Understood? Okay. That's all. That is section 11. Sir, section 12. Duty to be taken pro rata. What is this? According to Customs Act, if you bring 2 bottles of wine, you will okay, let us not according to Customs Act, if you bring 1 bottle of wine, you have to pay import duty of 500 rupees. If you bring 3 bottles, how much import duty will file? 1500. That is what is given in section 12. Duty to be taken pro rata. I will give you an example, 500. That doesn't mean whatever happens, you pay 500 only. You have to take it as pro rata according to the quantity you are bringing in. Clear? Done. Section 12. Section 13. Gender and number. In the entire class, I will be explaining he shall not do. He shall not do. Correct? Now I will be telling people. If a director, I will be telling a director, if at all he does not pay dividend on time, 2 years imprisonment. What did I say? He shall be put in jail for 2 years. Now Kirtana said, that is awesome, sir. So we cannot be put in jail. Why? You said he no. I said he no. So the law says wherever he is written, it includes she. She is written, includes he. And what did we write? We wrote under dividends, a director will be liable to a penalty of 1,000 rupees per day. Imagine. Sir, that means only a director, only one director. Huh? In my company, there are 7 directors. So all 6 directors will not be punished. Singular includes plural, plural includes singular. Understood? Huh? Now I explained this. Nagesh asked, sir, according to Maternity Benefit Act, she is entitled to 6 months of paid leave. Even I want 6 months of paid leave. She includes he, no, sir. Give, sir. Huh? What, Nagesh? Will you get sir, you went to maternity. Wait, sir. I get married first. So, people, wherever it is common sense, in those places, it does not include he to she to he. Yes, sir. So, corner of the building, he is he only, she is she only. Yes, sir. Sir, section 14. Power conferred to exercise from time to time. What is this, sir? I have formed an authority, ROC. I have appointed ROC in 2013. I have given him some powers in 2013. ROC can exercise that power whenever he wants. It is not only for the year I formed him. Whenever the time arises, ROC can use his power. That is only called as from time to time. Yes, sir. I will file for incorporation. ROC has a power to grant you certificate of incorporation. Every year people will file. Every year you have a right to approve certificate of incorporation. Every year you can make amendments. Whenever you want, from time to time, you can exercise your power. Simple, done. Section 15. Power to appoint include power to appoint. Yellow ex officio. MCL. Where did I say ex officio? IEPF people, Nafra Allah. In IEPF people, who will be the, where did we say that? Secretary of MCA. What will he be? Chairperson of IEPF will be the secretary of ex officio of secretary ex officio Ministry of Corporate Affairs. What do you mean ex officio? Simple, people, I can say, for example, Dharani will be chairperson. This appointment is also valid. Instead of writing Dharani, I will say, tomorrow whoever becomes secretary of MCA, he will be automatically my chairperson. That means if Dharani changes someone else, Nagesh comes and sits, Nagesh will automatically be a chairperson. If this person keeps on changing, that person will become a chairperson. So when a person is being appointed in law, you can directly appoint them using their name, or you can appoint them using the word ex officio. What is ex officio? Because of your one position or designation in one place, you are entitled for a position or designation in another place. Understood? Awesome. That's all done. Not that. Taka it is going on. People, section 16. Power to appoint include power to suspend. Simple, Where did we say? Central government has a power to give you section 8 company license. If at all you do not comply, it has a power to take also. A power to give always has a power to take. Simple, done. Substitution of functionaries. What do you mean by this, people? It's very simple, people. I'll combine 17 and 18. I'll tell you one thing. Substitution of functionaries means, people, if at all today I have appointed ROC, I will set certain rules for ROC, or I will set certain rules for a person I am directly appointing. Just like ex officio, I can appoint a person, I can set certain rules for a person's name, or directly I can set rules for a designation. Both are valid. Meaning, they will say, Sai sir will have to come every day by 5:30. It is also valid. They can say Sai sir, first one is Sai sir have to come every day at 5:30. That is also valid. Or they can say the law teacher have to come every day at 5:30. That is also valid. Both are towards me only. But if they say law teacher has to come at 5:30, tomorrow if there is a different faculty, they need not tell a different timings to them. There is a fixed timings. Correct? That is what it says. See, substitution of functionaries. It will be sufficient for the purpose of indicating application of a law to every person or number of person for the time being executing the function of an office to mention his title of the officer at present executing the function or that of the officer by whom the functions are commonly made. Write his name or write off his designation. Yes, sir, this is for lawmaker. The next one is people, successors. Successors is used in terms of body corporate. What are the body corporates they are talking about? IEPF, SEBI, NAFRA. Whoever is the chairperson today, I will set a rules to him. So I can set a rules for a person or the authority sitting in the body corporate. The words used here is successor. If this person dies, next person will come there. No, he will become chairperson. All the rules are applicable to him. Sir, explain it carefully, sir. We are not understanding. NAFRA, whoever is the chairperson and members, after they cease to appoint, they shall not hold the office for the next 2 years in any of the audit firm. Correct? Huh? Now, whoever is a chairperson from time to time, this rule applies to everyone. That is called successors. Whoever comes in your position, rules applies to everyone. Clear? Huh? Simple. Done. Official chiefs and subordinates. What happens, people? For example, NAFRA we have appointed. People, logically think. In NAFRA, there is a chairperson. Generally, he will lead NAFRA. One day also, he will not feel, unwell. He will not feel sick. That day he will put leave. Who will do his job? Sir, temporary, no, sir. One day it's okay. No one will do. 2 days. COVID, 15 days. Who will do the job? There are subordinates. No, subordinates will do the NAFRA's chiefs. What is that? Chairperson's job they will do. Sir, now tell me one thing. Whoever is acting in the position of chairperson of NAFRA, what will be his rights? That is what is section 19. Whatever he had, subordinates will also have the same right. Meaning, people, I will be working as a subordinate. I will not work under that rules, under that authority. My rules will be only for my position in subordinate. If I become a chairperson for that 5 days, 10 days, whatever are the rules applicable to him, whatever is applicable to him, the same will apply to me. Understood? Done. Construction of order issued under enactment. What is this, people? Sir, I have a doubt. What? Companies Act was made in 2013. Now we are going to see some amendments. In amendments, Institute has made some amendments. Sir, in that amendments, people, they have used some words like subsidiary company. They have used some words like charge. But in the amendments complete sheet I saw, people, these words are not defined at all. Where will I get the meaning from? I saw the amendments. Subsidiary company, they have not defined it at all. In the Companies Act amendment, where will I get the meaning from? Whatever is the act, whatever is the meaning defined in the act, the same meaning will apply to circulars, notifications, orders, amendments, anything passed under the act. That is your section 20. Construction of orders, etc. issued under any enactment. It will have the same respective meanings as given under the act. Am I rushing or understanding? Simple ones. Power to issue include power to add, amend, vary, rescind. Simple. Companies Act had a power to be made as a law. If I am given them a power, people, they can change it, they can amend it. No, sir, we don't believe it. Small company definition is an example. We started with 50 and 2 crore. It became 2 and 20. Today it is 4 and 40. They can amend it. That is section 21. Done. Done. Making of rules or bylaws and issuing of orders between passing and commencement of enactment. What is this, sir? People, what is the effective date of an act, people? If it is specified in the act, that day. If not, President of India or Governor General. Correct, huh? When did NAFRA come into picture? I told you I'll give a cross reference. When did it come into picture? 2018, huh? Yes, huh? 2018, huh? Correct only, 2018 only, no? Now people, when did companies had come into picture? Then until 2013, 2018, what happened? That is what they are telling you. Making of rules or bylaws of orders between passing. Companies Act was passed in 2013. NAFRA was commenced in 2018. Then in between that, people, they are telling you an act can always be enforced in parts. It is valid. I need not bring and I need not implement the entire act on day one. You know NCLT? National Complaint Tribunal. When was it implemented? It was there in 2013 only. But NCLT was not formed. NCLT was formed in 2016. Then until they are saying that the act can be passed in phases. Understood? Section 22 done. Section 23. Provisions applicable to making of rules bylaws after previous publication. What are that, people? If at all a company wants to, if a lawmaker wants to publish any circulars, make any laws, what is the procedure? If you remember the first day I would have discussed, people. First you will form a committee. The committee will come up with a draft. The draft will be introduced in the parliament. If at all there are other bodies whose approval we would need, we will give it to them also. For example, I can ask SEBI, I can ask IRDA, and then people parliament will approve, and then people I'll take President of India, and then people official gazette signature. That is a way anything is made. Amendment, circular, even law, everything is made in this way only. Clear? Done. Next one we will. Section 24. Continuation of order issued under enactments repealed and re-enacted. What is this done? So, section 1012, 107 and 109 is exempted for a private company. Sir, now whatever is exemption, will it continue even if companies at 2013 comes to an end? They are telling you if the new act replaces this, then it will come to an end. If new act is silent, it will not replace any orders, any circulars, any exemptions, any exceptions passed under the previous act. Read once. After the commencement of this act, repealed and re-enacted with or without modification, then, unless it is otherwise expressly provided, any appointment, notification, order, scheme, rule, bylaw, under the repealed act, it shall continue in force. Unless specified. If you have specified, it will come to an end, it will come to an end. Then, done. Section 24. That's all. 4 more sections. Recovery of fines. What do you mean by recovery of fines? In the Companies Act, I told you, you are liable to pay a penalty of 1,000 rupees. Who will collect? Have I ever told you? So, if an act says this person will come and collect, that person will come and collect. Oh, yo, sir, act has not said anything, sir. Then follow Indian Penal Code or Criminal Procedure Code. CRPC, IPC. Simple. Follow your act. If your act is silent, follow IPC or CRPC. Done. Section 27. Provision as to offense punishable under 2 or more enactments. What are those people in India remember? Imagine. Okay. Check bounce. Heard of check bounce? Check bounce is considered as civil case also. Check bounce is considered as criminal case also. You are sending him to jail, no? 2 years. Yes, wherever jail comes, it is a criminal. In India, it is considered as civil also, it is considered as criminal also. Sir, we'll do one thing. Under Indian Penal Code, let us put a penalty on him. 2 times the check amount. Sir, under CRPC, let him put him in jail. Can we do it? Remember, for one act, you can never be punished under 2 different legislations. Where is it given, sir? Now it is given in General Clause Act. But the bigger force is Constitution of India. This is called as prohibition from double jeopardy. Jeopardy. Here are jeopardy. Jeopardy. Then now, people, this is important. They'll ask you a question here. Service by post. Yes, sir. Now, people, if I have to make you liable, I have to send you a notice. I will send you a notice, but you will reject it or you will not take. Now, is the notice served to you or not served? The court will send you a notice. You will not take it. Is the notice served to you or not served? Sir, so when will I know what are the conditions? Okay, people, the court tells me to send you notice. I have sent you, but that notice is lost in transit. Is the notice served or not served? So, they will ask you 3 questions. If 3 questions are satisfied, notice is served. What is that? First one, how did you send it? You should have sent it by a registered post. Hey, what is the difference between speed, ordinary and registered post? Speed post, okay. Ordinary and registered post? Very good. In registered post, you will get an acknowledgement when the post is delivered. You should send it through registered post. Ordinary post, they will just drop in your door. Like this, they will send no. That is called ordinary. Yes, sir. First thing, okay. Have you written a proper address? If you have written a proper address, people done. Third one, have you paid for the postal services? Yes, sir. If all 3 satisfied people, whether it is reached, not reached, he rejects, post is properly served. They'll ask you a question here. They'll build some soup, some biryani and all. Answer is only these 3 words. Clear? Huh? See, there's a case law. Same thing. Yes. Section 28, we should do know it. We are not yet know section 28. We did know citation of enactments. One law can give a reference to another law. In in Companies Act, we define securities, refer to SEBI. That's all, refer to SEBI. Possible. Yes, people, section 29. As of now, don't worry. That's all, done. That is section 5 to 28. Is it difficult, Dada? Simple, Noda. Okay. People, now definitions. Act is not important. Affidavit is not important. Central Act. Let us discuss, if you guys have patience. Let us discuss mainly immovable property. Important. People, what is immovable property? Land building, example. But how do I define immovable property? Read. Immovable property shall include land. Benefits arising out of land. What is this? Huh? Give me an example. Building is a immovable property. We know. What is the benefit arising out of land? So people, building is a immovable property. Rent is also immovable property. I have a big pond. In Kerala, I believe it is very popular. There is something called as right to fishery. Meaning what? There will be private ponds. They will lease it out to fishermen. They will do fish breeding. They will also catch fish. They will sell it. Now it is my pond. Someone else is coming and doing fishing. Right to catch fish is a benefit arising out of land. Sir, I have mango trees. Once in a year, I will give a tender. Anyone can come and take mangoes. For that, for one tree, I will charge 50,000. Benefit arising out of land. Sir, tender coconuts. Do I have a art of going up and plucking it down? Huh? You will always lease it out. Benefit arising out of land. Yes. 100%. Clear? Okay. In one of the case it was held. Sand is also benefit arising out of land. Sand, who will use the bricks, the For bricks, where will you get sand from? Sand was, there was a case. They held what is sand? It went into immovable property definition. See the cases, Sida. If you look at a law from the Trinetra, no, you will start loving it. Okay, things attached to earth. Things attached to artha. Trees. Yes, buildings. People remember, as long as trees are rooted in the earth, they are immovable. The moment it is cut or you have an agreement to cut, it is movable. Give us an example, sir. Timber. What is timber? Timber is covered under Sale of Goods Act. Timber is the wood used for furniture. Any wood, any tree, once it is cut, it is called as timber. Timber means the wood used for construction or furniture. It becomes movable property. So, this act will not apply. You have to go to Sale of Goods Act. People, yes, see here. Leaves, da. People, who will do business with leaves, people? Adkeda, have you not had that tough, what is it, a plate, arak nut? Hey, nowadays you get noda, in functions and all, you use a plate noda, tough plate. Hey, pani puri, goppa, what will you give da? Nilgiri, sandalwood. Yes, okay. As per section 3 of Transfer of Property Act, immovable property does not include standing timber, growing crops and grass. Growing crops, vegetables. Grass, green leaves. Or anything you use for cattle feed. Huh? Is clear? Timber cut madadmele. Once, as long as it is in the ground, you have not yet decided to cut, nor there is any agreement, it is an immovable property. Once you decide to cut, you enter into an agreement also, it is a movable property. Clear? Okay. Indian law, month. What do you mean by month? Month should be defined. Month. Month should be defined. Yes. People, have you heard of this Chaitra, Vaishaka? So, I'm telling you, general class, what? What? Next month you're saying. Jeshta, Ashada. So, what they are telling you people, the General Clauses Act was made when we were following that month. Even today, there are certain set of people who wish Happy New Year on Yugadi. We receive. Yes, sir. In Kannada, you get a message. Nutana Varshada Shubhashayagalu. You will get it in your Telugu. Nutana Varsha Shubhakangshalu. Nutana Samvatsara Shubhakangshalu. You will get it, no? So, then which one are you following? That is the reason they defined it. They can ask you also, month, British calendar. What is British calendar? Jan, May. Official Gazette, Gazette of India or Official Gazette of a state. Person, seer, person. Allah, include, meaning example. You can add this list, company and all. Understood? Swear writing. Year means the financial year is March, April to March. Year means people British calendar. Why? When I'm telling you about when Rajputs, Wadayars and all were there, we used to follow Dasara as a year. So from one Dasara to another Dasara is a year. So now they are telling you Jan to December is the year. Understood? Now, people, I'll ask you one question. Do you want to know central government definition? If yes, sir, let me know. If no, let me know. Huh? Do you want to know central government definition? Will do or not do? But sir, atla kaadu. Okay, remember people, before 1947, who was there in India? Under British people, logically think and answer. In India, I can categorize India into three types of states. One is, any doubt, any idea? You would have heard of this called as provinces. Province, Pondicherry, province. Heard of it, huh? Okay, one is called as province. Next one is called as princely states. Heard of all this place, huh? Next one is princely and province. Isha, sir, what are this, sir? Why, sir, for us? Not there in syllabus. But to understand the syllabus, you need to get this. So, in British people, provinces are those states which was under the control of British. Example, West Bengal. So, here, British rule was there. The acts made by British was enforceable in the states where they had the dominance. Sir, princely, the states where our Indian kings and queens were the rulers. Understood? Example, Mysore. Example, Rajasthan, Rajputs, Wadayars, Nizams of Hyderabad. History. Yes, sir. Sir, what is princely and province? These were weaker states people. Basically, these states were, okay, they were like this people. What happened? They were afraid of other states. For example, I am afraid of, what is that person? Alauddin Khilji. I am afraid when will he come and attack me. So what will I do? I will enter into an alliance with my Britishers, my king. So that someone will not come and take over my empire. So what did these princes do? Here we had a dual government. British were also there, our kings were also there, but a weaker king. So in these places, what happened, people? King used to be there and chief commissioners were appointed by British. Sir, here general, governor general, our same person. You would have heard of their names, no? Mountbatten, Warren, what is it? Warren Hastings. Heard of all these people, huh? All these people are Mountbatten theory, Warren Hastings. Somewhere in school, these words are familiar, huh? That is where these things came from. Yes, sir. They were the governor generals. Yes, sir. Sir, now why is it important? Now understand this. Now come to the syllabus part. Sir, what do you mean by okay. So, sir, to understand central government, first let us understand on the day of Constitution of India. How was India? Now, I told you before 1947. Now, Constitution came into picture. How was India divided after 1950? There were four types of states, people. One is called as Part A states. Sir, Part A people, there were totally 9 states. Sir, what are these 9 states? People earlier, whatever were called as provinces, they became Part A states. Basically, wherever Britishers used to make the law, they became Part A states. So the next one is people Part B. What is Part B? Whatever were the states which were under the ruler, also called as Raj Pramukh. They were called as Part B states. Sir, what is Part C states? Whichever is the states which were under Chief Commissioner of Province and Princely states were called as Part C states. Part D, there was only one state, that is Andaman and Nicobar, which is governed by Lieutenant Governor. Yes, sir. So after Constitution, there were 4 types of states. Part A, British Raj. Part B, our princely. Part C, princely and British. Part D, Andaman and Nicobar. Understood? Pakkana? With this, try to understand central government definition. Sir, what do you mean by central government? Sir, it depends upon, are you speaking before commencement of constitution, after commencement of constitution? If it is before commencement of constitution, central government means governor general in council. Who is governor general in council? During British Raj, the British rule was carried on by governor general in legislature, governor general in council. We wrote that before, during, after. Remember? And includes functions entrusted to government of province. What is province? British government before independence was these states were government of provinces. They're telling you all of that is central government. Understood? Okay. Next one. In relation to administration, chief commissioners of province. What is this? Chief commissioner, where did he come? Part C. Understood? Where our ruler was weak. So wherever chief commissioner was appointed, there also that country, that state also is considered as central government. Okay. But see, it does not include kings. Sir, after commencement means the president now is central government, and it shall include government of a state, such state government acting within the scope. In certain cases, what happens, people, we will say central government will include state government also. If at all we give them the authority, they can also be called as a central government. For now, let us not go into detail, but imagine central government has given a power to state government. State government will also be called as central government. Yes, sir. People, part C state. Yes, sir. Today, part C state. Chief Commissioner, Lieutenant Governor, Governor of Neighboring. Sir, administration of union territory, administration acting within the scope. So basically, we cover everything. We cover all the state governments. We cover part C states. We are covering union territories. So we are covering everything. Today, central government definition includes everyone. So we covered before, whoever were there. We covered after also. All these people together are called as central government. Not even once they have asked a question. Clear? But yes, it is there to know that we did it. Is this clear, all of you? Pakka? Part B will not come here at all. So, in relation to function entrusted to government of state, such state government acting within the scope. You are saying that where are these states? Correct. If at all I give you the power, state government will act as a central government. So, for a princely state, we are never giving that power. That is what they are saying. Clear? Understood? Pakana? By this, we complete General Clause Act. We complete law. Yes, sir. Okay. Quickly, people, let us. Second, I just get a file. 45, 1 hour, we'll do it off. Time is 8, 7:45. Full studying, but I hope you guys were able to learn something. Hmm? No, we are doing one RTP and let us finish off one amendments. What I'll do, I'll see if I find time tomorrow or day after, I'll try to record everything. So, most of it we are covered up. One or two hardly will be done in 10 minutes now. We are almost done. There is one place where I wanted it, did not do it. Hmm? Hmm. Hmm? Yeah, this RTP. Yes, so amendments hardly you will be learning another 4 concepts. The concepts in one word. Yes, people. So, people, let us start your quick amendments applicable for May 2023 exam. If you guys have watched all the classes, if you guys have even seen the marathon class also, we have covered almost all the amendments. I'll tell you what I have not covered alone here. I'm not going to go in detail again. Clear? I'm just telling you what we did and I'll just say that is what is a provision. Okay. First amendment, people, in the chapter 1. I have covered this in the class only for the last 2 attempts. Sir, what is it, sir? First one, people. Old law. What does it say? The first amendment, people. What is small company definition? Definition of small company, people. What was it? Where is small company? I'm not able to see small company. Okay, I'm not able to see it. People basically a small company. Section 2, subsection 85. Small company. Earlier, people, it was 2 crore, 20 crore. Now, how much, people? 4 crore, 40 crore. That is the amendment. Clear? Done. Chapter 2. Incorporation and matters incidental thereto. There is an amendment there. What is it, people? In change of name. What was that? Earlier, when central government gives you an order, you had to change your name within 6 months of central government order. Now that 6 months is made 3 months. This 3 months only is what you also studied. That is the amendment done. Yes, I'm telling you, there's a penalty I'm not touching. Leave it, it's okay. Prospectus and allotment of securities. Now, what are the people? To understand this, first you need to understand something else. In 2021, when Indian stock market was falling, there was one country which was trying to slowly come into India step by step. But we could not do anything about this country. Why? This country has done this in the past also, especially with now also, they are doing it with regards to Pakistan. What happens? During COVID, all our shares had crashed. Imagine, Reliance and all had touched the share price of 900. Correct? Huh? There was a government, especially people, to name it, it is called China. China was trying to slowly come into India. So what, let it come? It is not good, people, because China has a tendency where they take a leverage. They give you capital today, but they will take a benefit out of it tomorrow. They have done it in various countries. You guys can read it once. Pakistan is a recent bait. They had given them a loan. Some country. China had given a loan to some country. The country was not able to repay. So China, how did they set off? They said, do one thing, whatever are your airports in your country, you give that to my name. Whatever is the income that comes from airport, that is mine. So they gave loan as peanuts. What they took in return is very huge. So they do it. Now, so what, sir? According to FEMA Act in India, if you come from a country, Pakistan or Bangladesh, you are prohibited. You cannot come to India without central government's approval. We have guts to take out few countries' name. We cannot take out few countries' name like this because we are in a global scale. We are very much dependent on those countries. One amongst it is China. We have specifically prohibited foreign exchange coming from Pakistan. We cannot do this for China. Understood? So, just like adding Pakistan's name, we could not add China's name. But how to stop this? China indirectly coming into how to stop it? So, they came up with a master plan. You know what did they do? They introduced a provision saying, whichever country with whom India shares a land border, all those countries, if you are coming from such country and if you are making an investment, you can make it only after a central government approval. Pakistan, we had already prohibited. Bangladesh is already prohibited. Nepal and Bhutan, what will they do to us? What was the only major left out country? That was China. This was the background for your amendment. Now what did they do? What is PAS 3? Return of allotment. Whenever you are issuing shares to people, private placement, all those places, you inform ROC, sir, I have issued shares to so and so people. Correct? In that, they have added one line now. What? You have to give a declaration whether do you come under central government approval or not. If you are coming from a country where India shares a land border, you can only invest after taking central government's approval. That is PAS 3 amendment, and this is the only amendment, 3 lines. Any company. See, read. No offer or invitation of securities under this rule shall be made to body corporate incorporated in or a national, basically individual, a country which shares a land border with India. Clear? Understood? That's all. That's the amendment. PAS 3 return of allotment a declaration has to be filed by the investee. Aste, ide investment. Individual or a company. Yes, a person is coming from whatever is our land borders. Amendment can be maximum. What is the prior approvals required? Can he invest directly? No central government approval. MCQ barbodu. Clear? That's all. Acceptance of deposits, people. There is one change. What is that change, people? That change is not at all relevant, people. What is that? In Rule 16, after the words auditor of the company, the words letters and figure and a declaration to that effect shall be substituted by the auditor in form DPT3. What is this, people? We were filing DPT3 by 30th June every year with ROC. Yes, sir. There, people, see here. The words are to be inserted in page 20. Okay. A duly audited return of deposits in DPT3 we were filing. Yes, sir. To that we have added, people, return of deposit. Basically audited by the auditor of the company. The words and letter and declaration to that effect shall be substituted by the auditor in firm DPT3. Meaning, people, someone should declare that whatever is the financials you are entering is fair and perfect. Whichever you are filing in DPT3, there you just need to give this declaration. That's all. Yes, sir. Very minuscule amendment. You need not even worry or bother about it. This is clear. Next one, people, registration of charges. What is this, sir? People, what is charges, people? When do you create charge? Whenever a company borrows money from a bank and you give a collateral, you create charge. Have you guys heard of repo rate, reverse repo rate and all? What is it? Repo rate? So there is a bank. Let me take ICICI Bank. ICICI Bank borrows money from whom? RBI. RBI is borrowing money. RBI trusts you so much. RBI will also take collateral. Remember that. It is not never given free of cost. Sir, so bank borrows money from RBI. RBI charges repo rate on it. And they give collateral also. Now the question to you, they are taking collateral, no? Should the charge be created? Should the bank file CHG1? They are telling you whatever are the loans borrowed by the banking company, they need not register the charge, if at all, in this case, if they are borrowing the loan from RBI. They need not register. Yes, sir. Section 77 amendment. It's clear. Simple. That's all. That's all. Charge. Sir, management and administration. Now, what is this, people? Under management and administration, we were maintaining some register of members and all. The register of members and all is open for inspection. You guys can come and check and all. Few people, they were coming and they were taking a misuse of the information available in register of members. Meaning, I used to take your name, address, yes, some Aadhaar numbers, PAN numbers. So now what did they say, people? The register of members will be open for inspection. You can open, you can come and check. Some details will be hidden from the inspection of the register of members. This will not be available to you for inspection. What is that information, people? You can expect a question here. Sir, where is this amendment made? This amendment is made in section 94. Inspection of registers. Yes, sir. I had given you in the class, sir. I believe I had already done this also in the class. Management and administration. So, what are the details, people? Address, email ID, unique identification number, if any, PAN number. These details will not be available for inspection. That's all. 94. Done. Yes, sir. Okay. People, declaration and payment of dividend. Today also I told you the list of amounts that should be credited to IPF. We added one point. What was that? Shares which are sent by SPO provision, section 90. Remember, that is the amendment. Clear? Okay. Bantapa. CSR. So I'll just tell you this is what is what is what. You also say yes, yes, yes. हर घर तिरंगा, आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव, CSR2 filed along with financial statements. Correct? ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಲ್ಲ, ಅದೇ ಬರ್ಸಿದಂಗೆ ನೆನಪು. ಇನ್ ಯೋರ್ ಬುಕ್ ಓನ್ಲಿ ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ದೇರ್, ನೋ? Yes, people, there are no amendments, people, to be very frank. That's all. Okay, whatever we discussed in the class, remember that, more than sufficient. Clear? Okay. Next one, people. People, in accounts, people, chapter 9. Go to your book under probably second page, wherever you wrote rule 3. What was that? Books of accounts, when you are maintaining it in electronic form. We had seen 2 points there. What is that, people? If you are maintaining books of accounts in electronic form, the books of accounts and other related books and papers shall remain accessible in India for subsequent reference. So just because you are maintaining the books in electronic form, that should not take away the rights of me for referring these books of accounts in India. You should always have a right. You should be able to access the books of accounts in India. That should be there. Now, what is the amendment they made here? They just changed one word. What is that? For the words accessible in India, they have added accessible in India at all times. That's all. So it should be accessible in India at all the times. Here, see. Under rule 3, accessible in India. So here you will write at all times. So throughout the year it should be available. That's all. That's the amendment. Yes, sir, under this only there is one more amendment. What is that, people? See here. In rule 5, for the words periodic basis, they have included the word daily basis. For the words periodic basis, they have included the word daily basis. Sir, what is this, people, in rule 5? Can you see this rule 5? Yes. In this, can you see this word periodic basis? They have removed that and they have made it daily basis. At all times. That is there. They have added this alone. Sir, what is fifth rule, sir? Whenever you are maintaining your books of accounts in say what do you say, electronic form, imagine Google Drive, OneDrive. Yes, sir, they are telling you a backup should always be available in India. They had said at a periodic basis, there should always be a backup available at a physical server located in India on a periodical basis. Now they say, what is that periodical? Quarterly na, half yearly na? They have included, you should be having a backup every day in a physical server located in India. That's all. That's the amendment. Then yes, sir. CSR da yaak barate guru CSR. People, exclusion of companies 3 consecutive years. People, 23C, section 10. Implementation of CSR. Section 8, trust to society. See this part. People, 5%. What was this? Impact assessment report expenditure. Then people. That's your amendments. Was it any major? Nothing, no. It is clear, no. Nim book and whatever we did in marathon, remember that and go. Only considerable amendments, I'll tell you. Charge PAS3, more than sufficient. Bank, borrowing from RBI in this one. More than sufficient. Clear? Okay. Let us look quickly RTP na. Able to see the question? They have given one Mahabharata only. Able to read it? Too small. Okay, first you guys read. ಹತ್ತಿದೆ 5-6 ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದು ಆಕ್ಚುಲಿ ವೆನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಹಂಗೆ ಅಡ್ವೈಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ವಿಚ್ ಒನ್ ಯು ಪ್ರಿಫರ್? ಯು ವಿಲ್ ಗೋ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಬಾಟಮ್. Bottom is first you'll look at the question. In case-based scenario, always do it in that way only. You will know where to focus. Yes, sir. Okay. Look at the question. Once you have seen it, see the questions alone. Don't see the options and all. Then try to see the main questions. Options, do not dig into it. Options will come back. We'll see that and come back. Sorry. Correct. Best. Done. ಜೊತೆಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಡ. ಟಕ ಟಕ ಟಕ. Start ಮಾಡೋಣ. We'll start. Okay. What is the question? Shall we read the question or shall we do this only? Modern Limited is a company limited by share. Always try to see what they are telling you. Modern Limited, not a private company. It's a company limited by share that manufactures furniture items apart from material used in Modern Limited. Okay. It is an unlisted company with a registered office in Mumbai. They're giving you some informations. Yes, sir. Maharashtra. It has a corporate office in Delhi and branch offices throughout the India. Okay. It wants to conduct its AGM. Okay. Modern Limited is a lead sponsor of furniture trade event in Export India 2022. It is also a member of association, not irrelevant. Modern Limited, on behalf of association, booked the expo hall in Mumbai for the event and also decided to convene the 18th AGM at the same hall after the conclusion of Expo 22. So they booked some thing. But later they found that India Furniture Expo 2022, which was scheduled to be held from September 16 to 19, had to be postponed as Bombay Municipal Corporation continued to occupy the hall as a vaccination center. Therefore, Modern Limited has to rethink its plan and now convene its 18th AGM on September 27, 2022 at IMA Auditorium, Delhi, near its corporate office. All the members consented to the same. Should I help you or should you guys will do or I should do? Okay. The notice of the said meeting was posted on, so should I not help you with all this? You can do what you want, sir. Okay, September 5th, 2022, they have posted specifying place, day, date, addition to business to be transacted. Okay. In case of Mr. Ashok, who is declared insolvent but undischarged, notice was sent to his assignee, while a willful omission was made in giving notice to Anjum Shah. At the meeting, Mr. Singh was elected as chairman of the meeting by show of hands, while Mr. Manohar registered his dissent on the appointment. Mr. Singh as chairman of the meeting and sought a poll to elect a chairperson. Okay, he asked for a poll to elect a chairperson. See, I'm just guessing the question. They can ask, they are asking for poll to elect a chairperson. Within what time the poll should be conducted? Are you getting the point? For what and all forthwith? Adjournment of a meeting. So I'm just telling. So when I am reading, you can do it this way. But the best practice is going down to up only. I have not read the question. I'm just telling. That's all. Mr. Manohar has substantial voting right of the company. Substantial voting right. Mr. Manohar. Being part of promoter group, a poll was held to elect the chairman of the meeting, and Mr. Singh voted twice in his capacity as a member as well as chairman while the poll was taken place. Twice. So, as well as chairman. So they can ask you, why did he vote twice? Casting vote. They can ask you, right? Mr. Singh was elected chairman through the poll as well as by overwhelming majority. Okay. Mr. Varnika, who is not a member of the company, not a member, attended the meeting as Mr. Alok's proxy. Should a proxy be a member of a company? For which company it is mandatory? Clear, huh? They can ask the question. I'm just taking a guess. And in the paragraphs only, I'm asking you questions. Voted both times. Mr. Alok's proxy voted both times. When Mr. Singh was elected by show of hands and when he was elected by poll. Should I help or should I? That one question I believe that is there. Can a proxy vote by show of hands? That is what is the question. So she's asking, there will be pakka question there. When she initially voted, she raised her hand in favor of electing Mr. Singh. While during the election, through a poll, she cast a vote against. Issa. Mr. Manohar raises the question on a vote that it's casted by Mr. Singh in his capacity as chairman. Hence, he passed the remarks on him and his allies, which can be considered allies, which can be considered defamatory. Tell me, people, what are the items which can be understood? I'm just guessing what is that only. The chairman at his option instructed the company secretary to exclude the remarks passed by Mr. Manohar while preparing the minutes. But some members raised a voice against the discretion of Mr. Singh. I'll ask a question. Chairman says some words should not be included in the minutes. However, the company secretary and other directors of the meeting thinks what the chairman is doing arbitrary. The items should be included. Does a chairman have the power to exclude the items on his own? You know what? I'm just asking the question on one word. We have done that there. Okay, I do not know whether it is there or not. But you all got my question. Chairman says it's defamatory. But what I'm saying, the other majority of the board and CS feels what chairman says is invalid. It should be there. What? Remember, people, chairman at his discretion can remove what is defamatory, immaterial, damaging. I do not know whether that can be a question. The discretion is the answer. It is they have asked. They have asked. Okay. Okay. First question, people. Regarding the notice of the meeting. Okay, what have they asked? Modern Limited, you are required to pick the correct option, it seems. Okay, what are the correct options? Modern Limited observed the length of the notice as required. Okay. Notice shall be given to member irrespective he is solvent, adjudged or declared insolvent or discharged insolvent. Modern Limited committed default. Notice shall be given to assignee of insolvent member. Modern Limited correctly did so. Willful omission in giving notice will invalidate the proceedings of the meeting in case of Modern Limited. Which of these four statements are true? Modern Limited observe the length of notice as required. Did they give a proper notice? If you get one right also, you'll get everything right. If I remember marking it, September 27 is AGM. September 5th notice, meeting of notice was sent. And they have used the word somewhere posted. Correct? Was posted. Yes, so they have to, people count 27 and 5th is excluded. How many days are there? 21. You should add 48 hours. Have they given? No. So they have not followed. One is definitely wrong. So definitely A is not the answer. Definitely this is also not the answer. You should think it like that. Try to eliminate the wrong option. You'll get the answer easily. Correct. True. Or carry pencil and eraser. I used to carry. Option B. Only 3 and 4 are correct. Second one, why is it wrong? I am a more examiner. I want why also.
No, sir, not him, sir. Insolvent.
Always remember, we will not give it to insolvent. We will give it to assignee. If you are given it to assignee, that is sufficient. Who has a right to receive the notice? We would have seen death, the legal representative. In the case of insolvency, liquidator or assignee. Today also we did it. Option B. Option B is the Option B is the right answer. I believe we'll see. Option B is only the right answer. Regarding the place of 18th AGM, decide whether applicable provisions violated or not in light of provisions. Okay, what is it? I know that is what they asked. Delhi. They conducted in Delhi. Can they conduct?
Yes, sir.
We have written that even in your book also. In your AGM, notice provision also we have written. I remember writing that provision also. What is the answer? D. What is the answer? No violation because AGM of the SEPT company may be held at any place in India. Na? If I was the examiner, I would have asked you the provisions. Da. You know why is what is the provision? Listed company should be conducted within the registered office or within city, town, village. If you guys have to remember this, remember, Infosys conducts its meeting in Christ College. They can conduct anywhere in the same city. Unlisted company, private Allah, unlisted company, they can conduct the meeting anywhere in India with the consent of all the members. That is the reason, that is the exact place I asked you. Do you want me to help? Wherever Delhi, all the members consented. There only I was sure there is a question. That is where I asked you. There, if they have to complicate, they will say some members revolted against the change in place of AGM. Agala, 1% in also you can't. Read the provision you have written. All members have to agree. You have written, all members have to consent. Till now, whatever we have written in your handwritten notes, all the questions are coming. Don't even study your 400 pages. See. Okay, let us see. Third question. So, what is the answer? No violation, obviously. Okay, next one. Regarding the vote casted by Miss Varna, obviously. Can she vote? Being proxy, Varnika is not allowed to cast vote by show of hand. Simple, You have written, proxy, you have seen 100. Proxy, you can no way go wrong. Fourth one, regarding the inclusion, regarding the inclusion or exclusion of remarks by Mr. Manohar, advise the company secretary which of the following statement hold truth in light of, okay, Mr. Manohar remarks shall be included in minutes because minutes shall be contained fair. Obviously, no. Mr. Manohar's remarks shall be excluded from minutes because remarks are made with intent to defame chairman. The chairman's opinion of inclusion exclusion is immaterial in such case. Mr. Manohar's remarks shall be excluded from minutes because chairman has absolute discretion. So, the tug of war is between B and C. People will remember and go, chairman has a power. B, C, no, defamatory, immaterial. Previous word, always remember, examiner knows what he will remember. That's why I always tell you, question is not the limits. Previous to the limits is now today's trend. CSR, I told you. Every company. Getting the point? Today's trend is that previous to limits is the question. Okay, C. C is the answer. C is the answer. Simple. Dash is a cardinal rule. Literal construction. First is the rule. Okay. Simple. Today also we saw this question. Da. I told you how to do it also. Now, people, 5 out of 5 questions. I'm just taking all 5 were covered under your handwritten notes. See, ABC Limited has its share listed on recognized stock exchange in India. During current financial year, SEBI has found some irregularities in filing made by company. Accordingly, SEBI proposes to make an application to tribunal reopening the books of accounts. Section 130. They online no. You guys slept, huh? So they are clearly telling you current financial year ending on 23. '22, '23 will exclude. So 21, 22 is my first year. 20, second. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15. How much is done? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14. So 14, 15. In your exam, take pencil, write down clearly 21, 22, 20, 21. Yes, very, very important. Is it there in our book? Today also we stressed and also we discussed. No, da. Then 6 out of 6. The amount accumulated in the IEPF. Credited and debited. Amount accumulated in IEPF shall not be used for. You cannot use this money which is accumulated in IEPF for which purpose is what they are asking. Okay, see. First one, people, refund in respect of unclaimed dividend matured. For that you can give note. We have seen debit side. Reimbursement of legal expenses. Class action suit was there. I asked Kirtan also one question there. What was 37? That is when I asked you. I asked you what is 36 and I asked you what is 37. I asked you what is 36 specifically. Grants or donation to the central government. Distribution of disgorgement amount. For which can the company... Yes, simple. They have taken one from this side. You can credit the money from central government. Donations. You cannot debit for that. Disgorgement, I told you. It will be taken from here. It will be given here. So it is there. Yes, it is there. 7 on 7. Which among the following will not be considered as foreign instrument under the provision of Negotiable Instrument Act 1881? Not considered as foreign instrument. A bill drawn on a person resident in India but payable outside India. Correct? Correct. Who cannot inspect the register of charges and instrument of charges during the business hours without paying any fees? Who is? Should I help you or you will only read? The person other than member. Remember, member and creditor can inspect the books free of cost. Yes, sir. So who has to pay? You know what is confusing here? Who cannot inspect the charge without paying fees? If you read only without paying fees, you will mark people A or B. Cannot idu nodಬೇಕು. Without paying fee is only member or creditor. Okay. 10th one. No, no. Wait. See. We'll see that. See da. If you get one dash correct, you can fill everything. People, I'll not even look at the question. By the face of it, I know it is deposit. They're asking 6 and all. I know one for sure one thing. It will be minimum maximum. Maximum is 36 months. Only option is this. I'll not even look at the other things. Short term will be 3 months. See, that's what they would have. What have they asked? 3 kottailva. For the purpose of meeting any of its short-term requirement of funds, a company may accept or renew deposits for repayment earlier than. You can accept less than 6 months. So they are telling you earlier than 6 months, subject to certain conditions. They are telling you you can accept deposits even earlier than 6 months, subject to certain condition. You know what people will do? They will look at this 3. ಮಾಡೋರು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನಂಬರ್ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗಿರೋರು ಮಿನಿಮಮ್ 3 ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋದ್ರೆ ಎಸ್ಸಾ ಓಕೆ ಅಷ್ಟೇನಾ? ಲೆಟ್ಸ್ ಡೂ ದಿಸ್ ಕ್ವೆಶ್ಚನ್ಸ್. ಆನ್ಸರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಗಿ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಣ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನು ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರೆ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಂಡ್ರಾ? ಡಿಡ್ ಯು ಸಿ ಚೆಕ್ ವಾಟ್ ಡಿಡ್ ಯು? We'll see the answers. What was the first one we marked? B. We marked B. Oh, ನೀನು ಹಂಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? Okay. First one is B. Correct. D. That is what we saw, no? Next one. B. Okay. Next one. Absolute discretion. C. Correct. Correct. 14, 15 it was. Sixth one, D only, no? 14, 15. Seventh one, amount accumulated. Grants or donation. D. Okay. C. We have not marked. Okay. C correct. D. Yena. Hey, nice da. 10 on 10. Hey. Sapale. Nice da. Okay, now let us see if you guys can answer. We'll do. We'll first finish off and we'll do. Hastprat Limited is an unlisted public company. Should I help or you will only do? You will only do off, Okay. So read it with me. Hastprat is an unlisted public company having 5 directors in its board, which includes 2 independent directors. Sankul Private Limited is a subsidiary company of Hastprat Limited. Hastprat Limited actively carrying on its business. Basically, remember HDA holding the subsidiary. That is what they are telling. So, Hastprat actively carrying on its business. So H company has a paid up capital of 1.5 crore with 40 members and turnover of 18 crore respectively. and the said company is not a startup. In the context of aforesaid case scenario, please answer the following. Whether S Limited is mandatorily required to prepare cash flow statement for the financial year as part of its financial statements. Provide your answer by analyzing S Limited into following categories of companies: OPC, small company, dormant company, private company, respectively. First, answer the first question. Whether S Limited is mandatorily required to prepare CFS for the financial year as part of its financial statements. Huh? So cash flow statements it has to include. Okay, by default it will include a cash flow statement. Now they are telling you S Limited, include them in these options and answer. What if S Limited is a OPC? What if S Limited is a small company? That is how you need to answer it. Noda, there will be something. It will not definitely be not easy. Shankul is a subsidiary company. Okay. Done na? What is your answer? Private company? In other cases, they need not. That is what is your answer. See what they are telling. Shankul is a subsidiary company of Hasprath, actively carrying on its business, having paid up capital of 1.5 crore with 40 members and turnover of 18 crore. Shankul has it seems. They are telling you, provide your answer by analyzing S Limited into following category. Isha, first of all, can S Limited be a OPC? Why? Because it has more than 40 members. So because S Limited cannot be a OPC, cash flow statement exemption is not given. Small company. Is S Limited a small company? I told you 100 times in the class. It's a subsidiary company, Noda. Which are the companies which cannot be a subsidiary company? Associate Allah. Holding or subsidiary company. Section 8 company. Statutory company can never be a small companies. A public company can never be a small company. Today also we saw, Noda, I believe. Today we did, yesterday. Dormant company. Can S be a dormant company? Macha. Actively carrying on its business. Inactive Macha. Nice analysis based question. No, see, dormant company inactive. What is the respective word they use? Sumnayak dormant they will give. There will be some equivalent word. 40 members now. Why did they give? OPC. So they would have given it for some reason. Okay. Private. What if it's a private company? So if it's a private company, should they file cash flow statement? People, first of all, tell me CFS who are exempted? OPC, dormant, small company. They have specifically given some information here. Simply they'll give why did they give? The answer is in these 3 lines. Yes, sir. I'll give you one more answer. How could you fall for it? Hasprath Limited, public company, a subsidiary of a public company, it will be a deemed public company. It's not a private company. Benefits are not available to a deemed private company. Yes or no? All 4 cases not available. Able to answer, Okay. Look at the next question. Aman, an engineer, has started a new company with the name of Nuts and Bolts Private Limited. The first thing I'll always circle is which company. He got registered a company with the same name, name clause. However, Nuts and Bolts is a registered trademark. After 5 years, when the owner of trademark came to know, I got the answer. Within 3 years. Okay, let us read the full question. It filed an application with relevant authority. Can the company be compelled to change its name by the owner of trademark? Can the owner of registered trademark request the company and then company change? Something and all they added. First thing, people, can you compel the other company to change? No, because you have to come within 3 years of dummy company being incorporated. It's been 5 years. You cannot come. Next one. Can you request? Request gain hoito. It's not in Companies Act. So these are the things where they expect your analyzing skills. You should not think your Companies Act has not said something. No, Companies Act is silent. You can request. If he changes, let him change. Who will stop? Okay. Nagesh, remote. ಇಲ್ಲ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗೇ ಇದೆ ಅಬ್ಬಾ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ರೂಮ್ ನಂಬರ್ 3 ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ದೇ ಕನೆಕ್ಟೆಡ್ ಟು ಆರ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಇದು ಯಾರ್ದು ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು ನಮ್ದೇನ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ನಮ್ದೇನ
Back challenge, sir. This is room number 3. Event, sir.
Banta. Banta. Okay, come on, quickly, pata, let us do it off. Next one, people, Enroll Limited received a communication from central government for preparation of till now whatever we have done, everything is covered in your handwritten notes. For preparation of periodical financial results and complete audit or limited review of such periodical financial results. The board of directors have raised an objection on the ground that it is an unlisted company. Periodical financial results need not be prepared. Examine referring the provisions of Companies Act in this regard. Oh, they asked you this one, da. This is section. Okay, remember this. I don't know if have I told you this. This is called section 129A. What is section 129A? Generally, a listed company will prepare financial statements on quarterly basis. Unlisted companies will always prepare on annual basis. Central government has a power to tell even unlisted companies to prepare financial statements at such intervals as it deems fit. But has it told as of now? No. But I have a right to tell unlisted companies also to file the financial statements at such intervals as I deem fit. As of today, they have not said anything. I think that is what is the question. Enroll Limited received a communication from central government for preparation of periodical financial results. I can tell. And complete audit or limited review of such periodical financial results. The board of directors have raised an objection. So no people, they cannot raise. That is not prescribed. Even in the act also it is written as periodical financial statements. As of now it is not there. In the act they have not prescribed anything. It is like central government reserving a right to prescribe it tomorrow. Yes, sir. Who will be preparing? Company only will be preparing. Auditor will have to audit it quarterly. If at all I want, I can tell you. Now today's date listed company happens like that only. No, they prepare quarterly, right? Like that I can tell even an unlisted company to do. Who central government has reserved a power. It is section 129A. Yes, sir. Tell unlisted companies to file periodical financial statements and audit it and file it with ROC.
Listed company quarterly.
Listed company quarterly. Unlisted company, they'll generally do it annually. But central government has a power to tell them to audit it and prepare the financial statements at such intervals. 129A. Wait, if they are given in the book, let us see what they have given actually. I'm sorry, not Bernard. What is the question number? Periodical financial results, section 129A. Central government may require such a class or classes of unlisted companies. Which class? Nothing is prescribed. If they want, they may. To prepare financial results at periodical basis. To obtain approval of board of directors and complete the audit. And also file it with ROC. Copy with the registrar within 30 days. So they should also sign and audit should also be done. Clear? Isham. Okay, let us look at next question. Thirteen is done now. 14. Upkar Nidhi Limited was about Nidhi Limited. Okay, Upkar Nidhi Limited was about to hold an AGM on 25th August 2022, for which the notice of AGM along with relevant documents as prescribed was sent to all its members. So they're asking you a question with regards to Nidhi Company's AGM. Upkar Nidhi Limited. Upkar Nidhi is company only, and they're telling you Nidhi. Nidhi will always have the word Nidhi in it. Yes, sir. Okay, let us look at what is the question first of all. In the AGM held on 25th August, the members were not provided with facility to vote. Okay. In the context of aforesaid case scenario, please answer whether Upkar Nidhi Limited was required to send the notice of AGM along with relevant documents to all its members as aforesaid. This is with regards to notice of general meeting. That is the answer. Or 1%, whichever is lower. That's the answer. In case of Nidhi Company, people, see, we saw it in the case of notice of general meeting. Whenever you're sending a notice, if it's a normal company, you will send a notice to the shareholder personally. In case of Nidhi Company, you will publish it in the newspaper. You will be entitled for an individual notice if at all you are holding what? Face 5,000 1,000 rupees. 1,000. Yes, sir. It is 1,000 and 1%. Whichever is less. If you are holding that, then only those shareholders will be entitled for an individual notice. If not, we will publish it in newspaper. Whichever is less. The paid up capital. See, a member individually holding 800. See, these are all the hints. Yes, sir. 0.16%. Is he entitled? Obviously, no. 1600, 0.32%. Entitled? Entitled, no. 42 members, each holding individually shares with face value of 600, which amounted to holding 0.12% of total paid up share capital for each such member. They are holding people 600 each, 0.12. They will also sit in the newspaper category. All the remaining members holding individually more than 1.2%, obviously more than 1%, they will be eligible for individual notice. I hope you guys remembered the provision. Nidhi company. In case of members more than 1000 rupees in face value or more than 1% of the total paid up share capital, whichever is less. Yes, sir. For others, newspaper. Here are. They are telling you individually there are 40 members, it seems. Every person holds 600 face value and what is the value? 0.16. Everyone individually are holding 600 and 0.16. Less than 1000, less than 1%. Will not care about that. Here. Okay, but have you written this in our notes? Answer the following. This one, no? Provisions of Companies Act. Wire Electricals Limited having a paid up share capital 1 crore availed a term loan of 10 lakh from ABC Bank Limited to purchase electrical items. Mr. Tar, one of the directors of the company, is of the opinion that it shall be considered as deposit. Ababa, deposit, you need to write what is not a deposit. A government company which is eligible to accept deposits under section 76 cannot accept deposits from public exceeding 25%. Both we did yesterday also. First one, is it a deposit? So deposit alva. Why? My answer is always why only. Where is it coming under the deposit? I mean, under that way, which exact head?
Non-financial institution is not a deposit.
People, Indian banks, foreign banks, both were excluded, noda.
Institutions.
Clear? Government company, what is the maximum deposits? How much they can accept?
10%.
So people, eligible company 25% from public, 10% from members. Private company 35% from members. Government company 35% from public. 35% from public only. Government company. That is eligible company. 25% from public, 10% from members for eligible companies. Full 35 is also from members. So their contention is wrong. Yes, sir. This one, you guys have to nail it. That so many times we have revised. Like even deposits. And I'm telling you, it is not even difficult what they asked. What is the level we went? Directors giving no objection. Red Limited was it the Red Limited, okay, Limited was incorporated on 1st April 2020. The balance extracted from its audited financial statements. Net profit, CSR, CSR. Net profit before tax, net profit after tax. The taxable amount. Okay, the company proposes to allocate the minimum required amount of CSR activities to be undertaken during 22-23. If it is mandatory, you are requested to advise the company in this regard and compute the minimum amount to be allocated, if so required, taking into account the relevant provisions of Companies Act. What is the 2% coming to is what they are asking. Ah, 1000 ಮೇಲಿದ್ರೆ net worth 500 crore, turnover is 1000, net profit is 5 crore or more. For this company, is it applicable? Bouncer only. Always remember, people, I told you in the class also, whenever you are doing, you guys did not get the logic. Any amount I spend on CSR, is it eligible for tax benefits? Huh? So which figure should I take? If I spend any amount on CSR, will it be eligible for tax benefits? For example, equity dividend I will pay. Can I deduct it in tax? Illa. If I pay interest on debentures, alva. So CSR, is it eligible for tax benefit? Andre tax ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಬರುತ್ತಾ tax ಮುಂಚೆ ಬರುತ್ತಾ? It should come before tax, people. It is always net profit, which is according to section 198. We also saw one provision where we specifically say any amount spent on CSR is not eligible for tax benefits. If I say it is eligible for tax benefits, what will happen? Imagine my profits for the year is 15 crore. Yes, sir. Eligible for tax means my profit for the year is 15 crore. Imagine I've spent CSR 1 crore. That means on 14 crore I'll have to pay tax. Huh? Even before madudruno, whatever is the expenses, should I deduct it and should I arrive at tax? That is what they are telling you. You have to consider these figures, net profit before tax.
So tax benefit is for CSR.
CSR, you will never get tax benefits. Clear, huh? Let us see what is the way they have presented it. Here. Net profit before tax of Red Limited is 7 crore. Hence, Red Limited is required to constitute a CSR committee. Okay, forget. Minimum contribution is 2% of average net profits. Average net profits since incorporation 5 crore plus 7 crore divided by 2, 6 crore into 2%. Should always take it before tax. Understood? People logically think, people, why I am telling. See, two implications, people, remember. What is the second figure, da? People imagined a company had a 9 crore worth net profit before tax. After tax, people imagine became 6 crore. 9 crore into 2%, 6 crore into 2%. How much will it be? Difference is there, Companies Act does not prefer this. Companies Act prefers this. Before the tax is deducted, you have to accommodate 2%. Yes, sir. This you have arrived. Now, whatever you have spent this year, next year, can I show it as business expense? The answer is no.
Tax
You cannot show it as a business expense. Understood? Okay. Next, what is the time? Okay, let us quickly do it off. 15 is done. What are we doing? Okay. Indian Contract Act. Okay, come on. Salil purchased furniture of worth 1 lakh from Mr. Pooran on credit. Okay, Mr. Raman entered a contract with Pooran for the guarantee of the payment. So yes, sir, purchased P gave guarantee. Pooran gave guarantee. Yalla, Mr. Raman entered in contract with Pooran for the guarantee. Pooran is creditor, Raman is the guarantee. On due date, Mr. Salil could not make the payment due to his financial crisis. Pooran filed the suit against Raman for payment. Meanwhile, father of Mr. Salil paid 20,000 to Pooran on behalf of his son. Mr. Raman, in ignorance of above payment, he did not know its terms, paid 1 lakh to Pooran as surety. Afterwards, when Mr. Raman knew the facts, he asked Pooran to refund 20,000. Pooran denied the refund with the words, that's only Mr. Salil who can claim the amount of 20,000. Explain with reference to Indian Contract Act whether Mr. Raman can claim the refund of 20,000 from Mr. Pooran or not. Understood the question, huh? That is true. See, what has happened? He did not make the payment. He filed a case on him. He gave 1 lakh also. Meanwhile, the father had paid 20,000 rupees, it seems. That Raman did not know. After few days, Raman got to know. Raman is asking for 20,000 back. P said you are not entitled for it. It is only S who can ask for the money. They are asking you the opinion whether is Raman entitled for the benefit of 20,000. ಅವನು ದುಡ್ಡು 1 ಲಕ್ಷ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾನಲ್ಲ, ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ 20,000 ಕಡಿಮೆ ಆಗತ್ತಾ ಅಂತ. ಆಗತ್ತಲ್ವಾ? ಸೊ ರಮನ್ ಈಸ್ ಎಂಟೈಟಲ್ಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಬೆನಿಫಿಟ್. ವೈ? Co-extensive. His liability reduced, even his liability will reduce. And he can also claim set off. He saw no today. Today only we did not. And I stressed on that word, co-extensive. Okay, a bill of exchange is drawn. Write down. Rangoli Akri. Drawn payable to Amir. Amir endorses this to Rani. Rani to Kajal. Kajal to Shahrukh. Shahrukh to Madhuri. Madhuri, yaad guru, full. Hey, Madhuri, Amir is only first person. Okay. So, negotiation back then. State with reason under the provision of negotiation whether Amir can recover. Negotiation ಅಷ್ಟು ಈಸಿಯಾಗಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರ? Sans recourse da. What if who wrote da? Whether Amir can recover the amount of bill drawn from Rani. Kapil, can he recover from all of these people is what they are asking. Can he recover? Not. ರಾಣಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಮೀರು ಹೀ ಅಂತಿದಾರಲ್ಲ. ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಮೀರ್ ರಿಕವರ್ ದ ಮನಿ ಅಂತ ಹಾಕಿದಾರೆ ನೋಡು. Kirtana, this is the exact question I asked you also in the class. We did this also in the class. What they're asking you is, can A sue all these parties? You tell, why do you go with the other answers? No, Artha, the question, question is people, this endorsement has happened. A, when he endorsed to Rani, he has written sans recourse. Now, ultimate person has dishonored. Can A hold these parties liable or not is the question. So, can he hold them liable or not? No. Why? Let us look at in our example. Amiru ellarnu bitpidi. A, B, C, D, E, F. F go to C. C goes to B. Dishonored. Can C go to F? Can C go to E? Can C go to D? Because D will come back to C. What if C had written sans recourse? Ultimate Allah. They're asking you, can he come to FED? Is it possible? That is what is the question. They're asking you, can Amir go to these people? See, whether Amir can recover the amount of bill from Rani, Kajal, Shahrukh, Madhuri, if he has originally endorsed the bill, adding the word sans recourse. Yes, Noda. Exact scenario we saw, Noda, today. People, if sans recourse is not written, people, if this is not written, then what you said is correct. C will go to F, F will go to E, E will go to D, D will go to C only. If sans recourse is not written, if sans recourse is written, C is excluding himself from the liability. D cannot go to C. So D will directly go to A. I don't care where will you go. Who gave me the instrument? F gave me the instrument. I'll go and question then. ಹೋಗ್ಬಾರ್ದು correct. C has written sans recourse, people. If he has written sans recourse, D cannot come back to C. Correct? Why did we say negotiation back? All these people are discharged. Why did we say? Because D will come to C only. If I have written sans recourse, will D come to C? No. So I can hold F liable. Because F will go to E. E will go to D. D cannot come to C. So I can hold all these parties liable. People, final liability is A, people. ಏನು ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಷ್ಟೇ. The bill is only discharged. ಅಷ್ಟೇ. No one will be liable. That's all. ಅಮೇರಿಂದ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ ಅಲ್ಲ, ಯಾರಿಂದ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಏನಂತೆ? ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಯು ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ ದೆಮ್ ಲಯಬಲ್ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್? ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಹೋಲ್ಡ್ ದೆಮ್ ಲಯಬಲ್. ಯಾಕೆ ನೆಗೋಷಿಯೇಟ್ ಸ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್ ರಿಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಯಾಕ್ರೋ? ಇವತ್ತು ಇದನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡುದು, ಸೇಮ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಲ್ಲ. See people, a bill of exchange is drawn payable to Amir or order. First Amir, people. ಅವನೇ ಡ್ರಾವರ್. Payable to him only, alva. Payee. Drawer can be payee also, alva. If I write my own name, I can be a payee. Yes, and he endorses it to Rani. Illene, he has written sans recourse. Sans recourse. See,
liability
in real life, it might not happen. But in the example, can it happen? Did I ever say you cannot add sans recourse in any place? You can add in any place. In real life, yes, whatever you say is true. Who will accept? I will also agree. Amir gave to Rani Ada. Rani gave to Kajala. Kajal gave to Shahrukh. Shahrukh gave to Madhuriya. Madhuri gave to Amira. Now it is a negotiation back. If it is a normal negotiation back, people, all these people are discharged. I cannot file a case on them. Normal. Now because Amir has written sans recourse, I will go and ask M. M will go and ask S. S will go and ask K. K will go and ask R. Can R come and ask A? No. So can you file the case on all these parties? Yes, you can file. No. Why is Amir liable to pay Madhuri? Actually, ನಾನು ನಿಜ ಹೇಳ ನೀರುಗಳು ಹುಳ ಬಿಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಆಸ್ ಪರ್ ಮೈ ನಾಲೆಜ್. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಓದ್ಬಿಡಿ. If the bill is negotiated back to Amir, all of them are liable to him and he can recover the amount from all or any of them because he has written the word sans recourse.
Ultimate liability sound is ultimate right. ಅವನೇ sans recourse ತಂದಿದ್ದಾನೆ. ಸೊ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ
ಎಲ್ಲರೂ liable. Yes, people ultimately listen one thing da. Whoever gives me instrument, I can hold them liable. Aste. A is answerable only to a person who gave the instrument. Madhuri gave him instrument. If something I do not get the money, I'll ask Madhuri only. Because I want money. If Madhuri doesn't pay, previous party, I will ask them. They do not pay, I'll ask previous party. In negotiation back, what used to happen? Ultimately, it used to come to me only. That's the reason I was always excluded. If I have written sans recourse, they cannot come to me. So they will not ask me. Indirectly, the chain will not continue. So the parties are not excluded. In negotiation back, they are excluded because ultimately they come to me. In sans recourse, the chain will cut. That's the reason I can go to them. Understood? Illige? Madhuri Amir'ಗೆ pay ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Then why am I giving you the bill? I had taken money from you long back. Instead of me giving you the money, I told take the bill and go and collect. Hey, actually ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಾ? I'm seriously telling that is a very crawling question actually. ತುಂಬಾ ಈಸಿ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್ ಅದು. ನಂಗೆ ನೀವು ಯಾಕೆ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋತಾ ಇರೋ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ಅ ಕ್ರಾಲಿಂಗ್ ಕ್ವೆಶನ್. ತುಂಬಾ ಈಸಿ ಇದೆ. ಯಾಕೆ ನೀವು ಅಷ್ಟು ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಗೋ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವಾಚ್ ದ ಮ್ಯಾರಥಾನ್ sans recourse provision. ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತೇ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ನೋಡಿ. ಯು ಆಲ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟುಡ್ ದಟ್ ಒನ್. ಐ ಡು ನಾಟ್ ನೋ ಹೌ ಯು ಡಿಡ್ಂಟ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್. Cut copy paste, they have asked the question. M owned a land with 50 tamarind trees. He sold his land and the timber obtained after cutting. M wants to know whether the sale of timber tantamount amounts to sale of immovable property. Advise him whether reference to Provision General Clause Act. Once cut. According to the immovable property, it includes what and all. Timber is specifically excluded. We saw that even according to immovable property also, no? Immovable property, land, benefits, things attached permanently are fastened. In the instant case, M sold Timber cannot be movable property. What is the last question, da? What are the when can the preamble be used as an aid to interpretation of statute? Hindu Marriage Act. You can write the case law also. And the act is ambiguous. Only then you will refer to the preamble as an internal aid. Yes, sir.
One question.
Exemption. What I'm saying is, if you read properly, thoroughly, you see the entire, now in this only how much, 20 questions you solved. If I'm not wrong, except 129A, 19 questions were there in your notes. Hardly how much, 80 pages you guys have written. I'm talking a course like CA is covered in your handwritten. In school we used to say, read and come your class notes. Now it is our responsibility. Yes, sir. If you see also, the questions were revolving around the same things we were discussing. Who shall authorize? I'm telling you, period of preservation, inspection, these are all important. See, when we are looking at the provisions only, we used to guess. This will be a questionable point. Today, how many places we saw? See how many are asked. Correct, huh? Drawer is D. Is induced by A to draw a check. Okay. In favor of P.
Instead of sending picture to forges his name and takes the check into so bad.
A instead of drawer D is induced by A to draw a check in favor of P, who is an existing person. A, instead of sending the check to 100%, there is some part missing there. A, instead of sending the check to, aleno missing and forges his name bandida. Forges his name and pays the check into his own bank. Whether D can recover the amount of check from A's banker. See, if it's just forgery, the answer is you cannot recover. D can forges his name and pays a check into his own bank. Whether D can recover the amount of the check from A's banker. If it's only forgery, I do not know what is there. If it's only forgery, banker is liable. Yes, you can recover. Forgery, we saw that today. Forgery alone. There is a missing information. People, today we have recorded 11.5 hours down. Another 30 minutes, it is 12 hours. Chalo.
Same similar height.
Yes, by inducing T, obtains a bill of exchange from him fraudulently in his paper. Later, he enters into a commercial deal and endorses the bill to U towards consideration to him, U, for the deal. U takes the bill as a holder in due course. U subsequently endorses the bill to S for value as consideration to S for some other deal. On maturity, the bill is dishonored. S sues T for recovery of the money. S will get. Anyone after holder in due course is. We saw this also. People, just 1 second. People, thank you so much. See you. All the very best for your exams. Make sure you let me know what is your result. Some way, I do not know how do you contact. Thank you so much. See you. Bye-bye.